Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Overpowered Deku Went Insane. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shattered. Midoriya Izuku was born without a quirk. Branded useless by his first friend, he quickly learns that life is not fair. Still, despite everything, he pushes forward, determined to become a hero. When All Might crushes his dreams without a second thought, something in him snaps. With a smile like broken glass and words dripping with venom, he continues to move forward, this time with a new goal. Change the world, or die trying. Insanity. Soon after they move into the dorms, Midoriya Izuku vanishes without a trace. Soon enough, Class 1 begins to fall apart. A month afterwards, when his mother comes to collect his belongings, they chance upon a cassette tape. And with it come many others. Watching them, those who knew Midoriya start asking themselves a question. Did they really know him at all? Looking back, Midoriya Izuku didn't exactly know when his world began to fall apart. Perhaps it was the first day he had been diagnosed quirkless. Maybe it was when he begged his mother for any form of support and got an apology in return. Because deep down, he knew that the absence of a quirk in a world full of superpowers was essentially painting a giant target on his back. That his dream was just that, a dream. The next decade or so was hell. Because quirkless was as good as useless. Bakugo Katsuki, once his closest friend, brands him with the name Deku, as a reminder of how a single part of his genetic code deemed him lower than everyone else. One day the admiration for his powerful, heroic friend had been snuffed out by the same person he would have gladly laid down his life for. Perhaps in another world, they would have remained friends if he had developed a quirk on that fateful day. But not in this one. In this one, Kaken became Katsuki. And then he finally became Bakugo the day he left a searing handprint on his back, an explosion tearing through his clothes and roasting a small area of the flesh underneath. The entries in his very first analysis journal dedicated to analyzing Bakugo and his quirk were torn from the book and flushed down the toilet when his mom wasn't looking. He struggled and stumbled, but never faltered, flinging himself in front of anyone who Bakugo and the various bullies in the schools he attended over the years, little more than a glorified meat shield. Even when the people he protected ran off without a word, sometimes part of the small crowd that whispered about his defect behind his back. Even when Bakugo's small explosions that were more flashy than dangerous started leaving marks on his skin that he bandaged and tended to after consulting the internet. He soldiered on, smiling as he did so. Because the day he stopped smiling in the face of those that tormented him was the day he finally let this world get to him. The day Midoriya Izuku became Deku. Perhaps it was the day he ran into the sludge villain. The first time he met his idol, his hero in person, and offered up his heart and what remained of his hopes and dreams to the man who scared away the darkness with a smile. The day he bared his soul to All Might, and watched with a cold, numb feeling in his chest as the symbol of peace ground his heart into the dirt and crushed him. As the man left the rooftop, Bakugo's words crossed his mind. He sat at the edge of that roof for a long time, contemplating whether it was truly worth it to continue fighting the label the world had chosen to place on him. His smile finally extinguished. Then came the sound of familiar explosions. He ran towards them, rather than away from them like he usually did. He watched with disbelief as his tormentor suffocated in the grasp of the same villain that had almost ended him, and looked around at the heroes yelling about how their quirks were not suited for saving a child. Almost as if your worth as a hero was all up to what quirk you had. And out of the corner of his eye, he saw All Might in his true form, looking on just as helplessly as the heroes yelling at each other and the civilians recording the whole thing as Bakugo continued to suffocate. And that was the first moment something in him truly snapped. When he saw the symbol of peace, in all his glory, watch a child die before his very eyes and do nothing about it. One moment he was part of the faceless crowd. The next he was running forward, bag already in mid-flight as he lunged for the sludge villain. His first thought was that he needed to give Bakugo a chance to breathe. His next was that the villain's eyeballs weren't slime like the rest of his body. His third was that an eyeball couldn't exactly withstand the pressure his hand could apply. In the end, his desperate actions only bought about 7 seconds for Bakugo to breathe. But those 7 seconds were all that he needed to tug his tormentor from the grasp of the villain screaming about how his eye was ruined. And before the man made of slime could envelop the two of them and finish what he had started, All Might appeared like an angel sent from the heavens, changing the weather with a single punch and splattering the villain against a wall. He smiled and laughed, reassuring those watching that everything was all right. Midoriya barely spared him a glance, having seen his cowardice in action just a few minutes ago. The heroes praised Bakugo for surviving so long, and fawned over his hero-worthy quirk before telling Midoriya about how reckless he had been. The disapproval only intensified when they realized he lacked a quirk, and all the heroes told him he should have left it to the pros. Those words caused whatever had snapped in him to splinter even as it tried to fix itself. He smiled, and judging from the way the adults who were so confident in their thoughts and opinions flinched in unison and stepped back, it was nothing like the confident grin he tried to maintain or the watery smile he fixed on his face after a particularly harsh beating. If he had been able to see himself at that point of time, he would have compared his own smile to broken glass. He left the heroes behind with a parting question and grabbed his bag, taking the usual route home, wondering what lies he would have to tell his mother this time. A couple of minutes later, the sound of his usual tormentor made him stop and turn around. Bakugo shouts something that was probably along the lines of "I didn't need a useless Deku to save me." Small explosions going off in his hands as he pretended that he hadn't almost died just a while ago. Midoriya wasn't listening. He was just humoring his egoistic classmate, someone who was once a friend and the closest thing he had once had as a brother. So once his little tirade was done, the green-haired boy smiled in response. The fiery blonde steps back and the explosions in his hands stop just for a fraction of a moment. He nods slowly, before parting with a single sentence, leaving Bakugo behind with the image of a smile that was cold like the edge of a blade and words that would haunt him for weeks to come. Another few minutes later, All Might himself makes an appearance, and he does his best to act like a fanboy meeting his idol. The man smiles and apologizes for his words. But even as Midoriya pretends that he hadn't been affected by the hero's callous actions, his mind hisses that if apologies could right all wrongs, people would never start wars or end each other. The symbol of peace asks him why he ran forward, even when the heroes stood by and did nothing. He wonders briefly if answering with the truth will get him arrested, before settling for a generic answer that would come from a hero. He says that his legs moved on their own, even though the true reason why he had acted instead of watching was because he had realized that the heroes were useless without their quirks. All Might's smile broadens at the answer, and while it would have warmed his heart and allowed him to die happy just a day or two ago, the only thing it does is sharpen the broken pieces of whatever had snapped inside of him. The man tells him that he can be a hero, and he waits patiently for the ball to drop and gets rewarded with the secret of All Might's quirk. One for all. A legacy passed down through generations. Two things come to mind when he offers the position of successor to Midoriya. 1. All Might was once quirkless just like he was. 2. The man still thought that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He nods and accepts the offer. In his heart, he removes the section that had held his awe and admiration for the symbol of peace and the heroes of today and crushes it just like All Might crushed the remnants of hope he had held onto over the years. Nevertheless, Midoriya continues keeping up the facade of a bright-eyed idealist, because it wasn't exactly a facade. Deep down, he still wanted to be a hero, and he still believed that heroes would save the day, that he could save everyone as long as he tried hard enough. He cleans up Dagobah Beach with his bare hands, not just because All Might told him to, but because he wants to start leaving his mark on the world. One day, he meets a pink-haired girl digging through the scrap metal he has set aside to donate or sell to whoever needs it. Her name is Hatsume. She smiles without a care in the world, mind racing so fast that he's hard-pressed to keep up, only facing forward, ignoring failure and just creating more machines. A few weeks after their tentative friendship, he thinks to himself that one day her machines will be complex enough to replace heroes. He mentions the stray thought to her as he lugs the shell of a car away from the beach and she finishes creating her latest prototype of a stun gun. She laughs at the thought, but her smile becomes more genuine when he continues to talk about her ability to craft items that would one day be good enough for heroes to use. They agree to go to UA together after he tells her about the purpose of his training, and she extracts a promise from him that when he made it big, he would advertise and use her support items. He is unsure why she hugs him after he mentions with no small amount of confusion that he wouldn't trust anyone else with his safety. He chalks it up to Hatsume being Hatsume. Any thoughts of how weird she was acting were banished from his mind soon after she turns the stun gun on him and tells him to start running. He spends the rest of the day dodging projectiles that will send enough electricity through his system to paralyze him for about 10 to 20 minutes, and develops a healthy respect for his friend's ability to turn scrap into something usable. About 3/4 of the way through the 10-month training period All Might has given him, Bakugo's anger finally boils over and he leaves a new scar on Midoriya's body, dangerously close to his spine. It's not the first time he does it, but hopefully it'll be the last if both of them get into UA. Bakugo and his heroic quirk is practically guaranteed a place in the school. Midoriya and his hard work will hopefully be enough to match raw talent and most of all, the quirks of the other potential UA students. He continues cleaning up the beach despite his new injuries, but the occasional wince despite his depressingly high pain tolerance is enough for Hatsume to catch on. Under threat of stun gun or the next weapon she cobbles together, he reveals the truth, showing the scars that he has littered all over his body and telling her that he recovers quickly, so it doesn't matter. He spends an hour convincing her that hunting down Bakugo and breaking his wrists and kneecaps was not the right thing to do, and then they have a rather enlightening conversation about bullying and the effects of it on the victims. He promises her that the next time Bakugo tries to lay a hand on him, he will not take it without a single complaint. She gives him a phone number and an address. The first belonged to her while the latter belongs to her aunt, who apparently runs a self-defense club. She tells him to attend classes there so that he can at least put up a fight, because when Bakugo tries to attack him again in the future, she wants him to be able to fight back without breaking his own bones in the process. He agrees, but on the condition that she'll attend alongside him. Hatsum sighs, but agrees. She also tells him to call her Mei, because if two people are close enough to have a heart-to-heart conversation, they should refer to each other by their first names. He points out with some exasperation that she had called him Izuku from the start. She smiles, one of the few genuine ones that she shares with him whenever he does something sweet, and proceeds to force him to run around so that her new drone can gather data on how to subdue moving targets. Hatsum's aunt is a boisterous woman who particularly enjoys putting him through hell while his friend sips a cold glass of water as he dies of thirst. He accidentally wonders aloud if all Hatsums were sadistic. The aunt and niece duo share a look before laughing. Despite his griping about the aches that had started dying down ever since he had gotten stronger returning, he continues training and enjoys the confidence that comes with knowing you're prepared for a fight. He continues to clean up the last remnants of trash at the beach. And while All Might expresses his disapproval when he noticed the rate at which Midoriya was clearing Dagaba Beach, he is quickly taken apart by Mei's rapid-fire comments about how proper rest was necessary for a growing teenager, and he, as an adult, should know that. The man splutters, but cannot come up with a proper comeback, so he slinks away. A few days later, he returns when Mei isn't around to comment about how that girl might be a bad influence on him. He feels another piece of himself quietly snap and states with the most innocent smile that he can muster that the number one hero stooping as low as to talk about a teenager behind their back wasn't heroic at all. He ignores the apologies and continues lugging the fridge he found tucked away in the midst of a pile of trash. Soon enough, the only thing left is a rusty car. He borrows a plasma cutter from Mei and cuts it apart after allowing her to dismantle the engine and whatever parts she wanted. They bask in the brief period of joy that came with 10 months of effort finally paying off, enjoying the sight of the sun rising and marking the beginning of a new day. Soon, she runs off to finish her preparations for the UA entrance examination, and soon afterwards, All Might arrives to praise his hard work. He smiles and slips on the mask of a hero fanboy. It comes as a surprise to him when he gives him a strand of his hair to eat, but Midoriya shrugs and forces it down with a healthy amount of water. He asks about how to use one for all and gets the second worst piece of advice he has ever heard in his life in return. Midoriya tries his best not to act bitter about it, and thanks the hero for giving him a chance to prove himself. He spends the rest of the day making sure Mei doesn't blow herself up before the examination and searching within himself for any traces of the power All Might has passed on to him, coming up empty. He gets about 3 hours of sleep that night. The next day, Midoriya forces down what little food his shrunken stomach can handle and allows his mother to fuss over him before he takes his leave. Their relationship hasn't exactly been the best since the day the knowledge that she didn't believe in him because of his lack of a quirk finally clicked into place in his head, and he never really tried to fix it. Mei was the first person to truly believe in him despite his quirkless nature. All things considered, she was also his first true friend. He stands outside the gate of UA for a few minutes, waiting patiently for Mei to show up, and sidesteps Bakugo before he can shoulder check him into the ground. He catches a girl before she could fall and nods politely when she thanks him cheerfully and introduces herself as Uraraka Ochako. Before he can do the same, Mei appears like a demented, pink-haired phantom and drags him through the gates before he can react. Used to her antics and abnormal arm strength, he allows himself to be dragged. They bid farewell when their paths diverge, and she says that she'll either see him in UA or follow him along whatever path he takes in the off chance that he fails the examination. Despite his protests that she shouldn't throw away the opportunity to become a support student in UA, Midoriya can see the conviction in her eyes. He makes a silent vow to himself that he'll either pass the examination or die trying. They exchange a hug and part ways, not looking back. The written examination is simple enough, although he has to stop himself from putting the answers he truly believes into certain questions and instead fills in the blanks with the correct responses. Present Mike is the one to introduce the physical portion of the test, explaining the point system. A boy who resembles a robot points out the fourth type of robot on the pamphlets they have gotten, and for some inane reason, he accuses UA of incompetency. Midoriya almost snorts at the expression on the hero's face as he answers the question, choosing to figure out why exactly there would be a robot worth 0 points. He concludes that there must be a secret scoring system, and coupled with the statistics he has gotten from previous years, he deduces that there must be points given for heroic actions during the examination. Good for him, bad for the other candidates. While he may be at a disadvantage in the power department, he can definitely rack up points by getting other examinees out of trouble. In all honesty, he was going to do it anyway because what good was a hero that didn't save people? He ignores the way Bakugo growls beside him and starts planning. He stretches as the air itself seems to thrum in anticipation for the carnage ahead. Thankfully, Bakugo was assigned to a different region entirely, so he won't have to put up with a deranged teenager who is more than likely to drop a robot on his head. As President Mike screams to announce the beginning of the examination, he darts forward and heads further into the fake city as the examinees around him start to stop and take out robots. It leaves him with a decent number of robots to fight, and he racks up about 30 points before his hands are bloody and sore from tearing at metal plating and ripping out wires. Taking a page from May's book, he disables the arm of a fallen one-pointer and manages to rig up a makeshift gun. He gets himself another 20 points while occasionally taking his attention away from the robots to save other examinees from falling robots and handing his gun to a purple-haired boy who looks more desperate with each second. Midoriya slips the teenager a not-so-subtle hint about rescue points before taking off to find more people to help. In an alleyway, he comes face to face with another purple-haired teenager, practically drooling as he advances on a girl pinned to a wall by balls. Not questioning it after all the things May had put him through, he kicks the boy away and threatens bodily harm with a smile if he doesn't remove his quirk. The short pervert trembles and cries before doing as he said. Not stopping to hear whatever the girl has to say before he takes off, he tugs another examinee out of the way of a falling robot and feels something akin to pride at how the insomniac from earlier is laying waste to robots while saving people. The ground rumbles, and the zero-pointer is released. He sees everyone immediately hightail it in the opposite direction, and wonders if this is the future of heroics. He weighs the pros and cons of using the last few minutes to try and deactivate the boss robot just as a cry for help reaches his ears. He sees several other examinees stiffen at the sound before continuing to run. Making eye contact with the purple-haired boy he had aided earlier, he hopes that at least one more person will make the right choice. Shinsu Itoshi runs away, and he will regret it every time he sees Uraraka Ochako after that fateful day. Midoriya Izuku may smile and laugh and treat him like a human being despite his villainous quirk, but he will see the judgment in his eyes every time he interacts with the boy. The same cold look of disappointment that will haunt him in the weeks to come as he remembers how he runs away like the other examinees, leaving a single boy to run towards the danger after looking to him for assistance and finding none. Midoriya Izuku feels something snap in him for the third time and absent-mindedly notes that it might be his faith in humanity, or his sanity. Why not both? He chuckles even as he wrenches a length of rebar from a shattered piece of concrete and sprints for the person trapped under rubble and notices that it was the girl from the UA gates. Midoriya uses the magical power of leverage to raise the rubble long enough for her to escape. Unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, her ankle is twisted and the zero-pointer is almost upon them. He searches his brain for a plan and comes up empty. He asks the girl about her quirk even as he begins to move them away from the lumbering giant, and gets a very bad idea when she reveals her quirk can remove the influence of gravity from something. Apologizing, he forces the girl's hand onto his arm and abruptly feels himself floating. Ignoring how absurd yet cool it was, he tells the girl to hold the quirk as long as she can before leaping into the air. Sighing as he decides to take All Might's advice, he rears back a fist and feels a sudden burst of energy from the action. Throwing it forward and catching a glimpse of the golden tendrils encircling his arm, he yells a battle cry and makes contact with the zero-pointer. The massive robot crumples and something inside it explodes, which creates a chain reaction of fiery beauty as his arm turns purple and limp. He numbly realizes that the bones in it have been pulverized before he latches onto the falling robot and lands safely. The familiar effects of gravity return and he sees Uraraka throw up. Midoriya feels a single pang of guilt before he falls onto his back and tries not to scream as President Mike announces the end of the test. Recovery Girl soon appears to chastise him for using One for All, and he tries his best not to stumble and fall as all the stamina he has is used up fixing his broken arm. He makes a mental note to ask May for ways to not turn his bones into pulp. He walks out amongst the whispers of people who recognize him as the person who destroyed the zero-pointer. Purple Hair comes up to him, but whatever insincere apology he was going to say dies on his lips as Midoriya brushes past him with another of his grins that are apparently terrifying to everyone but May. Speaking of May, he sees the pink-haired inventor hovering outside the gates of UA almost anxiously, if he didn't know that May didn't get anxious. She somehow senses him, and turns around with one of her usual smiles, but it flickers and goes out when she sees his state of fatigue. Not asking any questions, she offers an arm for support and they walk back to his house. His mother is absent, working as usual, so no one answers the greeting he calls out. He points May towards the coffee and they sit on the couch, drinking their respective beverages and listen to her rattle on about how interesting her day had been and how she hadn't even blown up a single thing. When she falls silent, he picks up the pace by explaining what he had done, what he had seen, and the quirk that he had just manifested. Then he hesitates. Midoriya decides that the best way to end the city day he was having was by telling someone else what a colossal mess All Might is, and asks May if she can keep a secret. When she gives him a blank stare, he begins to tell her about One for All and the failure of heroes. He finishes his tale in about 20 minutes. She stares at him, and her face alternates between boiling rage and a deep sadness. He waits for her to absorb the knowledge he had just dumped on her, drinking the last of his hot chocolate. As he rises and takes her empty cup to wash as well, he thinks that he hears a muffled sob from the bright and peppy girl. Midoriya doesn't know what to think when he is greeted with a rib-shattering hug when he walks back into the living room, but chooses to pat May on the back and wonder what he was missing. So he asks her. The look she gives him isn't exactly pity, but more of horror mixed with despair. They stay like that for a while, and he asks aloud if this was what it was like to have friends. May sobs, a sound that is both heart-wrenching and unnatural as she tightens her grip on him, like she was afraid he would disappear if she let go. He thinks, not for the first time, that something was wrong with him. The next week passes just like the previous week's half, boring and uneventful. With Dagaba Beach fully cleaned, there is no reason for him and May to go there anymore, and yet they still do. He'll train and May will fiddle with the contraption of the day. After a few days of the beach being clean, people have already begun to use it for their activities, ignoring the fact that it was because of them in the first place that the beach was so tainted in the first place. Not many notice the boy doing push-ups in the sand and the girl whacking a smoking device with a hammer, although some still do. One mentions how nice it is to see that young love still exists. The simultaneous deadpan stares sent his way were enough to cause the man to chuckle nervously and edge away. An old woman asks if they know who cleaned up the beach, and they pretend that she isn't talking to the duo responsible for the removal of all the trash on this now pristine place. She seems to still sense that they are hiding something from her, because she smiles kindly in the way only wise old men and women can smile and leaves with a parting word of gratitude. It's nice to see that your efforts actually mean something to the people you did it for. After a few hours, Izuku and May will part ways after lunch and he will spend his afternoon studying and carrying on with his hero analysis. Although now, he just calls it analysis. Sometimes he goes to Aunt Hatsume's dojo and makes sure his skills are never dull. Mom tries to get him to go to therapy one day. He smiles and asks her what she thinks is wrong with her son. When no answer comes, he leaves to meet up with May. For someone he met almost a year ago, it was almost funny that he couldn't imagine life without her anymore. It was actually more pathetic and sad than funny. But those thoughts are carefully locked in a box and dumped into a bottomless pit in his head. They stay at the beach after dark one day to lie down and stargaze. It's one of the only places nearby that wasn't so polluted with light sources that the stars were drowned out. The silence was comfortable, and occasionally they would converse about anything and everything. He asks once if she thought there was anything wrong with him. She reaches out to punch him in the shoulder before standing up and twirling. He watches, almost hypnotized by her actions, and she gestures to the surroundings and tugs him to his feet as well. May traps him in another hug, and he leans into the touch, choosing to push the fact that he was touch-starved to the back of his mind. He whispers a thank you to her, and she responds in typical May fashion by reminding him he was only allowed to use her support items. As per usual, he agrees almost immediately. When the letter from UA finally comes in the mail, he takes a trip to the beach that had become more of a home to him than his cold and empty house, sitting on top of the small cliff overlooking the sea and dangling his feet over the edge. May arrives a few minutes later with her own letter and they open hers first. Unsurprisingly, she passes with flying colors, and Power Loader welcomes her to the school with a warm grin, but they both hear him mutter about how she had set a desk on fire and hoped it wouldn't set the baseline for the rest of the year. They both snicker in response. Despite holding his future in his hands, Izuku can't find it in himself to care. He gets a disc identical to the one his friend had gotten, and All Might materializes. May's eyes narrow almost immediately, and he reminds her that murder wasn't justified. After a long speech that they both tuned out, the final judgment was clear. He had passed. No, he had succeeded. 68 villain points and 80 rescue points, giving him the highest score in recorded history. His friend cheers softly before looking at him. Her face melts back into the familiar expression he labeled Soft May, and he realizes that the water dripping onto the disc were his tears. He cries for the first time in a long time, and despite the tears, he still feels empty. Cold. May holds his hand, and he feels a tiny flicker of warmth. He wonders if he has ever told her how much he loved and appreciated her. When she squeaks but wraps him in another embrace, he makes a mental note to remove his habit of speaking aloud. They're going to UA. He ponders how different the people in his future school will be as compared to the mixture of bullies and bystanders that middle school was filled with. He considers what he would do if the future generation of heroes are as narrow-minded as All Might in their views on the Quirkless. He decides that it will probably break what was left of his heart. But for some reason, he doesn't care anymore. He wonders when he stopped caring about what the world thought of him. He thinks it's probably the day All Might takes his heart and rips it into two. He told May that he would like to face the first day of school alone, but since when did the girl listen to him? They exchange some conversation as they walk through the halls that most great heroes had walked through once upon a time, and part ways when she spots her classroom and takes off with a short goodbye. He chuckles, but the small smile on his face dies about 2 minutes after his friend has left, and the embers that keep him warm are snuffed out, leaving him as cold as he always is without Hurricane May. The door to Class 1A is huge and most likely that size for any potential students with mutation quirks that make them giant. But somehow he isn't intimidated by the sheer size of it. A flicker of motion directs his gaze to a yellow object the size of an adult male lying on the ground not too far away from the door. He weighs the pros and cons of approaching the entity, but his decision is made when he hears the familiar shouting of his tormentor from inside the classroom. Walking over, he carefully turns the yellow object over and is met face to face with a man who looks as dead as he feels inside. They have a brief staring contest as he wonders what a hobo is doing in UA, and the man snorts, alerting him to the fact that he has started talking aloud again. There is an amused edge to his voice when he confesses that no, he isn't a hobo, but he is actually the homeroom teacher of Class 1A. Then the man leans back and a brief flicker of judgment allows him to draw the conclusion that he is being tested. Too bad Midoriya stopped caring about other people quite some time ago. Well, he still cares about one person, but this hobo-looking teacher who's probably a pro hero isn't that person. So in response to the surprising revelation that he has just called his teacher a hobo, Midoriya merely nods before asking him if he wanted to be dragged into class. The man's composure breaks for a fraction of a second to reveal shock, and he knows that he has already won the first battle. The adult mulls over his question, almost like he was actually considering it, before he grunts an affirmative, and Midoriya feels a flicker of amusement before he starts carrying out his task. The class falls silent almost immediately when he kicks the door open and walks in, dragging behind his cargo and looking like a murderer finding a place to dump the body of his latest victim. His eyes sweep the room and he marks the individuals he already knows. Uraraka is staring at him like she's had her impression of him completely shattered. The purple-haired coward tries to become one with his chair. The robot appears to be rebooting his brain from the sheer shock he is experiencing, and Bakugo looks like he's an inch away from grabbing him and choking the life out of him for ruining his origin story. Or maybe it was because he got first place in the entrance examination. Don't know, don't care. He carefully deposits the sleeping bag containing his teacher on the teacher's table and takes the only seat left in the room. Their homeroom teacher frees himself from his cocoon like a demented parody of a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis, and introduces himself as Aizawa-sensei. He says something along the lines of "my class, my rules," and tells them to get to the training grounds before he expels them all. While this causes everyone to scramble out of the classroom, Midoriya waits for his classmates to leave before taking the gym attire and leaving as well. Somehow, he manages to show up to the field first, and Aizawa-sensei gives him a searching look that he pointedly ignores, choosing to fiddle with his quirk and test a few theories. When the rest of the class shows up, he tosses a softball to Bakugo and asks for his throwing record in middle school. After getting a reply with an arrogant grin, their teacher asks him to throw the ball using his quirk. Midoriya slips the earplugs he had in a pocket in preparation for the explosion and scans his fellow students, gaze falling on a girl with earphone jacks extending from her earlobes. As Bakugo rears his hand back and he smells the scent of nitroglycerine in the air, Midoriya quickly approaches the girl and covers her ears with his hands. Before she can ask him what he is doing, an explosion breaks the silence, loud enough to be heard through his earplugs. Her eyes widen as he removes his hands, and she mutters a word of thanks as he returns to his place at the edge of the class. Rather than focus on the ripples of surprise and excitement going through his classmates, Midoriya chooses to start picking apart their characters in his head. Bakugo is easy, and his character profile was finished years ago. The next ones he chooses to break down into their simplest pieces are the two he already interacted with during the entrance examination. According to the seating plan, the purple-haired boy who ran away was Shinsu Hitoshi. Has a mental quirk, fairly obvious considering his lower-than-average physical nature and considering he wasn't using any form of psychokinesis against the robots. It was probably one that only worked on humans. Perhaps some form of brainwashing. That would be considered a villainous quirk in this society. Possible triggers would then include mentioning how his quirk was suited for villainy, or since he still refused to make eye contact, point out how he ran away when someone else was in danger. Midoriya almost flinches when his classmates start protesting about how their sensei cannot expel them on the first day, but manages to repress the motion as Aizawa sensei pins them with a stare and talks about how life is unfair. For the first time in a long time, he feels a grudging respect for the first adult he's known that truly understands the reality of the world they live in. Still, getting his hopes up is just begging for someone to take it away from him again. He pushes the bits of information on Uraraka he has already started compiling into a little box in his head labeled analysis before participating in the tests. While the usage of a quirk is allowed, he highly doubts it would be beneficial for both his image and his health if he breaks a bone in every exercise. May has already provided him with a useful analogy for manipulating one for all. He was a circuit and the quirk was his power source. What he had done in the entrance examination was equivalent to flooding a circuit which couldn't hold the amount of power coursing through it. So there were two things he could do: lower the amount of power, or circulate it through more components. Since he had been using one for all at 100% and it turned his arm into pulp, something told Midoriya that his body would probably break apart at the seams and leave him to die a painful, slow death from organ failure or something. Of course, a combination of both options would probably be the most effective solution to his body's fragile nature, but that wasn't exactly something to test out under the threat of expulsion. So his options now were limited to flooding a single part of his body with 100% power and hope for the best. He flexed his fingers and wondered if a normal human being would be considering how many fingers he can sacrifice without being considered a waste of space. He also ponders, not for the first time and definitely not for the last time, if an individual with a telepathic quirk would run away if they could peer into his mind. Other than the fact that his classmates and possible future heroes are using their quirks in any way, shape, or form that gives them an advantage in the tests, this is a typical test of physical ability. That means he still has an advantage over people like the Invisible Girl or Shinsu himself. It doesn't secure him a place in the top spots of each test, but it makes sure that he never leaves the middle of the pack. His own abilities sometimes surprises himself, especially in things like the endurance test. While one of the girls seems to have a creation quirk, generating the parts of a bicycle, and a boy with two-toned hair surfs on ice, he just runs like the rest of the students who can't use their quirks on that particular test. Even as the ones running begin to wheeze and falter, he soldiers on with a disturbingly clear mind. Somehow, he manages to even outlast the ice user, who gives up with the telltale signs of frostbite on his exposed limbs. Curiously, he begins to steam shortly after stopping and recovers much more quickly than one would expect. That paired with the two different colors of his hair implied that he had two quirks, or rather one quirk that functioned as two sides of a whole. If he wanted to take a guess, since one side of his quirk was ice, the other would be fire. He tried not to be bitter about someone limiting themselves despite having such a powerful ability when he was gifted with a grand total of nothing. The girl on the bicycle gets first place, but by the time he finally gives up and decides to save some of his stamina for the next few tests, she is starting to sweat and tremble. He smiles politely when a red-haired boy with shark teeth exclaims that he's manly, whatever that was supposed to mean. The final few tests pass uneventfully, and he keeps making mental notes on the variety of quirks he has seen and starts on the other psychological profiles as well. Some are easy, like Kirishima's obsession with masculinity, and unsurprisingly, he latches onto Bakugo. Midoriya lets it happen, but feels a brief hint of pity for the teenager. Although, in a school like this that favors the strong, perhaps his bully will feel right at home. He'll just have to wait and see. He raises an eyebrow when Uraraka floats the ball into oblivion, and takes the time to praise her for ingenious quirk usage. She's the one person so far that he knows and hasn't done anything to let him down just yet. She looks cheerful after it, so he considers his attempt to socialize a job well done. Then it is finally his turn at the ball throw. He tests the weight of the ball, before preparing to activate one for all and use his finger to smash it. Much to his mild displeasure, however, he is unable to call up his quirk and stops the motion before it can end. He turns around and sees Aizawa-sensei's impressively red eyes, notes the way his hair levitates, and figures out the identity of his homeroom teacher. He mutters the word Eraserhead under his breath and derives some pleasure from the way his teacher's quirk deactivates in surprise. Nevertheless, he recovers quickly and starts talking about how much of a liability he would be if he couldn't use his quirk without breaking his limbs. Midoriya barely listens, wondering if Aizawa-sensei had noticed the fact that he wasn't using his arm for the test. When he notices the way his eyes are starting to glaze over, their homeroom teacher tells him that he shouldn't be in this school if he couldn't take criticism. And despite the fact that he knows Aizawa-sensei is trying to motivate him into doing better, another part of him quietly breaks into pieces at this man, who knows absolutely nothing about his life, accusing him of being unable to take criticism. He takes a deep breath before the fatigued-looking man can say his next piece, which is most likely something along the lines of he only had one more chance before expulsion. Midoriya smiles. He's seen his own smiles in the mirror after the 10th time someone flinches and edges away from him when he smiles. And it is pretty much the only sign of his slowly fragmenting sanity that people can see. The man blinks twice before his eyes narrow and he stops speaking. It's a good thing no one else can see the expression on his face other than their sensei since his back was turned to the class. He repeats his gestures from earlier, but this time he actually activates one for all, forces the energy into his finger and strikes the ball. It disappears with a small boom, and Aizawa-sensei reveals the score he has gotten. Over 2,000 meters. The man appears to be pleased with the results, like he is proud his teaching methods actually work. Midoriya contemplates whether or not it would be worth it to burst that bubble and risk expulsion. Before he can make a choice that will probably end his brief stint in UA, Bakugo shrieks and literally flies through the air towards him, explosions propelling him. Midoriya is briefly reminded of every single time the explosive teenager hurt him. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Aizawa activate his quirk once again and the explosions are immediately snuffed out. Still, his irate tormentor continues to lunge forward and starts up with his usual right hook. The bandages around Aizawa-sensei's neck are already levitating and in midair, but Bakugo's fist is already nearing his face. For once, Midoriya doesn't just tense up and allow himself to get hit as Mei's words surface in his mind. Just like before he ran at the sludge villain, his mind narrows down to a single train of thought. He dodges the first swing and checks how close Aizawa-sensei is before he decides that it's socially and morally acceptable to fight back. So knowing that using his quirk will most likely turn his childhood tormentor into paste just like his arm was a week ago, he settles for a simple jab to the face. Midoriya tries not to feel satisfied at the way his fist sends Bakugo into the ground just before Eraserhead's capture weapon ensnares the blonde. He winces slightly and realizes that he punched him with the hand with the broken finger. Shaking his hand, he ignores the murmuring around him from his classmates and tells Aizawa-sensei that he's going to see Recovery Girl. His homeroom teacher is still attempting to restrain Bakugo, so Midoriya assumes that's a you can go now and leaves without looking back. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps echo behind him and he turns slowly to meet both Uraraka and Shinsu. After about 4 seconds of awkward silence, Uraraka says that they tagged along to accompany him and ensure that he actually knows where to go. Midoriya tries to protest at first, then realizes he doesn't actually know where the infirmary is and drops the subject. Uraraka is a chatterbox. That was his first real impression of her. He takes the opportunity to ask a few questions about her to get a better view of her character and is shown a hint of the determination and strength hiding under her bubbly exterior. She'll make a good hero, even if she's in it for the money. That actually sparks a brief argument where he tells her, very bluntly, that there are other ways to earn money. When she says that this is the only occupation that allows her to save lives and earn a good paycheck while doing it, he points out that her underlying motive isn't exactly money, but the necessity to do something good with her life while still earning enough. Shinsu agrees. The only real contribution he has to the discussion while the only girl member of their little trio looks like her worldview just got shattered. He turns to Shinsu, and in an act of stupidity that he knows will produce results, Midoriya hazards a guess at his quirk. When he goes white at the word brainwashing and his posture turns defeated, the green-haired boy begins to feel bad. Instead of ripping into him for being bitter about the label he has attached to him due to his quirk, instead of getting off his ass and actually doing something about it, he decides to go the nicer route and tells Shinsu he'll make a good hero, but needs more physical training. He tries not to feel like he's manipulating a kid starved for social interaction, and tries his best to convince him that relying only on his quirk is essentially signing himself up for failure. And when Shinsu turns defensive, he points out how he, a student with a quirk that literally breaks his body when he uses it, scored better through sheer physical ability alone. Shinsu falls silent and struggles to come up with a counterpoint, but never gets a chance when they arrive at the infirmary. He knocks on the door, thanks the duo for coming along with him and enters. Recovery Girl looks up from whatever she was doing and her face crumples with exasperation when she catches his broken finger. A quick kiss fixes that, and he quickly takes the gummy bears she forces into his hand and swallows them to get the necessary energy boost to deal with the rest of the day. Shinsu and Uraraka still follow him, even as he goes back to class to collect his things and finds Bakugo sulking inside. They are still going through the doorframe when the blonde screeches that cursed slur of a nickname and attempts to attack him once again. Not in the mood for a confrontation with their homeroom teacher or recovery girl, he starts to dodge before realizing that there are people standing behind him. So, against his better judgment, he allows Bakugo to grab onto his arm and burn it with his explosions while ranting about how he shouldn't have a quirk, because he's useless Deku. The other arm swings in an arc propelled by another explosion and he blocks it, unflinching and uncaring despite the fact that he can sense his right arm starting to roast under the constant explosion. He is about to sock Bakugo in the face again, and probably the groin afterwards, when a person pushes past the two members of Class 1 stuck in the doorway and fires a familiar stun gun. His tormentor shudders, twitches, and collapses in a boneless heap as Mei checks over him while still training her weapon on his attacker. Her expression freezes when he reveals the new handprint on his arm, not bleeding because the explosions cauterize the wound and hardens into something cold and angry. She fires the gun twice more before taking him by the uninjured arm and leaving the classroom. Shinsu and Uraraka hurry to catch up, but whatever they were going to say dies on their lips when they glimpse the pure fury on Mei's face even as she applies the medicinal gel they have created for a situation like this one. Izuku has no such qualms, and spends the rest of the journey out of UA defusing his soon-to-be hostile friend and extracting yet another promise that she won't end Bakugo the next time they meet. They are stopped at the gate by Aizawa-sensei, of all people, looking more done with the world than before. He starts by saying that Mei should be expelled for using a gadget on another student. Izuku tries not to take offense at that, even as Uraraka and Shinsu protest. Mei's anger is forgotten, not because of the threat of expulsion, but because it is now her turn to defuse the bomb. Aizawa-sensei sighs, and then continues talking about how Bakugo attacked him so he was technically in the wrong. But if the blonde's parents decide to sue Mei or something, UA's hands would be tied. Still, he highly doubts that it'll come to that, and he finishes by saying that they should be more careful next time. Instead of defusing the Izuku bomb, Mei steps back, face carefully blank, but he can sense the hurt and frustration under that facade as her hands tremble. Their homeroom teacher turns to leave, and Izuku thinks that this is all his fault, that he has gotten Mei into trouble because he couldn't stand up for himself. A fraction of a second later, his mind sharpens with clarity and discards that thought. No more. Not exactly in full control of his body anymore. He grabs the older man by the shoulder and forces him to turn around. Aizawa-sensei looks unimpressed, but he knows that the teacher is an inch away from expelling him. So Izuku tells him what he's going to do. He tells him about what a shame it would be for the media to discover that UA sits back and watches students bully other students and harm them. That they choose to warn and punish those standing up for what's right because it is the easy way out. That it would be a real shame if the name, address, and hero identity of one Aizawa Shouta is leaked to the public as the man who tells children they should suffer rather than act in self-defense. Uraraka and Shinsu are steadily getting whiter with each word that tumbles from his mouth, dripping with acid and the rage he tries to hide. Their teacher continues to look unimpressed, but he can see the man's knuckles getting whiter. Aizawa-sensei asks him if he is threatening a member of the staff of UA on UA grounds, and if he thinks he won't be expelled. In response, he removes the recorder he keeps on him at all times and replays the conversation they just had, in which he warns them that standing up for themselves was useless. Aizawa-sensei goes white as well. Midoriya Izuku smiles. No, he grins and tells the older man that expulsion will simply mean the end of his teaching career, because the principal would rather save UA's image than a single hobo wannabe that thinks using his authority to scare children is a way to teach them. Before their homeroom teacher can respond, he shoulder checks the man and walks off, Mei following behind him after giving the man the stink eye. Uraraka is the only one to follow them afterwards. Shinsu is nowhere to be seen. When asked, she says that he stopped to talk to Aizawa-sensei. He nods, having expected it. Eraserhead must have been the boy's idol, and he just threatened to tear apart said idol's life brick by bloody brick. She calls him Midoriya Deku, and he almost wants to wrap his hands around Bakugo's neck and squeeze till all the life is extinguished. Even when he wasn't here, the blonde still takes control of his life. He corrects Uraraka as gently as he can with the embers of righteous fury still begging to be rekindled in him and Mei not so subtly reaching for her stun gun by his side. She apologizes and says that to her, Deku means Dekaru. He almost snorts at that, but tells her she can call him whatever she wants, because the best way to mock Bakugo's derogatory nickname would be to turn it into a mark of pride. Mei seems to understand this, because she no longer looks like she's about to shank someone. They exchange phone numbers with the brunette before she leaves with a jaunty wave, already bouncing back from the fiasco earlier. And now it's back to the two of them, just as it had been, just as it should be. He starts to get an apology out of his mouth before Mei slaps him across the back of the head and tells him that she'd rather get expelled than allow Bakugo to hurt him. He feels the slightest bit of warmth from that statement, doing its best to drive away the cold that shackles him. He responds that he would rather bring down the government and ignite a civil uprising before he allows her to get expelled. They both know that the opposite party isn't lying. It's another promise to add to the ones they already have, close to 50 by now. None broken. Principal Nezu finishes listening to Aizawa's report before sipping on a cup of tea to give himself time to formulate proper, polite sentences. He asks, with just a hint of anger, whether Aizawa thought himself the principal of this school. When the man answers in the negative, he tacks on another question and watches impassively as he struggles to reply. Almost callously, he tells the teacher that he will have his pay cut until Nezu can trust him not to run his mouth again. The bedraggled man looks like he wants to argue, but knows that he has been outplayed not once, but twice now. He exits almost silently, minus the door slam on the way out. The principal drinks another cup of tea, turning his attention to Midoriya Izuku. Strong, intelligent, the next holder of One for All. Yet, there was something off about the boy, something that made his long-suppressed animal instincts whisper about a predator, a hunter. He has found himself a new puzzle. Izuku spends the rest of his day hanging out with Mei, listening to her rattle on about the class and the equipment and how many babies she can make. He stays silent apart from the occasional comment, a part of his mind far away and entertaining the thought of withdrawing from UA and turning to vigilantism. He quickly silences the thought, knowing that All Might and all his friends would hunt him down, especially since he possesses the power that made him the #1 hero, and apparently turned him into a man who has forgotten his roots. They sip on the milkshakes that they ordered on the way to Dagaba Beach, and today there is not a single person in sight, just him, Mei, and the gentle sounds of the waves. Offhandedly, he mentions an old video game about a city under the sea, where everyone was measured by their hard work and effort. Mei tells him that it's a good system, but one that would crumble given enough time. He acknowledges the point, switching topics to analysis. He feeds her the quirks and personalities of the WANA students he has profiled, and she draws ideas for support equipment and counters for each and every one of them. They stop after a few hours to get dinner before she drags him back to his house so that they have internet access and a decent computer. Mom is home this time, but she barely spares them a glance until she notices Mei, and then he is forced to undergo several minutes of questioning about his intentions. He cuts her off with a simple sentence and allows Mei to literally drag him upstairs. She notices the difference in shades on the paint on the walls, and her gaze flickers to his open closet, a box of posters sticking out from the bottom of it, but says nothing. They come up with rough drafts of what would soon be baby's number 100-130, and she soon says that she needs to go home. He takes one look at the time, then at the way her eyes are drifting shut, held open by sheer willpower, and puts his foot down. After threatening to tie her to the bed, she huffs and calls her mother to tell her she was staying over at a friend's house. Before her poor mother can ask any questions, she hangs up and flops onto the bed. He prods at her and tosses some of his old clothes at her face. Directing Mei to the bathroom is like trying to get a cat off your keyboard, an arduous task that ends up with no one happy about it. While she's showering, Mom knocks on the door before entering, and before she can say anything to reignite his smoldering temper, Izuku tells her firmly that Mei would be sleeping over and there was nothing between them. She doesn't look convinced, but he shuts down any lines of questioning until his friend returns from the shower. The clothes don't exactly fit her, and he avoids looking at her chest as she towels off her hair. He tells her to take the bed and leaves for the shower before she can argue. As he closes the door to the bathroom, he realizes that he has left her with his mother. But with everything that has already happened, he can't find it in himself to care. He nearly falls asleep in the shower, and decides he's clean enough. Mom's bedroom door is now closed, so he knows that she has retired to bed. A quick peek into his room is enough to see Mei lying on his bed, eyes open. He enters and closes the door behind him, sitting on the floor against the bed frame. She tells him that sleep is for the weak. He tells her that she will either sleep or he will knock her out, so that she does. Mei snorts, but he can feel her body uncoil from the tense state it was in ever since Aizawa-sensei had threatened to expel her. She asks him where he's going to sleep, and he responds by grabbing a pillow and wedging it behind his neck. His friend gives him a deadpan stare before using her impossible arm strength to drag him onto the bed as well. He squirms feebly in her grasp as he feels her press up against his back so that the two of them have room to sleep. He tries to speak, but is more sure that he squeaks she should just let him sleep on the floor. Her only response is to hum and continue using him as a teddy bear. Izuku gives up, brain already shutting down from the pleasant sensations of a warm bed and the comforting contact of the one person who had stood up for him. He wonders, once again, what he would do without Mei. He gets his answer the next day, when All Might announces that they will be doing battle training. Somehow, through sheer bad luck, a team versus team battle turns sour when his partner complains about being stuck with a teammate that is as good as Quirkless. Bakugo laughs at that, still bitter from yesterday. All Might's smile becomes just the slightest bit more plastic, and when he asks if anyone wants to exchange teammates, no one speaks up. Midoriya looks around, and no one can meet his eyes, except Todoroki, who looks as dead as he feels, eyes displaying only the frigid nature of the cold and empty void inside of him in direct contrast to the fire that can rival the sun he has fed using all the things people have managed to break in him. He wonders if Todoroki has already written him off as a person he didn't have to compete with. And another bit of hope that someone whose eyes look just like his would understand him is snuffed out. Even Uraraka avoids looking in his direction, and he takes the mental profile of her in his head, crosses out the words potential friend and replaces it with just like everyone else. He tugs on the gloves of his hero suit, coming directly from Mei herself, and 100% Hatsume Mei. It is beautiful, and exactly what he wanted. He chuckles, the mask hiding the grin that takes his face hostage every time the flames flare up. He tells All Might that he will just have to fight 3 people instead of 2. Ignores the whispering and the look of disdain from Ieyasu at his supposed arrogance. He knows, with startling clarity, what he will do without Mei around. He will take the tools she has gifted him and the suit that she has spent several sleepless nights on. He will use them. Mei wasn't here to hold him back, so didn't that mean he was free? His 3 opponents were Bakugo, Ieyasu, and Kaminari. More than one of his classmates sent him pitying looks as he played around with the technology that Mei had built into his suit, and the grin underneath his mask widened further when All Might designated him the villain of this exercise. If he had been a hero, it would have made his job significantly harder. Midoriya stands up and makes sure to tighten the reinforced gloves just for dramatic effect. He presses the button on the side of his mask as he leaves the room and it whirs, clicking several times before unfolding to cover his entire face instead of just his mouth. A digital screen pops up in the corner of his vision, only seen by him, so it just looks like he's swiping the air as he walks through the building and locates the bomb. Combine that with the unsettling image he has designed for intimidation purposes, it should appear that he has gone crazy. Good. When one becomes confident, they underestimate their opponent. While he is about 80% sure he'll win, it's always good to bump up the percentage whenever he can. He checks the comms system and isn't surprised when Mei is online and tuned in for some reason, ensuring that the noise-canceling function is on. He calls her and waits patiently for her to pick up even as he sets up the traps that will be needed for the game he wishes to play. Midoriya is stringing up the last tripwire when she does answer the call, slightly out of breath, and he can hear the distinct sounds of a teacher crying over an explosion in the background. He explains the situation, and then his plan. Mei falls silent, and it is unnatural enough for Power Loader to approach and ask her what was wrong. Judging from the increase in volume, she gives a vague excuse and shoos her teacher away, and he does one final check of all his equipment and runs through the 3 plans in his head while waiting for her to respond. She gives her answer just as All Might announces the start of the battle trial, and he hangs up after they exchange hurried goodbyes. He goes into the back of his mind and opens the cage. The beast within smiles and looks at him, still shackled to its chains. He breaks them with a single thought, and the calm that he gets when he is truly furious relaxes his nervous limbs and he flexes his fingers. The scanner alerts him to the 3 heat signatures on the ground floor, and he sighs at the long trek downstairs before a brilliant idea surfaces in his mind. He calculates the distance he needs ... and jumps out the window. Glass shards bounce off him, and he is grateful that Mei talked him into full body protection as he digs his hand into the wall of the building and allows gravity to do its job. The steel tips to his gloves sharpen just enough to turn his fingers into claws, and he is thankful that he cannot hear what was probably a sound similar to nails raking down a chalkboard. When he reaches the 2nd floor, he breaks another window to re-enter the building and turns on the thermal vision lenses. He sees 3 distinct figures below him, one already blasting off while the other 2 stay close together, more wary. He waits for about 4 seconds. There is a brief ping as the first tripwire is set off and Bakugo falls flat on his face just in time for the flower bomb he added to his arsenal. For a moment like this one detonates to coat him and the air around him with the powder. He listens to the swearing before making use of the backdoor Mei created for him into their earpieces. In the few minutes they were exchanging ideas to inform Bakugo that flour was flammable and he would blow himself up if he uses his quirk even once. His tormentor curses even louder, but there is a lack of the steady crackling that he has long since associated with the blonde, and he laughs. Bakugo may be a bully and an egoistic a whole, but he was smart enough to understand the threat. It was also another reason why his actions were neglected, for it is one thing to punish a student misusing his or her quirk, but another entirely to punish the star student of the school. He takes the stairs down this time, and turns off the lights before he steps onto the 1st floor. He can hear Kaminari's breathing pick up, and Ieyasu responds to the sudden darkness almost immediately by creating a torchlight. Unfortunately for her, all it does is illuminate Bakugo in an empty corridor. He purposefully makes his footsteps echo, and watches the beam of light swing around frantically, trying to search for his whereabouts. He lifts a finger to his earpiece again and taps it twice, opening a private channel to her earpiece, and softly whispers that he is behind her. She swings around once more, torch in one hand and a quarterstaff in the other. Kaminari shrieks and hides behind her. Bakugo is attempting to dust the flour off his body. This is all happening in the darkness, and in the land of the blind. He thinks the one-eyed man is king. He turns on the eyelight of his left eye, bathing the duo in a sickly green light as the other remains in the land of thermal imaging. Their heads snap up to look at him crawling on the ceiling, and the blonde with the electricity quirk screams as he disengages his boots and kicks off the ceiling to collide with him. He hears the slight crackle of electricity building up, grabs the shell-shocked blonde with one arm and uses him as a human meat shield. Yaoyorozu's quarterstaff collides with Kaminari's stomach and the terrified student discharges. Ashamed, the girl's weapon is metal. She seizes up and cries out in pain, and he quickly pushes the now brain-dead student aside and wraps the capture tape around Yaoyorozu's neck. Not even pausing to listen to All Might's announcement, he turns the lights back on to see Bakugo's reaction. In all honesty, he is pretty disappointed that the remaining traps will no longer be of use. Bakugo snarls and sprints towards him, shaking off the last of the flour. Midoriya takes the few seconds he has to return his face mask to one that just covers his mouth. Bakugo starts with his usual right hook. It appears he has not learned his lesson. Midoriya grabs the outstretched arm and slams him into the ground before backing away. Just to piss him off, the green-haired boy talks to Bakugo in an almost conspirational tone, like he is revealing a secret that Mei has told him to raise hell. The blonde doesn't know her, but he can almost see the synapses in his head firing as he makes the connection between Mei and the pink-haired girl who tased him yesterday. He shrieks a battle cry and buries an explosion-powered fist into Midoriya's gut. The shock absorbers do their work, and he feels like he's been hit with a pillow. Bakugo remains in contact long enough for him to whisper the word discharge, and all the electricity that he had collected and stored from Kaminari is released from the power cells in his armor, and by the laws of electricity, use Bakugo as a circuit. He grits his teeth as his muscles lock up, and the paralysis gives him enough time to punch his opponent 3 times. He collapses like a puppet whose strings have just been cut, and Midoriya huffs quietly as he wraps the capture tape around Bakugo's arm. All Might declares his win, and he goes over to Yaoyorozu's unconscious form, carrying her on his back as he leads dazed Kaminari by the arm towards the exit. He can hear Bakugo attempting to yell behind him, but can do little more than wheeze due to the jab to the throat. He wonders what everyone will think of him now before he hears a chime and the sound of a grenade pin being removed. On sheer autopilot, he throws Kaminari and Yaoyorozu as hard as he can, mentally apologizing when they land in an undignified heap, and jumps for the ceiling. The biggest explosion he has ever seen travels down the hallway, just very narrowly missing him. The heat, however, causes several warning signs to pop up on his interface, and he can already feel the blisters forming on his legs. His eyes search for Bakugo and find his tormentor several meters away from his original position. One of the ridiculous bracers he has is smoking slightly. His eyes are wide and manic, the grin on his face that of a rabid animal. Even as All Might demands that they stop fighting, even though it is Bakugo doing all the damage, he is already reaching for the second pin. Time seems to slow to a crawl as he tugs off his left glove, knowing that if he dodges the explosion a second time, the debris created might injure his other opponents. He charges up 3 fingers with one for all and feels the sensation of his bones shattering as fire consumes his whirl. The suit holds up tremendously well, all things considered, but the cooling system whines in protest and finally fails to keep the heat from the explosion out of his system. He feels his eardrums rupture but knows that he is lucky. The air blast from his broken fingers has dispersed the majority of the explosion and has prevented blunt force trauma. The heat is the problem. As short-lived as it is, he briefly cooks alive and struggles to breathe even as he detaches from the ceiling and darts forward to punch Bakugo again. His eyes roll into the back of his head, and Midoriya ensures that he takes a nap with an uppercut in the sweet spot. Panting, he rips the mask from his face and slumps to the ground, heart racing so fast that he feels his lungs protest at the demand for oxygen, and the several burns he has developed even through the suit start to sting. A gust of wind alerts him to All Might. The urge to throw up intensifies, and he picks up his mask, puts it back on his face, and goes further into the building. He knows their teacher, his mentor, will whisk the fallen trio away to the infirmary. Midoriya just basks in the glory of a well-played fight and starts dismantling the traps. He doesn't know when he blacks out, but one moment he's staggering back to the entrance with 3 broken fingers and a boatload of contraptions, and the next time he opens his eyes he is in a familiar bed. Recovery Girl immediately notices that he is awake, and chides him for breaking his body again. He is too tired to accept the good-natured scolding, so he confesses that the fingers he sacrificed were in the name of protecting his classmates from an explosion that All Might failed to stop. He notices Mei sleeping beside him, head buried in her arms and resting on the edge of his bed. His mask is slung haphazardly onto the side of her head, and he feels a rush of affection for the girl who probably rushed here as soon as she got the news. Then he feels a pang of guilt for making her worry about him again, even as the elderly woman gains a dark aura and mutters angrily about skinning that fool alive. He reaches out, careful not to wake Mei, and starts running his fingers through her hair. Whatever tension her body still had while asleep is finally released, and she leans into his touch like a kitten. Recovery Girl briefly breaks out of plotting All Might's demise, and her eyes soften when they meet his. She tells him once again that he needs to be more careful. He rolls his eyes and tells her that this was more of All Might and his classmates' fault than anything else. and explains how Kaminari had branded him quirkless and the way the class had turned its back on him. The elderly nurse's aura seems to darken even further, but her tone is gentle when she tells him to get some rest. Before she can leave, he asks her if she thinks quirkless means useless. Her tiny body stiffens, and it is with barely restrained anger that she spits out her thoughts. He thanks her. She inclines her head gruffly before stepping out of the room, leaving him and May alone in the infirmary. It's nice to see that at least one person thinks differently from the rest. He continues patting May's hair until fatigue drags him back into unconsciousness. He wakes up again, and this time because of the sound of arguing. May is standing up now, posture defensive and radiating anger. He turns his gaze to the subject of her ire and feels the familiar mask slip back onto his face, filling his veins with ice. It is 3 people: Uraraka, Shinsu, Ida. She asks for them to get out. Uraraka protests that she just wants to check that Deku is alright. Ida's hand chops through the air as he says it is his duty to check on a classmate, and Shinsu looks like he's been dragged here against his will. Before May can pounce on them, he tugs on her arm and directs their attention to his lack of unconsciousness. May immediately throws herself onto him, much to the embarrassment of the other trio in the room. He calmly answers her rapid-fire questions before gently nudging her off him. Still, instead of getting off the bed, she chooses to curl into his side and close her eyes. Midoriya sighs, but says nothing of it, just shifting over to make room for his friend. He turns his first warm, now frigid gaze onto the 3 stooges and asks for their motives. When they repeat the same things they just said to May, he tilts his head in a mocking manner of an innocent child and asks them why they only cared when he got injured after winning, but didn't say a word when Kaminari called him a useless teammate. He is met with silence. May trembles against him, and his eyes narrow. He calls up the remnants of the cold rage he still contains from the battle trial and tells them to get out. This time, they listen. The 2 of them stay like that until Recovery Girl comes back, although May gradually opens up after some gentle coaxing, and he cheers her up with his praise of the suit she made. While she argues that it didn't save him, he points out that the injuries he got were from his own recklessness, and she couldn't possibly think that her handiwork would stand up to a point-blank explosion, and the fact that he would have died without the suit. The reassurance just seems to fuel her determination, and she vows to make his suit everything proof. He laughs, and laughs even harder when she says that she's serious while pouting. A nice change from the fighting earlier. When the elderly nurse walks in and sees them arguing over the balance between the strength of armor and the weight of additional protection, she smiles and gives him another once-over before concluding that he is in a good enough condition to be discharged. He thanks her, placing heavy emphasis on the words, and a look of sadness flashes across her face before she replies that it was the least she could do. He tells her that it really isn't, and leaves before she can properly question him about his words. Checking the time, he notes that it is the end of school and, just like the previous day, returns to class in order to grab his things. May's stun gun is drawn and primed, for both of them are expecting history to repeat itself. He opens the door carefully, and relaxes when there is an absence of explosions. Stepping into the room, he tenses right back up when he notices about half the class is still, well, in class. He can see the questions forming already, and shoulders past the crowd to grab his bag. Ignoring the sudden eruption of noise around him and tuning out the louder ones, he hightails it back out the door. May looks even more unimpressed with Class 1A, and they continue the conversation from earlier even as several members of his class race after him and try to insert themselves into the conversation. A lifetime of tuning out the people who whisper about him definitely pays off now. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you look at it, May doesn't have the same experience, and the hand brushing against her weapon starts to twitch even more, rather than alienate himself even more, and perhaps give his hypocritical classmates the same treatment he gave Aizawa-sensei for daring to threaten May. He gets a far more interesting idea. He mutters a word of warning to May before grabbing her hand. She smirks and quickly clambers onto his back as he takes off in a sprint, in a brief display of insanity. He channels the slightest trickle of one for all to his legs, and instead of breaking them, he feels a sudden surge of energy and the world begins to blur around them. She cheers at the increase in speed and he laughs along with her. Only when Yue fades into the distance does he cut off the flow of power to his legs. Izuku is sweating slightly and his legs ache, but he feels more alive than ever until he remembers that this is the work of a quirk. May is still clinging onto his back, and she seems to sense the speed at which his mood plummets, because she pats him on the head before tucking her head into the crook of his neck. He thanks her softly, feeling another surge of gratitude for his best friend. Unconsciously, he registers her scent as a mix of grease, coffee, and just a hint of the soap she borrowed from him yesterday. Izuku tries not to think about how nice she smells. He tells her, not for the first time, that he's glad they are friends. Usually the energetic hurricane in human form would respond with a confident statement like, "Of course you are." But today she just tightens her hold on him and responds by saying she's glad they're friends as well. He almost blushes at that. He continues carrying her, just enjoying the silence for once instead of trying to fill the void with noise. The dark voices in his head are silent. He wonders if this is how it's like to be normal. On the way home, he brings up the idea of creating a shack or something at the beach considering how often they go there, and May agrees almost immediately. The discussion of the structure and materials helps to take his mind off the shock of the people around them as they see him carry May. Perhaps it's because they recognize him from the sludge villain incident. But he doubts it considering how little the media paid attention to the quirkless kid, even if he was the one to save Bakugo after causing one of the villain's eyes to turn into pulp. There are whispers of the cute couple, and many of the young couples that see them get into mild arguments while the older ones smile with something that looks like nostalgia. He just hopes May doesn't pay attention to them, because an embarrassed May is more than likely to cut off his air circulation considering her arms are around his neck. They resolve to start construction over the weekends, and she dismounts when the beach comes into view. He doesn't have much more energy to deal with chaos right now, so he faceplants into the sand and allows his friend to roll him over. He stays lying down, enjoying the feeling of warm sand plus a cool breeze even as May removes his bag from his person and starts to bury him under the sand. She uses a pocket shovel when digging by hand starts to get boring, and soon enough about 3/4 of him is hidden from view. Unfortunately for him, May is a genius and an engineer, making sure to alternate layers of wet and dry sand to create makeshift concrete. Once everything from the neck down is under a mound of sand, she considers it a job well done and replaces the shovel with a marker. He struggles futilely as she starts to draw on his face, but is unable to do more than push a single hand out from his prison. She finishes after 2 minutes, snapping a photo and laughing at his disgruntled expression. Now actively seeking revenge, he channels some of his own strength and the sand sloughs off his body like sludge as he springs up to a sitting position before grabbing the marker and pinning her using just enough body weight to make sure she's not suffocating. May squirms and pleads for mercy, but Izuku draws on a cartoony mustache and a monocle before inking the kanji for idiot on her cheek and letting her go. He snaps a photo in retaliation and sends it to the chat between the two of them. May pouts, but looks delighted at her new decorations. A ping alerts him to an image sent in return, and he almost rolls his eyes when he notes the flowers doodled along the length of his forehead like a flower crown and the impressively detailed bird on one cheek. He snorts at the smiley face she has added to his other cheek and saves both photos. May suggests that they take a picture together, and he agrees. It takes a little jostling and elbowing as they try to get their face as the main subject of the photo, and he relents when it seems as if they were at a standstill. The photo is saved as well, before he pulls out a pack of wet tissues to scrub the markings off May's face. She scrunches it up in discomfort, but says nothing as he rubs away the drawings before allowing her to do the same. Her phone chirps and she glances briefly at it before sighing and saying she has to leave. He nods in understanding, and they exchange a hug as farewell before she runs off. He watches her figure recede into the distance before flopping onto his back. It's mid-afternoon, so there are no stars in the sky. Instead, he puts on the mask and waits as it unfolds. Midoriya starts work on the profiles he has not yet completed, having a feeling in his gut that more situations like the one he has just encountered today will occur. By the time the sun sets, he is half asleep and only has 2 profiles left to complete. Not having enough intel on either of them, he presses the button to collapse his face mask and removes it gently, turning it over in his hands to gaze at the parody of a smile on its face. He briefly mourns the way his original costume design has been completely remodeled to something more practical instead of a homage to All Might. The ears were completely gone, and so was the obnoxious green color. Instead, he has replaced the smiling mouthguard with a mask that is more suited for a serial ender, meant to inspire fear. His suit is black and has dark red lining certain seams, stab-proof and bulletproof. It still resembles the jumpsuit he originally thought of, but the utility belt and holsters for future weapons once May creates them are testaments to how much he has changed. His eyes are starting to slide shut from sheer fatigue alone when a familiar face blocks out the last of the sunlight. May prods him, but seeing that he isn't going to get up, she abruptly hooks both arms under his and lifts him into a standing position. Now awake, he grumbles that he was finally going to get a decent amount of sleep and she makes a face of faux hurt. In order to keep himself awake, Izuku rambles about the applications of One for All and gets a few useful ideas in return. He suggests that support items might lessen the strain on his body, and May only hums in response, but he can see the gears turning in her head. She talks about Island, and he shoots down her insecurities when she mentions how the best minds work there, telling her that one genius is already enough for him. She punches him lightly in the shoulder, and then grabs his hand. He says nothing, choosing to squeeze her hand in response and gets a squeeze as well. The world doesn't exactly seem so bad anymore, and the dark path, the only path that he can see himself walking, doesn't look so daunting anymore. He forces down the hope rising in his chest. When good things happen to him, bad things always follow. Still, he allows this moment of vulnerability, just enjoying the warmth in his chest and the revelation that May would stand by him come hell or high water. He would pick up his weapons and continue fighting in the morning. But for now, his mind was devoid of the contingency plans begging to be used, and the beast in its cage rattling the bars. May says goodbye to him when they finally reach the doorstep of his house. He checks, and his heart deflates when there is no light to signal his mom was home, or any messages about where she was. He guessed that it was another long day for her. He fishes out the key from his pocket and unlocks the door, inviting May to come in if she wanted to. Izuku is mildly disappointed when she says that she needs to go home in order to finish up a pet project, but before she leaves, she gives him a key attached to a keychain. On it is a tiny wolf plushie with green fur and a pink eagle. He almost laughs at how nervous she looks before attaching his own key to the ring. She flushes when they make eye contact, and following an impulse, he leans forward to kiss her on the cheek before thanking her for the gift. May looks like she's found a way to turn into a tomato, and he waves goodbye before shutting the door. Later, he is preparing to go to bed when his phone starts blowing up with messages from May in all caps and occasionally a key smash. He is impressed by her sheer determination, and all things considered, it is a good end to a bad day. Izuku texts her good night, and she responds with stay safe instead, which causes him to chuckle. Ensuring his alarm is set, he lies back in his bed and breathes in the lingering scent of his friend. If he closes his eyes, he can almost visualize her being here. He wonders what life will throw in his face as retaliation for being happy. And that is the last thought before he goes to sleep. They walk to UA together for the third time, and he thinks that this is going to become a habit, a pleasant one, unlike the many he has developed over the years. Dodging the media is easy enough. He just needs to slip on the plastic smile and let a little of the madness leak through, and they part before him like they don't want to touch him. May follows in his shadow, and he pins a middle-aged, bald man with a particularly piercing glare when his hand almost brushes her in a way that could be considered sexual harassment. May remains oblivious to it all. And that is good, because she would definitely kick the pervert's ass, and he would even help her as she did so. As per normal, they exchange goodbyes and a hug before he enters Class 1A. Almost immediately after he is spotted, Midoriya is swarmed with his classmates. Kirishima and Zero are chattering and using unnecessary hand gestures to depict his awesomeness, while Ashido congratulates him on a job well done. Uraraka, Ida and Shinsu do not join the crowd, clearly still wary of a tongue lashing. Todoroki doesn't seem to care, but his gaze holds a hint of interest now, and Midoriya meets it with an unspoken challenge in his eyes. Kaminari apologizes with a bashful grin on his face, while Yaoyorozu just bows and apologizes for underestimating him. Bakugo looks like he is trying not to spontaneously combust, and the already forming blade of ice digging into his spine and ruining his mood twists in its place. He knows that it's all in his head, but that doesn't make it any easier to handle. After the chaos dies down, the people talking realize that he hasn't spoken a single word. He laughs, a short and bitter chuckle that creates a ring of empty space around him. He speaks in a low and scathing tone. Midoriya eviscerates those that congratulate him on his win, pointing out how they pitied the boy with a quirk that injured himself, the basically quirkless boy, only to suddenly be on his side after he proves his worth. Then he sinks his teeth into Kaminari. He softly dismantles Kaminari's quirk before everyone's rapidly paling faces, and points out how he is even more useless because he essentially becomes a brain-dead liability when he overuses his quirk. Midoriya half-jokingly tells him that he's the one who's basically quirkless, and uses it to see the reactions of his classmates to the word. The blonde looks like he has been punched in the gut, and several others wince in sympathy, which only fans the flames of his building anger as he mentally marks those who react to the word quirkless like it is a slur. Then, just for good measure, he decides to knock Yaoyorozu down a peg. This time it's actually for her own good, rather than shaming her like he did the hypocrites around him. But it probably won't appear to be constructive criticism to the rest. He doesn't care. Midoriya points out how she mistook his confidence for arrogance, and then proceeded to become complacent because she thought he was going to lose from the beginning. Then he scoffs and imitates her tone, guessing that she thought it was obvious after the Quirk apprehension test when Aizawa-sensei revealed that he wasn't going to expel anyone. The flinch means he's struck the target, and he presses his advantage by laying down the cold, hard facts that Aizawa-sensei expelled the entirety of his class the previous year. And amidst the gasps, he calmly tells her that she has no room to judge anyone else if she makes poor assessments due to arrogance and knowledge without experience. His piece said, he walks towards his desk and the students in his way back off, parting before him like he is radioactive. He slips his earbuds in and starts listening to music in order to drown out the words that he knows are coming from the others. Soon enough, Aizawa-sensei walks in and pointedly avoids Midoriya's gaze. The man tries to be dramatic by acting serious, but in reality the task he has for them is picking the class president. Midoriya lays his head down and closes his eyes, cutting himself off from the rest of the world. He lets 3 songs run by before opening his eyes and deadpanning at the number of votes next to his name. While Yaoyorozu has gotten 3, he has somehow managed to get 5. He wonders what exactly would possess his classmates to vote for him, scrutinizing their expressions carefully as he watches all of them from the front of the class. It clicks in his head and he restrains the snarl beginning to form on his face when he sees that people like Kaminari and Zero are looking exceptionally pleased with themselves. The age-old tactic of indirectly bullying someone by placing them into a position of leadership they do not want and then tormenting the victim by making his job almost impossible to complete. In his mind, a snapshot of the class from the view he has surfaces, and he crosses out the people he knows are already against him. Yaoyorozu looks even more crushed when she realizes that she has lost to him, and he makes a mental note to apologize later. Aizawa-sensei unzips his sleeping bag and starts class, but not before telling him that Principal Nezu wants to see him. He shrugs, leaving the classroom. He pops into 1 degree Celsius briefly to check on Mei and yells at her not to blow anything up unless that's what it's supposed to do. She looks like she has had an epiphany, and Power Loader almost has a mental breakdown as Midoriya realizes he has just given Mei a loophole for the no explosions rule because you must have explosions if your gadget is meant to cause explosions. Apologizing to the poor man, he continues on his way. Principal Nezu's office looks no different from a regular one, and that's already unsettling enough. When the doors unlock just as he reaches it, warning sirens blare in his head. He quickly flicks through the plans in his head before knocking gently and stepping through. The beady eyes of the principal are already trained on him when he walks through the door, and they gleam with intelligence. In hunger, he can feel the rodent attempting to pick him apart from his mannerisms alone. And when the hunger intensifies, he knows that the mouse with the intelligence quirk has either found something interesting or nothing at all. He is unsure which one would be worse. Instead of taking the seat he has indicated, Midoriya decides that if he goes down he will go down swinging and takes the one next to it. Nezu smiles, and it is an ugly, fake smile that does nothing to conceal the sadism he can sense. Midoriya smiles right back, and is pleasantly surprised when the mouse's expression changes almost immediately. In an attempt to remove Midoriya's advantage, he lashes out with the fact that Midoriya had been blackmailing his teacher and it would be the right and just thing for Nezu to expel him and send him to juvenile prison. He shrugs at the accusation, saying that he would rather play a few illegal cards than just stand there and listen to Aizawa-sensei ignore Bakugo's misdeeds. Not letting Nezu continue his line of questioning, he tosses one right back. The principal blinks twice, before stating that Bakugo had to undergo mandatory counseling for his actions. Midoriya laughs, then asks if he would give counseling to a murderer. Nezu is momentarily thrown off by the accusation, but recovers quickly enough to state that Bakugo was not a murderer. Bingo. He ticks the points off on his fingers, refused to admit defeat and used a weapon that could end, even though his teammates were in the danger zone. Ignores All Might's warnings, fires a second time, aimed directly at him. He concludes with the fact that he would be dead if he had not used his quirk. Nezu absorbs the argument, before casually saying that it proved nothing, because there were no serious injuries. He feels another part of him snap at how callous the rat was being and mentions that he'll make sure to ask Recovery Girl if she thinks the same way. Nezu's expression freezes for a fraction of a second, before he laughs and waves dismissively. Too bad Midoriya already saw the hint of panic in him and in his mind. He confirms the fact that the kindly old nurse was on his side. The principal tries to salvage the situation by saying that it was All Might's fault for not properly monitoring the exercise, attempting to divert his attention from Bakugo's lack of punishment. Unfortunately, this just sets the stage for his next point. He agrees with Nezu that it is indeed All Might's fault, and asks him if the symbol of peace has the necessary credentials and teaching experience. When he doesn't get an answer, he asks aloud, almost mockingly questioning why someone would place a teacher with zero experience in teaching in charge of the newest members of UA. He also makes another reminder to turn the recordings of this session into both transcripts and several audio copies before asking Nezu why he had requested for Midoriya to be here. The principal, still trying to regain the advantage, mentions One for All and how he has concerns over Midoriya's abilities, hence the supervision. He snorts lightly and tells Nezu that at least he wouldn't become an animal without his quirk. His opponent takes offense almost immediately and in the first display of emotion of the session. He snaps at Midoriya, saying he was no better than an animal with a quirk. He just leaned back in his chair and raised an eyebrow. Insults didn't exactly faze him anymore, and he had heard enough that none surprised him. Even the hurt that would come with one has been snuffed out after his heart was crushed. Nezu does not apologize, because that would admit that he was in the wrong. Another point to Midoriya. Nezu's last card is that his behavior was unbecoming of a hero student, and rattles off excuses like antagonizing classmates and threatening teachers. It is only when he says that Midoriya has manipulated Mei into being his weapon does he seize the whole argument and throws it back into his smug face. He calmly states that this is rich coming from the guy who turned a blind eye to one of his teachers, straight up telling his students that standing up for yourself would get into trouble, who allowed a teacher with 0 credentials to teach the new generation, who records and sees everything in school from hidden cameras and microphones, including the ones monitoring their conversation. If this was a game of chess, Nezu had already experienced his pieces being crushed and his king encircled. He deals the final blow by casually mentioning how Bakugo had abused him, and that he had the scars to prove it, pulling up a sleeve to reveal a distinct handprint. He didn't think that Nezu could turn white, but he can sense the rodent's apprehension even though his face doesn't change. He stands up and thanks Nezu for his time, offhandedly mentioning that maybe he should do his job instead of trying to intimidate his students into bowing under the pressure. He steps out of the room even though the principal has said nothing, and slips on the mask in his pocket. It unfolds and he relishes the sight of the files in it that have been plucked from the school's security system, including the recordings of their conversation. He thanks Mei, hearing her chuckle over the comms, and chastises him for being almost too cryptic for her to figure out. He almost uploads the files to his phone, and Mei's but doesn't. It would alert the principal, so he saves a copy into a USB drive and plucks it from his mask, making sure to look like he is just tapping on the facepiece. He slides it to the side of his head, not bothering to retract the mask, and makes his way back to Class 1. Aizawa-sensei's period is already over, and it is Kayama-sensei who calls for him to enter the classroom when he knocks. She and the rest of the class can barely conceal their surprise at the addition to his wardrobe, and he can hear the rumor mill starting up as he returns the hall pass and the written letter of excuse to her. She nods, and to his surprise, slips a piece of paper to him. He acknowledges with an incline of his head, before returning to his desk. When he is certain no one is watching, even Hagakure, he checks the piece of paper to find a series of numbers. He assumes that it's a phone number and his curiosity is piqued. Filing the information away and making sure to tear the piece of paper into tiny scraps after memorizing the numbers, Midoriya starts writing notes. He avoids everyone by climbing into a tree and eating the snacks he brought as a meal. Eventually, Mei finds him and clambers up and onto the branch he was sitting on. He fills her in on what she has missed, and when he mentions Kayama-sensei's actions, she jokingly says that the teacher is hitting on him. He gently bops her on the head and pretends to push her from the tree. Done with his pathetic attempt at a meal, he mentions the idea of dense energy bars to Mei before hopping off the tree. Before she can ask, he tells her that he needs to find someone, and waves goodbye. He takes about 6 minutes to locate Yaoyorozu sitting next to Jiru, the two of them almost concealed in the corner of the canteen. He blends into the crowd, avoiding anyone who could recognize him before taking a seat at their table. Neither girl notices him until he clears his throat, too busy talking about something. Yaoyorozu jolts slightly, while Jiru curses. He apologizes briefly before asking Yaoyorozu if she was comfortable with Jiru listening to whatever he has to say. She seems to struggle briefly, before nodding. He takes a deep breath before apologizing for being too blunt with his criticism. He waves off her half-hearted attempts to deny the way his words had cut into her, and tells her that he wanted her to improve, hence the almost insults. A light bulb seems to go off in her head, and he can see the moment she realizes the reasoning behind his actions. He smiles, careful not to make it look like a weapon, before telling her that she needed to build up some self-confidence. He lists a couple of things he finds admirable about her to emphasize the point and excuses himself so that she can absorb the information dump. Jiru thanks him before he leaves for his actions on day 1. He replies that it was the right thing to do. He is in the midst of a crowd when the sirens blare and announce a level 3 emergency. Someone shouts that it means the school has been breached, and he quickly presses himself against a wall as the panicked students start to stampede. He almost snorts with disdain at how easily the future generation of heroes was turned into a panicking mob. Soon enough, Ida whizzes over everyone's heads and announces that it was just the press. He lets out a breath when the threat of being crushed disappears, and returns to class. An idea strikes him as people congratulate Ida for being amazing, and Aizawa-sensei is still shocked by seeing him unscathed after an encounter with Nezu. He points out that Ida was a better role model than him, and gives up his position. Unfortunately for the ones who wanted to mess with him, enough people cheered him on so that Midoriya could successfully escape the chains of leadership. Aizawa-sensei still seems a little angry that Nezu hadn't done anything to him, but he stays neutral enough to tell them that they were going to have rescue training tomorrow. Midoriya spaces out, his bullshit quota for the day fulfilled. Even so, there is a sinking feeling in his chest that something is not right. Mei is more affectionate than usual today morning, but it isn't exactly something surprising. He's unsure what to call their relationship anymore. Ever since the start of their odd friendship, he had been subjected to more physical affection in a matter of days than he had in the last few years. He had been flustered in the beginning, but had slowly gotten used to it. After a week or two, that is, from carefully positioning himself in class so that no one could reach out and grab him without giving him enough time to react and run, to using that sixth sense he developed in order to make sure May didn't launch them both into an early grave with her hugs. Surprisingly, as compared to his original profile of her, she had proven to be much more perceptive than he had expected. After the third or fourth time he had flinched from a surprise tackle, he had noticed that she always made sure to call out a warning before slamming into him. It was a pleasant change from how people usually just ignored him or went out of their way to make him uncomfortable. Bakugo with his seeing explosions and insults, his classmates hiding his belongings and attempting to trip him in the hallways, his teachers telling him to stop muttering and encouraging his classmates. Suddenly, he had found a single person who didn't pity or hate him. A person who was perfectly fine with his quirklessness. In the beginning, he had been prepared for her to leave once their partnership was over and the beach was clean, and he was fine with that, because his mind constantly whispered to him that she was too good to be true, that she was only being nice to him due to the fact that he was supplying her with scrap metal. Yet, their relationship had evolved from a simple partnership to the beginnings of a friendship when he had seen a machine she was building and his brain-to-mouth filter stopped working. Instead of laughing at him or shunning him or calling him a creep, May had just paused to ask him to elaborate. They bonded over bad jokes and pushing their bodies to the limits just because, and somewhere along the way they had become each other's failsafes. When May was on the brink of collapsing from sheer exhaustion, he made sure that she took a nap, and when his muscles screamed in agony, she would somehow sense his pain and force him to stop and help her with the latest invention. Their friendship was something he treasured, and he started spending more time at Dagaba Beach just to see her more often. Mom wasn't home most of the day, so she never raised a complaint. When asked why she came to the beach every alternate day and never left until he did, she just shrugged and said that she had nothing better to do. He never pushed to get a proper answer from her, because the one time he asked, Izuku saw the slightest change in her eyes, when the constant glee and optimism in them were snuffed out for just a fraction of a second, and in that moment, it was like looking into a mirror, something that he had tried his best not to do after All Might broke him. Because when he saw the void that his eyes had become, he had to resist the urge to shatter it. Before his image of his idol was forever ruined, his eyes held just a smidge of darkness. Afterwards, they were just empty. But if he looked hard enough, Izuku could see the beginnings of the fire that would end up consuming his thoughts and twisting him even further than he was already twisted. So he said nothing. He didn't know what she had gone through to earn the darkness in her eyes, but he was okay with not knowing. In the beginning, it was out of respect. Now, it was because Izuku didn't think that he would be able to hold himself back from hunting down the perpetrator. Even when he laughed with her after clearing Dagaba Beach, even after they had exchanged stories of bullies and their phone numbers, he had already been prepared for her to leave. Then when she had stayed, he had to suppress the urge to constantly ask her why she stayed, because he dared not turn her against him. So when she had further solidified her position as a true friend and support, he had finally been able to silence the slowly shrinking part of his mind that whispered she was going to stab him in the back. And while it was still a possibility, he was already prepared for it. Still, he would die for her, without question, without reward. And from how she had tased Bakugo, unrepentant and angry for him instead of at him like everyone else, he believed that she felt the same. Then they had shared a bed, twice, and it felt right. Things hadn't felt right in a long time. Even his body felt disjointed and awkward, like his mind had somehow been disconnected from his body and he was just pulling the strings of a puppet to make it move. The only time his mind and body clicked together like two parts of a puzzle was when he was in physical contact with May, and that terrified him. The adrenaline from battle or the rage from rebelling against the broken system was both near and far away, enough to fuel the venom on his lips, but it still felt like he was watching himself do the things he did. But when May dragged him into the customary hugs they now shared, he was briefly back to normal, with that strange warmth in his chest replacing the ice that was only quelled by the fire that flared up when he got angry. He glanced briefly at how May was literally attached to him, and his free hand brushed against the key ring he knew was in his pocket, with the two tiny plush animals that he believed represented the two of them. He had managed to get a spare key to his house and had given it to May, who had immediately added it to an identical copy of his key ring. Upon noticing his gaze, she had flushed and pocketed it before trying to take his attention off the item by talking about their plans. He had complied, of course, but the question still remained in his head. What were they to each other? When May laughed, a soft and pleasant sound that snapped him out of his thoughts, he looked over to see more affection on her face that he could handle. She tells them that they are friends, and before he can stop his tongue, it betrays him by asking if friends shared a bed and hugs and even a kiss. Her brow furrowed briefly and her tongue poked out of the corner of her mouth. one of her only tells, and one that had quickly become endearing to him. She mulled over the question, before shrugging and replying that the label they put on themselves didn't matter, just that he should know she would follow him to the ends of the earth and in return he would do the same. He hums an affirmation, and before his nerves could clamp his mouth shut, he asks if she loves him, expecting disgust in return or pity, which would sting even more, despite all he has learned about her pointing in the complete opposite direction. She grins softly, one that reaches her eyes and banishes the darkness that sometimes creeps in the corners when the silence stretches for too long before leaning over to press her lips against his cheek. He reddens, unsure of what she is trying to say, until she explains that she loved him with all her heart, and nothing would change that. He sighs, both in relief and disbelief, before returning the gesture and making sure to tousle her hair before replying that he was glad they had met. She nods while fixing her hair, and his streak of good from the previous day continues to stretch on, which just makes the one part of his mind he kept on guard 24/7 scream even louder that something was wrong. His question is answered. Whatever they were to each other wasn't exactly something that could be put into words. To the onlookers, they would be a couple. But to him, she will always be that grinning genius he had found digging through scrap metal and adding it to the backpack with spider legs that followed her around. And he thinks that to her, he will always be the strange boy with old eyes and a smile like broken glass. She accompanies him all the way to Class 1 today, probably wary of another Bakugo incident or perhaps even Aizawa-sensei. His mood threatens to sour when he remembers the way his teacher, someone he had thought understood this world, crushed those who did not fit within the borders, had threatened Mei with his bullshit authority, and had most likely brought him onto Nezu's radar out of vindication. She opens the door and pokes her head in for a brief moment, before giving him a look that he classified as rooms empty. Before she leaves, he tells her that he has thought of a word that describes them better than any labels they were used to, but shoos her to her classroom when the bell chimes. She pouts and gives a two-finger salute before bouncing back to her classroom. Just as planned, the fact that he arrives just outside of Class 1 gives him enough time to place the devices Mei had cooked up before grabbing his hero costume and running for the meetup point. He throws himself through the door of the bus and past Aizawa-sensei, noticing that the entire class was already there, bouncing off the wall of the bus opposite the entrance to remove his momentum. He dusts himself off and looks around the bus. He pins them in place with a half-hearted gaze before moving to his designated seat. Ada attempts to scold him for being late, but he points out that he is actually right on time to shut him up. Yaoyorozu looks more comfortable with him than she was yesterday, probably due to the apology, while Kaminari tries to conceal himself when his eyes turn to the direction he is located in, most likely afraid of another verbal evisceration. He returns Aizawa-sensei's burning glare with one of his usual smiles, secretly enjoying how no one seems to like it, and silently dares his worthless excuse for a teacher to do anything. He doesn't, and the bus starts to move as he takes a seat at the front of the bus. Soon enough, everyone is talking and his mind still picks apart individual conversations even though all he wants is to block out the sound. But that would be rude, and it would be a bad thing to paint himself as rude on top of being ruthless and heartless. So he taps a finger against his thigh in a constant beat in time with his heartbeat and attempts to find any useful morsels of information amongst the riff-raff. Soon enough, the conversation drifts to Quirks and he groans internally, already prepping his answers to the inevitable question. Asui starts first with a direct assault, telling him that his quirk is similar to All Might's, but his personality is as bad as Bakugo's. It causes two reactions. One, the explosion quirk user growls and threatens to turn Asui into paste, another thing conveniently ignored by their sensei. Two, he laughs and begins his first verbal spar of the day, or verbal beatdown, as Mei liked to call it. He points out that if his personality was bad just for being blunt and showing them the hypocrisy of their words, then her way of being straightforward and unable to mince words made her just as bad as him. It draws a flinch, and he knows that he has touched a nerve despite the fact that her face never wavers. Although now that he thought about it, that was probably why she conveyed everything through words. Her face didn't allow for the little twitches and quirks that could help you read a person's emotions due to her similarity to a frog. So in order to soften the blow, he mentions his hypothesis to test if it held water, and then in the best understanding tone that he can muster, he tells her that it isn't her fault for being that way. And before those listening into the conversation can release the collective breath they are holding, he goes for a sucker punch by talking about how he couldn't help the fact that he naturally sought to defend himself after a lifetime of getting pushed around. It helps him sow dissent amongst the students of Class 1A. The more sympathetic students, the heroic ones with kind hearts, now have a reason for his nature. The ones that turned against him immediately after realizing how powerless he was with a quirk that broke his bones now have a reason to feel guilty. And most of all, it taunts Bakugo. Bakugo is smart, but there's one thing that has truly irritated Midoriya in the years struggling to survive. He has all the necessary criteria to be a hero even from the beginning, but because of the people around him constantly pointing out that he is strong and practically bowing to him like subjects before a corrupt king. His perception has been twisted so that beating down the weak is alright, or to be more specific, those weaker than him. Which is why directing all his attention onto useless Deku works so well in helping to defend those that were bullied by him as well. So if he gives a good enough reason, Bakugo will get a nice chance to display how superior he is to the Deku, and his classmates can get first-row seats to a demonstration of why Bakugo is a monster. Surprisingly, he says nothing, probably still stewing over the battle yesterday. And that still worked to his advantage because Midoriya was always the punching bag when the explosive blonde's rage finally boiled over. He wondered briefly if they were to pull all the anger out of his and Bakugo's body, his fire would consume Bakugo's. Anyway, he has managed to try and open his classmates' eyes to their own bias, because he knew that if the new generation of heroes were blind to the danger he put them in just by walking in their midst, they would be helpless against the true masterminds that came along every decade or so, the ones who embrace the shadows and break heroes with ploys and tricks. Completely straying from his expectations, Ashido mentions Mei, and while she acts casual about it, he knows that any weakness he shows now, any affection would be seized and used. Most importantly, Aizawa-sensei was secretly tuning into their conversation, and any information that went into his ears would also go into Nezu's. So he decides to mess with their heads rather than deny any relationships between himself and his partner. He starts off by saying that she is his support, and while their equipment was made by the support department, his had been crafted by her and only her. Hagakure picks up the stick and prods him further, quoting the incident yesterday where she had pounced onto his back and the two of them had run off. He acknowledges the fact that it did happen, and says that they've been friends for around half a year or so. The opening that piece of information produces is eagerly seized upon, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't concerned about how a little nudge in the right directions was enough for them to chase in the directions he leads them, like a bone dangled in front of a dog. He shrugs and says that the two of them trust each other with their lives. It means little to these bright-eyed, naive students who think he is just being romantic or sappy, but the finality of his tone is enough to cause Mr. I Am Asleep to stiffen up. Because as a pro hero, trusting someone with your life in the field was like jumping onto a bed of spikes and expecting the person to grab you before you can hit them. Bakugo ruins the moment by loudly stating how he didn't care about Deku or his beach, and his expression locks and hardens like stone, examining his hands in order for them not to see the sheer rage that thrums beneath his skin and begs to be released. He calmly replies by telling Bakugo that if he was jealous that useless Deku was going to get laid before him, he could have just said so, and it triggers multiple cries of burn and causes the blonde to clamber onto his seat, ready to throw himself at Midoriya. He freezes before he can when Midoriya looks up and directly at him, using an especially sharp smile as a warning, and slowly backs down. Even so, he can still hear the faint pop 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 that comes with muffled explosions. Almost jokingly, Jiru asks him what Mei is to him, and completely serious, he replies with the answer he had formulated in his head. He tells those who are listening that Mei was his soul, and he would fight armies just to make sure she was safe. The last part is true, but only tacked on as another implicit warning for Aizawa-sensei that if they tried to get to him through her, they would face all that he had, and then some. While the girls coo over how sweet he is and he finally slips the earplugs that have been waiting into his ears, he observes Todoroki out of the corner of his eye. The boy was starting to be wary of him. Understandable. Here he was, another broken kid, but one that had managed to pick himself up and walk forward while he remained in his father's shadow. If they had swapped places in life, he would have been jealous of himself. Actually, that was a lie. He would have been able to enjoy a powerful quirk and the benefits that came with it. But considering how Mama Todoroki is in a mental hospital and Endeavor seems to bring all the hatred out of his classmate, he's guessing that the boy's home situation isn't exactly the best, just another victim of the system. He resolves to fix it someday, a mental image of the files in his room coming to mind, transcribed by hand and in a code that he has developed in order to stop prying eyes from getting what they want, and slips on his mask to prevent the grin from showing. The bus stops outside a facility, and it looks suspiciously like Universal Studios Japan. He almost deadpans when Space Hero 13 introduces it as the unforeseen simulation joint. When asked about where All Might is, they signal Aizawa-sensei with 3 fingers as an excuse about how the number 1 hero is doing something more important comes out, and Midoriya rolls his eyes. It turns out the symbol of peace would rather save people than teach, which begs the question of why he decided to take a place in UA. Probably a misguided attempt to follow his successor's journey. But if he couldn't bother to sacrifice some of his time in order to be a proper teacher, he shouldn't have gotten the position in the first place. 13 launches into an explanation of how quirks were dangerous if used incorrectly, and he guesses that more than one of his classmates has just made the connection that his bone-destroying quirk would probably liquefy a human being if turned on them, judging by how certain members of class 1 pale abruptly. Before they can assign tasks to the students, a dark haze overtakes the fountain in the center of the facility. The part of him that has been muttering that something was wrong since yesterday screams once before falling silent. Point made. He quickly sends a signal to May, hoping that she'll get it even as his mask unfolds. A notification alerts him to the fact that his distress beacon has been blocked, and he curses to himself before trying to find a loophole. Out of all the leering and jeering villains that come from the swirling portal, 3 stand out. 1. A man covered in severed hands that were most likely real. 2. The hulking monstrosity standing next to him, with an exposed brain and a blank look in its eyes that is devoid of life. 3. The portal itself, who is apparently a man made from mist. He zooms in with a thought and notes the glint of metal. That means the man has a physical body, which is useful information. Aizawa-sensei snaps on his goggles and launches himself at the villains after telling 13 to protect the student. He continues searching for a loophole and sends a message through the private network that only he and May can tap into, hoping against hope that she will notify the heroes. The mist villain floats up to them, announcing that they were the League of Villains and the students would be scattered, tortured, and slain. He closes the connection in time to pull a sticky bomb from one of his pockets, but Kirishima and Bakugo mess up his chance of blowing the villain back to the hell he came from when they attack his mist. One moment he is in the central plaza, the next he is falling through the sky, towards the water. He lands and feels 2 ribs crack due to the impact, but the pain is distant and not enough to stop him from clawing a villain swimming towards him across the face and turning the water red. Something wraps around him, and he almost cuts it with his claws before he realizes it is Asui's tongue. He is tugged onto the boat and notices that Shinsu is also there and hacking up water. Asui asks him if he has a plan, and he wonders if it is too early to reveal some of his cards before deciding that he wasn't exactly in danger if the first villain was an accurate representation of the forces below. He redirects the remnants of the electricity he has collected from Kaminari the previous day into a battery and ejects it from his armor. Before anyone can ask him what he is doing, he tosses it into the water and watches impassively as he electrocutes about 15 adults. Shinsu is snapped out of his daze and mouths a curse. Asui raises a single eyebrow, but he can sense how shaken she is. Understandable. The only one who should be electrocuting people was Kaminari, and he wasn't exactly here right now. Still, the villains looked like they all had water-based quirks, so he would just have to hope that the charge only rendered them unconscious and pray they didn't end up face down and drowning. Although, considering that he had an unsettling amount of explosives on his person, he could have turned the situation into a bloodbath with a couple of bombs, pointing out the shore and stating that they needed to help out Aizawa-sensei before he got overwhelmed. Asui grabs the both of them and in almost no time, they reach the edge of the zone and he immediately starts to pinpoint threats while Shinsu not so subtly fawns over his idol and Asui keeps an eye out for any villains that might have spotted them. As expected, Eraserhead was a hit-and-run kind of hero, but remarkably talented at close-quarters combat against so many people at once. Or perhaps it was just the fact that the villains he was fighting were pretty much cannon fodder, and he snickered when a villain tripped over another one and both landed on the ground in an undignified heap. The constant rising and falling of his hair helps to indicate when his quirk was active, and judging from how the man with hands seemed to be counting to himself, the main villain was perceptive enough to understand that a quirk like Aizawa-sensei's had a limited time period, and since it was based on how long he could hold his eyes open, the intervals would get shorter. Soon enough, the man lunges forward and closes his hand over Aizawa-sensei's arm. Before he can remove the villain's grip, his clothes, and then parts of his elbow crumble under the man's touch. Disintegration quirk. Touch-based, judging from the fact that the villain didn't just poke him in the face with a single finger or just tap him once before removing his hand. It was probably reliant on all 5 fingers, and disintegrated based on how long the 5 fingers remained in contact. Conclusion, remove some fingers, or the hand entirely, before he can suggest that they leave to get 13. The man says something about a Namu, directing it to attack Eraserhead. A split second later, the monster which had just been silently standing there moved, so fast that he was barely able to track its motion, and when he blinked, Aizawa-sensei was pinned to the ground. With a savage twist and the sounds of bone breaking, the Namu broke his already damaged arm. To his credit, their teacher merely grunted despite the pain, but Shinsu turned pale and a single bead of sweat rolled down Asui's face. Midoriya unsheathed his knife, having a feeling that they would be tossed into combat soon. Shigaraki taunts the fallen hero with the fact that this abomination was created to end all might, and he feels a brief flicker of incredulity at the sheer audacity of the statement. The Black Mist villain warped to stand beside the hand guy, and he could finally stop calling him hand guy when the other villain addressed him as Shigaraki, reporting that 13 had been taken down but a student managed to escape. He guessed that it would be Eda, considering he was the only person in the class with a speed quirk. Shigaraki seemed to undergo a mental breakdown plus a temper tantrum, and he reclassified the man as a man-child, especially when he threatened to end Kurogiri. Odd that a villain would identify as his quirk, but considering it was most likely a codename, it was one that was apt. He said something about them having to leave before the heroes showed up, and the duo on either side of him each breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He tightened his grip on the knife as the feeling of danger coiled in his gut, and when Shigaraki's eyes drifted to their general direction, he quickly urged his classmates to start running. Unfortunately, they seemed to be locked in place, and he was considering whether or not to just pick them up and run with them as baggage when the villain said they would end some kids just to send a message to All Might. A part of his mind carefully filed that information away for further reference as the man-child darted at them with unnatural speed, hand outstretched towards Isui's face. He had a brief premonition of the frog-like girl screaming as her face crumbled to dust and revealed the inner workings of her brain before she was silenced forever, and he forced his body to move, dropping a portion of his mask as he did so. Adrenaline sharpened his senses and guided his knife to its target. Before the hand could close around Isui's face, Midoriya stabbed the military-grade knife straight through the outstretched palm, and ignoring the way bones felt like when they were giving way beneath an object, he utilized the brief moment of shock to tear the knife out diagonally, and gravity did the rest. Shigaraki screamed and clutched his hand as two of his fingers flopped uselessly. Before he could plunge the knife straight into Shigaraki's face, the man fell into a warp gate and reappeared next to the Namu. Pale and trembling, he screamed for the monster to end the green-haired brat, and he takes note of the fact that it follows the man-child's orders and had no form of higher intelligence just before a purple fist slams into the water where he just was, creating a shockwave big enough to throw his classmates away from the fight even as he lands on the Namu's back, legs stinging from the sudden surge of one for all he had used to dodge. The Namu swings around, and he jumps off once more to prevent himself from getting swatted like a fly and buries his knife in the monster's exposed brain on the way out. It shrieks and twitches, just like its master who was currently throwing a tantrum. He dodges twice more, practically throwing himself out of the way of the fist sent at him with the intent to end, pulling the knife out and making to twist as he did so. He gets backhanded into the floor by a stray limb when the Namu screams. He coughs as the shock absorbers in his suit do just enough to stop his lungs from caving and getting punctured by his own ribs, but knows that a second strike will ruin him. A quick glance shows that the brain is already healing, so he could add regeneration to super strength and speed. Taking a gamble, he pulls the majority of his explosions from his pockets, straps them to his knife, and once again buries it into gray matter like a twisted parody of King Arthur pulling out Caliburn from the stone. He allows himself to get caught by a fist, propelling him backwards, and as he skidded against the floor, more ribs broken and at least one organ damaged. Shigaraki laughs in triumphant glee, right before Midoriya's finger depresses the detonator. A brief flash of light, the sound of thunder, and then the complete obliteration of the Namu's head, scattering its brain and blood everywhere. Almost comically, most of it splatters onto Shigaraki, who screams in fury. Midoriya tosses the detonator aside and draws the collapsible staff, using it to support his weight as he commands the mask to slide up and allow him to spit out the blood pooling in his mouth. He leaves it like that as Shigaraki demands to know who this secret boss, apparently, is. He must look like something straight out of a horror movie, with a mask covering the top half of his face, black voids for eyes, and blood dripping from one corner of his mouth. He dabs at it with a single gloved finger, and just for intimidation's sake, he swiped the blood across his cheeks in a smile that just seems to irritate the villain more, and helpfully draws his attention away from the fact that the Namu was still twitching feebly, struggling to rebuild itself without a head. He straightens up, walking towards the Namu with confident, measured steps and scattering the remnants of the still-forming head with a golf swing. Kurogiri suggests that the villains should leave, for their trump card is gone. The man-child shivers and screams, throwing another tantrum about how it isn't fair the heroes get both All Might and a max-level assassin on their side before running straight at him. Midoriya's legs are weak, but they remain stable long enough for him to deliver a blow to the side of Shigaraki's head with the intent to smash the bastard's skull despite the strength draining from his body. He barely manages to use enough force to cause at least a heavy concussion, and at most a skull fracture. Still, Shigaraki presses forward and clamps a hand on his arm, bleeding from his head but the hatred he can feel oozing off him carrying him forward. His suit lasts for about 2 seconds before the sharp stab of pain alerts him to his arm getting damaged. With no time to spare, he drives a kick into the villain's groin, dropping his staff to wrench back a single finger to stop the disintegration, and in the pain-filled haze coming from a combination of internal and external wound, he bends the finger in his grasp until it snaps, now parallel to his other digits but in the complete wrong way, both hands disabled. He still throws Midoriya to the ground with sheer animalistic strength alone before attempting to place his first ruined hand onto his mask. He gives a bloodstained grin and reveals bloodstained teeth, causing the man to stop long enough for a sharp bang to reverberate through the air, punctuated by a projectile carving a nice hole in Shigaraki's throat. He panics, clasping both hands around it even as Kurogiri opens up a warp gate next to them. The villain dives through, and it seals up. The only signs that they were even there were the groaning bodies on the floor, the destroyed Namu, and the injuries he and Aizawa-sensei sustain. Midoriya coughs weakly before turning to the side in order to prevent the blood from going down the wrong pipe. Pushing himself to his feet, he looks towards the main entrance, and instead of the gun-wielding hero he expected with an entourage of heroes, Mei is rushing towards him with the prototype railgun slung over her shoulder. He allows himself a moment of relief before hobbling towards her. He reaches her just in time as his legs buckle and collapse underneath him, Mei reacting fast enough to catch Izuku before he can faceplant. He uses a little bit of the strength he has remaining to gently flick her in the forehead. As she panicked over the blood dripping from his mouth, she almost slaps him, but probably realizes that his suit is slowly getting stained with blood. Mei pulls out the plasma cutter, and before he can resist, she cuts a section of his suit and pulls it off to check the damage. Turns out that last hit from the Namu did plenty of damage. About 3 ribs were breaking skin, and a good portion of his chest is bruised. The bleeding isn't serious, but the amount that has dripped from him was mainly because of his decision to engage Shigaraki after getting injured. Mei whispers that he's an idiot before binding his ribs, and he tells her that she should see how the other guy looks like, gesturing to the headless Namu. She chokes out a laugh that's more of a sob, before helping him to his feet. As if according to schedule, All Might breaks down the walls to the USJ, not smiling for once. His eyes are searching for villains, and when he finds none, the frown on his face becomes more confused than angry. Ignoring the commotion, he asks her how she got here so fast as they shamble to the entrance, and she replies, almost sheepishly, that it involved a ballista she turned into a makeshift human launcher and a lot of luck. He bonks her on the head again and tells her that she should be more confident about her safety. She retorts by gently prodding his ribs and causing a brief lance of pain to shoot through his already aching body. He chokes out the words "point taken," and she nods with the smug air of someone who has just won an argument. All Might hesitates, before offering to bring him back to UA. He rejects the offer almost immediately, saying that the number 1 hero should make sure the rest of Wano were fine. His mentor accepts the explanation, blurring out of view. Despite his logical response, Izuku's true reason was that the villains had come here for All Might. They were willing to end students, and if he hadn't fought back, Shigaraki would have disintegrated both Asui and then Shinsu after that. He wouldn't have been in time to save his students during his lesson, just because he decided that it was better to use his limited time to do who knows what instead of going to teach his own class. Look how that it ended up. He was slowly bleeding out. Aizawa-sensei got his arm broken and face smashed into the ground, and there were probably other students injured or in danger. What use was the symbol of peace if he just ignored his own class? The others might not see it like he did, but what All Might had done was equivalent to abandoning a bunch of teenagers to the mercy of villains that were prepared to end. He mentioned this to Mei as quietly as she could, and she whispered back that one day she was going to end All Might for the things he had done. And for once, he didn't try to talk her out of her righteous fury. He was too tired for that. They were maybe a quarter of the way back to UA when more heroes rushed in the direction they had come from. They all came to a screeching halt at the sight of a student practically carrying another one in an eerie mask, with bloodstains all over the 2 of them. Power Loader called out Mei's name in surprise, and he allowed her to unclip his mask so that they wouldn't think he was an intruder. Kayama-sensei called out his name, and then immediately dragged Recovery Girl along with her to check on him when they noticed the blood caking his mouth and some parts of his cheeks. He rattled off a list of his injuries and got that syringe cane to the head in a scolding session before Recovery Girl beckoned for ectoplasm to create a couple of clones to transport him back to UA. When the teacher hesitated, Midoriya waved a hand and told them that they could keep going, even though the villains had already left. When a confused Present Mike asked him what he meant, Mei and Midoriya exchanged a look before he confessed that he had fought the main villains off. The teachers exchanged incredulous looks before he sighed and gestured to his injuries, demonstrating that they had come from fighting the villains. Nezu, eyes gleaming with hunger that was way too obvious and caused his gut to clench in preparation for a fight even though the danger was over, asked him how he had done so. He gave a brief description of Shigaraki and the Namu, before explaining what he had done with explosives and a knife. Ripples of surprise run through the teachers, but before any further questioning can occur, Recovery Girl puts her foot down and demands for ectoplasm to help carry the boy who's bleeding out, you idiot. He thanks her silently when the teacher creates a couple of clones to help lift him up. Mei begins to follow before Nezu attempts to have her stay behind so that they can get an account of what happened. Tired, but not out of it just yet, Midoriya takes on the manner of a frightened boy and demands for his friend to come with him. Mei does so without question, and Kayama-sensei chastises Nezu for trying to separate the lovely couple when one of them was in terrible pain. Ignoring the implications of that comment, he suggested that maybe they should speed up before he dies. May snorts and punches him in the shoulder, telling him that he was being too dramatic but agreeing with the sentiment. Only then does he stop putting a mental block on the pain and exhaustion, nearly screaming with the sudden rush of sensations before falling into blissful unconsciousness. He wakes up, for the second time, in a bed in the infirmary. A glance at the clock shows that he's been asleep for more than half the day. He considers whether or not to pluck out the IV drip in his arm, but decides against it. His ribs are back in place, and the ache in his bones has been reduced to a dull pulse that does nothing but make him feel tired. Once again, May is by his side, and he wonders if he's going to keep getting injured. He pokes her in the cheek to wake her up, and she opens her eyes blearily, looking around before focusing on him. She sighs, leaning over to wrap him in a hug, mindful of his ribs, and tells him that he needs to stop getting injured or he's going to be in the infirmary more often than he is in class. He chuckles and tells her that he can't make promises. She tightens the hug, and he feels tears dampen his shoulder. Izuku almost panics, frantically patting her on the back and apologizing for not taking her seriously. She responds by saying that he was taking her seriously, but knew that he couldn't promise her to stay out of trouble. His next laugh is a little more bitter, and he asks if he's really that transparent. She breaks the embrace to cup his face in both hands and tells him that she simply knows who he is. Izuku tries not to get embarrassed by the matter-of-fact tone that she was using, but she must see what he's thinking because May laughs quietly and presses a kiss to his forehead. He has to fight even harder to keep the flush from his face. She paints a quick picture of what occurred while he was unconscious, and comments that the only ones injured were him, Aizawa-sensei, and 13, the rest were just traumatized. 13 was the least injured, followed by him, and then Aizawa-sensei had the worst injuries because of his broken arm. He nods, releasing a quiet sigh of relief after hearing that nothing had happened to the rest. As much as their behavior irked him, they were still kids who didn't know better. He lies back down, telling May that he thinks he earned a nap. That garners him another strangled laugh, plus an affirmative. Before he does, however, he asks May if his mom came to visit. Her smile dies, and so does his. He feels his mood plummet and he shrugs in response to her concerned gaze. Guess his mom finally decided that he wasn't worth the effort. It wasn't a surprise, especially when she began working longer and longer hours even though he had started getting an income in order to help out. When she began to look at him like it wasn't her son that she could see, but a stranger in her son's body. Izuku was prepared for this day to come. But when tears started to leak from the corners of his eyes and May climbed onto the bed to give him a proper hug, whispering that he was going to be fine, he knew that despite all the time he had to mentally prepare for the day his mom gave up on him. It still hurts. Izuku knows that once May leaves, the ice in his bones and rooted deep in his soul will return worse than ever. No matter what her reasons were, his mother had not come to visit him despite the fact that he had been disconnected from the world for the better half of the day. Sure, he could argue that her job was important, but he believed that a proper mother was supposed to be more concerned about her child than her job, especially since they weren't about to fall into financial instability if she took one day or even half a day off to make sure that he was all right. It stung, and he had already done a fair bit of crying over it as May whispered words of comfort and tried to ground him using physical contact. He had thanked her afterwards, and now she was sleeping, using his chest as a pillow and was practically draped over him. He couldn't exactly blame her, considering the main source of her stress came from him. And that kind of made him feel guilty, because she had already done so much for him. Sacrifice most of her spare time creating one of her babies just for him, and then watch him reduce it to pieces after clashing with both Bakugo and villains. Shoot Bakugo not once, not twice, but 3 times in order to stop him from collecting even more burn scars, and get a target painted on her back by Aizawa-sensei and maybe even Nezu himself. It seemed that wherever he went after joining UA, trouble followed. It was like he was cursed. Within 3 days, he had managed to antagonize his teacher, draw a clear line in the sand to stand against his classmates, and fight villains that were supposedly able to end All Might. He tucked May's head under his chin and sighed softly, but smiled when she curled into him like he was some sort of safe haven instead of a broken entity that dripped with venom and rage from the cracks in his psyche. Izuku wraps his arms around her and makes a silent prayer, hoping that he'll always manage to come back to her every time he throws himself into danger. Because from how she was reacting to something that Recovery Girl managed to patch, he had a gut instinct that if he ended up breaking his body, it would be equivalent to ending her with his own 2 hands. He couldn't do that to her. Recovery Girl entered with a clipboard and an expression that makes him think of a person on a warpath. She froze in the doorway and narrowly avoided dropping the clipboard onto the floor. Catching herself, she hurries over to his bedside and attempts to wake May up. Before she can do so, he gently blocks her outstretched arm and puts a finger to his lips. Her eyes flash with understanding, And when he asks in a voice that makes him sound like he ran his vocal cords through sandpaper about his status, she gives it at the lowest volume she can muster and still be heard by Izuku, even as his mind's tether to his body threatens to snap and he has to devote a portion of his brain to grounding himself even more. She lays out the details as clinically as possible, but he can see her hands tremble with each injury she recites. Broken ribs, a punctured lung and stomach acid destroying several sections of his body from the inside, literally melting his organs. Blunt force trauma that resulted in internal bleeding, teetering at the edge of lethal. An arm that had been decimated by Shigaraki's disintegration quirk, narrowly avoiding permanent damage to his nerves. Several shards of his hero suit wedged into his body, the body armor and shock absorbers having shattered. Concussion, multiple fractured bones, mostly in his legs. In the end, she concludes, he's lucky to be alive and even luckier to have woken up after half a day of rest. She jokingly suggests that he has a hidden quirk. And while the him from years ago would have jumped at the chance, the person he is now just chuckles at what the comment actually is. A joke. She prescribes him painkillers, politely requests that he actually take some time off to rest and threatens to sick May on him if he refuses to do so. He nods, and the atmosphere in the room lightens enough for him to force the darkness creeping into his head back into its storage chest. She tells him that the police are still waiting for his testimony, and he nods to acknowledge the little bit of information she has given her. He asks for her phone number and after a little bit of pestering, actually gets it. She ruffles his hair almost endearingly, and his heart aches for a time when his mom used to do the exact same thing whenever he hugged her. He asks her to tell them that he'll provide the details of his side of the situation when he recovers enough to get out of bed without someone's support. She nods approvingly, before stepping out after recommending slipping a pillow under May's head so she wouldn't get neck cramps, and soon enough, he hears the sound of bickering. All Might's voice is easily pinpointed, and so is that of Kayama-sensei and Yamada-sensei. The first probably worries over his quirk more than he does over Izuku himself. The other two, however, are a mystery to him. He knows that they are probably the only two people Aizawa-sensei considers close friends. Kayama-sensei seems to have taken a vested interest in him after the second, while he has barely interacted with Yamada-sensei due to his tendency to fade into the background. Another useful trick, both for lessons and combat. Coupled with the girl slightly drooling on him, it was like he was a shadow concealed by light that burned as brightly as the sun. For people who had met by complete accident, it was almost as if they were two parts of the same whole. Light and dark, order and chaos. One day, he had mentioned to her that they would have made an excellent hero team if she had decided to go down a different path. She responded by saying that they were always a team, and always would be. He would fight, and she would provide him with the means to do so. In a sense, he was her sword, and she was his shield. He pressed his cheek against the top of her head and continued listening to the faint snatches of conversation that he could hear. Izuku had half a mind to use his mask to isolate and eavesdrop on, but it's over by his bedside table, and it was best that no one knew the capabilities of it, especially the police. Plus, there were plenty of files on it that were borderline or legitimately illegal. With the police right outside and Nezu probably still watching his every move even now, the only two individuals that should know about the data at his fingertips were in this bed, and it would continue to stay that way. The sounds of arguing died down to murmuring, and there were two sharp knocks on the door to the infirmary before it opened. Yamada-sensei walked in with a smile on his lips that spluttered and died as soon as he saw the compromising position that they were in. Midoriya offered one of the few real smiles that he could give, the ones reminiscent of the smiles that he saw on his face in photos of the past, mostly before the age of 4. Rather than relax his teacher, it seemed to make him even more uncomfortable, and he continued to shuffle his feet in the doorway before he was pushed aside by Kayama-sensei. The woman was not as fazed by the sight of him and May practically wrapped around each other as her fellow employee, or perhaps her friend, judging from how the two immediately started squabbling after the push had almost sent him face first into the wall. He watched them with mild curiosity and more than a little envy at how casual they were with each other. But even as he thought about how his life was far different from the lives of the people around him, he also wondered with some amusement if that was how he and May looked like to others. His smile grew a little more genuine, and his teachers finally stopped their banter after a couple of minutes. Yamada-sensei tells him that he's here in place of Shouta, and he felt his mood sour despite the fact that his smile never changed. Much to his surprise, he reports that Aizawa-sensei has told him to say these exact words. He raises a single eyebrow, pinning Yamada-sensei with a stare while searching his face for any hints of deceit. Still, with the loud blonde as transparent as a piece of glass, he allows himself the slightest bit of hope that he has misjudged his sensei before telling Yamada-sensei to give his constantly tired teacher his regards and well wishes. While he has his own thoughts and opinions on the man, Aizawa-sensei had been willing to throw himself into danger for his students and had even gotten his arm broken and face slightly crushed because of it. Izuku reassures them that he is fine when Kayama-sensei asks if he had gotten better, and he has an inkling that the two of them don't see a suspiciously calm and level-headed boy sitting in bed with his friend asleep against him, but the bloodied monster walking with the aid of a student that had somehow gotten to the USJ before them, uncaring of the way his ribs had burst through flesh, and the blood dripping consistently from his wounds. He wonders if they believe his words about how he had driven the villains away or had just chalked it up to the half-coherent state he was in at that point of time. Probably the first, considering there was at least one witness to the things he had done, and the fact that he had left his knife in the head of the Namu, if it was still there, would have cemented the fact. He asks if he is about to get arrested, and the two of them were to ensure his compliance. Izuku is met with two identical bewildered stares, followed by many exclamations of denial. He decides to humor them for the time being until he can get their true intentions, if they are hiding any, and as a buffer so that Nezu can't barge in and call him a murderer. When asked about why he thought he was going to be arrested, he ticks the points off on one hand just to watch their reactions. There was how he had immediately electrocuted the villains in the shipwreck zone without hesitation. Then his intentional mutilation of Shigaraki's hand to cripple his quirk. After that was dueling the Namu, driving his knife into its brain the first chance he got even though he hadn't known that it had regeneration. Then there was the situation with the explosives and the death of the Namu in a fiery explosion, plus the smack with his staff afterwards to prevent the monster from coming back. Lastly was breaking Shigaraki's other hand. Placing all the facts on the table painted him in a bad light. A very bad light that Nezu would definitely have spotted, although that was his trump card to play. Only a few people knew what had truly happened in the USJ, and the number had just doubled when he had confessed his sins as a test. Kayama-sensei laughed awkwardly, before saying that he was technically fine because he had been acting in self-defense. He knows that it's an excuse that won't exactly hold up to scrutiny, especially if Nezu was so determined to get him on a leash. Although, that had given him several ideas, some that would most likely come into play in the next couple of days. Izuku thanks the teachers for caring enough to visit him, and they laugh before quickly realizing he wasn't joking. The mood dies when Yamada-sensei questions him about the meaning of that comment, and he takes the opportunity to start building his own little squad against UA. Play on their sympathies, mention the mom that never came, let slip that your previous teachers never cared, and neither did your classmates. Act unaffected by it. Well, you are truly unaffected, but that was because you were damaged a long time ago. The adults exchange looks of horror intermixed with pity, taking their leave shortly afterwards. He calls out for them to come back and visit later as a parting joke and returns to being Mei's pillow. It's rather comfortable actually. He closes his eyes and tries to fall asleep, knowing that once he was out of this bed and on his feet, it would be back to fighting against the world. Despite that, his mind was already up and running since it had been jump-started by Recovery Girl's warning. Sighing to himself, he suppressed the urge to grab his mask and hide himself from the world. Just like how he had gotten attached to Mei, the mask was now something comforting. It concealed him, aided him, and most of all, it represented him, or at least the image he had of himself. Mei would end him if she figured out the detail he put into the sketch of the mask she had used as reference was because of the hours, the days he had spent thinking about how he would look like reduced to a single image. Mei stirred briefly, and he freezes until she stopped shifting around before slowly relaxing. He looked at the clock and noted that he would probably be staying here overnight. Izuku would give Mei another hour of sleep before he forced her to go home. It wasn't fair that he had dragged her into this just due to their relationship. She had already sacrificed part of her school day launching herself via makeshift ballista into the USJ in order to put a bullet through Shigaraki's neck. For that, she might as well have signed away her life as a target of the League of Villains because she was the one who had almost ended their leader. Izuku didn't exactly count. Getting into UA meant that his life was forfeit to the system. It didn't exactly matter to him that it was his knife, that he had used a weapon in order to cripple an end because he had been expecting to have to do something like that in the name of duty and justice. Not everyone could be an All Might. And as much as the power of his gifted quirk was intoxicating and so much more than he could have ever imagined, he was still breaking his body with every moment he used it. Arm, gone. Fingers, gone. As much as the false symbol would enjoy knowing that his dear pupil was willing to do the heroic thing and sacrifice his own body in the name of justice, he rather enjoyed having his limbs attached to his body. He couldn't exactly count it in exact figures, but if his instincts were to be trusted, the brief bursts he had used to propel himself around the Namu like a demented pinball were at about 15 to 20%, while the constant stream he had used to run was about 5 to 10%. In theory, that meant he could flood himself with 10% power, and if he could figure some way to keep the surge constant while getting hit and dishing out hits, it would make future fights a lot easier. While it still irked him to rely on a quirk so much when he had done just fine without one, Izuku knew that he was fighting on unequal footing. And as much as he hated to compare himself to Aizawa-sensei, he would take a leaf out of the man's book, level the playing field, Unlike his teacher, he couldn't erase quirks, so he just had to raise the bar and add the legacy of one for all into the mix. Perhaps in another life, he would have been grateful to receive this quirk, treated it like a great honor. In a third, maybe he would have shunned this quirk entirely, refusing to use it even as he died at the hands of a villain or another. However, this life he led, this path he walked, was neither of the two. He would use this quirk, but it was just a tool, not a legacy, not some grand power that was supposed to be used to drag the darkness back into the light. Just like his weapons, his mask, and anything else that he wielded in battle, it was a means to an end. He wondered whether he would have fallen into the darkness if he hadn't met Mei, using the quirk he had gotten to snuff out the light instead of drown out the darkness. Izuku almost snickered at how ironic that would have been. A villain with the quirk that made the #1 hero who he was. But he was not a monster. Well, he was a monster, but not that kind of monster. Not like Shigaraki, who clawed and screamed at the world around him because of some trauma that no one but he knew. He stood between the darkness and the light, using everything he had learned from the shattered parts of himself coupled together with the things the people around him had given him. And now he was most likely going to be accused of murder. Or maybe Nezu would cook up some charge that ended with him as one of the lapdogs of heroism. He smiled to himself, and for the third time, he resisted the urge to slip on his mask. They would attempt to make him kneel, beg for mercy and plea for salvation. Today it was Nezu, but tomorrow it might be someone else. The police, the Public Safety Commission, the multitude of villains out there. Shigaraki only being one of the cogs that had fallen through the gaps in the machine. Maybe even All Might. One day, if the man decided that his successor wasn't the right person for his quirk anymore, and he would be ready, he would smile as he marched to his death, because he would never bow. He wakes Mei up about 30 minutes later when the sounds of people talking outside the door start up again. Izuku can already see the argument brewing in her eyes when he carefully points out that her parents would be worried. He catches a brief glimpse of sadness and something that regular people would call pity, but Mei doesn't do pity, more so with him. If she pitied him because of the things that had happened to him, or the circumstances that surrounded his life, they would have remained acquaintances rather than friends. The concept of pity didn't exist to the one person in his life that just kept running forward, because she never looked down on others. Mei knew the truth that people were not born equal, and for some reason he still couldn't figure out. She took that in stride and made sure to treat everyone with the same brand of Hatsume Mei insanity. He reassures her that he'll be fine. And a few minutes later, which involves her trying various ways to convince him that it was the right idea for her to stay, Recovery Girl's appearance was enough to tip the scales in his favor. The elderly nurse pulled a move only kindly adults could pull, and acted disappointed enough that the Pinkette relented just to wipe the judging look from her face. He made an effort to stand up, but Mei pushed him back into the bed before wrapping him in one final hug, extra long this time, and then said a brief goodbye before exiting the room. The nurse looks at the door as it closes behind his friend, several emotions flickering across her face before she turns to him. She tells Izuku that All Might was looking for him. He allows himself a brief moment of surprise before his mind helpfully made the logic leap that an injury as serious as the one All Might struggled with would have been explained to all the teachers, especially the one responsible for the health and well-being of those in UA. He guesses that he wants to check if his successor is intact, but doesn't say that out loud. The fact that she hadn't allowed the #1 hero to visit him but let 2 other teachers do so already told him that his reasons weren't actually the best. He thanks her for not allowing him to enter. She smiles and inclines her head, but says nothing as she fiddles with the machines next to his bed. He once again contemplates whether it was really worth it lying here in bed with an IV drip in him, adjusting the pillow under his head. Izuku starts sorting through the information he had gathered from the USJ incident. He mutters a good night when she finishes whatever diagnostic checks she was working on and leaves the room, the gears in his head already turning. When the echo of her footsteps stop reaching his ears, he finally succumbs to the urge of picking up his mask, slipping it on and listening to the clicking of the device unfolding. He ensures that nothing is attempting to hack into the software before pulling the files Mei has sent to him. Interviews with each and every member of his class, a testimony from Aizawa-sensei himself, an autopsy report on the remains of the Namu he ended. Slowly, he starts to put together the pieces of the puzzle. He places an image of Shigaraki, creepy severed hands and all. Each one shows signs of once coming from a living person, almost perfectly preserved, and the discoloration indicated chemical means rather than the usage of a quirk, positioned in locations across his body, and some obscure fact in the back of his mind demanded for attention. A little time spent stewing in the depths of his brain gave him a page from a document about psychology. Each hand was placed in a position where a parent would place their hand in order to comfort their child, all except for the one on his face, which Shigaraki called father. If that was really the hand of his father, that was both disgusting and saddening at the same time. Perhaps an accident that left him with only a single appendage to remember his father. Shigaraki Tamura is obviously an alias. One must question who he originally was then. A quirk so unique would stick out like a sore thumb in the quirk registry, but May was already risking a lot pulling files from the police servers. If they tried to extract records, it was practically begging for Nezu to pick up on the illegal things they were doing. On that note, his mindset was that of a person who never grew up. Despite the intelligence he possessed, he clearly wasn't in the right state of mind to plan out an attack at USJ and organize all those villains to come along with him. His plan was to literally fight All Might with an All Might ender. Kurogiri was probably the brains of the operation. Teleportation quirk allowing him to create portals of multiple sizes. According to Shigaraki, he was their exit strategy, responsible for scattering the students of Class 1 and disabling 13 with his own quirk. Also intelligent, responsible for Shigaraki, maybe a handler, another alias, with his quirk masking whatever physical body he may or may not have, protected as well. How were the two of them connected? Shigaraki clearly had no respect for the other villain, having threatened to end him. So Kurogiri wasn't the person who had picked him up after whatever misfortune had befallen the man-child. That indicated a third party, powerful enough to earn the loyalty of a man with a warp quirk, one that would be prized by anyone and everyone, and persuasive enough to manipulate an unstable man into doing what they want. Unsettling. Finally, the Namu appeared to possess multiple quirks, or one that was outrageously all-rounded. Looked more like an experiment than anything else, with purple skin, an exposed brain and dead eyes. To be considered a match for All Might, it would indicate that the strength and speed had to be on par with the man himself, or at least enough so that it would be fair game. Regeneration to take care of any injuries from those devastating punches. But considering they could change the weather and the regeneration hadn't been enough to regrow a head, some form of shock or blunt force absorption had also been thrown into the mix. That made for at least 4 quirks, maybe even more if you considered how bird-like the Namu looked. So that made for someone who was able to give quirks. Rumors of such a person were written throughout history. The king of the underworld, a boogeyman who could give and take quirks, stories that came from the first days. A myth, but Midoriya knew that all myths held a grain of truth. All Might was the most recent in a long line of people with a quirk that he said stockpiled power. No reports of people with startling similar quirks over the years. The fact that passing down a legacy that just got stronger meant that the previous one had failed. A villain destroyed half of his respiratory organs in a fight, but it never appeared on the news. Conclusion: a fated battle between justice and evil. In order to fight a quirk as powerful as One for All wielded at 100%, one would need to have a quirk just as powerful. That was bad news. It meant that the title of All Might's successor wasn't just a title, or a promise to be the next symbol of peace. It meant that he had signed up to be the next person to face whoever this mysterious person was, when everyone else had failed. Considering the damage done to All Might, the previous holders had died. He clenched his fists and did his best not to scream into the darkness. All Might was looking for a sacrifice to take his place, someone to continue the legacy. He, a teenager, was supposed to fight a man who had decimated the most powerful hero in the world. He turned off the mask and pulled it down to rest in front of his neck, ran a hand down his face and tried to restrain the boiling anger in his chest as another piece of himself snapped. Not only was he an incompetent, biased buffoon of a teacher, but he had given a quirk to a teenager without telling him that it came with the unfortunate problem of inheriting the burden of fighting whatever multi-quirked a hole that had ended the previous users. It seemed like with each thing he learned about Mr. Yagyuta Shinori, the more things he had to hate about heroes, and even society in general. Another thing to add to the list of why this world needed to be dismantled and rebuilt. For all the things he had managed to do, for all the things he would do in the future, it was actually pretty depressing to realize that he was essentially a child soldier, already racking up ends. Shutting off that line of thought, he tried to empty his mind. It was not an easy task, but he had already been through one hell of a day. And the last thing Midoriya needed was for his mind to ruin his chances of some sleep. Closing his eyes, he tried to get some sleep. Eventually, he felt the faint whispers of fatigue and welcomed it. His last thought before drifting off was that May was probably going to end him for real this time once he told her what she had figured out. Well, that was a problem for future him. Midoriya Izuku was no stranger to nightmares. In the days after he had been tossed to the bottom of the ladder of society, he had experienced more than one nightmare of getting cast aside like a broken doll. In the years that followed, his mind conjured up horrors that just got more and more realistic with each time he woke up. A scream in his throat and new scratch marks on his body. In the beginning, it was all related to his quirklessness. Waking up one day and searching the house to find out that mom had left him just like his father had, so quickly that he still bore no memories of the man who supposedly breathed fire and managed to make someone like his mom fall in love with him. Although, that nightmare had cemented itself in reality in the end, with no peep from his mother even though he had spent the day in the hospital. No texts, no calls, not even a message to a teacher that could be relayed to him. Other nightmares stemmed from Bakugo's explosions, ranging from his once friend just beating him up to actually leaving him at the brink of death after he had gotten used to the pain in real life. A recurring one, more so now that his eyes had been opened to the disgusting nature of the world of heroes, was him suffocating in the grasp of the sludge villain as All Might watched, not with the desperation and regret that had been clear as day in his eyes when he was spectating Bakugo's death, but with contempt, like he was watching a particularly hardy cockroach finally go into its death throes after crushing it several times with his shoe. In a sense, the main reason he was who he was right now was due to his brain. As useful as it was in analyzing and keeping him alive, Izuku's own imagination was also his worst enemy, because with each and every incident that he experienced and collected some form of trauma from, his brain would store away and use later to torment him better. Most of his nightmares involved May at one point of time until his mind had noted the fact that those hypothetical situations just made him angrier instead of terrified. Somehow, even with the knowledge his own self wielded against him as he slept, the part of Izuku that tried to break him each and every day was unable to turn May into anything other than fuel for his determination. Of course, the nightmares grew a tad more realistic in retaliation. Rather than a villain attack in which the heroes stand by and laugh as he expired, it became torture, physical pain inflicted mentally. The sensation of breaking an arm during the entrance examination was agonizing. His brain's conclusion to that trauma conjure a night terror about people systematically breaking every bone in his body starting from his fingers and toes. Realistically, he would be dead before half of those bones were broken. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't exactly happening in reality. Nearly cooking alive thanks to one Bakugo Katsuki, get treated to the heat of a bonfire as he burned, tied to a stake. Being a lucid dreamer allowed him some control over the pain he could feel, but unlike regular dreams, he was fighting against himself rather than the mental image an unconscious brain would conjure for regular people. Naturally, he would need to have a nightmare about the USJ incident. Aizawa-sensei's head implodes when the Namu stomps on it, and when that giant foot lifts off the ground, a pair of shattered goggles accompanied by brain matter stick to the underside. It tears off one of his arms as he fights desperately. Shinsu runs, just as he did during the entrance examination. This time, he leaves behind Isui, who turns to dust underneath Shigaraki's hand. Unlike the quick degradation of his arm, her suffering is prolonged and she screams, usual poker face discarded completely as her face is torn apart layer by layer. She dies screaming, the white sheen of her skull the last thing he sees before she disintegrates. That moment of distraction allows the Namu to punch him straight through the chest. Izuku reaches and somehow, he still breathes without lungs as the remnants of his organs slide out of his body while the majority of them get forcefully ejected from him. He hangs, skewered but still fighting, and Shigaraki walks over to grin at him with madness in his eyes and sadism dripping from that twisted smile. He picks up the arm torn from Izuku's body and laughs, disintegrating everything but the hand. That one is added to his collection of human hands, grabbing Shigaraki's wrist like he had been trying to defend himself from the villain. His other arm is torn off as well, and this time it wasn't as quick. It is twisted off, turned over and over and over again as the flesh around his arm joint rips and tears due to the strain. He cries out, kicking uselessly at thin air as his arm hangs on by a thread. In an act of cruelty, the villain merely holds onto Izuku's arm before leaning backwards and allowing his body weight to do the slow job of removing his arm from its socket. Tears spill from his eyes, gushing down his face like they had before he figured out that sadness was an emotion that was of no use to him. His arm lands on the ground with a wet thunk and gets the same treatment as the first, mirroring the placement of his left hand on Shigaraki's other wrist. The villain grins, before plunging his arms into the ruined stumps that were what's left of Izuku's, digging in with 4 fingers. The final makes contact and he gets to feel how the sensation of getting disintegrated from the inside out. How his body gradually hollows out as his bones go first, turning him into jelly and getting followed by his organs and muscles. Somehow, all that's left is his brain, the nerves responsible for his 5 senses and patches of his skin that the Quirk hasn't reached just yet. He would scream, but has no vocal cords to do so. Nevertheless, the sounds rattle in his head, unable to escape and amplifying as he finally begins to die. The Namu throws him onto the ground, and his last sight of the world is a hand closing around his face. He dies a prisoner of his body, a never-ending scream stuck in his head and a Quirk weakly pulsing as it dies alongside him. Izuku doesn't know where the words come from, but he apologizes to people he never knew and never will, those who had died forgotten, no body left to bury, or perhaps at the bottom of the sea with concrete shoes to make sure they stayed there, those like him, who had been tossed aside by the system. His last thought, as always, is of May's smiling face. For a moment, he feels at peace. He is brought out of his daze by someone frantically shaking his body. gently shoving the person aside. He opens his eyes to check that he still has a body. Flexing his fingers, his instincts start to whisper that something is not quite right when he realizes that there is no IV inserted into him, nor was this the infirmary. He springs to his feet, qualms about One for All forgotten as he runs power through his legs and jumps backwards. Midoriya quickly checks his body for any form of equipment, only finding his mask. He slips it onto his face with one hand while carefully running 10% of One for All through the other. Despite his confusion at the sudden awakening, he still takes a brief moment to analyze the surroundings. Everything is white, for some reason. No form of landmarks. It's like he's been trapped in a box, one painted white and ridiculously big. Before he can amp up his quirk to 20% and attempt to smash through the floor, his attention is called by the voice of a woman. Midoriya's eyes zero in on a woman with a hairstyle reminiscent of his mother's, wearing what appeared to be a cape and a bodysuit with gloves. His first thought is that she reminds him of someone. His second thought is to go for the face as he uses a quick burst of One for All at 30% to dart towards her. The woman's eyes widen and he launches a series of quick jabs. The first collides with the side of her jaw, and the second smashes into her chin, but she recovers quickly enough to block or dodge the remaining blows. Leaping backwards, she hangs, suspended in midair. Rubbing her jaw, the woman attempts a smile before saying that she wasn't going to hurt him. Midoriya has half a mind to fire up his quirk again and show her that floating isn't exactly going to stop him from ruining her day, but drops his mental grasp on the energy source when she starts explaining that she's one of the former holders of One for All. His brain blue screens for all of 2 seconds, before he sighs and fully relaxes, removing his mask. Midoriya asks if this is still in his head, and gets an affirmative, gesturing that it was all right for her to come back down. He apologizes for his violent response. She laughs, waving off his concerns. She drops out of the air, landing on the ground with a gentle thud. A flick of a hand, and the white void they currently occupy is replaced by something more familiar. He sits down on the sand of Dagaba Beach, hundreds of different memories of watching the sunset. As the beach got cleaner with each and every day, and wonders aloud about the reasons she had control over what appeared to be his mindscape. The woman with his mother's hairstyle laughs once again. A cheerful, genuine sound unlike the one that Midoriya had finally seen through the day. All Might shatters him like he was glass. She introduces herself as Shimura Nana, and states that this pocket of his mind was actually occupied by One for All. Technically, while they still had some form of control over the surroundings, this was still his realm, and it was still under his control. Testing the theory, he pictures the USJ and the background changes. No longer are they both sitting on the sand. Now they are sitting in the middle of the facility, and he is practically coated with blood. The Namu's headless corpse is draped over him for some reason, and he tries not to squirm at the way his clothes are starting to get sticky. Before the horrified expression on Shimura-san's face can replace her smile, the scene has already been changed back to Dagaba Beach. He apologizes, unsure of what else to say after showing her the aftermath of the USJ incident. She forces a smile, but he sees the concern in her gaze and the tension in her frame. Not knowing what else to do after a supposedly dead person shows up in your head, shaking you awake from a nightmare and introducing herself as a former wielder of One for All. So just to confirm his thoughts, he asks if she was All Might's mentor. The right thing to do, it seems, since Shimura-sen relaxes, the tension bleeding out of her body as she gushes about how Toshi had made her proud. Listening to the various things that All Might has done throughout his career, saving people and defending whatever region he was in at that point of time from villains. He wonders how someone that this Sunshine Lady clearly loves and cares about can turn into the false symbol he knows today. Almost like she can sense the path his thoughts are taking. The brief rant about All Might cuts off as abruptly as it had started, before she apologizes. He offers a smile, but knowing that his is nothing like hers, he elaborates by saying that he knows All Might has done incredible things. However, Midoriya also ensures to tack on the fact that the originally quirkless hero has forgotten his roots, and the sadness creeping into her face makes him uncomfortable. Weird, considering the fact that they've only been acquainted for a grand total of 10 minutes, but there is something about her that is so real and disarming that he feels as though she is the child and he is the adult. He asks what she was doing here, and the main gist of her answer boils down to 2 things. 1, she wanted to talk to him in person. 2, he was suffering and all the previous users could feel it. Turns out, passing on One for All also passes on a piece of yourself. He would call it a fragment of the soul, but he highly doubts that things like God or souls exist. When the One for All wielder perishes, the last piece of themself activates and awakens. He asks whether or not his mentor has ever managed to experience the mindscape. Shimura-san smiles once more, but this one is bitter and more reminiscent of the ones he uses to intimidate people. She explains that because the man had managed to channel One for All at near full power from the very beginning, He had never built the mental connections to his quirk through the years, choosing only to use all 100% of the power he had been gifted instead of learning to make it more efficient. Saddening, considering that All Might be able to live longer and run out of time slower if he dialed back on the power he used. But it meant that he was never able to engage with the portion of his mind in which the quirk slumbered. And Shimura-san was never going to be able to reunite with her mentee while he was still alive. He tried not to feel bitter about the fact that while All Might and he himself both started off quirkless, they had led vastly different lives. One had gotten Sunshine Incarnate as a mentor, and most likely still tried to carry out her legacy with his ever-present smile, becoming the strongest hero with the help of a quirk that got stronger with each generation, somehow able to wield it perfectly from the start. Another had been spit on and shunned, had his hopes and dreams completely crushed by his idol before getting an offer to be the successor of the same person who had thought him unrealistic, wielding a smile like a weapon. All Might had gotten support when he needed it the most. Midoriya had gotten a callous rejection and a suggestion for the future. Shimura-san apologizes on behalf of her mentee, and he tells her that it isn't her fault that her student grew up the wrong way. With an oddly solemn expression, she tells him that it is her fault, because despite all her talk about saving people's hearts along with their lives, she had somehow managed to not get her point across. She confesses that everything the current One for All user sees, the previous ones residing in their head can too, provided they pay attention. Unfortunately, they are limited to the 5 senses of the most recent wielder of their quirk, and the thoughts of the user cannot be read. Indirectly, she's telling him that they watched All Might crush him, and considering he had already inherited their legacy, they had watched him destroy a giant robot, outplay 3 of his classmates, cancel an explosion, electrocute villains, mutilate a villain, and end another. He tries not to let a grimace appear on his face, but probably fails considering Shimura-san gives a more genuine smile, probably as a form of reassurance, before telling him that he has done good. Midoriya blinks twice in confusion. She elaborates by saying that despite his idol telling him that he couldn't be a hero, he had still thrown himself into danger in order to save people, breaking his body without hesitation. She also compliments him for standing up for himself, and not resorting to violence despite the fact that he could do so. He attempts a smile and thanks her, conflicted about how she had somehow managed to completely ignore the rage present in all his actions. She pats him on the shoulder with enough force to make him move forward slightly. The world starts to splinter, a chunk of the sky replaced by the white void he had been greeted with. Shimura-san looks around, mildly surprised, and says that he's waking up. He nods, and asks if this would happen every night from now on. She shakes her head, and states that she or another one of the One for All users would bring him here if they had anything else to say. Another fracture runs through the sky, and a piece the size of a garbage truck nearly falls on them. She quickly relays the information she had brought him here for. The quirk had finally gotten strong enough to wake up the other dormant quirks that each of the previous users had added to One for All, and with enough time, they would be his to command. He struggles to wrap his head around the notion that quirkless Deku was going to get at least one other quirk apart from the one he currently had, before filing away the information for a future meltdown. Midoriya makes sure to call out a quick goodbye, just before another piece of the sky falls and spears him, coughing up blood. He forces a bloody grin onto his face as Shimura-san looks on in abject horror, raising a hand in what he hoped was a nonchalant salute before his vision grew dark. He jolted up into a sitting position, the phantom sensation of something foreign piercing his body chasing him into the waking world. Checking his arms, he frowns when his quick search reveals several long scratches along his left one, not deep enough to draw blood but more than enough to sting. Sighing, he notices that the IV drip has been removed, and the machines he had been hooked up to were gone. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, Midoriya gets to his feet and tests out his limbs, wincing at the burning sensation that accompanied every movement. Stretching in an attempt to reduce the muscle fatigue, he runs a finger across the stitched grin engraved in the mask around his neck, feeling several hairline cracks that probably came from a combination of Bakugo's murder attempt and the USJ incident. Cracking the knuckles on one hand, he checks the infirmary for anything else that might have belonged to him, and is slightly disappointed to find none, hoping that they were just being kept by the school and not completely destroyed like his knife. Midoriya reaches for the doorknob, only for it to escape his grasp when the door swings open to reveal a man dressed in a trench coat. They exchange glances, the admittedly plain-faced man and the plain-faced boy both watching the other impassively. His eyes sweep over the trench coat man's body and find a bulge beneath the clothing that indicated a gun. Conclusion: either this man was here to end him or he was a member of the police force that seemingly couldn't wait for a boy to recover before taking his statement. The man offers a polite smile before reaching into his coat to pull out an identification card, introducing himself as Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, not one to be rude unless offended. Midoriya introduces himself as well, despite the high chance that the detective already knows his identity. The older man gestures behind them, and he almost sighs to himself at the continuation of his confinement before nodding and carefully clambering back onto the bed. Tsukachi-san draws up a chair and sits in it before pulling out a notebook, a pen, and a recorder. Noticing the last item, he slips a hand under his mask as if to scratch his neck, but instead turns on the recording function, and with a little luck, Mei will be able to see whatever they're doing if she receives the notification. Tsukachi-san asks him if he's fine with being recorded, and he answers with an affirmative despite all the instincts in him screaming no. The older man's eye twitches at the statement, and Midoriya's guard is raised even higher. To confirm something, he tells Tsukachi-san that he has never ended another individual, and is rewarded with yet another eye twitch. Conclusion: the man has some sort of truth-discerning quirk. Not very specific if the word individual applies to the Namu, which was little more than a monster, but probably good enough to separate truths and falsehoods. Darn, that made his life much harder. Time to test the detective's limits, before the man can question him about his falsehood or start tearing down his carefully crafted facade by asking the right questions. He offhandedly mutters under his breath that he hasn't gotten a good night's sleep. Tsukachi-san's neutral and slightly suspicious expression is replaced by one of sympathy, and he notes that down in his head, he technically did sleep last night, but with Shimura-san and the nightmares, it appears that it is enough to conceal the actual truth of the matter, which means that the quirk was indeed a truth detector, but one that judged what was true and false from the belief of the individual it was being used on. Good, he asks with just a hint of irritation if the detective was going to start, and the plain-faced man hurriedly apologizes before turning on the recorder. He states his identity, occupation, and motive, also mentioning Midoriya's name, age, the fact that he is a student, and asks if he is fine with being recorded. This time, he believes that it is fine because the threat is mostly gone. And when he answers in the affirmative again, Tsukachi-san's brow briefly furrows in what seems to be bafflement. He hides a smile behind a cough at the success of his first test. Just to throw the man off further, he asks if Recovery Girl knows that they're doing the testimony now, and whether he should call her to check. The man blanches, face paling slightly, and when no answer comes, Midoriya theatrically arches an eyebrow and tells him very bluntly that the old woman was going to end him. The fact that he believes it makes the detective's quirk ping it as a truth, and he pales further. Laughing gently, he reassures the man that it was all right and that Recovery Girl would understand why he came in to get his eyewitness account, and delights in the fact that this calm and collected man has been reduced to a sweating mess with a few sentences and the threat of an elderly pro-heroine looming over him. Tsukachi-san coughs and regains his composure quickly enough to start running through questions, but the speed at which he is talking is a clear indicator of the panic he is trying to conceal. They must look like quite a pair. The policeman sweating bullets as the child he is low-key interrogating hums a tune and answers questions. The first few ones are easy: where he had been during the attack, what he had done, and whether or not he knew what the villains were after. The next ones require some careful wording: how he had sustained his injuries, what he had been doing in the center of the USJ, and if he had seen what happened to the Namu. The detective seems a little frustrated, but says nothing as he takes down another note, staring at the camera positioned in the far corner of the room behind Tsukachi-san. He hopes that Mei, if she was watching, had the foresight to piggyback on the video feed to get images of the notebook. Midoriya kept his face blank, heavily suppressing the building smirk as he stumps the man with a quirk to tell the truth from the lies. The tension in the air appears to thicken when they finally get to the serious question. He readies his game face and preps his responses. The first one is about what he had done in the USJ, but more specifically, what he had done after escaping from the shipwreck zone. He tells the man that he had been defending himself and his fellow students, pauses for a moment, and tacks on the fact that he had also been defending Aizawa-sensei. When asked to elaborate, he confesses that he had fought the villains to buy time for the heroes to show up and for his classmates to escape. Seemingly sensing that any further pressing would just appear suspicious, he asks if Midoriya had defeated the Namu. The green-haired child thinks to himself that it was probably the explosives that had done the thing in, and most likely All Might afterwards, and answers in the negative. This time, Tsukachi-san can barely suppress the way his face morphs into an expression of disbelief before catching himself. The older man's suspicions are suddenly back with a vengeance, and the questions become uncomfortably specific. He asks if Midoriya has ever ended anyone, and holding on to the belief that the Namu had already been dead from the beginning or was still dying when he had left. He answers in the negative, the second time he has contradicted an earlier statement today. He asks, almost mockingly, why Tsukachi-san would think so lowly of a child. Midoriya is met with silence, but the pen his opponent is holding creaks in the hand holding it, and something akin to anger enters his eyes. Good. Angry opponents made mistakes. Tsukachi-san asks about his knife, and he answers flippantly that it had gotten destroyed. When pressed on that, he worded his response carefully, stating that it had broken after using it in combat. The detective almost growls, and he struggles to maintain a straight face as the adult appears to be having a mental breakdown. The final straw comes when one last question is spat out through gritted teeth about the reason why Shigaraki and the Namu had targeted him directly. Midoriya shrugs, tapping his chin in mock thought, and replies that he probably pissed them off. Tsukachi-san drops the notebook and slams his hands against the bed's railing in frustration. Bingo! He shies back, donning the mask of a frightened child and cowering as the adult yells at him for not answering truthfully and not taking the whole thing seriously. He seems to have forgotten the recorder is still on and there is a camera watching everything he does because in a show of unnatural strength, he attempts to pick his interrogation victim up by the collar. Midoriya screams, just in time for several people to practically bust down the door in their haste. Recovery Girl's frantic eyes narrow and sharpen with seething fury at the sight before her. All Might appears to be paralyzed with shock, smile frozen on his face. Yamada-sensei looks downright appalled, while Kayama-sensei's mouth curls with disgust. Bringing up the rear is Mei. A glint in her eyes as she meets his gaze and makes a quick hand motion that looks like she's reaching out for him, but she is actually indicating his mask, and he now knows that she was, indeed, watching. In a single quick motion, the elderly nurse uses her cane to knock Tsukachi-san's hand from its place, and a second swing sends Tsukachi-san away from the bed, and while everyone's attention is centered on the man, he pretends to lurch forward in order to grab the recorder. The nurse of UA berates the man, demanding to know what he was doing. The detective looks shaken, like he wasn't quite in control of his body when he had succumbed to rage. But unless one of the previous holders of One for All had a quirk that could manipulate someone else's emotions, Tsukachi-san was definitely in control. Oddly solemn, Yamada-sensei and Kayama-sensei escort the detective out the door on Recovery Girl's orders as he attempts to stammer out an apology. All Might follows them, and Mei steps to the side in order to allow them passage to the door before closing it behind the four individuals. The elderly nurse fusses over him, muttering that she shouldn't have left him alone, and he reassures her that he's fine. After a few more checks, she clears him from the infirmary, telling him gently that they have been given the rest of the week off due to the attack on the USJ, and then warns him to stay away from the police unless with a trusted adult. He nods and impulsively hugs the older woman. She tenses before relaxing, laughing softly before returning the hug and patting him on the back. He bids farewell before Mei takes his hand, and the two of them leave the infirmary, ignoring the muffled shouting coming from another room. For now, with Mei's hand entwined with his own, he can briefly forget the way the world seems to be as always against him. He makes sure to turn off the recorder before any conversation can occur. Mei reveals that the mask was indeed recording everything, and he hands it over so that she can start backing up every single file that he had collected over the past few days. He asks her about what to do with the policeman's recorder, turning it over in his hands as he did so. For one, the fact that it was in his possession was considered an offense, because he had stolen from someone else. So in the off chance that someone managed to snag it from him and return it to Why Doesn't My Quirk Work San, he would have to drop out of UA and start going on the run, or expect a nice visit from the kind officers as they persuaded him to admit what he had done. Perhaps this time there might even be torture. Mei shrugs, citing the fact that they already have everything the policeman's device contains and more, so he could just hand it to her and she would toss it into her forge the next time it was used. Izuku is about to do so before an idea surfaces in his mind. He feels a smile stretch across his face, a combination of the snarl he wears in battle and the almost sadistic grin that comes with pieces falling into place. His friend notices his sudden silence, and a quick glance at his face makes a similar expression cross her own. But on Mei it looks more natural, akin to the one she wears like a mark of pride while inventing something new. He makes sure that no one is following them before decompressing his mask. As it whirs and clicks, concealing his face, Mei taps her left ear twice and turns on the comms they have almost all the time before he starts explaining the plan. She gasps, but it's a sound that is less of horror and more of gleeful surprise. She wraps his fingers around the recorder before patting the hand, and that's the end of that. He slides the mask to the side of his head, wondering if they should get a similar one for his friend. Izuku voices the idea. Mei loves it. She voices one of her own. He thinks that since they've already gone this far, might as well go plus ultra. He mentions his thoughts out loud, and she laughs so hard that some of the people walking along the same road give the two of them looks. They spend the rest of the morning in the library nearby, him running around and grabbing books on neuroscience and anything that might help as Mei uses his mask to start laying the wiring they would later need. He devours information, relaying it to his friend when she needs it while sketching theoretical designs for the mask they are making for her. He asks her if she would rather it fit her style or become a companion piece to the one he originally has. Not missing a beat, even as her fingers fly through the air, she replies with an answer that makes him smile and start on a new sketch. He runs through another couple of ideas in his head, throwing some at Mei just to get her opinion. In the end, he manages to finalize the sketch using another hour, and places it under a book before rubbing his eyes. Izuku notes that Mei is still coding frantically, so he grabs as many books as he can carry and starts to return them to the shelves he had snatched them from, before telling his friend that he was going to implement his plan for the recorder. She nods briefly, still wholeheartedly focused on whatever slightly illegal things that she was doing. Giving her a couple of head pats, he exits a library with a nod to the librarian that was not so subtly watching them from her counter. Pulling out the phone that Mei had kept safe for him, he pulls the attachment from it and slips it over his left eye like a contact lens. Despite the variety of things that Mei has created over the years, she has never really dived into the illegal side of things. He chuckles to himself while the false contact lens does its work. Somehow he had become the bad influence in another person's life. With some casual conversations and more than a few arguments over efficiency, Izuku has managed to divert some of her limitless energy to researching neurological implants. While hesitant at first, a few old video games that he had been inspired by quickly managed to convince her to support the idea. While still not on the level of the neuromods of prey from the 21st century, they've at least managed to turn themselves into semi-cyborgs. Not as tough as people made it sound like, but with its own share of complications. A stray thought crosses his mind, whispering that it had caused his emotions to turn off. He crushes it. Midoriya Izuku was still a living, breathing, feeling human being. As much as he wished the last of the three wasn't a thing, he wouldn't have started his journey down this path if not for his own emotions. The way they hacked into things without actively hijacking the various digital devices and leaving a footprint for people to find was largely inspired by WATCH dogs, in which a single device was used to access pretty much anything in its vicinity. Because they weren't terrorists or villains, they only used it to pilfer information that they needed, like he was doing now, accessing the cameras near him to check if anyone was tailing him. Thankfully, it seemed like Nezu hadn't stooped that low just yet. He made his way to a nearby convenience store, and with a little bit of searching, managed to purchase a box of surgical gloves, a cloth, a bottle of water, and an envelope. He asked to use the washroom, thanked the cashier when he gave directions to it, and locked himself in a cubicle. He didn't pull on the gloves just yet, cause what most people didn't realize was that the oil from your fingers would still seep through the latex gloves and render them null, and wet the cloth. Wiping down the recorder 3 times, he finally put on the gloves and did 2 more wipe downs before placing the object in the envelope and making sure to fold it so that it would stay shut. He exited after slipping the envelope into a pocket, making sure to toss the gloves away, and exited the store with another nod to the cashier who had assisted him. A quick walk to a nearby cafe for his and Mei's usual orders before finally heading for his intended destination. He wears the mask and cap before taking a deep breath and saying a silent prayer. It's almost easy for him to blend into the surroundings, but he gets a couple of narrow misses when his lack of presence forces him to move out of the way of oblivious adults. Leaving the package on a desk, he leaves as quickly and as quietly as he can. A quick check of the security system gives him footage of himself, and he edits it discreetly to replace the cap and mask-wearing boy with a man wearing a hoodie and a silver watch. It would hold up if one were to just review the tapes, but someone would probably figure out the man was a fake if they delved into the coding and noticed how he had practically ripped a hole in it to change it up. He walked a couple of blocks away before ducking into a back alley and throwing the mask into a garbage bin, and after some aimless wandering, placed the cap and bottle of water in front of a man sleeping on a cardboard box. He turned to leave, paused, sighed, and rifled through his pockets before pulling out the cell phone he had been given. When the homeless individual woke up 2 hours later, there would be a blanket draped over him, enough food to last him a month, a small satchel filled with cash that amounted to $300, and a card with an address on it, the name Midoriya Izuku on the back accompanied by a phone number. Curiosity overpowering wariness, the man would search around for the address, and upon knocking on the door, he would be ushered in by an old woman with kind eyes. About 30 minutes later, he'd walk out the door with a job and several suggestions for places to stay. He would return to his original location, pick up the things that had been left for him, and immediately set out for one of the homeless shelters on the list. He didn't know who Midoriya Izuku was, but now he owed this person a debt for the rest of his life. Over the next few months, he would slowly crawl back up from the bottom rungs of society's ladder, and despite everything he would still carry the card that had turned his life around. It was tattered, the ink on it faded and blotched by more than a few tears. He had memorized the words and numbers on it a long time ago, and they were as clear as day every time he closed his eyes. Others he met while working and slowly settling into his new home would regale him with tales of how Midoriya Izuku had picked them up when they were at their lowest. And when they tuned into the UA Sports Festival 2 weeks after he had been given a fresh start, everyone would stop what they were doing to sit and stare when Midoriya Izuku was announced as the representative of the new students of the hero course that year. They would cheer as he fought, and roared even harder with each and every insane act he pulled off in his battles. The homeless man would watch with awe, as this teenager who had touched every single one of their lives proceeded to shine as bright as the heroes out there. He would buy a phone, and with trembling fingers, input the numbers that he had burned into his mind. As the dial tone rang, he hesitated, struggling to find the words he would say to the boy who had saved him without reward. Then he remembered the words written on that card and lost the lingering traces of anxiety in his system. Take care of yourself, because someone out there cares about you. The line connected, and a tired but content voice picked up. He licked his suddenly dry lips. Thank you for caring about me, Midoriya Izuku. I will forever be in your debt. My name is Bubegawara Jin. If you need me for anything, just call. And while the kid laughed, he would still call at a later date. But that day is not today, and that story is not yet ready to be told. It takes several more hours to return back to the library due to his detour. And Izuku will need to curb his spending for the next month or so. He hasn't been strapped for cash in a long time. And with the huge amounts of scrap metal and other parts he has yet to sell, he doubts that it will happen anytime soon. Besides, what he is doing is for those who will never be saved by the heroes, and that is more than enough to keep him kind despite how some people would argue that the people he saved would never amount to anything. By the time he returns to the library, May is leaning against a wall outside, the mask on the side of her head, eyes closed and basking in the sunlight. He alerts her with a cold drink to the face, which is rewarded with a startled sound plus a jab to the ribs. She sips at the coffee, a hand reaching to detach the mask from her head but stopping when he mentions that it looks better on her than it does on him. She smiles almost sheepishly but keeps it on, and he gestures that they should leave before taking a long drink from his own cup. They walk in silence, drinking their beverages and holding hands. After finishing her cup, she lobs it in a nearby bin and asks him what they're doing next. He smiles before leaning over and whispering into her ear before finishing the last of his. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks' time. The perfect opportunity to send his message. A week later, Izuku is eating dinner and watching the news when it finally shows up. For a couple of minutes, reporters are talking about the recording of the conversation between him and Tsukachi-san, citing police brutality and UA's failure in protecting its students. They begin to play the recording, calling it an example of how far the police have fallen and painting him as a victim. He laughs to himself, the sound echoing in an apartment that he shares with a ghost that doesn't want to talk to him. The reporters are forced to stop just as the recording ends, and the screen cuts to static. He hums, hunger forgotten for the time being, and logs onto the major social media platforms and media outlets to see how far that brief clip has spread. 2 days after that, while the public is still in an uproar and UA is doing damage control, he uploads the video footage of his mask and the camera that was in the room after May makes sure that if their location was going to be traced, they would show up in Brazil rather than an internet cafe in Hokkaido. They cause a local blackout in the process while destroying the camera footage of everything in the nearby vicinity of the location of the upload. He mentions to May, as they walk away in the darkness and sounds of terror, that they are no better than villains at this point. She gives him a sad look before tugging him in for a hug. He returns the statement, and they walk away. The next day, he gets dragged into round 2 with Tsukachi-san. And once again, he miraculously manages to dodge the questions long enough for people to intervene and drag the detective out of the room. He is left in the room alone, for what seems like ages but is probably only a couple of hours, and is practically kicked out of the police station when he offhandedly mentions to an audience that he cannot see that the reputation of the police force is going to go straight down the drain when people find out. Not if, but when. His mask is safely at home, unfortunately for the people who were demanding for him to relinquish any data he had. Another unfortunate thing for them is the fact that 1, they can't torture a minor and he sure as hell won't let them do it, and 2, they didn't account for May's new and improved eagle eyes and the lucky decision he made to wear them that day for testing before they bundled him into a car. This time, he plans to give it to several news stations, with the help of some of those that had reached out to him and wouldn't stop pestering him about repaying their debts. According to the rather dramatic plan brewing in his head, the packages will be deposited simultaneously with instructions to release the video all at the same time. The police will be unable to shut down all of them at once, and if they do, they will be taking the news network off the air for perhaps a day. The public outrage would multiply. Across across Japan, his contacts prepare. People he has touched and the people that they have touched when his only wish for all of them is to do what he has done, and be the heroes of those who have none. They coordinate with a warp quirk user, similar to Kurogiri, but exclusively using mirrors. A quirk that is limited by the size of the mirror and the location of it. He has made sure everyone has a body-sized mirror to use. And the exit in each media station required a little more searching, but May provided the idea of using the television screens. They tested it with the woman herself, and she cries when her useless quirk gets a serious power boost. upgrading from mirror bouncing, as she called it, to the ability to pass things and people through all reflective surfaces. She asks him why she doesn't just drop off the recordings using her quirk alone, and he explains that they're making a statement. A day before the sports festival, Class 1A is surrounded by people from other classes, and much to his surprise, the purple-haired pervert is apparently part of the general education course. He claims that they have to watch out because if they got lax, the general education students would swoop in and replace them. Bakugo, being Bakugo, calls everyone extras and shoves his way past them, effectively alienating their class. A boy with weird eyebrows announces that he is from Class 1B and declares war on them. A blonde boy with a crazed expression follows up by saying that they shouldn't sit on their high horses because they were lucky enough to fight villains. And if this was a movie, it would be the point when the music abruptly stops with the sound of a car screeching to a halt. He hears someone chuckle softly, and when his classmates part before him, he realizes the person is him. Midoriya is too tired, too angry to care. He walks up to the boy with the arrogant smirk and asks him almost calmly if he thinks that they are lucky. Behind him, he hears someone mutter as the blonde answers with an affirmative. He grabs the boy by the collar and whispers venom into his ear. He talks about a monster which broke bones like twigs, a crazy villain with a thirst for ending and death's touch, about how their teacher had his arm snapped and face pounded, how he had ended and electrocuted and stabbed and almost died, about the sensation of your bones breaking through skin and your stomach acid melting you from the inside out. He tells this piss-poor excuse of a human being that if he still thinks that Class 1 was lucky, then he would gladly break the boy's bones for him so that he was lucky as well. Pale-faced, the blonde backs away from him with a look of pure terror and runs. The crowd looks towards him. Someone exclaims that he's the guy from the video, and suddenly everyone is either running away or asking him questions. He sighs and wishes that he had run away. The day of the sports festival finally comes around. He is actively shunned by his class, minus Asui, Shinsu, and Uraraka. Jiru and Yaoyorozu are on the fence, and he wonders if they'll ever get off of it. Midoriya discreetly trains them in combat, whether it be through picking on them in further battle trials. Nothing like the first, thankfully, and just advice in general. He spends more time with Mei, plotting their steady descent into terrorism and also just for fun. He can feel the eyes on him when he walks out along with Class 1A, and the burning stares intensify when he is announced as the representative of the hero course by Kayama-sensei, one of the few teachers that don't treat him with hostility or suspicion. She cements her place as his favorite teacher when she mentions the fact that he got the highest recorded score in the entrance examination, even higher than All Might himself. That shuts up the people whispering about him, most likely because of his recent fame as the kid who was interrogated and almost beat up by a police officer. He knows the controversy surrounding himself, some arguing that there was a reason for Tsukachi-san's anger while others firmly declare himself the victim. He isn't one for the attention, and is getting more and more uncomfortable as he climbs onto the stage. He hopes that his fellow fighters are ready and thumbs the mask underneath his uniform in preparation. Tapping the microphone, he speaks, the words coming naturally as he allows the burning rage that has been building up in him for days to finally express itself. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I think most, if not all of you, know me as the boy who was almost punched by a policeman. I will not say anything about the situation, because I'm 90% sure that the school will expel me if I do so. Now, I want to ask you all a question. Have you heard of the Gunpowder Plot? I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't. It's part of pre-Quirk history. And even then, it would have been considered history to those living before Quirks existed. They wished to blow up Parliament in order to overthrow a tyrant king, and they failed when they were betrayed by an anonymous source. The most famous of all the conspirators is Guy Fawkes, the man responsible for keeping watch of the gunpowder barrels they were going to use and refused to give up his comrades until he endured days of torture. He is a symbol of resistance, and stylistic masks of his face were used in protests centuries afterward. Guy Fawkes was a symbol of freedom. He takes a deep breath, and knowing that there's no turning back now, he puts on his game face. Why did I become a hero? Because when I look around, all I see are the forgotten, those cast aside by society because of their quirks or lack thereof. For the first 14 years of my life, I too faced oppression because I was a late bloomer. If you remember the sludge villain incident, I was the unnamed citizen responsible for saving Bakugo Katsuki. When the hero stood by and did nothing, I ran in without a quirk and pulled him out, buying him enough time to live. They called me reckless and praised him for his heroic quirk. They told me to leave it to the pros. People only started believing in me after I got a quirk. Like my worth is judged based on some power that I got months ago. I'm here to change that. This is my message to the world. I will not use my quirk in today's festival, nor any pieces of equipment, and I will win. This is for the quirkless, those with quirks considered weak and useless. This is for the ones that the heroes never saved. Fear not, because I am here. And this, he puts on the Guy Fawkes mask, the signal for his people to start moving. Midoriya puts on a top hat and an elegant cloak, grinning underneath it all. Even while all eyes are on him, the eagle eyes tell him of the simultaneous break-ins and the response of the news stations. He spreads his arms and laughs to the heavens as everyone stays frozen while watching his requiem. This is my Gunpowder Plot. Plus, and across the world, his words struck a chord within hundreds, no, thousands of people. They pump their fists in the air for Midoriya Izuku, a boy that has suddenly become a symbol for them. Ultra. While the only person besides him to know where he drew inspiration from with the usage of the Guy Fawkes masks was May. He still felt like a pretender, even as he removed the mask, top hat and cloak, feeling the eyes of all those present and even those watching from behind their screens follow his every move. While some of those in the audience had finished the start of his cheer, more out of reflex than anything else, he could see more than a few members whispering to each other, most likely about the deranged kid who thought himself strong enough to win without a quirk. He kept his face carefully blank, even as he walked back to Class 1 and met eyes with May along the way. Midoriya took a deep breath, calling up the long years of suppressing his emotions and looking at the world from a distance to fight whatever expression was threatening to break his composure. As he walked past the other classes, whatever hostility he could feel from them earlier for being a student in the hero course seemed to have been alleviated. Much to his surprise, more than a few individuals from the other classes of UA reached out to pat him on the back, or wherever they could touch, almost like he had redeemed himself by proving to be a regular human being like the rest of them rather than thinking the world revolved around him like Bakugo did. There were even a few words of encouragement here and there, but as expected, everyone appeared to think that he would put up a good fight but said nothing about him succeeding. He allowed the briefest hint of a smile to cross his face as he slipped back into 1A, ignoring the way his class parted around him to form a perfect circle of space with him at the center. While he would particularly enjoy breaking the perceptions of the world that most of these hero students had maintained from birth because of their powerful quirks, the fact was that he still had to level the playing field. Despite stating that he wouldn't use any forms of support equipment, nor his quirk, one of the two statements was a lie. Despite how far he had come, limiting himself to using one for all only in the event where the extra boost would help him stumble over the line between life and death and fight for another day. Let it not be said that Midoriya Izuku was arrogant. He knew his limits, and had even surpassed them through sheer determination. But fighting against someone like Todoroki with nothing but his bare hands and a few contingency plans was equivalent to trying to put out a small fire before it could spread further with water balloons and a squirt gun. Not exactly impossible, but guaranteed to reward you with a few burns in the process. While he was fine with the deck stacked against him, that didn't mean that he was going to sit there and let them dance around him because he started off at a lower point. It just meant that he had to be more subtle about it. The Eagle Eyes 2.0 were already in use as Kayama-sensei announced the first part of the competition, one of them to tag the competition and the other to direct the people working for him so that they wouldn't get arrested. They had told him not to overexert the neuro implant in case he managed to burn out his brain, but he would rather destroy himself than allow anyone to be captured because they wished to help him. He felt something in his brain strain and the beginnings of a headache build as he cut the communications system of the police officers chasing a woman, locking a previously unpowered door behind her as she escaped through an abandoned building. The constant switching of the cameras he was hacking into was almost seizure-inducing, and 3 days ago it had caused a seizure that left May in tears and him wiping blood from his eyes. Thankfully, it looked like One for All was also accelerating his body's natural healing, or he would probably still be nursing a headache instead of building a new one. He made his way to the starting line, making sure that the people he had tagged with his left eye were in his field of vision as he made his way to the starting line. While the rest clamored to start at the front, he stayed in the middle of the pack and ensured that the most discreet equipment that May had to offer were ready. He wrapped the reinforced tape around his knuckles and made sure that the ends of the slip knots he tied would be easy to reach. Tapping his heels against the ground triggered the kinetic batteries, and the vibration of the energy they possessed started the adrenaline surge that came with a good fight. He hummed softly, crouching down into a sprinter's position. A glint of reflected sunlight caught his eye, and the telltale sign of frost building up on Todoroki's hand made him stand right back up, his mind screaming warnings while he tried to figure out the ice user's plan of attack. He would remove as much of the competition as possible right at the start, which meant an area attack. In order to catch as many people in one blast, he would need a large surface, and the most obvious choice, he thought while starting to push through the crowd, watching the obnoxious parody of a traffic light turn from red to yellow, is the ground beneath us. Just as the light turned to green, he paused for half a second before using the two unfortunate students beside him to boost himself into the air. The sounds of ice cracking as it spreads across the floor occurs just before he hits the ground, and he takes off with a short mental apology to the duo that he had used. Each step brings with it an extra kick that he knows will make his legs scream in agony, but the secondary kinetic blasts turn his steps into leaps. He ensured that they were at full capacity before starting the sports festival, so for the obstacle course, which was essentially a 4-kilometer run, they would last for about 2/3 of it. Of course, it meant that Recovery Girl was going to end him once she figured out the true extent of what he was willing to do to send a message, but that was a problem for the future version of him. Then there was his last resort in the event that his speed still wasn't enough to level the playing field. He used the trails of ice to increase the speed at which he could move. And while the lack of friction may have caused others to slip and fall, the gripping of the soles of his shoes were just enough for the ice to actually propel him forward as he kicked off the ground but stopped him from face-planting when he took his next step. He faintly heard Yamada-sensei talk about something called a robo-inferno, and watched as the robots from the entrance examination came into view. Midoriya grinned and readied the impact condensers. They started to heat up as he charged the next jump with 10 times the kickback, and he said a brief prayer before putting his improvised plan into action. The next boosted jump briefly brought him back to the time when he leaped over the Namu, and he latched onto the zero-pointer's face before smashing its eye and climbing into the wiring, knowing that he had precious seconds before someone decided to send a drone in to catch him in the act of using a support item. A quick hack with the eagle eyes that made his brain scream in protest got the robot under his control, and crossing a couple of wires gave him the ability to move it. He laughed with glee while amping up the speed of the robot so high that the information panels in it started flashing with warning signs. He dodged the pile of destroyed robots and ice, accelerating even further as he did so. When the ground ended in what looked like an endless drop that was getting closer every second, his smile briefly died before another idea crossed his mind. He sighed to himself while tying 2 wires together to make sure that it stayed at maximum speed. Grabbing a metal plate that had fallen due to the sudden increase in speed, he exited the zero-pointer the same way he had entered it, and climbed onto the rapidly spinning head. Grimacing at the way the world was spinning, he waited for the familiar sensation of his stomach dropping due to the sudden change in height before jumping towards a rope with a 5x impact kick. Midoriya plummeted towards it and caught himself with one hand. Thankfully, the rope was elastic enough to absorb his momentum instead of shattering his arm and probably his spine if the desperate maneuver he had planned, so instead of jerking up from the force of impact like he had envisioned, the rope started to bend. He winced as a bolt of pain lanced through his wrist and shoulder, but regained his composure fast enough to scream a battle cry as the only thing that kept him from falling into the abyss like his transport acted as a makeshift slingshot and sent him airborne once again. He had just enough time to angle himself so that he wouldn't just fall straight back down, and he flew forward, discreetly hacking into a camera to check on the progress of the other competitors. He hissed when it was clear that Todoroki and Bakugo were catching up. The pit was slowing the ice wielder down, but Bakugo would soon overtake Todoroki if he managed to chain his explosions for flight long enough. He zoomed in on the next obstacle, and almost facepalmed in midair when he saw objects shaped like cartoonish landmines, banishing the white noise from his ears that had gradually crawled up his spine and blocked out everything. He tuned back into the world just in time to hear Yamada-sensei scream about how the landmines wouldn't end anyone, but were strong enough to definitely warrant a change of pants. He scoffed at the subtle hint to the blast force of the explosives, then tightened his grip on the metal plate before putting it underneath himself. He hoped that someone would catch him when it was all over. With his track record, luck wasn't exactly something that was ever on his side. So, when he landed just on the edge of the minefield and they detonated under him, he almost cried. Once again, Midoriya was going through the air, now with an injury or two. He screamed once more, hunkering down so that he wouldn't get separated from his new mode of transport, watching the sky become earth and earth become sky over and over and over again until bile started rising up in his throat. He swallowed, gritted his teeth, and forced down the rising surge of nausea along with his panic. His momentum started to slow down as he reached the last quarter of the minefield. Guess I have to roll the dice once more. He punched downwards and directed the remnants of his airtime to falling straight towards the biggest number of landmines that he could see. The impact rippled through his body, and Midoriya said a silent prayer to all the supernatural beings he could think of, hoping that none of his organs were too badly damaged. This time, with his improvised surfboard partially destroyed, he gets skipped across the ground instead of back up into the air like he was the first time. Good for speed, but with the end in sight and zero way to stop himself, Midoriya was on the fast route to death and destruction. Like a giant stone being skipped across the surface of a lake, he somehow managed to bounce off the ground, with each impact jarring him right down to the bones. He was perhaps 50 meters from the finish line when he finally ran out of momentum. The final time he hit the ground removed any hope of using the metal plate ever again, for it had snapped clean in half. Midoriya scrambled to his feet with a gasp, and a quick check even as he started running again reported that he had about 5% of the kinetic batteries remaining. His eyes were streaming with tears and probably a hint of blood, judging from the way every instinct was screaming for him to stop, keeping the eagle eyes active as he rerouted all the power into a single boot. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up when he was probably 5 meters away from the finish line. And it didn't take a genius or a hacker with eyes everywhere to figure out that either Todoroki or Bakugo had almost caught up to him. It seemed that his stagger to the finish line had been too slow. Even as the smell of nitroglycerin filled the air and frost crept around his feet, he unraveled the bandages around his hands and flicked them, each one wrapped around either side of the giant poles holding up an equally giant finish sign. And he tightened them to the point where his hands were losing feeling. A patch of ice appeared in front of the foot that was about to come down, and he grinned at the almost desperate attempt to stall him with the rules still in place. Midoriya tasted the too familiar taste of copper on his tongue and finally prepared to use the last kinetic kickback, just to spite everyone watching who told themselves that he wasn't going to make it. He slowed down just enough to allow the 2 other strongest members of his class Quirk-wise to get ahead as he winded up into a sprinting position facing away from the end, and threw himself backwards. Aizawa Shouta, resembling a typical horror movie mummy, fought to keep his eyes open and trained on the boy who was determined to make splashes as big as All Might did even without a quirk to help him. The smile that grew on his face with each death-defying, reckless yet calculated stunt that Midoriya managed to pull off only widened. He was thankful that it was hidden under his bandages, or someone might have questioned why he was grinning like his student, instead of taking the chance that his own speed would be enough to stop the 2 other teenagers vying with him for first place. He had already set up a plan. When the bandages started acting like his own capture weapon, Aizawa fought to keep the surprise he felt escaping him in a gasp. The only 2 times Midoriya had seen his capture weapon in action was on the first day and during the USJ incident. So either the kid's abnormally powerful strength quirk came with a photographic memory and the ability to copy other people's fighting styles, or he had somehow managed to replicate the capture weapon Aizawa took months to learn and years to master in a matter of weeks. What made matters even more unbelievable, if Nezu was to be trusted, was the fact that over the last 2 weeks, his new problem child had also been stirring up anarchy across the country while slipping away from trained professionals like a ghost. Judging from the way he had decided to grab the attention of the world, it appeared that the principal's words were more than just the ramblings of a highly intelligent individual attempting to justify being outsmarted by someone with less intellect. On his mental list of things that make Midoriya terrifying, he added another bullet point to the numerous ones that had been accumulated over the past 3 weeks. For someone who he had known for such little time, Aizawa possessed more information on the kid than he did on a few villains he used to analyze and track. Still, he wondered what last-minute plan the green-haired demon would manage to pull off in order to win, without using his quirk or support items. He got his answer when the problem child crouched into a sprinter's start before kicking off the ground with enough force to propel himself into the air. At the same time, the camera drone Nezu had dedicated only to watching Midoriya took in his bloodstained grin and the way his knuckles turned white. Like he had done with the rope over the fall, the boost stretched the bandages for a fraction of a second before the laws of physics came into play and slingshotted Midoriya across the finish line. Much to his amusement, the drone managed to capture a frame of the boy grinning like a loon as he winked at the camera while flying past his fellow competitors. He hit the ground running despite the fact that he had already cleared the endpoint. And the reason became clear to anyone watching when he stumbled and fell, throwing up puffs of dust and dirt as his momentum carried him across the ground. Bakugo and Todoroki finished before he even managed to get to one knee, and Aizawa had to resist the urge to go down and help the boy up. Still, as Hisashi announced Midoriya Izuku as the winner of the first event with a glint in his eyes that indicated pride and curiosity, the teenager in question finally managed to get to his feet. He swayed, and for a moment, looked like he was about to collapse. There was silence as he continued to tremble, eyes closed, like a swift gust would knock him over. Aizawa watched with bated breath, mentally begging the boy to claim his hard-fought place with the same amount of determination and presence that he had shown in his speech and in combat against the Namu, eyes glowing a sickly green. Those who had responded to Midoriya's cheer at the beginning watched their screens in silence, waiting for the person who had declared that he would do the impossible and actually carry it out to carve his way into history. Shigaraki Tamura scraped at the back of his neck even as his sensei hummed, sounding impressed. He only scratched harder when he realized the cheater had gotten sensei's approval without even meeting the man. Hero Enderstein had paused when the words of Midoriya Izuku reached his ears, and sheathed his sword with a grin, climbing out of the alleyway that would have seen the end of the name of Ingenium in another world. He would allow the fakes to live a day longer. He had to celebrate the arrival of a hero student with the same ideology, the same conviction that he held. With any luck, he would see the child soon, and perhaps even extend an offer for an alliance to rip apart the hero system. Bubegawara-jin stared in awe alongside those who had been saved by this child, the bar silent for the first time in his memory. He dropped the glass he was cleaning onto the table. Midoriya, who burned brighter than the sun and fought like he was escaping hell itself, was not speaking. And so they would wait for his words. Uri, who had been allowed to watch the UA Sports Festival by a grunt who would be reduced to paste the next day when his deeds were brought to light, only had eyes for this green-haired teenager, with eyes that looked so similar to the ones she saw in the mirror. She placed a trembling hand on the screen. Was this what it looked like to fight against your curse and win? Gran Torino let the cane in his hand fall to the floor with a clatter. Taiyaki briefly forgotten. Toshinori had told him about his successor, a boy with determination in spades and the ability to back it up, who had incredible control over his quirk even though it ripped apart his body, with a mind sharp enough to keep up. This wasn't the young, well-meaning child that he had envisioned. No, this was an anarchist with a silver tongue and fire running through his veins. For a fraction of a moment, he saw Nana standing behind the kid, hands on her hips and a smile on her face. Blinking rapidly, he reached for the blank form he had asked for from the Public Safety Commission and looked around for a pen. Midoriya Izuku raised a single finger to the sky, facing the silent crowd with a smile that threatened to rip his face apart. He roared in victory, and across the world, those who would follow this child into hell roared alongside their symbol of freedom. May almost tackled him when she finished the race as well. Before grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him frantically, she leaned forward to ask about the damage he had done to his body without anyone noticing. And he shrugged in response. He didn't exactly carry a bioscanner, considering he would rather pretend that he didn't know the way his body was falling apart with every new card he pulled from up his sleeve instead of allowing others to realize that he was, indeed, breaking himself just to claw his way to the top. It would definitely be enough for the UA staff to either expel him or lock him up in a mental asylum, probably force him to get therapy as well. They knocked him gently on the forehead, before pulling on her goggles and scanning him from head to toe. Her smile flickered and died. Then she pulled off the goggles and ran a hand down her face, a mixture of exasperation and panic surfacing for the briefest moment. She gave him the report as quickly as she could, and he swallowed down his regrets at the list of injuries. Hairline fractures in his legs, especially present in his left leg, most likely due to the recoil of his final lunge for victory. A few burst blood vessels in the eyes due to the stress of overusing the eagle eyes. Some fragments of metal lodged in his side due to the rather explosive way he had ended the race. Midoriya grimaced, testing out his limbs and starting to feel the sting of pain as the adrenaline rush from his high-stakes obstacle run died down. Feeling around for the sharp metal embedded into him, he quickly pinched whatever he could reach and pulled it out. After the third one, blood was starting to stain his gym uniform. A glance at the time told him that there was no way he could run to Recovery Girl and back before the next event started. They seemed to have formed the same conclusions, for she surreptitiously handed him a first aid kit. Muttering his thanks, he proceeded to lift his shirt slightly so that he could stick a cloth bandage doused with a healthy amount of alcohol against the wound. It burned constantly after that, but it was a small price to pay to stop any infection or aggravation of the wound. May grabbed him by the hand, slipping two small objects into it as she did so. She only let go when they had inserted themselves into the middle of the crowd, and somehow the people around him hadn't noticed his presence just yet. Bending down under the pretense of tying his shoelaces, he ejected the spent kinetic batteries and replaced them with the fully charged ones that May had just given him. He palmed the original batteries, then bound them to his left palm with the roll of reinforced bandages. It would look like he was reapplying his original wrappings, but now he was able to put the first two batteries to further use. Simply put, the way May had fashioned the power cells was that any form of movement that affected them would be converted to energy. When activated, they would quickly funnel the built-up kinetic energy to whatever needed it, like his shoes, which meant that they were essentially bombs ready to go off. At full charge, accidentally or purposely, breaking the batteries would provide him with a small explosion enough to turn his hand into paste and whoever he was holding onto at that point of time. However, considering how long it took to charge the batteries by just swinging them around or squeezing them, he should be able to get it up to maybe 5% of their total capacity by the time the event started. Maybe 10 to 15 if he used the slightest trickle of one for all on them. Risky, considering a single crack would cause the batteries to leak and enough damage could cause them to blow up before he wanted them to. In any case, it would give him a triple impact strike in the event that he needed more oomph to his blows to throw someone off guard. He started to squeeze the batteries as Kayama-sensei announced the next round. Cavalry Battle, 3 supports and 1 rider. Reminded him more of servants carrying a king, but that was probably just him. Each person got a headband based on their ranking in the race, which meant that he would get the one with the most number of points. Although, something told him that it wasn't as easy as he thought it was going to be. His point was proven when she announced how many points he had. He blinked at the sheer number of eyes that had turned towards him. The amount of hostility directed at him would have reduced him to a quivering mess about 4 years ago. But right now, he curled his hands into fists, still making sure not to destroy the batteries cupped in his palm. He looked towards one of the cameras focused on him to record his expressions for the audience. Nezu, are you laughing at me right now, I wonder? So this was a way to turn everyone left against him. Probably planned beforehand. Considering the fact that Kayama-sensei didn't look very surprised by this unfortunate turn of events. Of course, it could also have been planned like this because Nezu predicted what he was going to do. He allowed a small, confident smile to cross his face instead of the panic that everyone was most likely expecting from him. Internally, he was torn between burning with anger at how the odds had been stacked against him once again and laughing at the way the odds had been stacked against him once again. They wanted to isolate him, break him, ruin him on live television. Even as the other competitors began to walk away and form their own teams, Mei stood beside him. He asked her a silent question. She responded by pulling into a one-armed hug. If Nezu was trying to make sure he failed, then he had already done his part in the grand scheme of things, because Midoriya wasn't alone. Now he had Mei, and Mei had weapons. For some reason or another, Uraraka approached them and asked to join their team. Upon questioning, she admitted that her objective in the sports festival was to climb to the top at all costs. And despite the fact that they had a giant target on their backs with the 10 million points, she believed that he would manage to pull off another miracle. He laughed, and after getting Mei's confirmation, handed her a pair of boots with jet thrusters attached to them. He gave her a few pointers on how to use them and left it to Mei to dump as many of her babies as she wanted on the brunette. Shinsu was already in charge of his own team, and the slack nature of their faces indicated that brainwashing was in use. Midoriya made a mental note to use the throwing picks taped to the inside of his sleeve just to stir up some chaos, then realized maximum carnage would come if he did it now. He pretended to swat a fly buzzing around him and managed to snap one of them out of their brainwashed state. Majiro stumbled, bumping into the other two and breaking Shinsu's hold on them as well. He left them to start arguing after they figured out what the purple-haired Aizawa-sensei knockoff had done to them, and walked around to find the last member of their team, profiles for those that he knew at the forefront of his mind. Interestingly enough, Class 1B had separated into teams made out of heavy hitters and teams largely based on support. It seemed like they actually had a concrete plan for working together. Unfortunately, that would mean that some would be sacrificed, especially the two-person teams. He searched for their leader even as he hunted for his last team member. Mei provided all the firepower that they needed. Uraraka plus his shoes would give them more than enough mobility. A couple of fast-acting motion sickness pills would help alleviate the nausea she felt from using her quirk on herself. What they needed now was a defense strategy. He walked around, noting the teams forming and the dynamics of each one. Bakugu's was filled with the only people who could tolerate him. Todoroki had picked his teammates based on their quirks. Kaminari was probably going to be used as a single-area attack while Yaoyorozu could insulate them from the blast. Edo was fast, and he had a sneaking suspicion that the teenager had a secret weapon. He paused when Takoyami passed him, walking straight to where Asui was located. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind as quickly as he could, he took a leap of faith and reached out to stop the edgelord, extending an offer for the other teenager to join his team. The boy with the bird head seemed to judge him for a few moments, before saying something cryptic that boiled down to "I like your insanity," and would rather watch your plans unfold than be on the receiving end of them. Midoriya nodded, thanking him while tugging him along by one sleeve back to Mei and Uraraka. The Pinkette was currently showing off a pair of gauntlets, which he recognized as the counterpart to his shoes. When she noticed him walking back, with Takoyami in tow, she grinned and tossed him the things he had requested she bring in case there was a team-based event. He quickly equipped them before giving Uraraka a bottle of anti-nausea pills and asking her to take 3. As he geared up, Midoriya began to explain the plan. Uraraka and Takoyami exchanged a look after hearing it, as if they were wondering what they had signed up for. They put the jetpack on and they got into position, with himself as the rider. 2 minutes before every team would throw themselves in his general direction to take the 10 million headband. He readied his weapons before asking Takoyami a question about Dark Shadow. He answered, slightly confused. Midoriya smiled when the final part of his plan fell into place. Once again, it was time to show them why. Todoroki watched impassively as Midoriya grabbed the last member of his team, noting each and every invention that the pink-haired girl had pulled out of her backpack and the things that he himself had equipped. The bandages had been overlapped by a pair of fingerless gloves. He suspected that the shoes Midoriya wore had some form of augmentation to them considering the sheer speed he had managed to demonstrate during the first round. The green-haired teenager had also attached a metal stick to his side. Something that looked alarmingly similar to a rifle was slung over his back and there were several canisters taking up space on his other side. Despite the team members he had picked in order to take the 10 million points being perfect for the job, he still felt uncertain. His victory was almost certainly guaranteed with the powerful quirks on his side and his main opponent's refusal to use his own to prove a point. He could understand the need to prove yourself, for he refused to use his fire because of that bastard. But render yourself quirkless, that was equivalent to suicide. Those without power had no place in this world. He ignored the nagging voice in the back of his head that reminded him of how Midoriya had won the first challenge through sheer ingenuity alone. Perhaps his apprehension was because of the unsettling smile on the other's face, one that had silenced their teacher and, if Asui was to be believed, stopped a villain from ending him. Maybe it was the unstable light in his eyes, the same light that he had seen in his mother's when she had given him his scar during the last time they had ever seen each other in person. Whatever it was, his instincts, honed from years of training and figuring out how to avoid the bastard, was telling him that he should tread carefully around Midoriya Izuku. Nevertheless, he quashed the rambling of his paranoia, telling his teammates to get ready. Midnight announces the start of the second round, and immediately, the majority of the teams rush Team Midoriya. The ground softens under them and they begin to sink, but their leader still looks unruffled. He extends his hands, each one facing half of those ready to attack him. Todoroki hangs near the back, telling his teammates to watch for anyone trying to steal points in the chaos. Midoriya's eyes, already burning with insanity, flare and the smoldering fire in them turns into a blazing inferno. They get propelled into the sky by the boots Uraraka is wearing and what appeared to be a jetpack on the pink-haired student from the support course. At the same time, filaments almost invisible if not for the glint of the sunlight reflecting off them shoot from Midoriya's gloves and tear headbands from their places. Reflexively, he throws up an ice wall to prevent the ones coming for his points from getting what they wanted. He forces down a momentary rush of panic at the realization that he wouldn't have been fast enough if he had been just a few meters closer. He directs his team to move around the wall and almost curses at the new situation that has unfolded. Todoroki had expected Team Midoriya to focus solely on protecting the 10 million headband, which would allow him to force the green-haired boy and his team into a corner and then snatch it at the last moment. He was wrong. According to the scoreboard and the things present Mike were screaming, their class-resident psychopath had managed to snatch the headbands of all but 3 teams. After that, they had launched themselves into the sky, with a large contraption similar to a parachute along with what looked like Takoyami's quirk keeping them airborne. Unless any of them magically developed the ability to fly, Team Midoriya was out of reach. Of course, the explosion quirk user chose to launch himself into the air and away from his team, using the same technique he had demonstrated in the obstacle course to give himself a makeshift version of flight. He reached the halfway point between Team Midoriya and the ground before a crack rang out and his head snapped back. The brief moment of pause caused him to fall back down a few meters, and when he tried to close the distance he had lost, Bakugo was rewarded with another shot, this time to the neck. A glance at the large screen depicting the Cavalry Battle showed an intimidating, yet awe-inspiring sight. Midoriya was practically covered with headbands, and for some reason one of his eyes was gold. Each one of his teammates held a gun. Their leader was holding the rifle-like contraption that had been on his back, but this close-up view of them revealed that it was more akin to a grenade launcher. The shot seemed to have come from the support course girl, who was reloading one of her guns. Midoriya looked up, finally noticing the camera. He winked, holding up a canister labeled with the universal sign for poison, a skull and crossbones. Almost mockingly, he chambered the canister and aimed downwards. The other more perceptive students had already begun to scatter, as did Todoroki's team while defending themselves from anyone trying to steal their points. Another crack rang out, and his attention was directed to the yellow cloud emanating from a shattered canister. Surprisingly, the teachers hadn't disqualified Team Midoriya, and he figured out why when Bakugo was caught in the rapidly expanding cloud of noxious fog. The blonde wrinkled his nose, then started gagging and screaming about the smell, forgetting that he had to stay in the air. His teammates proved to be his saving grace, with Zero pulling him out of the cloud and back to safety with the tape he produced from his elbows. Midnight declared Bakugo to still be in the game despite the fact that he had separated from his team because he hadn't touched the ground. She also declared that Midoriya's actions were perfectly within the rules because he wasn't using a quirk with malicious intent, and the weapons had been cleared before the sports festival. Bakugo's team began to cry out, yelling about the stink clinging to his body, and Todoroki concluded that the gas was just that, bad-smelling but ultimately harmless. Still, with it still expanding and Midoriya still possessing at least 2 other canisters, the green-haired teenager had asserted his dominance over the arena. Experimentally, he created several ice spikes, reinforcing them and sending them towards the team still hanging out in the sky. This time, a steady staccato of gunfire indicated that Uraraka was destroying his attempts to attack them before they could even get close. A resounding boom made him bring up another ice wall. It cracked from the force of what was most likely Takoyami's sniper rifle. He indicated to his team that they should retreat and protect their points, still keeping an eye on the team firmly in first place. They would have to come down eventually, and he would be ready for them. Midoriya had already reloaded his grenade launcher, this time with a flashbang. His teammates were taking potshots at those below, Takoyami and Mei dissuading them from attacking and Uraraka preventing any structures like Todoroki's ice spikes from forming. They would be able to stay in the air for a while longer, but the beginning of their descent to the ground would occur in the last 2 minutes of the cavalry battle. Honestly, they could probably stay in the air for the rest of the second round since their propulsion system only needed to be used in short bursts to ensure they wouldn't fall back to the ground. But what was the fun in that? He had already proven that fighting against the odds could be done without a quirk, but he could cement that fact with a dramatic finale. He swapped around the headbands so that their numbers weren't visible and fired the flashbang to stun Bakugo in time for the other blonde teenager to swoop in and steal the headband. Some taunting ensued, and the usage of Bakugo's own quirk against him was more amusing than anything else. Unfortunately, the copy quirk user had just managed to incur the wrath of his childhood tormentor, and they were soon locked in a battle as Bakugo took back the stolen headbands and went for more. The rest of the teams were dogpiling on Todoroki's team, and despite the small glaciers that were constantly summoned to defend him, it was clear that they were being overwhelmed. Carefully, he unholstered his sidearm and took aim at Kaminari. When the telltale sparks that indicated his quirk was ready to be discharged began to show, Midoriya fired. The gun he had used was a grappling hook. With a little tinkering, it was also able to be used as a cable. The other end of the weapon was already plugged into Mei's jetpack, and he managed to siphon the electricity from Kaminari's indiscriminate attack and reduce the damage it dealt while recharging their propulsion system, dropping the gun as it began smoking. He grinned at the look of shock on Todoroki's face as his opponents recovered quickly enough from the brief shock and some even managed to avoid the follow-up ice attack. A quick glance at the clock alerted him to the fact that there was about 2 minutes left. He notified his teammates and they collapsed and returned their weapons to Mei's backpack of wonders. Uraraka pounded her fists together, gauntlets active, and declared that it was time to crush some skulls. Takoyami declared that this was a mad banquet of darkness before recalling Dark Shadow. Mei holstered her 6 shooters and yelled a battle cry, switching the jetpack so that it was now boosting them down. When they were almost about to hit the ground, he readied the bandolier of blunt-throwing knives and started peppering anyone who was getting too close. It would look unheroic, but the most his targets would get were a couple of bruises, and he was more for practicality than anything else. Bakugo was still locked in combat with Monoma, and every time the explosion quirk user tried to disengage, the copy quirk user would snatch his headbands and continue the never-ending cycle. Todoroki had managed to freeze his desperate opponents to the ground. They locked eyes, 2 damaged individuals, one who raged against society and refused to bow while the other fought to step out of the shadow of his past. The eagle eyes alerted him to the way Ida's engines were rapidly heating up and he urgently requested for his teammates to let go of him. 30 seconds till the end. As soon as Ida's mouth opened, most likely to shout his special move's name, he pushed up and leapt. Ida shot forward, his engines creaking under the strain of his recipro burst. Their team hurtled towards Midoriya's, and for a brief moment, he believed that they had finally caught the teenager with all the plans off guard. His teammates' eyes widened with shock, and Takoyami tried to use his quirk to stop them, but to no avail. They closed Midoriya's team, Todoroki's hand outstretched to tear the headbands from their opponent's grasp, only to close on empty air when Midoriya did a backflip over their heads, even ripping the headbands that they had been protecting since the beginning of the game before landing back on his horse. Both he and Yaoyorozu exclaimed in shock, and they tried to turn around to get back their lost headbands. Unfortunately, Recipro Burst had already stalled his engines, and with Kaminari out of commission, they were unable to move. He apologized for failing the team, only stopping when Todoroki interrupted with a voice as cold as ice. They looked towards their rider, and he showed them the single headband that hadn't been torn. Ada praised his team member for his quick reflexes, but was quickly proven wrong. The Son of Endeavor revealed that Midoriya had intentionally left them with enough points to remain in the top 4 teams, pointing out how the only ones left with headbands were Bakugo's team, their team, and Midoriya's team. Abruptly, Shinsu's team got some points, and they turned as one to see the purple-haired boy gaping in shock, staring at Midoriya. The green-haired boy gave him a thumbs up even as another team lunged for him, only for Uraraka to slam a fist into the ground and create a small crater. The unfortunate teenagers tripped due to the sudden change in terrain. But before the team could fall, the blonde who had been locked in combat with Bakugo reached out and managed to skim a single headband. For a moment, it seemed like someone would finally be able to snag points from the untouchable teenager, only for Midoriya to lean backwards. The clock reached 0, and Present Mike announced the standings. Ida tuned him out, focused only on the way Midoriya had dismounted, and was immediately tackled by Uraraka, his partner, and Takoyami's Dark Shadow. He laughed, congratulating them on a job well done before gently pushing them aside. Just like before, the camera zeroed in on him. Midoriya Izuku smiled and, just like before, raised his arm to point towards the sky. This time, without prompting, the crowd roared for him. Defeated, Ada lowered his head and wondered what his brother would think of him. They had been utterly and totally destroyed. Mei latched onto him and refused to let go. While it wasn't something new, he gently broke her hug, citing the fact that Todoroki looked like he was about to march over and tell him something absolutely life-changing. She pouted, but released him after pressing a kiss to his cheek and darting off, shouting that she'd find him later. Soon enough, his prediction came true and Todoroki approached him with a request for a private talk. He nodded, following the teen into the building and to an empty corridor. Before the red and white teenager could speak, Midoriya stopped him in order to do a sweep of the surrounding area. He turned the corner to see Bakugo looking like he had been caught doing something wrong, and politely asked the eavesdropper to leave. The blonde growled and spat a few curses, but eventually left. He returned and Todoroki offered his thanks. Midoriya waved it off, saying that Bakugo shouldn't have been there in the first place. The other teen grunted, before throwing out a question that left him blindsided for the first time in a while. "Are you All Might's secret love child?" He immediately denied it, telling him that his father hadn't been around since he was diagnosed quirkless. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. Midoriya asked why he would say such a thing while turning on the recorder that he had convinced Mei to implant into his ear like a secondary eardrum. He wasn't disappointed. Todoroki launched into a story of years of abuse, his siblings and mother living in fear of the number 2 hero and how his mother had undergone a psychotic breakdown, giving him his scar. Midoriya fought down the guttural snarl that was threatening to surface, channeling that anger back into the pool that had been forming since the beginning of the sports festival and turning it into a lake. That explained things like why the other teens seemed to be repressing his emotions almost instinctively, and why he never tried to interact with anyone else. Todoroki finished by stating that he would win with half his quirk. Midoriya snorted, and when the other teenager gave him a questioning look, he allowed the slightest hint of rage to enter his words. "You would willingly restrict half your quirk just because of your daddy issues. What kind of a hero do you want to be? One who's going to let people die and then tell their loved ones, 'Sorry, I refuse to use the full potential of my quirk because my problems are more important than saving people.' You have no right to say that. I thought that you would understand because you are also refusing to use your own quirk. You and I are not the same. I do this because I'm sending a message to the world on behalf of those who get trampled upon because they have weak quirks. Villainous quirks. No quirks at all. What do you think they see when they watch you, who was born great, pretend that half your quirk doesn't exist when they would end to be in your place? I fight for those who were forgotten. You say you fight to prove your father wrong, but the only thing I see is a little brat letting his father control his life." Todoroki growled, but something in his eyes had changed. Wordlessly, he pushed off the wall he was leaning against and went back the way they came from. Before he could get too far, Midoriya called out. The other teen stopped and asked him what he wanted. "Fight against me with all you've got. There are easier ways to defeat your father. Fight me with all of your quirk." Todoroki turned around, what was probably an argument on his lips dying when he met Midoriya's gaze. "And I'll personally bring your father down from the pedestal this wretched society placed him on. I promise." Todoroki said nothing, but he had a feeling that the other teen wasn't taking him seriously. He sighed, unwrapping the bandages around his palm to separate the batteries. Guess they were doing this the hard way. He looked up when the public announcement system declared that the first match was between him and Shinsu. He tightened the bandages and got to his feet. It was time for some payback. Shinsu stepped onto the field, feeling his stomach shrink even further at the almost hostile look on Midoriya's face. His doubts from the past weeks were finally confirmed when his opponent slipped into a fighting stance. The worst part of it all was that he wasn't smiling. A smiling Midoriya may be a terrifying Midoriya, but it was one that was reckless. He had never seen his classmate with ice in his eyes instead of the usual ever-consuming fire. He tried desperately to get into a basic boxing stance, wishing that he had actually asked for his opponent's advice during one-on-one sparring rather than thinking that his quirk would be enough to get him through the competition. It had almost cost him his teammates in the Cavalry Battle when they had somehow broken out of his mind control. If he wasn't so afraid, he would have laughed at the irony. Midoriya had given him the points necessary to go to the next round, and now he was going to collect his debt. The match started, and Midoriya dashed forward, silent and absolutely terrifying. Knowing that he would lose in hand-to-hand combat, he did the first thing that came to mind. Your girlfriend is a beach who has to resort to support items to make up for her inadequacy. For a brief moment, he thought that he had struck a nerve as Midoriya opened his mouth. Then it promptly closed ... and the green-haired boy blurred. One moment, he was inside the boundaries of the zone. The next, he was on his back, outside the zone with a broken nose and a ringing head. Midnight snapped her whip and declared the match to be Midoriya's victory. As Shinsu tried to get up, his opponent grabbed him by the collar and pulled him to his feet before leaning forward to whisper into his ear. "I'll forgive you this time because I know that you were trying to use your quirk. But next time," his hand tightened its grip on Shinsu's collar, and he tried to pretend he wasn't a breath away from begging for mercy. Still, he almost did just that when Midoriya delivered his parting words. Midoriya chose to spend his time talking softly with Mei, the two of them formulating a plan after realizing that he was going to fight against Todoroki in his next match. They did so until it was announced that Mei was going to fight Ida. He rests his hand on her shoulder and tells her that he'll see her in the semi-finals. She grins, embracing him briefly before running off to find Ida. Her match was nothing short of amusing. 15 minutes of advertising in which she was utterly and totally in control of the match. In the end, Ida gets annoyed enough to use Recipro Burst once more. It proves to be his downfall when Mei dodges out of the way, leaving soapy liquid on the ground. He skids, trips, and the speed he was going at was too much for him to stop inside the ring. Kayama-sensei declares it to be Mei's victory while restraining her laughter. He gave her a thumbs up when they locked eyes, and she grinned even wider than before. Afterwards, he continued to flesh out every single thing he knew about Todoroki's quirk, breaking it down to the bare bones. They returned shortly after, adding a few pointers to his plan. As each match concluded, and the final climactic showdown between Uraraka and Bakugo ended, he got to his feet. His classmates wished him good luck, but he could see in their eyes that they thought he would end up like Zero. All except Mei, who just held out her hand for a parting fist bump, and Isui, who told him in a deadpan voice not to go too hard on his opponent. He thanked the two of them, then walked to his waiting room, using the last of his bandages to reinforce the binding of his hands and some portions of his arms, but let the ends trail loosely. He would need everything he had to win, and if that meant fighting dirty, so be it. He meets Endeavor in the corridor on his way to the battlefield. The man spouts something about how the Quirkless didn't have a place in the world, and that he shouldn't embarrass his masterpiece. Midoriya breathes in, then breathes out and walks past the number 2 hero without saying a single thing. Ending Endeavor is wrong. Insulting Endeavor is wrong. Don't do it. The man mentions how his shadow wasn't going to be as weak as his mother, and the last restraint holding him in place snaps, along with what little faith he still retained in the system. While it's debatable whether or not he's stronger than his mother, he turns back to give Endeavor a mocking grin. She was already stronger than you, so I don't see what his strength has to do with your success. Maybe you'd like being third, behind All Might and your son. Or perhaps, he raised a single finger and tapped it against his cheek in a further attempt to irritate and infuriate the number 2 hero to get dirt on him. You'd prefer it if you lose your position after the world figures out what you've done to your family. Endeavor turns as white as one can when they're constantly on fire. You dare to threaten me, boy? The Public Safety Commission has never done anything to me. Watch yourself, or you might just end up like my wife. Midoriya hides a smile and turns off the recorder. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Aizawa watched as Midoriya walked into the arena, bandages wrapped around more of his limbs now. He did not know what the problem child thought that some reinforced bindings could do against a force of nature, but with the things he had managed to pull off, he definitely had a plan. Hazashi announced both competitors, Todoroki being the Ice Prince and Midoriya being the Quirkless Wonder. While the ice user remains impassive, the green-haired teenager looks up directly at the announcer's box and sends a glare towards Hazashi. His friend pales, but just laughs shakily before giving the reins to Nimiri. She raises her hand, hesitates, before declaring the start of the match. Almost immediately, a glacier similar to the one that had imprisoned Zero earlier took over half the arena. There was silence, and he felt a hint of disappointment at how easily Midoriya had been defeated. Except, Nimiri hadn't declared the match over just yet. Aizawa watched the screen to see Todoroki step towards the glacier with a blank look on his face, and then he was punched in the back of the head by a not-frozen Midoriya. Hazashi continued to commentate, more pumped up than ever as Aizawa watched with rapt attention. The green-haired teenager threw 2 more punches before jumping into the air, in time to dodge the second glacier thrown his way. He kicks off the side of the glacier and flies straight into Todoroki. From that point forward, it was a one-sided beatdown. Every time Todoroki attempted to use his right side, Midoriya would swerve to the left and throw another punch. Soon enough, it was clear to everyone that he was just toying with his opponent, even going as far as to use his bandage as a makeshift garrote long enough to sweep him off his feet and deliver an axe kick into his downed competitor. Aizawa frowns when the screen shows how Midoriya is talking even as he continues to beat Todoroki into the ground. Frost constantly forms, but as soon as it does, Todoroki gets distracted by another blow. Another 2 minutes of this occurs, with the green-haired boy finding more and more creative ways to embarrass his opponent, until he seems to say something that finally gets Todoroki's attention. Encouraged by the way he causes ice spikes to sprout from the ground, just narrowly avoided by a sudden switch in direction and another surprisingly strong leap, Midoriya yells something that causes the white and red-haired boy to snarl and throw another 2 glaciers in quick succession. In a show of dexterity, he throws himself out of the way of the first one, then jumps high enough to grasp onto the top of the second and climb over. He screams once more, and for the first time since Aizawa had gotten Todoroki in his class, flames flicker to life. Todoroki feels his body temperature return to normal when he finally lets loose, and Midoriya breaks off an ice spike as he enjoys the way it feels to use his flames. The bastard leaps up from his seat, shouting something that he couldn't hear over the roar of his own fire. Much to his surprise, Midoriya spins on the spot before hurling the icicle at his father. It forces Endeavor to increase the intensity of his flames, and the weapon melts, slapping him with a brief coating of water. He laughs, surprising himself when his sperm donor looks like he's been slapped by a child. "You're insane." He ignites his left side as frost covers his right, and for once, he wasn't carefully regulating the amount of ice he was putting out. Midoriya lets his bandages trail along the ground, smirking as he does so. "All the best people are crazy, Todoroki. What do you think that makes me?" Todoroki smiles at the unspoken question, throwing a glacier forward, as big as the one he had used on Zero earlier. Midoriya dodges once again, but his bandages get trapped in the ice. He channels the fire into his arm, and thanks his opponent before throwing a swath of flames at the still form of his current enemy. The teachers race forward to stop them, and concrete barriers are raised to contain the rapid expansion of cold and hot air in the form of an explosion. He gets flung back by the force of his own attack, smashing through the concrete barrier and tumbling onto the grass. The last thing he remembers, before his vision fades to black, is that of Midoriya's grin. Unlike before, it is comforting instead of intimidating. The smoke clears to reveal Todoroki lying outside the boundaries of the arena. Everyone watching the sports festival scans whatever area they can see, searching for a hint of Midoriya Izuku. When the dust finally settles, they see the true damage done to the arena. Swaths of dirt have been torn into the ground of the arena, with spiraling structures of ice splintering and falling apart, but still standing. The screen zooms in on a motionless figure, lying within the boundaries, bandages caught within one of the few glaciers still remaining. They must have prevented him from getting blasted back by the force of the explosion. The silence is deafening as the camera picks up the way one of his arms is dislocated and bruised, most likely from the bandage pulling him in one direction while the explosion tugged him in another. Across the world, people quietly urge for him to get back up. As Midnight steps forward to check on Midoriya's condition as Cementos goes to check on Todoroki, she places a hand on his chest, and almost reflexively, he twitches. Then he convulses, and finally, he sits up with a gasp, pushing away the pro-heroine attempting to help him. He unwinds the bandages from his arms and staggers to his feet. His arms are discolored and limp. Burns give the left side of his face a patchwork pattern. His uniform is torn in several places, revealing raw skin underneath. But he is standing, and so he must scream. And the world screams along with him. He gets healing from Recovery Girl, and it is with a limp in his stride and a barely functioning eye that he staggers onto the rebuilt arena. Mei has forfeited, knowing that he is in no condition to fight, so Bakugo is the one facing him with a swagger in his step and confidence in his gaze. Not to mention the hint of murder. His vision is darkening, and the sounds around him slowly begin to stop reaching his ears. Still, the crackling of explosions as Bakugo flies straight at him is loud enough to make up for the way the volume of the world seemed to decrease. Midoriya is so tired. It is over even before it can begin. Midoriya was swaying on his feet while Bakugo was fresh and rested. Those watching that still don't believe in him, and even some of those that do sigh and lament the tragic end to Midoriya's long fight, which is why what the green-haired child does next surprises so many of his viewers. He collapses like a puppet whose strings have been cut, and Bakugo whizzes over him. Just as the explosive blonde turns around, Midoriya leaps to his feet and turns around to deliver a solid roundhouse kick to his opponent's sternum. Before his opponent can react, a punch is thrown into his chest. It looks feeble, and the freckled boy collapses once again afterwards, heaving and trembling. However, Bakugo flies backwards through the air, coughing. He attempts to use explosions to remain airborne, but Midnight has already swung her whip and declared him out of bounds. The enraged blonde yells as he lands on the ground, running forward to try and attack the unconscious body of his opponent. Midnight quickly uses his quirk to render him unconscious. Both boys are quickly carted off by medical bots. As he is carried away, Midoriya manages to, as his usual sign of victory, raises a trembling arm to point at the sky for the last time today. He cannot scream, so the world screams for him. It was odd to present the medals without the individual in first place. Of course, not many were surprised when the podium for Midoriya Izuku was left empty, while more were concerned about the way Bakugo was literally shackled and muzzled. Another thing that drew their attention away from the absence of the boy who had won the sports festival without using his quirk was how All Might had shown up to give out the medals. Todoroki watched impassively from his bed in the infirmary, resting and recovering from the injuries Midoriya had given him like he was passing out party favors. For the first time in a long time, Someone who wasn't his bastard of a father had been the one to damage him, and severely if Recovery Girl's muttering as she hovered over Midoriya's unconscious body was to be believed. His classmate wasn't doing much better. Every time his eyes wandered away from the screen since the beginning of the awards ceremony, he would get another glance at how using the full extent of his quirk had left Midoriya barely able to walk, even with Recovery Girl healing him just enough to keep him conscious for the final match. Several patches of his classmate's skin were a different shade of color, a reminder of how he had thrown flames at Midoriya while he was standing still. There was a thick layer of bandages around each arm, resembling the way he had bound them with his own reinforced version to use over and over again on Todoroki. The same items that had managed to keep him from exiting the arena's boundaries via explosion like he had, at the cost of his arms. When Todoroki had woken up, the first thing he had done was to watch the final scene of their fight. Seeing how his last desperate move had kept Midoriya in the game by being used as an anchor, he wondered how much of their battle had been anticipated by the green-haired teenager. Had he purposefully unraveled his bandages so that Todoroki would attack them? He had a feeling that the answer was yes, but it wasn't exactly something he could confirm with the mastermind currently lying comatose next to him. He returned his attention to the screen, and his relatively decent mood at finally being able to let loose thanks to Midoriya soured when Bakugo started snapping at all might. That was another problem entirely. It was clear that Midoriya had somehow managed to grab the attention of the school, with the way he had cemented his strength with and without his quirk within the first week of school, and the fact that he had been called out of class to talk with Principal Nezu more times than a first-year student should have to talk to their school's ruling authority figure, made for an unsettling combination. Take into account his posture in UA, always tense and ready to fight back, whether with words or with his actions in battle trials. No matter what, he held himself like a person with a plan, and each time he went up against one of his classmates in combat just continued to reinforce that idea, with elaborate traps designed specifically for his current opponents and the almost experienced way he took apart the strategies of others. Then there was the air of hostility he surrounded himself with and the light in his eyes, something that Todoroki sometimes chose to focus on whenever he was bored. Insanity flickered in them, but it was always lingering like a shadow, hiding. If the way his mother had looked when she poured boiling water on his face hadn't been engraved into his mind, Todoroki probably would have chalked it up to the eccentricities of his classmates. And then there was the rage. On occasions when someone touched a nerve, mostly when people compared him to a quirkless individual, the curtain veiling his insanity would be thrown aside, and with it came unbridled anger. Anger that made his words sting like a snake bite and transformed his precise fighting style to something more intimidating. A simple example would have been the way he faced off against Kirishima in a sparring match, quirks allowed. The red-haired boy was pleased, because his opponent wasn't one to use his quirk unless it meant the difference between life and death, and a powerful one that literally destroyed Midoriya's bones like they were made of glass would not be turned onto another living opponent for fear of reducing him or her to paste. He had declared, rather loudly, that Midoriya was going to lose because he was as good as quirkless against his hardening quirk. The green-haired boy had just smiled that unnatural smile of his, one that screamed "I know something you don't," and told Kirishima that he was going to beg for mercy by the end of the fight. It turned out that either Midoriya had more control over his quirk than they gave him credit for, or he was just that good of a fighter. For the first half of the match, he constantly dodged out of the way of Kirishima's blows, weaving in and out of punches while ensuring to sweep his opponent's legs out from underneath him whenever the opportunity presented itself. After what was probably the 10th time the shark-toothed teenager had been sent crashing into the ground, it was almost like Midoriya had flipped a switch in his brain. No longer defending, he went for a blistering assault, throwing punches as fast as he could with the occasional palm strike and kick added into the mix. Kirishima had hardened himself as soon as it was clear that his opponent was going to attempt to wear him down, and everyone had expected the first blow to result in a fractured wrist or something along those lines. The first punch thrown appeared to break through Kirishima's hardening, snapping his head to the side so quickly that Todoroki had been concerned about the whiplash. Not giving a single inch, Midoriya forced his opponent to weather a flurry of attacks, and kept it up until he could no longer hold onto his quirk. By then, the greenette's knuckles were bloodied and bruised, but his face remained impassive as he landed punch after punch after punch, only stopping when his red-haired opponent dropped to his knees and started pleading for it to end. It was a sight straight out of a comic, the hero putting up a valiant effort against the villain stronger than him, only to be annihilated. The freckled boy had loosened his fists as soon as Kirishima yielded, flicking his blood onto the ground before binding his injuries with a roll of medicinal tape similar to the bandages he had used today. His parting words were delivered simply, like it was a fact. He had spat "I told you so" at his opponent, not even bothering to check what he had done to him before stalking off to sit and watch the next fight. Needless to say, no one treated Midoriya lightly after that. It was one thing to counter an electricity quirk by wearing a suit with insulation, It was another to dismantle a quirk suited for defense through sheer brute force. Still, he had pulled through in the sports festival. More importantly, he had done it all without a quirk. That was where his suspicions came into play. It was clear that Midoriya and All Might had some sort of a relationship, albeit one that was getting even more strained with each day that passed. The awkward look the number one hero had given his classmate when he declared that he would fight alone. The way Midoriya refused to even look in his general direction for a couple of days after the USJ incident. The mask that he used as part of his hero costume was a mockery of the smile that All Might constantly wore to reassure the world. Their quirks were eerily similar, and Todoroki could see the signs of someone who had been beaten down, clear as day, every time someone pushed one of Midoriya's many buttons. At first, he had dismissed it as a sign of an anxious teenager trying to recover from some past trauma. But the way he seemed to slip into another personality during combat spoke of more than just some childhood issues with bullying. So after watching All Might's awkward attempts to talk to Midoriya plus the almost callous way he was rebuffed each and every time, a stray thought had caught in his head and begun festering. If the number 2 hero was a monster to his family in private, what stopped the number 1 hero from being the same? It made sense. The similarities between their quirks. The way Midoriya's was so strong that his body shattered under the strain of it. It reminded him too much of his siblings, the failed experiments, who couldn't control their abilities without harm to their bodies. His refusal to use the strength that caused grievous injuries to himself unless it could save him from death. Still, there was something off about the way he acted. He treated All Might with something like disdain, rather than fear. No injuries except the ones that he inflicted on himself to deliver violent bursts of power. Todoroki had reached the conclusion that All Might was probably less of Midoriya's endeavor and more likely to be a negligent father. Or perhaps he had been as bad as his own sperm donor, but had suddenly decided to be a good person because he was afraid his son would spill their secrets to the world when he was studying at UA. Which was why he had been one of the few that weren't surprised when Midoriya had walked onto stage and declared his intent to win the sports festival without a quirk. Admittedly, the reference to some guy who attempted to bomb Parliament back in the pre-quirk era was not what he was expecting, and the fact that he managed to pull it off in the end was admirable, awe-inspiring. Looking around, the only heroes he could think of that didn't use their quirk and still managed to match up against others using theirs came up to a grand total of 0. Sure, Aizawa-sensei could arguably be considered a quirkless fighter just like Midoriya, but he had the advantage of a quirk that leveled the playing field, although he still had his suspicions that Midoriya was using his quirk, or at least a support item or two. He hadn't expected his classmate to stick to his promise even when he launched glacier after glacier at him. Midoriya Izuku was a force of nature. He looked over to where the comatose form of his classmate was located, and blinked in surprise when the bed was empty. He sat straight up, noting how the IV drip was absent as well, plus the spots of blood leading to the door that was now swinging shut. He blinked again before pressing the call button to summon Recovery Girl. A minute or two later, the elderly pro-heroine hobbled in with a concerned look on her face, which was quickly dropped for something that was a mix between anger and horror when she noticed the empty bed which once housed the winner of the sports festival. She let out a string of curses that would have sounded better coming out of Bakugo's mouth, before a sudden uproar from the television screen attracted their gazes. He heard Recovery Girl's head hit the wall with a dull thunk as Midoriya staggered out of the entrance of the building, with only his IV drip for support. The spectators roared at the appearance of their missing winner, and the pinkette that his classmate had called his soul clambered down from the podium in order to offer him a shoulder. He grabbed onto it with an expression of gratitude, still dragging his IV drip along. With some effort, he carefully stepped around the shackled form of Mr. Second Place who was attempting to bite Midoriya as he went by. All Might's smile was frozen on his face as Midoriya finally took his place on the top of the podium, sitting down instead of standing. The girl in third place was still hovering over him, but reluctantly got back onto her own place on the podium when he gently waved her off. He raised his arm to the sky, showing how much it was trembling as it did so. Still, there was no heckling or whispers about his weakness. No one had expected him to be up and running after his dismal state in the final fight. Unlike his signal of victory so far in the form of a finger pointing to the sky like he was challenging whatever divine being resided up there, this time he settled for a thumbs up. There was a brief moment of silence before the shouting and cheering from the crowd resumed, soon evolving into a single chant of Midoriya's name. The camera zoomed in on his pale face, but despite the fact that he should be unconscious and recovering, he managed to slap on a smile, waving as the symbol of peace bestowed upon him his gold medal. As soon as he did, Midoriya raised it so that everyone watching could see it, mouthing some words. Todoroki wasn't exactly the best at lip reading, but with each word carefully enunciated, anyone with a working pair of eyes could read the message. "Look, Ma, I made it." Minutes later, after the camera panned away to reveal the entire podium, and All Might thanked everyone for their hard work while everyone else shouted plus ultra, much to Todoroki's amusement, Midoriya slumped over. He was still sitting, but unconscious. By that time, Recovery Girl had somehow hustled a team of medical robots with a stretcher onto the field, and with Hatsume's help, they started transporting his body away from the podium. Soon enough, the infirmary door was almost kicked down by an irate elderly nurse, and Midoriya was practically thrown onto the bed which he had escaped from. A few quiet words were exchanged between Hatsume and Recovery Girl, the latter putting a hand on the former's shoulder before leaving the room. She made sure to address both her and Todoroki, warning them that Midoriya needed to stay in that bed for at least the rest of the day and that if she found him missing again when she came back later, she would have both their hides. Unsure of how to respond to that, he nodded while Hatsume gave a nonchalant salute, and Recovery Girl closed the door on the infirmary. While Todoroki contemplated whether or not social interaction was something he had to do, Hatsume drew up a chair with what seemed to be practiced ease, shifting slightly before leaning forward and resting her head next to Midoriya's bicep. For some reason, he felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. She looked like this wasn't the first time that she had to sit beside Midoriya's unconscious form. And upon reflection, he realized how many times his classmate had been sent to the infirmary within the first month of school. If the two of them were as close as the green-haired teenager had confidently stated, then he had put his soulmate under a huge amount of stress in a short amount of time. After all, if he had to watch his mother or his siblings constantly throw themselves into danger and get more and more injured each time, he would rather lock them in a room full of everything they needed and smother them with love and affection until they promised never to harm themselves ever again. He was snapped out of his thoughts by a quiet question. Was it worth it? He blinked in confusion, turning his gaze onto Hatsume. She wasn't even looking at him, choosing to focus her attention on running a hand through Midoriya's hair. When he said nothing, she turned to give him a look of what appeared to be disdain, but was much more unsettling coupled with the almost insane light in her eyes, a direct copy to the usual darkness in Midoriya's gaze. Before elaborating, Izuku was determined to show to the world what happened when you discarded people like they were trash. But for some reason, he decided to coax your fire out of you instead of using your weakness to get an easy win. It almost cost him all the preparation of the past 2 weeks and even his life. So tell me, was it worth it? Todoroki mulled over her words, trying not to show how deeply they cut into him. She was right after all. Her partner beat the ever-loving crap out of him for about 5 minutes, before taunting him by saying that he was going to go and beat up his mother afterwards. In his rage, he had ignited his flames, and the relief he felt when the frostbite clinging to his bones was immediately cleansed snapped him back to reality. Midoriya had almost thrown away his chances of winning just to break the chains his father had used to shackle him. He curled his hand into a fist, wondering if he was always going to destroy the things around him. I told Midoriya about what my father had done to my family, and that I would not use my fire to win the sports festival to prove him wrong. At first, I thought that because we had similar motivations. That got a snort and a chuckle from Hatsume, but now I can see that I couldn't be more wrong. He managed to get me to break my promise, and I understand what he means now. I owe him a debt I don't think I can ever repay. So yes, it was worth it. She nodded slowly, before attempting a smile and returning her gaze to her unconscious partner. She sighs, looking at Midoriya with an uncomfortable amount of affection, before forming a pillow with her arms and closing her eyes, ending the short-lived conversation. Not knowing what else to do, Todoroki did the same, almost groaning in relief as his sore muscles twinged. Endeavor would most likely punish him for not even getting a place on the podium. But with Midoriya's earlier declaration that he would bring the number 2 hero down from his pedestal and the way Hatsume's eyes seemed to burn with the same fire that drove his classmate to do the impossible, the future didn't seem so daunting anymore. He was abruptly brought back to the land of those who were awake by the feeling of a mild electrical shock. His first instinct was to grab whatever was zapping him, but paused when the sound of arguing reached his ears. Slowly craning open an eye, he was treated to the unpleasant sight of Endeavor arguing with his son. Scanning the infirmary, he noticed with a pang of guilt that May was once again sleeping by his side. However, the small taser half concealed in her hand indicated that it was her that had woken him up, and for good reason considering the way Endeavor's flames seemed to be getting hotter. He weighed the pros and cons of fighting the number 2 hero while recuperating from his injuries, then decided to do the smart thing and subtly reach for the call button by the side of his head. He waited, hoping that Recovery Girl would arrive before things could get any worse. But when he started sweating from the heat of the flames, Midoriya decided to bite the bullet. He unwound the remnants of the bandage around his hand and tied a knot to create a small loop. Pulling it back like a rubber band, he fired it straight at the back of Endeavor's head. It bounced off softly, but the impact was enough to give him a reason to pause and something else to direct his anger at. Todoroki looked like he had just seen someone throw themselves in front of a moving train. Midoriya gave a jaunty salute, adding a smirk to trigger Endeavor further. The older man growled like he was a rabid dog, striding forward and reaching to grab him by the collar, before lifting him into the air and shouting in his face about how he needed to know his place. He tried to look sufficiently cowed as the eagle eyes recorded everything along with his implanted audio recorder. Todoroki watched with abject horror, but Midoriya kept the smug look on his face. Mei pretended to be startled into waking up, eyes darting around frantically before landing on the sight before her. She snarled, and now with a valid reason to explain what she was about to do, she lunged forward and tased Endeavor, also with a higher voltage, according to the visible arcs of electricity racing across the adult's skin. Thankfully, his fingers weren't exactly brushing any of Midoriya's skin, or he would have experienced how it was like to be electrocuted while hanging in the air. Their spectator watched with a mixture of shock and awe, the taser running out of juice just in time for Recovery Girl to slam open the door. Her face went through the 5 stages of grief before a familiar capture weapon encircled the number 2 hero and pulled him away. Reflexively, Endeavor dropped Midoriya and he fell on his back, onto the bed. Mei immediately latched onto him, still holding the taser even though it was out of juice. A stray thought that they would make excellent actors almost made him laugh. Aizawa-sensei stepped into the room, Quirk activated and practically seething with fury. "Get out." The number 2 hero opened his mouth, probably to protest that these kids were disrespecting him or something along those lines. But the threatening aura around Aizawa-sensei just intensified, punctuated by how his capture weapon tightened further around the fire user. "Get out." And for what was probably the first time in his life, Endeavor listened to the person telling him to back off. He growled, but walked past Aizawa-sensei while shrugging off the capture weapon. He slammed the door behind him, and there was a brief moment of silence as everyone looked at the closed door with varying degrees of shock and anger. After the adult's footsteps finally receded down the hallway, Recovery Girl turned to Midoriya and cracked her knuckles threateningly. He gulped, all the bravado from the long day of fighting finally falling apart. Mei turned to bury her face in the crook of his neck, shoulders shaking with repressed laughter. He sighed, immediately knowing that he wasn't going to get any assistance when Todoroki avoided his gaze, whistling to himself. Both members of the staff of UA closed the short distance between themselves and his bed, one on each side of the bed he was lying on. This was probably how he was going to die. On the bright side, he was going to live another day. However, he had to endure about 20 minutes of lecturing from Aizawa-sensei and Recovery Girl about the importance of taking care of yourself, and when you were unconscious due to your injuries, you're supposed to stay unconscious, not escape and grab a medal that was ultimately worth nothing. He nodded and made noises of agreement at the correct intervals, but his goals had not changed. For the first time, he had made his mark on the world, and he had made sure no one watching would ever forget him. People might have considered him a fraud if his only shining moment during the entire sports festival was letting his legs give out beneath him and sending Bakugo out of the arena's boundaries with the aid of his kinetic battery. But he had taken first place in every single event in the most dramatic ways possible. From the impromptu slingshot in the obstacle course to raining down hell on his unfortunate competitors during the Cavalry Battle, and finally the very dangerous fight against Todoroki, no one would be able to say that he hadn't fulfilled his promise. Of course, in order for the universe to continue its trend of spitting in his face whenever he did something good with his life, he had managed to get a permanent injury to his right arm. Turns out, his last-ditch effort to anchor himself via a giant block of ice worked better than he had expected. Even with both arms bound to distribute the force exerted on his body while he resisted a literal explosion, he had managed to dislocate both of them. To add insult to injury, his right arm had not undergone a clean dislocation, and thus had practically shattered the socket when the bone was wrenched out of it. Of course, because he had used a kinetic blast to defeat Bakugo with his right arm, the already damaged appendage got the delightful treatment of experiencing how it was like to have bone shards forced where bone shards were not supposed to go. So, to wrap up the 2 weeks before the sports festival, he had goaded a policeman into physical violence, committed an act of terrorism in order to deliver recordings of the violence that he had practically begged for, discovered that he had accidentally created an organization of people dedicated to serving him in order to repay debts that he didn't even mean to create when he helped them, and then used them on the day of the sports festival to conduct another act of terrorism just to spite the police force. If that wasn't enough, he had roped Mei into coordinating his forces and had also used her inventions to help his people escape capture. Midoriya didn't want to think about the sports festival. He almost laughed at the thought of what his life would look like to an outsider looking in. They'd probably lock him in the nearest asylum. Nevertheless, he had succeeded, and even managed to fulfill a secondary objective in the process. He would have to refrain from using that arm for any desperate blows at 100% power, but with enough physiotherapy, he would be back to full strength. Of course, there were a few ideas for support items rattling around in his head, but if he relied too much on them, his body would never get used to the power coursing through his veins. That meant no rest for the wicked. He needed to train, and he couldn't exactly do that while confined to a hospital bed. Todoroki had left a while ago, cleared of any lingering injuries and with the second smile Midoriya had ever seen on his face. May left about 30 minutes afterwards, giving him one last hug before reluctantly leaving in order to make her babies better, probably trying to keep him confined to the bed. Recovery Girl had gently coerced him to handcuff himself to the bed's railing, tight enough to ensure he couldn't just slide his trapped hand out of the loop but loose enough to ensure he still had circulation in the appendage. He tried not to think about why she had a pair of handcuffs in her drawer, just thankful that they weren't quirk-suppressing ones. It still gave him time to practice. So while Recovery Girl busied herself with the long list of what was probably reports, writing with clinical efficiency and looking over from time to make sure that he was still there, he feigned being asleep, searching in his mind for that little pocket containing one for all and practicing. He would flood specific parts of his body with as much power as he could before it started feeling like the specific appendage was a soda can waiting to explode. His arms could take about 20% comfortably, and close to 30% if he concentrated solely on them. Each finger took only 5% if he wanted to chain flicks without shattering his bones, and 10% if he focused. Legs were even stronger, most likely because he hadn't broken them just yet, holding 35 comfortably but maxing out at 40. In all honesty, the surprising amount of control he had over his quirk considering he had it for maybe a month was due to a combination of how much he pushed himself to clear the beach and the help of Shimura-san during the rare times he woke up in the mindscape. While none of the other users had come forth to help him, Shimura-san was more than enough. Midoriya sometimes wondered how such a dedicated, quick-witted individual could have taught All Might all he knew. As much battle instinct as the #1 hero had, just like Bakugo, he was a terrible teacher and an even worse mentor. He didn't voice his thoughts out loud, but he had noticed how Shimura-sen slowly stopped talking about Toshi, as she called him, without any form of prompting. Of course, the final bits of humanity in him felt bad about how someone he barely knew kept her mouth shut about who was probably her pride and joy just because he couldn't stomach another person praising the one who had sent him over the edge. Thus, after a particularly grueling session of training with her, he would take the time to coax stories about early might out of her because he had a feeling that the long years of heroing and the mystery individual that had ended the previous users were at least partially responsible for his belief that Quirkless couldn't do anything. Eventually, she started talking. It turned out that Yagi Tashinori was much different from All Might, just like the him of today was a completely separate person from the kid who worshipped heroes all those years ago. He even had a mental list of the parallels between Yagi Tashinori and Midoriya Izuku. Shimura-sen seemed to light up, her smiles becoming a little more genuine and her voice a little more carefree whenever she talked about her protege. How could he take that away from her? So, he put on another mask, locking away his feelings about the symbol of hope and his shortcomings, encouraging the woman to talk more about her life. While the first few conversations were all about how she had found and trained Yagi-san, they started moving on to other more personal details. She would reveal details about her life and then pester him about his. For some inane reason, she wasn't exactly fazed by the fact that he was quickly becoming a teenage terrorist. The night after he had walked out of Hokkaido, plunging the region into darkness, he had awoken in the mindscape. For once, Shimura-sen hadn't been smiling. She had asked him about his reasons and motivations. With no reason to deny her request, he had explained everything. From the day his mind had fractured to the day when he had decided that he would take no more abuse from the world, he had expected her to protest and fight him. Midoriya had been ready to use whatever control he had over his own mindscape to make sure that no harm would come to him. But much to his surprise, the former pro-heroine merely nodded, before sitting down and telling him a story about what the hero industry used to be like, and the stories she had heard from the previous generations of heroes. It was almost ironic how the vigilante community today was the most similar to the hero community during what she called the Bronze Age, and how the definition of hero as one who saved others warped and twisted into one who fights villains during the Silver Age. Now, in what was largely considered the Golden Age of heroism, All Might was the symbol of peace, a seemingly unbreakable barrier standing between villains and the rest of the world. To all except a certain group of people, All Might's reign was still as strong as ever. Shimura-san confessed that while All Might's idea to be a symbol of peace was something she had wholeheartedly supported in an age where civilians constantly lived in fear of villain attacks, she still believed that he had gone about it the wrong way. If All Might had ever taken the time to actually channel his quirk, she would have told him just that. But he hadn't, and thus she would never be able to tell him. The world needed a shining example of what it was like to be a hero, she had stated while the mindscape shifted around them to show a smiling figure standing on top of a pedestal and a cheering, faceless crowd surrounding it. But Toshi took it too far. He was a symbol, yes, but he turned out to be a crutch. You told me about your life and your reasons for everything you've done. A prime example of what this golden age has done to the world. The scene shifted again to show a figure in green running towards a demon holding someone in its grasp as the same faceless crowd surrounded them. More importantly, there were 3 figures highlighted in the colors of the 3 heroes that had been there during the sludge villain incident, discarded weapons lying at their feet as they looked around. If he squinted, he could see a 4th one that stood apart from the masses, glowing dimly and turning away from the carnage. All Might was incredibly powerful. He never revealed his quirk, because he dared not. Nevertheless, everyone inferred that it was powerful, drawing the conclusion that strong quirks made strong heroes. Nothing out of place in your generation, kid, especially with the Public Safety Commission encouraging such a mindset, because it was easier to train the gifted and talented rather than build people up from scratch. Quirks became everything. And worst of all, the symbol of peace became a crutch. She paused to sigh and her hands curled into fists. People believe that All Might will save them. People forgot how to save themselves. Now their beacon of hope is running on fumes. What do you think will happen when their unbeatable symbol of peace fails? She pointed as a new scene formed. Yagi Tashinori was being held in the grasp of a faceless villain, the terrain around them little more than smoldering wreckage. The struggling hero went limp with a wet snap, and the villain laughed. All Might's true form was discarded like a broken doll. The scene changed once more to show the mystery villain barreling into a crowd, sending civilians and heroes alike flying in all directions. Midoriya swallowed, but he wasn't exactly surprised considering this was exactly what he had been expecting. Shimura-sen reached out to place a hand on his head, and he flinched despite how comforting the gesture was. It had been a long time since someone other than Mei had shown such affection. I don't agree with your methods, kid, but this world needs to change. Either you turn your back on heroics or you dismantle the system from within. Call it the whims of an old woman, but I'm getting tired of watching people turn their backs on you no matter how brightly you shine. So, well, Shimura-sen pulled him against her side and tousled his hair, smiling gently with a hint of sadness. Do what you have to do. But I have to warn you, this path you're taking, I can only see it ending in blood. Midoriya chuckled almost bitterly at that, patting the hand of the arm wrapped around him. He probably said the words I know out loud. Shimura-sen didn't pry any further, but the next time they met, she was a little more lenient during training. He appreciated the silent support. In any case, his body was still not adjusted to bear the full power of One for All. If the power he got with each percentage he added increased exponentially, so would his rate of improvement. If it was a linear increase, then his job would be much easier. While he focused his quirk into specific parts of his body, his ultimate goal was still to be able to circulate it throughout his entire body at once. Right now he was at 15% if he pushed it. By the end of the first term, he could probably raise that bar to 30. Thus, if everything went well and the world didn't decide to fall apart, he would be able to perhaps raise it to 60 or 70%. He was hoping for at least 50, using One for All in quick bursts. And focusing it in certain appendages would be his best bet for now. He tried not to sigh. At the rate at which he was going and how the world was watching him, he might not even make it to the end of the year without facing expulsion. He was brought out of his thoughts by a light blow to the head. His eyes snapped open to see Recovery Girl's disapproving face. He blinked, before looking down to see what she was glaring at inside. There were sparks of green lightning spurting at random intervals from his body. Letting go of his grasp of One for All immediately caused them to cease. He met the pro-heroine's eyes and tried to look sorry. When she bonked him on the head again with her cane, he knew that he had failed. Once again, he spent a day in the infirmary. Once again, his mother never showed up. The only notice that he had gotten from her to indicate that she had been watching the sports festival and had received his message was a single text message. 2 words, I'm sorry. He almost snarled when the screen of his phone displayed those blinking, taunting words. He didn't want his mother to be sorry. He wanted his mother to be here, to shower him with the love and affection that she had once given freely. Recovery Girl had confiscated his phone as soon as it was clear he was contemplating throwing it against a wall. She had switched out the regular handcuffs for quirk-suppressing ones, so his practicing would have to wait. The silver lining to that cloud was he had spent a couple of hours getting used to the sensation of something crawling under his skin, something repressed that begged for release. He had a feeling that the stronger the quirk, the more irritating that sensation would be. To someone like his mother, it would most likely just be a faint buzzing or a mild itch. To someone like the number 2 bastard, it would probably feel worse than the sensation he was experiencing right now. Maybe something burrowing beneath his skin rather than the restrained current that felt like One for All was trying to break free of the shackles placed onto it. He used the time after that to get some rest. His body was still aching all over, the last dregs of strength he had already used up by the confrontation with Endeavor. With no caffeine or adrenaline surge to help him ignore the constant dull pain, or the almost comforting hum of electricity coursing through his veins, Midoriya had to devote most of his remaining reserves of energy to blocking out the agony. Thankfully, Recovery Girl forced him to sleep instead of organizing his thoughts, even giving a mild sedative as encouragement. It did its job, making him drowsy, that is, but it took probably an hour for sleep to claim him. He just hoped that she hadn't taken advantage of his state of delirium in order to question him about certain things he would rather people not question him about. Thankfully, he had gotten the next 2 days off, so that was 2 whole days dedicated to recuperating. If improving and creating more of May's babies could be considered recuperating. His mother had been at home when he finally managed to hobble all the way back from UA with the assistance of a surprisingly fashionable cane that Recovery Girl had lent him. But they had exchanged only 2 strained conversations before she had gotten a phone call and rushed off to work, leaving him in an empty house once again. Naturally, the first thing he had done was call May and invite her over to make the silence a little more bearable, leaving the spare key he had created for her in the keyhole as he took a long shower to block out the voices in his head. Midoriya contemplated whether or not he should have picked the locks on the quirk-suppressing handcuffs and taken them home. Almost concerningly, the whispering stopped when his quirk usage was blocked. After dousing himself in hot water on the verge of boiling for maybe half an hour because of the sheer relief it brought with it, he toweled himself off and walked out of the bathroom, stumbling into the dining room in order to grab the shirt he had haphazardly thrown onto one of the chairs. He stopped in the doorway when he found May tinkering at the table. He must have made some sort of noise, because she looked up from whatever she was doing. They stood in awkward silence for a minute or two before he reached for his shirt and donned it, slightly flustered by the way her eyes followed him across the room. Midoriya ignored the almost silent noise of disappointment she made when he fully clothed himself, choosing to suppress the implications of what that entitled, rubbing his wrists despite the fact that they weren't handcuffed. He sat down next to her in order to get a better look at what she was doing. By the time the sun had set, May finished modifying the impact shoes so that they didn't do as much damage to his bones as they originally did, and put the final touches on the other piece of the bone-hurting juice set she had started creating. Originally, she had called them the Air Force gloves, but May agreed that calling them Snapdragons was far more hilarious, especially since no one outside of those who had seen him break his fingers would understand the joke until the origin of the name was explained. The Eagle Eyes would probably need a new name in order to keep up with the puns, but he had grown used to how they addressed it, especially since it had already been used so extensively. Afterwards, she had migrated to the couch, patting the space next to her and pinning him with a glare when he protested that they needed to check on everyone he had enlisted for his storming of the meeting. Sighing, Izuku sat next to her and was completely unprepared for May to flop onto his lap. She stared up at him, one of the few times that he was unable to read her feelings from watching her face. A little daunting, especially since May wore her heart upon her sleeve, something that he had relished after years of switching personas in order to fly under the radar. Carefully, he started running a hand through her hair, and felt the stone in his stomach lighten when she hummed in contentment and closed her eyes, turning over to press her face into his stomach. They stayed like that for another few minutes, enjoying the sheer normality of it all, before May broke the silence with a question. "Why do you choose to continue doing this?" Izuku took a deep breath, but managed to control the flinch he could feel building. After all, he had been expecting the question. Shimura-sen had already asked it, but May deserved a proper answer rather than a self-deprecating one. He mulled over his answer, wondering if it really reflected what he was thinking. "Because no one is going to get the chances that I have. I somehow got All Might to give me his quirk, one that constantly changes and evolves the longer I possess it, and even managed to get into UA. The first originally quirkless student of the school. I'm so tired, May. The world won't change on its own, and you've seen what I mean, haven't you? It turned me into a cold and callous machine." He could feel the beginnings of a protest building in May's throat, and stopped her by putting a finger over her lips. "Don't try to say otherwise. You're pretty much the only one I care about. Mom decided that it was better to cut ties with me. Nezu thinks I'm some oddity to dissect. After the stunt I pulled at the sports festival, I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the class just blocked out my existence entirely. So, if you think about it logically, I'm expendable. If I fail, I get removed from the stage. If I succeed, the world won't be able to forget me even if it wanted to. I have to do this, not for me, but for those that will never get the chances I have gotten. This is bigger than us, May. I can't just sit still and do nothing anymore." He feels his partner tremble. Whether it was with rage or with sadness, he didn't know. He fell silent, continuing to run his fingers through her hair, waiting for her response. He blinked when May abruptly sat up, then leaned forward to trap him in a hug on the edge of suffocating him. She muttered the word no over and over again, shaking violently. Hesitantly, he placed a hand on her back and started rubbing circles into it as a form of reassurance. As abruptly as she had sat up, May broke the embrace in order to pull at his cheeks. He winced, but did nothing. May never did things for no reason, so she was clearly trying to do something. She spoke soon after. The determination and strength in her voice caused the enthusiasm she usually had for her babies to pale in comparison to the way she was talking now. "I know I can't convince you to stop. I get it. I really do. We've seen the world at its best and at its worst, so, in a sense, we're bound by duty, aren't we? She laughed bitterly, releasing his cheeks to bring him into another hug. He chose not to question it, leaning into the embrace and closing his eyes. Whatever it is, I think you already know that this path leads only to tragedy, and I know you've made your peace with that. But I haven't. I won't let you just throw your life away while I watch. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. Wherever you go, I go as well. We're in this together, come hell or high water. Izuku hummed softly, reaching over to embrace her in return. You're too good for me, Mei. I could say the same about you. Of course, just because it was gradually becoming an everyday occurrence to have conversations about the darker aspects of life, they had quickly returned to modifying equipment and sketching ideas for new ones, not wanting to experience what was practically the equivalent of someone opening up his head and poking his brain with a finger before attaching wires to the parts that twitched for the second time. He had firmly told Mei that he was going to keep his current augmented vision, in order to make sure that he didn't only have half of his sight while the eagle eyes were activated. His partner had quickly gone to work on the damaged left lens, rigging up a makeshift diamond cutter using a plasma torch plus a magnifying glass in order to attempt to restore it. There was a crack in the lens that couldn't be fixed, but it didn't hinder his vision, a reminder of what he had done. They were placed back into their carrying case to charge, and then the duo got to work on a few other weapons for Mei. They finished up by putting the final touches on the new and improved version of his suit before testing out the Snapdragon. The theory put into them was that by funneling the burst of air from using one of his finger flicks into a small hole, it would allow him to essentially shoot bullets made from compressed air, similar to toy guns, but with much more power behind it. They were, of course, reinforced and insulated, and while they didn't need targeting sights due to his neural connection to his equipment, it would come in handy in the off chance that he had to face a person with an EMP quirk that could overpower the dampeners fitted into every bit of technology he had. He would destroy his weapons before anyone got a chance to use them against him. Of course, as much as it pained Mei to add the function, there were end switches on all his support items, accessible if he did certain gestures or spoke certain key phrases. They tested it by setting up a few household items on the dining table and firing off air blasts to knock them over. They could probably refine the mechanisms involved, but for now it was enough. Plus, it wasn't as bulky as the original design, and the targeting bracers used to manipulate the direction of airflow were reduced to wristbands until activated, so he could wear them and no one would be the wiser. By then, it was probably around 11 at night, and while it may have been a combination of spite and goodwill, he coerced Mei into staying over. Once again, he had to wrangle her into a shower, and in retaliation, she wrangled him into sharing a bed with her. While he couldn't deny that she was a nice heater, Mei was also a person who grabbed the nearest object while sleeping and never let go. Izuku was lucky she didn't just strangle him while sleeping. Waking up the next morning brought with it a host of new muscle pains, and he tried not to groan too loudly when her arms tightened around sore ribs. Untangling himself from her iron grip was only going to wake her up as well, so he was content to stay in bed and use the eagle eyes to ensure those that he had used as extensions of himself were all right. None had been injured or arrested, so he chalked that up as a win while sending them a message that they now had a favor they could call in at any time. After 20 minutes of trying to fall asleep, he decided to do the reckless thing and started to busy himself with cooking, Mei still clinging onto his back like a demented koala. He also made sure to brew coffee, setting up the dining table for breakfast after crumpling the note that his mother had left him and tossing it away. Izuku was tired of accepting excuses. He didn't know when their relationship had splintered, but he was long past the time when he would try to fix everything like it was his fault they were broken. The doorbell rang, and he carefully slipped on the snapdragons because he didn't have any friends or acquaintances that conducted house calls, especially since no one should have his address. Peeking through the eye-hole so that Mei wouldn't end him if she was woken up due to some random salesman, he blinked with surprise when he saw Aizawa-sensei outside the door, flanked by Yamada-sensei and Kayama-sensei. Contemplating whether giving his teachers the wrong impression was more harmful than waking Mei up, he decided that living another day sounded nice and opened the door. Aizawa shouted thought that after whatever he had managed to see Midoriya Izuku do since he had dropped into his life and class, kicking and screaming since the first day of school, especially after the villain attack on the USJ and the UA Sports Festival, he couldn't be surprised for anything anymore. But when his student opened the door to his house with a disgruntled look on his face, gloves that looked suspiciously like support items, and Hatsume Mei clinging onto his back, still asleep, he was not ashamed to admit that his first instinct was to rub his eyes to ensure he wasn't seeing things. Hizashi, like the immature adult that he was already spluttering and struggling to string coherent sentences while Nimori was rapidly taking photos. Midoriya looked as tired as he felt about his friend's antics, not even bothering to speak before disappearing back into his house and leaving the door ajar. Taking that as a sign that they could come in, he stepped through the doorway after removing his shoes, his companions following his actions. While Midoriya acted cold and clinical, his house was warm and inviting. 2 plates of what looked like standard American breakfasts were left forgotten on the table, as were 2 cups of coffee. His student was in the kitchen, showing an impressive amount of coordination and control considering he was cooking with another person weighing him down. When asked what he was doing, he replied without looking away from the sizzling pan that it was only polite of him to offer them a meal since they had taken the time to show up at his doorstep. Although he did mention offhandedly that it was odd for teachers to do house calls, and Aizawa could hear the unsaid accusation in those words. Not knowing what else to say, he thanked the boy before leaving to make sure his friends weren't destroying the house while he wasn't looking. Hazashi was looking into the questionable coffee mug, raising it to his nose to sniff it and blanching before passing it to him. He did the same, but was more impressed by the fact that the problem child could even stomach something like that than the implications of such a concoction being part of his daily meals. Nimuri was wandering around the living room, looking at the pictures on the walls. He decided that it was best not to ask her what she was doing. Soon enough, Midoriya had 3 other plates ready for them and even a fresh pot of coffee. Aizawa was starting to consider telling the problem child to bring a thermos every morning. It was much better than the instant stuff that he downed because he couldn't be bothered to crawl out of bed in order to brew a pot for himself. They dined in relative silence after Midoriya woke his friend up. Aizawa wasn't exactly annoyed by the quiet, but he was annoyed by the fact that Hazashi and Nimuri were constantly trying to start conversations. The attempts usually ended up falling flat, until Hazashi managed to get Midoriya started on a rant about support items, accompanied by a PowerPoint presentation by Hatsune. It seemed like this wasn't the first time the topic had been brought up. As abrupt and unusual the speech was, the points brought up did bring some merit. Then he almost snorted into his coffee when Hazashi carried on to ask about the gloves his student was wearing and got the deadpan answer that they were meant to help him direct the force of his attacks. Afterwards, they were confined to the living room while the duo cleaned up, and he chose to pretend Nimuri wasn't muttering about what she would do if Midoriya was 10 years older, picking up a picture of what was probably Midoriya and his mother while the 2 teenagers began loudly discussing the best way to hack a complex system. He glanced at it briefly, wondering what had happened to his student to turn him from a bright-eyed child to the one he saw in class before putting it back where it came from. Soon enough, Midoriya ushered Hatsune out of the house before pulling a chair from the dining room in order to sit facing them. He expected an answer, so Aizawa gave one. He explained that with the publicity he had gotten from his stunts during the sports festival, UA was currently experiencing the most mixed messages over a student that they had ever gotten in a long time. Some like Endeavor wanted him to be expelled for insinuating that the hero system was flawed, while others were clamoring to secure him early for an internship. And to that piece of information, the problem child merely waved a hand, stating that he didn't exactly care about any of that and the world could think what it wanted to think. Aizawa nodded, although he felt that the bad publicity would catch up with his student eventually, and moved on to the next thing. With his clear stance on the quirkless, weak quirks versus strong quirks conundrum, UA was already starting to receive threats and demands from those who believed someone like him shouldn't exist, or that his victories during the sports festival were due to a combination of luck and weak opponents. Midoriya's face was unreadable, but he would swear that the corner of his mouth had twitched upwards for the briefest moment before it settled back into a thin line. The green-haired teenager shrugged once more, saying that they were just proving his point if they reacted in such an adverse manner. Aizawa contemplated what his life had become before telling him that he would need to live at UA in order for them to be able to guarantee his safety. Midoriya laughed, before stating with a glint of steel in his eyes that he would rather die than allow himself to be constantly watched by the rat, and that his house was sufficiently protected. This was the point when Nimuri raised the concern that anyone who knew his address would be able to break in. The teenager grinned, shaking his head before leaning forward and telling them that he would show them something. His eyes flickered between gold and green before he raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The door's lock clicked and a series of steel bands made their appearance, spanning the horizontal length of the entrance as security shutters rolled down the windows. Several panels in the walls opened up to reveal tiny robots toting weapons, and a sentry gun replaced the ceiling fan. He extended his hand and a futuristic-looking rifle dropped into his grasp, and a section of the wall opened up to reveal a secret room. He raised his eyebrows, impressed by the modifications. Not knowing what else to say, he conceded the point, causing Midoriya's eyes to flicker once more and the apartment to revert to its original condition. Even with the security measures his student had put in place, Aizawa still had a feeling that when push came to shove, there was a high chance that all the preparation would be torn apart by a single person with the right quirk. The teenager seemed to sense his doubts, because he offered a smile and a promise that in the event anything worse than a street thug decided to attack him while he was at home, he would immediately move to UA. This was probably the best possible thing that could have come out of the entire confrontation, so he stood up to leave. Midoriya escorted them to the door, thanking them for bothering to check on him. Before they could leave, he seemed to hesitate, before sighing softly and producing a small, tattered notebook, flipping to a fresh page and handing Aizawa a pen. He asked almost sheepishly if he could have their signatures as a memento. Not seeing what he would do with them, he signed the paper before passing it on to Hisashi and Nimuri. When the book returned to his student's hand, he traced the ink almost reverently. For the briefest moment, he saw a different Midoriya, one without fire in his eyes and the determination to back up his resolve. He shuddered and bid farewell. He could now understand why Nezu was so determined to reduce Midoriya to a puzzle to solve instead of a human being. Because as much as the teenager seemed to want to turn the world to ashes, he was still just that, a teenager. Hisashi got a piece of paper that he refused to let Aizawa see, while Nimuri received a thumb drive that she immediately pocketed. He turned to leave, before deciding to give in to his feelings and managed to apologize. He didn't say what for, but Midoriya was as perceptive as ever. He gave his teacher what was probably the first genuine smile that day, before handing him a folder that he somehow managed to produce from nowhere. Curiously, he flipped through it, almost dropping the documents when he realized the contents. He gave Midoriya one last glance before the boy closed the door behind them. The smile he got in return to his unspoken question was nightmare fuel, but a clear answer. He shoved the folder into his jumpsuit. It appeared that he had work to do. After his teachers had left with the care packages that he had created for them, the rest of the day was pretty uneventful. He finally caught up with the one television series that he actually set aside the time to watch. Went over to Aunt Hatsune's dojo to see how she was doing. Sent a text to Mei in order to tell her she should probably get some alone time, and she responded in the most Hatsune Mei way possible by turning up on his couch, having raided his kitchen for snacks. They spent the rest of the evening watching movies from the pre-Quirk era while eating takeout. While the couch was big enough for 3 people, she ended up tucked under one of his arms. His mom still wasn't home by 10 in the evening, and he was beginning to think that she had found somewhere else to live, so he suggested that they continue the movie marathon. After running through the very limited selection of pre-Quirk movies they could access without hacking into national archives, they moved on to the sci-fi section to get a couple of ideas on what devices they could bring into reality next, and finally horror movies because it was 1, amusing to see how far special effects had come, and 2, Mei still refused to admit she was terrified by them. Another 4 hours passed before she stopped trembling enough for him to feel the vibration, and he turned off everything unnecessary before doing another cursory check of his organization and falling asleep. He was kicked off the couch in the morning. That was not fun. Mei had to leave the next day because of some last-minute project for the support course that she had neglected in order to prepare for the sports festival, so he spent the morning wandering around and looking for anyone else to help. Managed to help a man with really bad burn scars run away from an irate shopkeeper by leading him down one of his shortcuts. After they had given the balding man the slip, Mr. Crispy demanded to know his intentions, blue fire flickering along his arm. Midoriya had helpfully pointed out that he should stop using his quirk if it did damage to his body, before answering that he was just a person who was tired of the way the world worked. As with his other cases, he gave a card. Unfortunately, his cash supplies weren't exactly at their best, so the best he could offer was one of his safe houses. They were little more than abandoned, damaged buildings that no one owned, but there was shelter and resources there. The burn victim eyed him suspiciously before running off. Midoriya shrugged to himself. He had tried. The afternoon was spent checking if Dagaba Beach was still pristine. Unsurprisingly, some people noticed who he was, and he got his first taste of the mixed reactions Aizawa-sensei had warned him about. Some clapped him on the back and told him to keep up the good work. Others glared at him and made an effort to bump him as he walked around lugging the trash. Even so, whenever someone thanked him for trying to make a difference, he got a pleasant reminder that he was doing the right thing. The evening was dedicated to monitoring the news. They were still fixated on the sports festival and arguing over what message he was trying to send. Only 2 news stations were talking about the second set of recordings he had given them, but that was actually more than he was expecting. He fell asleep at the table and woke up with a blanket covering him. Midoriya smiled softly. Maybe their relationship could be salvaged after all. School was, for lack of a better word, awkward. His classmates had stopped looking at him like he was a wild animal, but now they were eyeing him like he was a bomb waiting to go off. On a nicer note, Todoroki had greeted him with a smile and a word of thanks, surprising Class 1 and himself in the process. At least he had made a new ally in the process. After exchanging phone numbers with him, Aizawa-sensei shambled into the classroom. After a brief speech about how the sports festival was for them to gain the attention of pro heroes, he showed the internship offers the class had gotten. Most went to Bakugo and Todoroki, with a significant decrease after that. probably out of frustration. Kaminari remarked on how surprising it was for Midoriya to not have gotten a single offer. But Aizawa-sensei quickly dismissed that notion by stating that Midoriya's internship offers were being looked through carefully to make sure he wasn't being selected by people who wanted to beat him into the ground, most likely out of spite and a penchant for being dramatic. He pressed another button to show how many offers he had gotten, and Midoriya raised an eyebrow when his bar quickly reached double of Bakugu's and finally stopped at 7,063. He hid a crooked smile behind a hand. Kayama-sensei kicked the door open and announced that they were going to choose their hero names. It started off with the ludicrous ones like Aoyama, but quickly got better when Asui announced her name. A strange sense of contentment briefly overwhelmed him when Ida chose the name Ingenium, and he offered several names to Todoroki when he decided to go with Shoto. His newest ally quickly changed it to Absolute Zero, probably to piss off his father. He snickered when Bakugo called himself King Explosion Murder. Finally, when it was his turn on stage, he marched up confidently, mind made up from the start. He displayed his whiteboard, making sure to smile as he did so. The determined hero, Deku. Bakugo snarled at the usage of the slur he had created, and that only made Midoriya smile harder. In the end, Bakugo never does get a proper hero name, which was a shame because his quirk brought with it so many different options. Ground Zero, Armageddon, Nitro, if you were feeling lazy. Even with one for all coursing through his veins, the best name he could think of was still Deku, mostly because the others were teetering uncomfortably on the line that divided the names of heroes from the names of villains and vigilantes. The Judge, the Forgotten Child. At one point, the name Freedom rattled around inside his head for 3 days, names that alluded to the true scale of what he was planning, what kind of hero he was trying to be. If Nezu caught a single of those pilot names on his radar, he could be guaranteed an increase in interrogation attempts or even illegal surveillance. Was it illegal if the principal claimed that he was doing it in order to collect evidence on a possible threat to the nation? Then again, that was how blackmail worked. Some of his other classmates got to go again and change their hero names, and while some better ones were on the tip of his tongue, he kept his mouth firmly shut. After Kayama-sensei vacated the room in the same way she had come in, Aizawa-sensei crawled out of his sleeping bag and handed out to each student a list of their internship offers. Todoroki and Bakugo got literal stacks of paper, while Shinsu got a single page, much to the purple-haired boy's obvious disappointment. Midoriya searched within himself, looking for a single shred of guilt in the shriveled husk he called his heart. Unfortunately for Shinsu, the fact that he tried to get a response out of him through insulting Mei quickly banished any feelings of guilt from his mind. Aizawa-sensei dropped a stack of paper equivalent to one of his previous hero analysis journals before he burned the lot of them, and he blinked at the sheer number of offers. Flipping to the last page told him that this was the list before whatever screening they did was added into the mix. So he sighed and slipped on the pair of glasses that Mei had forced him to wear instead of the eagle eyes. These were arguably more useful because he could actually project holograms with them, but it felt odd wearing glasses when he didn't need them. Taking out a pencil, he began to annotate the sheets of paper, using the spectacles in order to quickly run through the internet whenever he found one that he didn't know about, while the others were fawning over whatever internship offers they had managed to get. He was doing the grunt work because Aizawa-sensei had a sadistic streak a mile wide and knew that he would get irritated by unsorted data. Midoriya had a hunch that when he was done, the teacher would reveal that Nezu himself had already completed the analysis in an hour and give him an updated list. But until then, he would pass the time and get some form of satisfaction in the end from screening the sheer number of people who had noticed what he did. Even so, he kept an ear out for those in the class that he was more hesitant to immediately write off as enemies, those who were just between the lines separating friend and acquaintance. Surprisingly, for a bunch of teenagers who were still playing hero, they were mature and practical about their choices. Noticing that Yaoyorozu was contemplating Uobami, he snorted before getting her attention. Not looking away from his work, he mentioned that she would stay far away from that agency if she wanted to be seen as more than a beautiful woman while canceling out a small-time agency which probably just wanted him for publicity. His classmate questioned him about his words, as expected from one of the few members of the class with a working brain, and he pointed out how Uobami had turned to using her hero status for fame and promoting her own products. He concluded that the pro-heroine had only chosen Yaoyorozu for her beauty, rather than any form of combat ability or her quirk, and that any form of internship there would most likely just include being forced to act in commercials. The black-haired girl looked almost downcast at that and he sighed before throwing her a bone. Still writing, he extended a hand for her list, relying purely on muscle memory for a few seconds in order to screen her offers before returning the pieces of paper to her. Midoriya told her that while her quirk was the most versatile one he had seen so far, she lacked ingenuity and the ability to keep calm under pressure, choosing to make rudimentary weapons like the sword and shield combo she had produced to fight Takoyami. Thus, he pointed her to the FATCOM agency, partly because the pro-hero also had a quirk that relied on the consumption of food and partly because the man never seemed to run out of optimism. She could do with a confidence booster, ignoring the way the rest of the class had stopped to listen to his reasoning. Midoriya turned to the 10th page and tried not to groan when he realized that he was going to be doing this for the better half of the day if he went at the same speed as he did now. He almost turned away from his current task when Kirishima mentioned that he was oddly confident about his decision, before shooting a retort that he wouldn't do something if it didn't have at least a 90% chance of going well. Not succeeding, mind you. The sports festival had been an example of that. To others it might have seemed like desperate move after desperate move, but anyone who could peer inside his head would have confirmed the fact that he was just adding on to a plan, like building up a wall and reinforcing it with mortar. He also added that he wouldn't give city advice, because he himself was tired of listening to it. His answer was deliberately open to interpretation, and he rolled his eyes when the red-haired boy continued to press for a proper answer, wondering if this was how everyone was going to act whenever he did something nice. As with teenagers who couldn't be bothered to mind their own business, the whole class' attention was centered on him, awaiting his next response. Sighing internally and making a mental note that he needed to go find May later for something to destroy, he closed the conversation by stating that everyone had told him he couldn't be a hero, smiling slightly when the more nosy members of his class began to look guilty. He tacked on a nonchalant shrug and returned to crossing out and marking the hero agencies that had given him internship offers. He was a little curious as to why Endeavor hadn't given one, but that was most likely because he had beat his prized creation without using a quirk and making it very clear that he and the pro-hero stood on two very different sides. Still, he had expected the man to give one just because he was smart enough to swallow his pride and acknowledge the fact that Midoriya was strong. He thought wrong. Yaorazu thanked him hesitantly, probably expecting some sort of rebuke in return. But he hummed an acknowledgement and watched her shoulders relax out of the corner of his eye. Still, he added another note to the mental notice board to try and fix her self-confidence issue, mainly because she would make an excellent hero and also because it wouldn't hurt to have someone that could create everything he needed if he was in a tight spot. Aizawa-sensei, who had remained silent throughout the whole exchange, encased himself in his sleeping bag once more when the bell rang and wriggled out of the classroom like a demented caterpillar. He soon followed suit, tucking his work underneath one arm before slipping out of the classroom, dodging any offers to sit with his classmates during break. Before he could get far, All Might announced his presence in a position that reminded him of a pretzel, asking for Midoriya to go with him. Not seeing why he should deny All Might's invitation, he nodded and shadowed the number one hero. They went into the staff room, which was suspiciously empty. Then the hero deflated into his true form. All Might explained that his old mentor had called and wanted to test the newest holder of One for All. While Midoriya had a hunch that this was the friend Shimura-san talked about, he still attempted to confirm his hypothesis by asking All Might about this individual's name. When the blonde replied with Gran Torino, he nodded, both to acknowledge his mentor and the confirmation of his thoughts, a little disappointed that his efforts were going to go to waste and that he wouldn't be able to explore another agency. He told All Might that he would do his internship with the old man. He made to leave the staff room, but was called back. The symbol of peace had a serious look on his face for once in his life, so Midoriya glanced at the cameras in the room they were currently in and disabled them with a thought. As expected, All Might was proud of the fact that he had demonstrated to the world that he was here, but the man was curious about why he didn't use One for All a single time during the whole thing. Midoriya relaxed slightly, expecting a more difficult question before answering that it was a test of his capabilities. Quoting Aizawa-sensei's words about how a hero that was either weak or so strong that he broke his bones was a liability. He told All Might that he wished to first make sure his physical capabilities were top-notch before attempting to even add his quirk into the mix. Telling a half-truth, he also mentioned how he was actually using the sports festival to test out new ways to use his quirk, directing the blonde's attention to the way he had thrown Bakugo out of the ring with a single blow and the speed at which he had completed the obstacle course. When his mentor accepted the explanation with a grin, he briefly wondered how such a gullible man had managed to survive in the hero industry. Of course, how could he forget? The strongest quirk was at his fingertips. His mood dimmed even further. Midoriya said a brief goodbye to the man after adding that All Might should probably tell Aizawa-sensei that looking through his internship offers was no longer necessary. As soon as he located the nearest bin, he dumped the stack of papers into it and continued on his way to the canteen. Hopefully Shimura-san would bring him into the mindscape so that they could discuss Gran Torino. He nearly missed the cleaning droid that almost immediately picked up the bin before he turned the next corner. When it didn't immediately cart off the trash, he smirked. It seemed as though Nezu had been reduced to digging through the garbage he left behind. Problematic, but amusingly so. His final action before going to grab a bite to eat was to remove the label of All Might from his head and mentally crush it under his foot. He needed to stop thinking of the man as the #1 hero. Unconsciously, the hero fanboy in him was still putting the false symbol on a pedestal. That was not a good thing to do. Yagi Toshinori was human, and it would do Midoriya some good to remember that fact. For the first time since he had joined UA, he managed to go 1 week without running into any trouble. His presence in the media was somehow still as large as ever, and most forums online were still debating over whether his win in the sports festival was a fluke. An accidental leak online to his old school records revealed the fact that he had been a late bloomer and created even more anarchy. The one downside of the whole increased presence was that he constantly needed to think of new disguises. Unless he was being lazy, then it was just a surgical mask plus a hoodie. Still, that gave May an excuse to come up with a cloaking device. Unfortunately, that meant that he had to somehow get a hair from Hagakure. He debated over the pros and cons of attempting to use stealth on someone who was invisible, before deciding to do the morally correct thing and asking her for it nicely. When she questioned him on why he needed it, Midoriya fed her a half-truth about how there was a way to get her a hero costume that wasn't just a pair of gloves and boots. After that, her tune quickly changed from suspicious to hopeful. When he mentioned off the top of his head 3 separate UA graduates that had quirks similar to hers, he almost threw her into a wall when Hagakure pounced on him and smothered him in a hug, while about half the class was still around. Yeah, no. Before anyone can say anything, he does what he always does when May tackles him in public. Hightail it out of there. Unfortunately for Hagakure, he's used to this sort of situation, so she gets tugged out of the classroom alongside him. In order to salvage what little dignity he still has, Midoriya takes her to May's design studio and with no small amount of sadistic glee, gives May the all-clear to poke and prod at the invisible girl. Of course, it wasn't all for nothing. With some samples helpfully provided by Hagakure, they managed to construct prototypes for both the cloaking device and her new hero costume. Technically, they were almost identical, the main difference being that the former was just that, a piece of tech that utilized the light-reflective abilities of Hagakure, while the latter was going to be constantly invisible while in contact with the teenager. A little similar to the neurolinks that he and May both used for their various mods, but on a biological level rather than a psychological level. The rest of the week was spent hashing out the problems in their new gadgets, and at the end of it all, Hagakure had been firmly established as one of them. It was actually fairly obvious now that he thought about it, considering her ability was literally being invisible. While he and May took on certain personas in order to blend in, she did so to stand out. It was almost saddeningly easy to see through her once you got past the cheerful hand gestures. And from 2 tired souls to another, it was comforting to know that they weren't the only ones. While it was odd to be in a trio after spending most of his life alone, then as a duo, unlike the other changes in his life, it was a good one rather than a bad one. Naturally, it would take much more than a week of tentative friendship that was more of trying to keep May from blowing all of them up or accidentally starting a plague while attempting to splice DNA for Midoriya to place Hagakure in the zone in his head that only May, and once his mother, resided in. Still, for someone who they had barely interacted with, Hagakure fit into their dynamics surprisingly well. She was the long-lost voice of reason that they had discarded in favor of living 24-hour days to their finest. And for the first time in a long time, someone managed to make May sleep without having to take away her supply of energy cocktails that were just a hint away from being literal doses of adrenaline. It was strangely peaceful to be fixing up May's latest baby after it almost destroyed one of his limbs while the girl responsible for 40% of his trauma slept beside Hagakure, leaning against one of the less scorched walls of May's personal lab. He was still contemplating whether it would be more beneficial to add a 3rd member to their squad. It meant revealing to Hagakure portions of what he did, and what he was prepared to do in order to succeed in his goals. May would follow him to the ends of the earth if he asked her to, but he was reluctant to drag another person into his own personal crusade. After all, his partner seemed to be content with waging war alongside him because of some hidden vendetta that she had yet to tell him about. The invisible girl was just a lonely person who had latched onto the first 2 people that her mind registered as those in the same boat as her. It just so happened that the 2 individuals she had chosen were most likely the worst possible ones. Well, he was probably the last person she would want to consider a friend. Still, Hagakure could be a valuable asset. Invisibility was the highest form of stealth. With a little training to reduce presence and move quietly, she could help them sneak in and out of places that would require hacking, or even be used as a way to take things from previously inaccessible places. He looked over to see the 2 girls desperately trying to catch a flying drone with butterfly nets as it fired mild stun bolts at the 3 of them and felt a stab of guilt. He was sure that people would have told her that she was better off an assassin than a hero. If he reduced her to a tool or a weapon, he was no better than the system he fought against. Midoriya flinched as a bolt struck him in the back of the neck, finally putting down the knife he had been attempting to augment and calling for them to pass him a net as well. They threw one that nearly smashed into his face before he caught it, and after dialing down the power of the dubsteps, he kicked off the ground. A quick prediction later, he swiped diagonally downwards and managed to clip an edge of the drone. It beeped frantically while spinning out of control, losing altitude. He mentally cheered as he landed back on the ground, then bounced up once more to gently tug it out of the air like he was catching a frisbee. It responded by shooting several more shocks into his system, irritating, but nothing that was too bad at least. Still, he quickly tossed it to May, who responded by jabbing a taser into it. The unfortunate drone almost whined, before spitting out a few sparks and falling still. The girls exchanged a high five, and Midoriya hid a smile before returning to his knife. The invisible girl still had a bright future ahead of her. He would make sure that she managed to reach that future. Nothing more. He was too far gone in his own personal darkness, and he was already uncertain of whether or not he could stop May from following him. Hagakure didn't deserve whatever she was going to get if he offered a place to her by his side in his crusade. Checking the address on his phone, he was entirely unimpressed by the completely generic apartment that he had arrived in. A quick scan with the eagle eyes notified him of exactly one person in the house. Lying down, face down. Interesting. Concerning, yes, but very interesting. Contemplating whether entering the house of someone who invited him for an internship with a knife ready to be used was considered the polite thing to do. Deciding that first impressions mattered. Even if the person he was supposed to be meeting was lying on the floor for some reason, he knocked twice before opening the door. The lights were off, and with the curtains drawn, there was almost no light in the house. An old man who was probably Gran Torino was lying down in a suspicious red puddle with what looked like his own intestines underneath his body. At first glance, it would look like the old man had been disemboweled by an unknown assailant. The normal reaction would be for him to scream, panic, and call the cops. But the fact that he already knows that Gran Torino is alive, and Shimura-san had already warned him about how her old friend was most likely going to play a practical joke to test his reactions, ruins the dramatic reveal. So all he does is set his briefcase down and open the curtains to ventilate the room, checking to see if anything else needed cleaning. He picked up the plate lying next to Gran Torino's head and dumped it in the sink. Turning around, he almost blinked when he was confronted with an old man rifling through his belongings. He carefully lowered his guard when the old man called out for him to change up and show me what you got. Midoriya sighed internally and took his suit from the adult's outstretched hand, wondering if his life was ever going to return to some semblance of normality. Then he realized that his normal for the last decade or so was being bullied for something he couldn't control, and immediately threw that thought out the window. Choosing the nearest room, he was relieved when it revealed a plain bedroom, complete with a generic side table and lamp. Midoriya had been expecting something way more eccentric than this. Quickly changing up, he left his new knife, still in its sheath, on the desk. While stepping back into the room, he ran through the information he had in his head on the pro hero. Gran Torino, real name Torino Sorahiko. Quirk, jet, allows him to eject air from the soles of his feet to act as boosters. In a sense, this would be the quirk his dubsteps were being used to emulate. Unfortunately, mid-air boosts would be impossible unless he managed to somehow figure out how to generate pocket dimensions filled with compressed air to use and stick them into his shoes. Mentored Yagi Toshinori after Shimura-san's death at the hands of the villain who had ended all of her predecessors. Utilized what was probably considered torture to do so, but the results spoke for themselves. Most likely still harbored guilt over her death, more specifically not being there to save her from her untimely death. He was interrupted by a blur of motion, and instinctively dodged out of the way while expanding his quarterstaff to a decent length so as to avoid damage to the house, barely blocking the foot sent towards his face at high speeds when Gran Torino abruptly changed directions while still in the air. The beginnings of a plan started to piece themselves together in his mind. According to the implications of Yagi Toshinori's fear, this man before him was able to keep up and even beat All Might in his prime. This would be a good test of how well he could fight without the use of one for all. But Shimura-san had warned him that her old friend was shrewd. Not using the power bestowed upon you by a human-turned-literal god would raise more than a few questions. Still, he was reluctant to use the crutch that he had been given, choosing to weave and deflect hits, relying on instincts and muscle memory as he was attacked from all sides. Slightly uncomfortable at the way the man seemed to be fine with destroying his house, Midoriya took a boot to his arm for the concern and nearly winced at the too familiar sensation of impact condensers absorbing what was probably a blow that could fracture the limb. For another few minutes, he remained on the defensive, taking 3 more hits in that period of time. Gran Torino bounced off the walls like a demented human version of an old character from an equally old movie saga that should never have gotten rebooted, leaving craters wherever he went. Midoriya had managed to deal several glancing blows, and even clotheslined the man when he finally figured out the pattern of boosts before he decided it was time to show Gran Torino what he probably wanted. collapsing the staff and reattaching it to his arm. Midoriya flooded his fingers with as much power as they could handle before firing off 5 consecutive flicks. The snapdragons did their job, quietly coming to life before directing his air shots where he wanted them to go. 2 missed Gran Torino entirely. The third forced him to boost upwards and into the path of the fourth, causing another last-minute dodge into the fifth. Even if he had expected it to happen, the teenager was still impressed when the elderly man demonstrated why exactly he was a pro hero and pivoted in order to kick off a wall and towards the ground. He could sense the beginnings of a triumphant grin forming on his opponent's face and smiled from behind the comfort of his mask. Now that wouldn't do. Switching tactics even as Gran Torino raced to sock him in the kidneys. Midoriya powered the circuit flowing through his entire body and met the blow with a kick of his own, not hesitating despite the abrupt surge of energy coursing through his veins. He followed up with a flash grenade and a 20% punch, deliberately missing the old pro hero. The air pressure from his movement alone left a sizable hole in the wall behind his opponent. There was silence for a few moments. Then the elderly man picked up his cane and used it to smack Midoriya's armored shins, cursing about the damage to the wall. He grinned sheepishly, even with no one to see it. Well, that was an unfortunate accident. Gran Torino was surprisingly amicable despite the fact that he had nearly turned him the human equivalent of bug parts on a windshield. After getting roped into cleaning up the mess they had created, Midoriya was pondering how to patch up the hole in the wall about 2 or 3 times the size of his fist. The easiest option would be a makeshift bandage using tape, but it would just be a temporary fix unless he used cement to fill in the chunk that he had taken out of Gran Torino's wall. Plus, there was a chance that not fixing up the wall now would lead to some unnecessary complications in the future. Notifying the old man that he was going to look for a nearby hardware store in order to obtain what he needed. Getting a grunt in response and a reminder not to take too long, Midoriya left the house. Glancing down and noting that he had forgotten to suit down after the test fight, he quickly fiddled with the dial located just above his heart, turning on the hologram projector. Cycling through several options before deciding on a hoodie and long jeans, he tapped the dial twice to confirm his selection. One might think that it would be more convenient for him to change back into his regular clothes instead of using holograms to conceal what he was actually wearing. A valid point that he had brought up with May when she had first implemented the program. She managed to defend her idea with several points, mostly connected to the ability to be ready for anything even when he looked defenseless. Expanding his mask to cover his entire face and hoping the illusion would conceal him enough to ensure that he just looked creepy instead of a psycho wearing a grotesque mask, he pulled up a map to locate the nearest hardware store. Satisfied when he realized it was just across the road and around the corner, Midoriya collapsed the mask and pulled it down to hang around his neck. Some time later, after ensuring that no one bumped into him and grabbing the plaster and glue that he would need, he was walking back when a muffled scream from the suspicious dark alleyway that he had made sure to avoid like it contained the plague drew his attention. Sighing, he turned right and walked straight into what was probably danger, stowing his goods behind a cardboard box in order to make sure no one stole them while he was investigating. Charging up his equipment and equipping his staff, Midoriya extended it to its full length before turning it into 2 regular-sized batons, making sure that the stun option on them was only a single thought away from activation. He neared the source of the sounds, listening out for any sudden movement. So far, all he could hear was slowly fading whimpering and something akin to the sound one made when drinking from a straw. Turning the corner before he could second-guess himself, Midoriya's eyes widened in shock and more than a little disgust when he was greeted with a blonde girl straddling another teenager. Her face was buried in the crook of his neck and he grimaced, lowering the batons and moving to get out of there. He was expecting something more along the lines of someone getting murdered than 2 teenagers getting it on in a dark alleyway. Before he could leave, however, the choked cry of help from the male teenager made him turn around to check once more. He blinked twice, his brain making the connections between the sounds he had been hearing, the positions of the duo in front of him and why the male was so pale. Not willing to take chances, he flooded his body with one for all and lunged. Midoriya got a sick sense of satisfaction out of feeling several ribs give way beneath his first strike, grabbing the victim's collar with one hand and raising him up to check his condition while the blonde smashed into the wall on the other end of the alleyway. There were clear puncture marks in his skin and he was gasping for air. He cursed himself even as he pulled up his mask and engaged it, contacting an ambulance before applying pressure to the teenager's bleeding wound. Using a roll of medical tape, he quickly sealed the wound in order to prevent further blood loss before his instincts told him to dodge. Dragging the teenager with him, he sidestepped the arc of a blade, temporarily upping the percentage of power coursing through his veins in order to get the victim out of the alleyway. Dumping him at the entrance drew a few stares, but nothing more. Irritated, he yelled for the nearest bystander to look after him before rushing back into the fray, flicking his wrists. And feeling the steady hum that indicated his weapons now had substantial currents running through them, he attacked the girl. She grins and his heart briefly stops at how familiar the expression is before she blocks his first strike with a knife before lunging for his neck with another blade. Beating it to one side with his other baton, he skimmed her knuckles and was rewarded with a shudder as the girl faltered. The art of using eskrima sticks wasn't exactly one he was well versed in, but he had enough practice with them to ensure that he wasn't at a disadvantage. He chose to go for immobilizing blows, making sure to zap her as many times as possible as his opponent demonstrated almost supernatural talent with her knives coupled with the flexibility of a gymnast. It meant that he got more than a few blows for his kindness, but stab-proof armor ensured that he wouldn't have to experience the sensation of his life essence leaking from his body. While his opponent was arguably faster and better with her weapons, he had a quirk that augmented everything he utilized in combat. Swinging a baton while the arm was at 30% created an air blast that launched her back. But the girl only grinned harder before attempting to pounce on him. Not hesitating, he reattached his weapons and the sudden increase in length was enough for him to deliver an electrified thrust to her throat. It ended up hitting her in the chest when she moved to block it with a knife before desperately beating the blunt weapon down with her other. Still, the enhanced hearing granted by his equipment allowed him to listen to the way air rushed out of her lungs shortly before muscle spasms kicked in, making sure to keep his staff in contact with her exposed skin. He kicked away the knife before quickly executing a sleeper hold on his opponent. She struggled, attempting to bite down on his arm and managing to produce a third knife that was used to repeatedly stab him, but lost consciousness after he tightened the hold to speed up the process. Ignoring how dirty he felt while checking her thoroughly for more weapons, he bound her arms and legs together, hugging the wannabe murderer. Checking to see if the tape would hold, he cloaked himself before returning to where he had left his items and frowning at the small crowd that had gathered around the teenager who had almost died. Softly picking them up, he returned to his defeated opponent, picking her up and walking further into the alleyway. After a couple of twists and turns to make sure that no one would be following them, he used an additional loop to tie her to a section of railings after testing them for their structural integrity. Not one to cause problems for himself, he made sure that even if she did manage to escape her bindings, those around her neck would tighten into a makeshift garrote if she attempted to attack him once again, tapping her to check if she was still unconscious. He sped up the process by electrocuting her once more. She jolted, struggling for a brief moment before noticing the predicament that she was in. The girl was still smiling, and a wave of unpleasant revulsion swept through him and he wondered if this was how others felt when they looked at him. Carefully sorting out his thoughts, he began the interrogation. It was almost fascinating what someone's quirk could do to their mental state. The keyword here being almost. His predictions earlier were correct. She had a quirk that required blood as the activation key. A transformation one that did not copy the quirk of the person she transformed into. Fortunately, depending on how you looked at it, duration dependent on how much blood she consumed. A clear survivor of abuse or neglect, with a fractured mind because of it. He felt a surge of anger and pity at this poor soul, who had a story so similar to his that it was disconcerting. She was happy to answer his questions, something about how he was strong and that he would look better covered in blood. He disagreed. Toga Himiko. She was probably better off in an asylum undergoing rehabilitation. But Midoriya knew that those who were admitted to such facilities never did come back out. Another problem with society. Gears continued to turn in his head as he wondered how he was supposed to fix someone who was perfectly happy being broken. Toga requested for him to remove his mask so that she could see his face. And against his better judgment, he did. He regretted it almost immediately when the look of curiosity in her eyes turned into hunger and what he hoped wasn't lust. But the way she was licking her lips didn't fill him with confidence. He introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku. She told him that she knew who he was. Swallowing down the urge to just leave her here to rot, he offered her a deal. She would work for him, pretending to be a villain in order to infiltrate the League of Villains. In return, he would prep synthetic blood mixed with his own for her to consume whenever she got craving. He hated how well the bribe seemed to be working when his prisoner agreed almost immediately, straining against her bindings as drool began to become uncomfortably obvious. Drawing his military knife, Midoriya cut through the bindings and wrapped the remains around his free hand and arm. Sheathing his knife when nothing happened, he proceeded to use the last bits of tape to make his arms symmetrical in design, offering one of his cards to the blonde. She took it eagerly, tucking it away into her chest pocket before giving him an attempt at a military salute. Laughing slightly, he extended his hand for a handshake and got a hug in return. Tensing up, he carefully patted her on the back, ready for a knife to the spine despite the fact that he had disarmed her. After a very unsettling minute of forced hugging, she broke the embrace. Midoriya offered a smile, telling her that he would make arrangements to help her using the phone number on the card. Almost as an afterthought, he added that she could call him if she needed somewhere better to stay. The sincere offer appeared to catch Toga off guard. for her smile flickered and died for several seconds before returning to her face, more genuine than before. She nodded slowly and he took it as his cue to leave, calling out a quick goodbye. He resumed the flow of one for all and darted as fast as he could back to Gran Torino's house. Hoping he hadn't taken too long. He took too long. The next day passed like the first, only he had suggested that they move their training to a location less likely to fall apart with the intensity of their battle. He was pleasantly surprised to find out that there was a gym for sparring using quirks nearby, which his current mentor had access to due to a few favors. With a bigger area, it was much easier to fight Gran Torino due to the fact that he could lay traps down and even had more time to react to each attack. The old man talked as they casually fought, saying that he had been expecting someone completely unable to use his quirk without breaking himself, citing the way he had fought during the sports festival. Midoriya laughed, pointing out that he had explicitly stated that he refused to use his quirk to prove a point. His opponent grudgingly admitted that it was one hell of a way to make a statement, before telling him that he needed to incorporate his quirk into his fighting style more often. Despite the ease at which the teenager could manipulate the flow of power in his body, the lack of practice with one-for-all fueled combat would make it so that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the rapid changes in the amount of strength he was using. While he didn't like the way that Gran Torino was implying he was incompetent, he conceded the point to the old man. It was true after all. In attempting to make sure his quirk wasn't a crutch, he had turned to support items to level the playing field. Even so, he couldn't count on them to last forever. So that was the agenda for day 2. Fight continuously for several hours while constantly dialing one for all up and down, trying his best not to accidentally use too much power. And when his mentor ran out of stamina, he turned to a mixture of shadow boxing and weapon kata in order to keep up the strain on his body. Of course, it eventually ended with him careening into a wall after an overpowered jump, much to the glee of the older man. On the third day, he woke up to the sensation of his muscles crying out every time he moved, a feeling that was quickly becoming familiar. A quick breakfast that he had to cook because no, Gran Torino, taiyaki is a dessert, not something to be eaten like it's part of a regular meal later. The old pro hero ushered him out of the house, mentioning how he would develop bad habits if he only fought against him. Now for the first time, Midoriya wondered how someone with the shrewd intellect of Gran Torino could have a mentee that used brute force to solve all his problems instead of his head. They were taking the train, passing Hasu when the vehicle shuddered and stuttered to a stop, his instincts telling him that something was wrong. Midoriya calmly switched on his gear while turning off the holograms, sending a message to Mei using his mask. It hissed as it covered his face, and Gran Torino looked sufficiently disturbed for someone who was seeing it for the first time. His partner responded almost immediately, warning him that something big and fast was approaching his location. Yelling for the civilians to get down, he braced himself just in time for a Namu to smash through the front of the train. Before he could launch any form of attack, his mentor had already kicked the monster back out, ordering him to stay put. Naturally, he disobeyed. Hasu was in flames. Mei brought up a map in his HUD, putting several moving dots on it because there were apparently more than one Namu in this unfortunate place. Cursing, he requested for her to monitor as many camera feeds as possible and direct him to where he was needed. Almost immediately, there were several chimes and 7 location pins appeared on his map. Groaning mentally, he activated one for all. Knowing that he was most likely going to regret his decisions, Midoriya boosted himself with 20% and was rewarded with all his muscles screaming out at once. Nevertheless, he used the abrupt increase in speed to race around Hasu, rescuing civilians from the wreckage of fallen buildings and even briefly entering combat with another Namu in order to buy a group time to escape. Thankfully, these ones were weaker, so he was quickly able to immobilize his opponent after systematically breaking its limbs again and again until its regeneration started to struggle. Not wanting to lose his new knife so soon, he charged up a leg with 40% and brought it down on the head of his opponent. Blood and gray matter splashed his suit and his boot was absolutely caked with gore, but the defeat of the Namu meant one less threat. Boosting up again, he continued to rescue as many civilians as possible, directing them to the evacuation zone Mei had helpfully marked out for him. His last job finished, Midoriya was about to fall back to the safe zone when his partner alerted him to another incident, moving once again, leaving craters in his wake as the dubsteps did their job, amping up his speed even further. He skidded to a stop outside a dark alleyway and just barely restrained the urge to facepalm. He stepped in, glowing softly with sparks of electricity from his quirk. All traces of humor were wiped from his mind at the sight before him. 2 similar armored individuals were lying prone on the ground, a quick scan notifying him of their identities. The Ida brothers, and just to continue his streak of bad luck, their victorious opponent was Stain, the hero ender. The scan had also revealed that neither brother was too badly injured, so he focused his attention on the man with the katana and way too many blades. Why did he have so many blades? Oh, and his nose was gone. Interesting. That meant that he couldn't smash it in. Such a shame. The advantage of a sneak attack was enough for him to snap Stain out of his monologuing with a kick enhanced with 30%. And the dubsteps. May was rattling off warnings in his ear, giving him the analysis of the hero ender and what his quirk might be as he shifted one of his eyes into the X-ray mode that had just been added to the mask. His blow had already fractured several fingers of his latest opponent, and shards of metal were stuck in the hero ender. The adult hissed in fury, throwing several knives even as he drew a second katana and darted towards him. Midoriya would have used his staff, but now was the time for overwhelming force rather than technique. He fired off several air shots from both hands, targeting reticle darting around almost frantically as he knocked the small blades out of the air and forced Stain to change his course to climbing up the wall to his left. Not letting up, he channeled 20% into his arms and smashed one into the wall to knock the hero ender loose while the other sent an air blast towards the airborne murderer. In an impressive show of dexterity, he used his weapon to block the concussive blast, which resulted in its destruction as well. The man quickly backpedaled to what he was probably assuming was a safe distance before commenting on Midoriya's strength. The teenager raised an unseen eyebrow, attaching his knife to the end of his staff to create a spear. He held it gently in one arm, the other still thrumming with restrained power. There was a brief standoff, in which both Ida brothers told him that he needed to run and get help several times. Ida Tenya was surprisingly louder than his older brother, for he had noticed that their savior was Midoriya dressed in his hero costume. Stain seemed to vibrate with excitement when he heard this, drawing out the name Midoriya Izuku almost reverently. Deciding that stalling for time until May could nudge the heroes into stumbling upon Stain was probably the best course of action, he asked the adult if his identity was important. The man gaped with shock and disbelief, spreading his arms and talking about how he was the only one who truly understood what he was trying to do. Midoriya was suddenly thankful that he had a mask on, because the way his lips immediately curled in disgust would have been a giant warning flag. He tilted his head, asking the serial ender if he was going to leave them alone. Stain hesitated, before reluctantly shaking his head and drawing two knives. He stated with no small amount of respect that Midoriya was the closest thing to a true hero after All Might, but he needed to accomplish his mission. Of course, the teenager understood what the adult meant. One's crusade needed to be seen to the end, or it wouldn't even be a proper crusade. Slipping into a fighting stance, he decided to throw Stain a bone. He asked for the man to hear him out before they fought, and when affirmation was given, he talked about how All Might couldn't be considered the true form of heroism anymore. Before rage could cloud the other's judgment, Midoriya revealed that he was saying this due to personal experience. This, of course, got the hero ender's attention. Speaking slowly, like someone recounting a story that was painful to them, he spoke about how he had been quirkless for most of his life, but still wished to be a hero. And one day, he managed to speak to his idol, instead of encouraging him to pursue his dreams. The number one hero had crushed them callously while talking about how he needed to be realistic. Then later, when he finally developed his abilities, how the number one hero had suddenly changed his tune, telling him that he would be a great hero. This seemed to physically wound Stain, for he shuddered, a sliver of doubt entering his eyes. There was silence. Then the adult sighed and slipped into a fighting stance of his own before lunging forward once more. Midoriya had hoped that this could be solved without bloodshed. It seemed like he was still too naive, briefly telling May to contact any of his classmates who were in the area when she reported that the heroes were preoccupied. He began fighting. His spear's reach was the only thing that was stopping the hero ender from shredding him, for the older man was more experienced. He twisted and parried a blade, nicking a gash into his opponent's arm with a lucky swipe and following up with a quick air shot. It distracted his enemy long enough for the butt of the spear to slam straight into Stain's skull. They exchanged blows, Midoriya making sure to keep a safe distance while Stain hammered away at his weapon. While his tenacity was to be admired, the quality of May's babies were far superior. May called his attention to the fact that Todoroki was almost there, and he smiled, swiping in a large arc to create some distance. He backed off just in time for a large swath of fire to appear. The hero ender hissed, getting several new burns, but they only seemed to anger him. The ice and fire user apologized for being late, Ingenium suddenly deciding to warn them that Stain consumed blood in order to paralyze his opponents. Rolling his eyes at how the pro hero hadn't decided to warn him beforehand, he quickly relayed his plan to his new comrade before plunging back into the thick of things. His plan was risky, but had less chance of property damage as compared to continuous use of One for All. He disassembled his weapon, choosing to rely on One for All for this close-quarters combat so that Todoroki could do his work. Silently promising to give May a long hug for making him stab-proof, he continued to break his opponent's weapons as the temperature of the air began to lower. He tracked the progress of the frost on the ground, counting in his head. At the last moment, when the temperature suddenly plunged into frostbite territories, he leapt forward to seize Stain by the neck. throwing him to the ground even as a sharp jolt of pain alerted him to the knife that had narrowly missed his jugular. A glacier formed almost immediately, trapping their enemy. Before he could break free, Midoriya fired up 10% and punched the hero ender unconscious, breathing heavily as he powered down. The green-haired teenager checked to see if Stain was truly unconscious, before collapsing as the adrenaline rush finally died down, almost like it had been scripted. The Eda brothers clambered to their feet as Gran Torino made his appearance, ignoring the questions sent his way. He offered a sarcastic wave before closing his eyes and resting his head against the wall he was leaning on. As anticlimactic as the battle had been, it had resulted in no one getting injured. He thanked May for her help as his neck throbbed, touching the injury gingerly. His glove came away wet with blood. Unwrapping his arm to bandage his neck, he staggered to his feet and indicated to Todoroki that they should leave. Surprisingly, the other teenager didn't ask questions, choosing to follow him. He removed his mask while explaining to the dual-haired boy that they had been using their quirks without permission, which was considered vigilante work. Midoriya then proceeded to talk about how he was expecting the police to cover it all up and most likely threaten them into silence, so it was best if they left before anything happened. Snickering when Todoroki bluntly stated that the law was stupid, he decided to let the teenager in on a secret. Gesturing to his faceplate, he commented that it was remarkably useful to have a recording device in your hero costume. The other teenager stared at him blankly for several seconds, before a small smile began to form on his face. Midoriya responded with a grin of his own. The newspaper article the next day confirmed all of his predictions. They had given the credit to Endeavor. Gran Torino was complaining about how he should have gotten the credit, but Midoriya reassured him that it was fine. After all, if he had come clean, there was a high chance that the older man's hero license would have been revoked. Still, after he bids farewell to Gran Torino because there was apparently nothing more to teach him, he uploads the video of his defeat of Stain to as many social media platforms as he can think of. Needless to say, the media eats it up. The police are torn apart, and so is Endeavor. Todoroki sends him a text to thank him for pissing off his bastard of a father. Midoriya replies with several emoticons and an offer for protection in case the number 2 hero decides to take out his anger on his children. He opens the door to his house, calling out a greeting even though the eagle eyes detect no signs of life in the apartment. Sighing, he packs up his hero costume, carefully concealing the briefcase behind his bookshelf before flopping onto his bed. He wonders if this is the price of freedom. With a rather dramatic and abrupt end to his internship week behind him, the next thing on Midoriya's agenda was really just rest and recuperation. He needed to stop running into trouble every other week, but since it seemed like he couldn't stay out of trouble even if he wanted to, the best way to avoid losing his mind would just be to try to make the best of the time he still had. The internships lasted 6 days, with the 7th being a day off for students to rest. So with Gran Torino kicking him out, he could arguably consider today and the next 3 days as additional rest days, days that his temporary mentor had given him. He should probably attempt to upgrade his equipment or train a little more, but May deserved a few days to herself after the fact that he had enlisted her to help him fight the hero Ender and his own body was a little shot to pieces because of the continuous usage of One for All in actual combat. After 2 days of sparring and training, if he was a betting person, he would have already put money on the chance that he had at least a few fractured bones, and maybe even money on a broken one if he had been more careless against Stain. Even with Todoroki's help and the almost reckless usage of One for All in order to constantly use air blasts and air shots combined with his own weapons and support equipment in order to constantly put distance between himself and the clearly experienced hunter, he had still needed to voluntarily take an injury in order to spring his trap. Thankfully, it appeared that as disgustingly filthy and bloodstained as Stain looked, he had a penchant for keeping his weapons clean. The knife had slipped between the protection of his mask and his collar, and had he been a little closer to the man or the knife had been just a little longer, he would have bled out right there and then after successfully immobilizing the villain. One day, the true terror he should have felt with each brush with death would overwhelm him and pull him under. Still, with how heavily and constantly he was disassociating, it was unlikely that he would contract any form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Even though the Namu was the USJ was the first person, he had felt nothing but a rush of energy that had made him feel just the smallest bit alive again as blood dripped from his hands and the taste of blood set his nerves on fire. He would call himself insane, but that was something that he had accepted as part of himself ever since the day he had discovered a dog while he was wandering around in a forest in order to gain some experience with unpredictable landscapes and test out how well May's radar worked. Spoiler, it didn't, its leg crushed in a bear trap. Instead of doing the right thing and attempting to free the poor animal and take it to a veterinarian, he had gently cradled the dog's head in his hands, avoiding the teeth despite the fact that it was too weak to even bark as he had approached it. For the first time, his mind had been disconnected from his body, and he watched impassively as his hands tightened slightly before twisting as quickly as possible, snapping the dog's fragile spine in a single instant. He had desperately run out of the forest after that, and when he had ended up back at his house, he had spent an hour trying to throw up in the toilet. Despite his disgust at his actions, his hands were steady and his stomach did little more than churn slightly as he thought about how the light of life he had seen trying to stay alive in the animal's eyes had been snuffed out by a single action. Midoriya knew that he was a monster. All Might's callous words might have been the final straw to break the child's spirit, but his slow descent into madness had been a long time coming. After what was technically his first end, there was this clarity in his thoughts that hadn't been there before, an almost clinical detachment that reinforced itself as he got injured. Thought processes solely focused on the actions he needed to take in order to succeed with little care for how his body screamed with exertion. Aunt Hatsum had helped to encourage it, seeing the advantages of the ability to disconnect from your emotions, but also ensuring that he knew how to snap himself out of it. Pain only made him retreat further into his head, and the first few times he had tried to forcefully slip into what she had called battle instinct, it had taken the older woman beating him into the ground over and over again until his body shut down despite his nigh endless banks of determination keeping him going in order to reconnect himself. It was a mixture of constant training and exploring his own mind whenever he ripped the cord that was his brain's direct link to his body that had finally allowed him to wrangle the state of being under control. Technically, it was a sign that he was overclocking his brain, dialing his senses up to 11 and deliberately inducing the fight or flight response that gave him hysterical strength. At least, that was what the books on neuroscience he had read to figure out his new abilities said. A therapist or psychologist would probably be able to explain it better. But Midoriya didn't trust a random adult to not call the police or the heroes if the boy they were attempting to understand confessed that he had essentially gained a knack for ending without feeling guilt or regret while maintaining a regular state of mind afterwards. He was practically a sociopath, except sociopaths were violent, refused to follow laws, and were charismatic. He was starting to notice all the boxes on the how to recognize a sociopath checklist. However, unlike the clinically insane, he had managed to find a switch in his brain that could turn the tendencies that would result in his new attire being a straitjacket off and on if he needed them. He preferred to think that the only reason he refused to interact with his classmates more was because most of them were hypocrites that made him taste ash every time he thought about it rather than any natural antisocial personality trait. After all, he had managed to put up with Mei and Hagakure. Why was it that the two people he could call friends without having to think about it were energetic balls of sunshine that he needed to watch over to prevent any forms of explosions from occurring? Was this karma or some sort of divine retribution for deciding to take the dark and winding road instead of staying on the straight and narrow? He chuckled to himself before burying his face back into his pillow, not in the mood to get up considering his muscles protested every time he breathed. If the divine really did exist, and he guessed that he would find out soon if he continued to wage war against the world, he had more than a couple of questions for whatever holy being resided in the heavens above, and most likely a punch to the face. Several punches actually. If he was going to get smited, he might as well get in a few good blows before he was tossed into eternal damnation. 1 in the afternoon, still in bed. His mother was still absent, and the suspicion that he had harbored about her finding somewhere else to live so that she didn't have to look at him and wonder what her son had become continued to fester and sink its teeth into the last remnants of his heart that still held affection for her. Midoriya's eyes strayed to where he knew the box of all his All Might merchandise lay hidden, with a lock that was more secure than all of those in the house and was quirk-resistant. Of course, it would be easier to just smash the box, but that would cause the items inside to become damaged. An idle thought about 2 months after he had met All Might and removed all of the things around him that he had drawn comfort from had caused him to do some quick calculations with the help of the internet. It turned out that most of his collectibles had become vintage items over the years, and the total value of all he contained in that one box had a net worth that was counted in the millions. If he sold it to the right people, he could probably get close to 7 million yen. It was technically his emergency fund. Even though the scrap metal business did well, it couldn't hurt to have some backup cash considering how freely he gave it to those that had nowhere else to go. A text notification, the 5th one in the last few minutes, finally made him roll over and feebly paw for his phone. With some lazy swipes, he checked to see who had sent him the messages. 2 were from Mei. The first a report on what had happened with the stain incident, while the second was about a minute's read of an angry rant that included but was not limited to her cursing his recklessness, cursing the heroes, worrying over the damage he had taken, and complaints about how her babies would require maintenance again. He smiled affectionately, tapping out a quick message about how her inventions would need little more than polishing with all the work that she had put into them, and then a second thanking her for her help. He paused before sending the second, then added a simple love you at the end of it and sending the text. Switching over to the next, he noted with a wry grin that Yaoyorozu was thanking him for helping her make the right choice, with an image of her and the BMI hero flashing grins at the camera. He also noticed the older boy pinned between the pro hero's arm and his body, looking like he wanted to be anywhere but there but still attempting to smile at the camera. Midoriya nearly snickered at the other individual, quickly replying to say that she would have made the same choice had she known that the pro-heroine she was going for was more concerned about commercials than hero work. The fourth was actually not a text, rather a message from the group chat Kayama-sensei and Yamada-sensei had added him to. It was mostly a way for him to relay to them whatever information he had gleaned from analyzing their fights and suggested upgrades for their equipment, plus some knowledge May fed to him about the illegal activities in their respective patrol areas. She had told him, holding a wrench very threateningly, that he was not allowed to go and attempt to dismantle gangs solo. So as much as it would be practice for the future, he merely acted as an informant. Still, despite the awkwardness and slight tension between himself and his homeroom teacher, the other two had more than enough combined chaotic energy to balance out the gloom that he and Aizawa-sensei carried around. Despite being the youngest of the four, he had somehow once again been delegated the team mom, constantly having to stop his teachers, of all people, that ideas were not good just because you thought of them, and making sure that Aizawa-sensei had enough energy left to deal with Class 1A's shenanigans while surviving his friends. It was a little odd, nonetheless, to speak with the adults responsible for his equation like they were equals, or that one occasion where he had borrowed a drone from May to deposit a care package for Yamada-sensei after he had decided that shouting in a frequency that was equivalent to using a dog whistle that had a range of close to half a kilometer and causing chaos was a good idea. His teacher thought that Midoriya had forgiven him. He obviously realized his error, probably due to the small army of robotic insects he had sent in the care package to torment the man, especially when he had to treat them with respect in class. It was hard to respect your homeroom teacher after breaking in with his friends to check if he was still alive, only to find him lying asleep on the floor in his obnoxious sleeping bag and 3 cats curled up on his body. It was harder to respect your English teacher when you had seen him trying to hold back his tears after a baby had taken one look at him, huffed and turned away with something akin to disdain. It was even harder to respect your modern art history teacher when you had the unfortunate experience of carrying her home from a bar while she was completely wasted, ranting about how she didn't need no man, before having to hold her hair back while she threw up and having to run away when she tried to seduce him. He could feel Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei laughing at him every time their gazes locked the next day, and desperately wanted to dig a hole in the ground to perish. And when Kayama-sensei started stuttering every time she had to talk to him, his homeroom teacher had texted to notify him that the police had managed to stop the news from covering his part in the stain incident. But there was more than enough buzz on social media to make Midoriya Izuku a household name. He answered with a thumbs up, which got 2 amused responses and one that radiated disapproval. He quickly switched to the final notification when Ida Tensei got added to the chat, already anticipating the questions that would be thrown his way, and his previously good mood plummeted. It was from the organization he had created just for that one single incident, but had somehow managed to evolve into something akin to a religious cult if he didn't constantly remind them that he was only human. He had created a network of eyes and ears, spreading the message that anyone who needed help would receive it free of charge. But all requests ran through both he and May to ensure that it wasn't a trap or something from a villain with bad intention. He scanned it quickly even as he got to his feet, fatigue temporarily forgotten. Grabbing his mask from its place hanging on a hook on the wall, he pressed the button located on the inner right cheek of it before sliding it on. A text box immediately materialized in the air, and he spoke the password that he had set in order to start the modifications. Donning a plain hoodie with the camouflage technology also embedded into it, he cloaked even as his mask whirred and clicked as it transformed. He sent a reply before glancing in the mirror at the ominous visage floating in thin air before cloaking his face as well. The mask of Deku was too obvious, but he still needed a disguise. So what better disguise could there be than a mask that could transform into another? This one was much simpler, but he had gone all out with the creep factor. It was black with 3 white diagonal slashes across the entire thing, a wide smile that was more of an animal revealing its teeth, and 2 closed lines to represent eyes with twin trails of blood coming from each of them. The invisibility was good, but if he needed to reveal himself or his technology got shorted out, this would suffice as a disguise and an intimidation factor at the same time. Normally he wouldn't be the one diving into the action, but this was a serious case. Quirk marriage. Just like Todoroki, the hero in question was one from the mid-50s of the hero ranking system, Aqua. Despite his admittedly simple name, His ability to control water was only limited because he could only use nearby water sources. Naturally, the way to fix that was obvious: find someone with a quirk that could produce water. Unfortunately for him, his first child couldn't handle the strain of manipulating more than a small sphere of water as big as a watermelon, despite the fact that she could produce water from her hands. The mother wished for the organization to get her and her daughter out of the grasp of their abusive family member, considering the Public Safety Commission turned a blind eye to any complaints made. It had taken a week, but the man was finally out of the picture, off on a trip to another country to aid in disaster relief. He felt a faint trace of fury curdle in his gut. A shame that someone with such a versatile quirk was blinded by greed. He holstered 2 guns, strapped a knife to each limb, and grabbed the reinforced baseball bat that May had fashioned for him. The preparations shouldn't be necessary, but it couldn't hurt to have some sort of protection in case things went wrong. He had put too much effort into this to have it go to waste, even stooping as low as to dip his toes into the underground community in order to arrange for the new identities the mother and daughter duo would need in their living accommodation. He should probably start making modifications to his network in order to ensure that he could do such things in the future without having to shake hands with potential villains and definitely criminals. But he was still unwilling to use the goodwill of those that he had helped in that way. He knew that they wouldn't protest. It was what made him hesitate. Pulling on a regular pair of gloves, he flexed his hands experimentally, checking the muscle strain. Nodding to himself, he stepped out of the house. It would suffice unless things went wrong. Things went wrong. As with most situations in his life, things decided to fall apart at the worst moment. If this kept happening, he might consider establishing something similar to Murphy's Law just as an explanation for how his plans collapsed whenever he needed them to succeed. Arriving at the house with Dabai, or as Midoriya enjoyed calling him, Mr. Crispy, as their getaway driver once everything was said and done was step number 1. He tried to ignore how the older man was constantly commenting on the edgy mask that he was wearing. It was much easier than he thought, especially after reminding himself that the snarky comments were coming from a burn victim labeling himself with the name Cremation, who claimed to not need his help but had quickly become one of his most loyal followers. He had gone inside to help the duo carry what little belongings they wished to take with them after ensuring that any forms of security systems inside the house were disabled. He tried his best not to give in to the urge of leaving any care packages for the bastard before he left. Kidnapping someone's wife and child was already bad enough. Setting fire to the house afterwards while its owner was still inside would be edging into the territory of deliberate murder in addition to arson. Of course, getting in was the easy part. Getting out was when things went wrong. He had opened the door to check if the coast was clear, only to find a face from the past. Death Arms was locked in combat with Dabai. Bursts of fire intermixed with the pro-hero throwing whatever he could get his hands on at his opponent. He blinked, sighing before closing the door, telling them that this was going to take more time than he had expected. He ordered them to stay inside before exiting the house to see the pro-hero clothesline Dabai into a wall. Despite the brief flash of dark amusement that had flickered inside him, he drew his pistol and took aim. He breathed in slowly before firing twice. Twin spurts of blood erupted from the man's legs, and he crumpled to the floor with a yell of pain. Not taking any chances, he dashed forward with the slightest hint of one for all to enhance his speed, pouncing onto the kneeling man before he could regain his bearings and trapping him in a chokehold. Rather than wait the seconds required for lack of air to make the man pass out, he tightened his grip to speed up the process and was rewarded with the adult going limp before his arm could even reach his assailant. Lowering Death Arms to the ground gently, he ensured that the pro-hero wasn't faking after smashing him in the back of the head twice with the butt of his pistol before going to check on Dabai. He was winded, body temperature just high enough to make him feel uncomfortable, but remarkably unscathed for someone who had been introduced to a wall just a minute ago. Helping the man into the car as fast as possible, he dashed back to the house and after a quick apology, whisked its occupants into the car as quickly as he dared, before returning to grab their belongings. By then, sirens had already begun to wail in the distance, so Midoriya made a decision. Transmitting the coordinates to Dabai, he ushered for them to leave, stating that he would buy some time and create a smokescreen. As the car whizzed off, growing smaller with each second, he returned to the building, palming the incendiary grenade attached to his belt, with the use of a roll of thin bandages and some ingenuity. He rigged the explosive to go off when someone opened the front door and pulled the pin, making sure that the bandages would just yank the pin rather than the entire grenade. He escaped by smashing through a window and used his mask to cheek the police scanners, grimacing when he noted how the authorities were too close for comfort. He left a couple of care packages on the road before taking off. Scaling a nearby building, he barely reached the roof before a muffled explosion drew his attention back to where he had just been. A single police officer was running away as the house erupted into flames, smoke filling the air while the link he had to the police scanners told him about the frantic calls for a pro-hero or the fire department. He switched on the care packages, rewarded with several electromagnetic pulses shorting out all nearby devices and cutting off the first responders before they could call someone in order to put out the fire before it could consume the house. Watching it go up in flames was cathartic, especially when the roof caved in on itself and another muffled explosion indicated that the fire had found the gas line. Crossing his fingers and praying that nobody would be hurt, he cloaked and slipped away from the chaos. Midoriya could probably buy some more time by making his presence known and drawing the attention of the heroes in the area. But having the face of his organization broadcasted on live television was not something that he wanted to experience. After all, Midoriya Izuku was already famous for the sports festival and the defeat of the hero Ender. This persona needed to remain in the shadows in order to stop anyone from connecting the dots. A ping from Mr. Crispy indicated that he had gotten to safety. Hidden between complaints about his ribs and the fact that he hadn't been able to tag along and start a fire, Midoriya chuckled slightly, leaping from building to building before finding a fire escape he could scale back down to the ground. It was a good thing that he had decided to pack firepower. Of course, live ammunition would have been too easy to track, so the real bullets were tucked away along with the guns that could use them underneath a false bottom of one of his desk drawers at home. Borrowing some ideas from movies and stories, he had planted a small explosive that would destroy all evidence in the event that someone brute forced said drawer and discovered his weapons. Still, the modified railguns that May had built for the two of them packed similar, if not more power than regular firearms. Not exactly railguns considering how much energy would have to go into them, but they relied on the same concepts. Bullets were flung at high speeds with the help of electromagnetic currents, but he had elected to use just enough power to turn them into regular ammunition rather than cry over his electricity bill after accidentally erasing the target from existence. He fought down a shudder at how he could have turned Death Arm's legs into mush instead of shattering the bones in them if he had dialed up the output. He also had one that relied on compressed air, but that sidearm was more likely to explode if the container cracked during a scuffle and shot darts instead of normal ammunition. So far all he had stored in that one were tranquilizers of differing strengths based on the variety of people out there. Midoriya made a mental note to see if he could find Quirk suppressants and alcohol. It would be handy to have something that just made your opponent weaker rather than put them to sleep. Moving through the back alleys, he told Dabai to send the mother-daughter duo his regards, hesitant to see them again after burning their house down. As per usual, he got a sarcastic quip. Midoriya smiled slightly despite the whispers in his head telling him that he was no better than a villain now. If this was the cost of saving people, then so be it. Naturally, exerting his body despite every fiber of his being telling him that it was a bad idea ended up confining him to his bed for the remaining hours of the day after checking to make sure no cameras had picked up traces of the runaways or him. The news helpfully reported that Death Arms was expected to make a full recovery soon, easing the heavy feeling in his gut at shooting a pro-hero more out of vindication than anything else, along with a report on the damage he had done. The fire had been put out, but Aqua had lost everything in one fell swoop. His wife, his child, and pretty much all of his property. The hero had declined any interviews, but a shaky recording on the internet showed him threatening to end the person responsible for what had happened. They had called him in order to shout into his ear for 2 minutes about how reckless he was being and rattled off a list of orders to prevent his injuries from getting worse. It involved lots of bed rest, dousing his neck wound with plenty of alcohol in order to make sure it wouldn't get infected, and a warning that he would have to test out all of her more experimental babies if he did something like that again despite being confined to his house. Having already faced that punishment once, he repressed the bad memories of that time, brushing away the phantom feeling of electricity coursing through his veins and the nervous twitch of a finger. Still, when he woke up the next morning to bliss as his limbs no longer felt like he had been smashing them with a hammer, he had to admit that a break had been a long time coming. Nevertheless, he experimentally attempted a portion of his regular training routine to test how much he burned when exerted, before making himself an early lunch. He had gotten a message from Dabai about how the duo they had rescued yesterday were already beginning their new lives, accompanied with a video of the mother and daughter thanking him for all he had done. He fought a bitter smile, wondering if he could be considered a hero after torching someone's place and almost crippling a man. He poked the region on his chest where he knew his heart was located, wondering despite the illogical nature of it all if he would find a hollow cavity where a heart was supposed to be if he cut himself open. He sent a message back to thank Dabai for accompanying him and apologized for the man getting injured in the process. Midoriya laughed gently when his typical response to compliments was sent back as a response before switching over to the group chat to see what had been going on in his absence. Ada Tensei, Ingenium, was a legacy hero that was more focused on recruiting capable heroes and even some reformed vigilantes in order to help keep Hasu safe rather than do everything on his own. Charismatic, smarter than the average hero, and a simple quirk that was made effective through training and experience. not someone he would be willing to tangle with voluntarily, partly due to the fact that the man was related to one of his classmates, but would be relatively easy to take out or avoid with the right equipment. He mulled over the practicality of hunting down someone with a quirk that could bend space so that he could carry a variety of equipment with him as a hero and as a vigilante. He currently had counters for most types of quirks, but only just enough to give him a temporary edge in a fight. He was still confused over the reasoning behind Stain's attack on the pro hero. With his addition into the chat, it reduced the average number of shared brain cells from about 10 to 7, for the man had started off by sending as many memes as humanly possible intermixed with messages fawning over his younger brother. He grimaced after watching a video of Ida-san using his quirk while still in his wheelchair with Ida's familiar voice in the background yelling for his brother to desist at once. It ended with the man careening into a wall. He sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose, already anticipating the number of new incidents that he would need to stop in the future. The familiarity of the conversations exchanged between his teachers and this new addition to the group indicated that they were most likely friends as well, shooting off a quick message about how the children would need to behave in his absence cause of his injuries. He exited the application once again to avoid answering any questions. He breathed in and out gently, before using the arms of the chair to brace himself as he clambered to his feet. Grabbing a cap and a simple surgical mask, he slipped both articles of clothing on before tugging his hood on as well to conceal his hair. Strapping a knife underneath his sleeve, he tugged on the snapdragons. A peek outside the door showed that there were at least 3 media vans waiting for a sign of him. His lips curled into a snarl, before he went into the bathroom and exited through the window there. He walked around aimlessly, not knowing where else to go or what else to do. He would arrange a meeting with Toga tomorrow, but he just wanted to spend the rest of the day existing rather than living. Keeping his head down in case anyone recognized his face, Midoriya took a leisurely stroll, stopping only when his feet hit the sand of Dagaba Beach. Looking up, he frowned at the sight of the trash bags that had begun to litter the line between the sand and the sea. Rolling up his sleeves, he began the long and agonizing process of heaving garbage away from the beach, muscle memory aiding him in his endeavors. He followed the familiar paths that he had once trekked daily back before One for All had been passed on to him, a simpler time really, carefully stacking the bags despite the dull thrum of rage in his bones telling him to pulverize them and leave their contents scattered across the pristine beach as a warning to those that would destroy what he had spent months to create. On his 5th or 6th trip, he noticed the old man watching his journey from a chair underneath what appeared to be a parasol. His mood lifted slightly at the amusing sight of someone who looked so frail using something that he had probably lifted to the beach himself, and he gave the old man a 2-fingered salute, much to his surprise. The adult saluted back as he left, and when he came back to continue finishing the job, he found the old man lifting 3 bags at once. Despite knowing instinctively by the sure and stable footing of the other individual that he was either strong enough to lift what he was carrying, or had a quirk that helped him in some way or another. The first thing he did was to check on whether the man in his 50s could carry all the weight he had taken. His previous watcher waved away his concerns, asking only for Midoriya to lead the way. He grinned beneath the mask, rushing back to grab an additional 2 bags. Along the way, they talked. The man introduced himself as Joseph. When he curiously asked for a last name, his conversation partner gave him a smile that spoke of some hidden joke, before stating that his name didn't matter anymore. Ignoring the sheer weirdness of it all, he continued to exchange pleasantries with the man, talking about everything from the weather to the recently concluded sports festival. The older man had drawn him into a brief debate about whether or not quirks were a mistake on evolution's part, but they didn't manage to reach a common agreement even after the last of the trash was safely disposed of. Rather than continue their discussion, Mr. Joseph clapped him on the shoulder before bidding him farewell. Before he turned to leave, however, the elderly man gave him a cryptic message about not wasting his life and a smile. Midoriya briefly contemplated the notion that this odd old man was a sign that there was some divine being up there that had heard his screams and decided to give him some advice before squashing that idea beneath a mental boot. He hummed a tune, the lyrics of the song forgotten as he returned to the garbage dump to see if it had what he needed. He popped over to a hardware store to get a hammer, a shovel, more cement, some nails, and a can of spray paint. Making sure that the wooden board and pole he had salvaged were firmly attached, he dug a small pit and filled it with the cement before sinking the makeshift sign into it and gave it a couple of smacks in order to make sure it stayed upright as the cement settled and hardened. He spent a couple of minutes testing out how to draw and write with the can of spray paint, enjoying the way the colors splashed across the sand before inscribing his sign with a warning. pocketing the can after he had finished using it. Midoriya hesitated before adding a symbol to the back of the board. Satisfied with his work, he gave the item a few tugs to see if strong winds would uproot it before the base was complete, hammering it one last time with a small burst of one for all to ensure it stays upright. He capped the can, taking a photo of the sign as a reminder and leaving the beach. Anyone who tries to dirty the beach I cleaned up will have to answer to me, Midoriya Izuku. On the back of the sign was as close as a Guy Fawkes mask that he could draw without any additional implements, enclosed in a circle. Scribbled across the whole thing was a single word: freedom. He returned to Dagaba Beach 2 days later, still mildly anemic from the amount of blood he had taken from himself. The previous day had been a relatively unsuccessful attempt to try and sort out Toga's problems, but a good step forward considering he had managed to persuade her that she would only feed on him and got a good look at the problems hiding beneath the surface. Against his better judgment, he had offered a place at his house if she ever needed somewhere safe, and even put her in contact with Dabai. The latter wasn't exactly something he regretted. Brief interactions with the fire user had demonstrated that the man was probably a runaway, considering the big brother instinct he had. Introducing the two would allow Toga to have another anchor in her life apart from the guy who had taken her apart in their first encounter and would hopefully get Dabai through some of his own issues. He had gotten several thinly veiled threats from the police and Endeavor's agency, along with requests for interviews with way too many media outlets. He made sure to block the numbers, although he spent a couple of hours screening the web to check which of the offers were genuine and not just attempts to get his words and twist them to make him look bad in front of the world. Returning to his house after an afternoon spent trying to teach Toga how to sort through her own brain left him with a bad mood for the rest of the day when there was graffiti on the front door. The word freak stood out amongst a host of other insults, and he mentally restrained the part of him that wanted to show these cowards what a freak really looked like. Another trip to a store later, he had gotten several paintbrushes, buckets of paint, and even a couple more cans of spray paint. It took only half an hour to put a fresh coat of paint over the insults, and he set a mental reminder to leave the house on permanent lockdown mode. It would unlock in the event that his mother returned home, but other than that, it would serve to prevent any further cases of property damage from occurring. A peek into his mother's bedroom and a swipe of his hand later, he was brushing off the coating of dust on his fingertips along with the sinking feeling that his only remaining parent wasn't coming back. The evening was spent binge-watching old movies with a healthy amount of cup ramen and a pitcher of coffee, only interrupted by the clatter of something striking the reinforced window. Pulling up the camera feeds, he stood up and cracked his knuckles when it showed several teenagers flinging stones at his window. Opening the door, he caught a projectile with his hand before returning it to the sender, feeling a flash of vindictive glee as a cry of pain echoed through the night and the boys bolted away. He grabbed a few of the stones they had left behind on the road, taking time to score long-range headshots with the help of one for all before clearing the rest. He glanced at the window to see that it was barely cracked, before returning to his movies. He stared in a little bit of awe while walking up to his sign and laying a hand on it after crouching down. There was a small pile of gifts lying underneath it, ranging from a bouquet of flowers to envelopes weighed down by small stones. A familiar parasol was covering the entire thing, and the items were lying on a waterproof tarp. Brushing his hand against them almost reverently, he scrubbed away the tears forming in his eyes and opened up one of the envelopes. Inside was a simple thank you note. He delicately placed it back inside before setting down the envelope, getting to his feet and looking around. He walked the length of the beach, seeing similar signs peppered across the sand, with similar messages and different variations of the symbol he had drawn on a whim on them in a variety of colors. He brushed his hand against each and every one of them, stopping only when his fingers came away wet with paint. Looking around, he noticed the silhouette of a man fading into the distance, what appeared to be a can of spray paint in his grasp. His eyes stung with unshed tears, and he swiped at them before leaving Dagaba Beach, conviction in his heart and fire burning in his veins. It was his final rest day, and he made sure to actually take a break rather than lug garbage around or allow a slightly psychotic blonde to drink his blood and leave him feeling punch-drunk for the rest of the day. A can of spray paint was nestled in his pocket, tempting him to stop and use it as he walked through alleyways and patrolled for criminals. Still, perhaps he was lucky, or maybe it was because the criminals that once laid claim to the places where heroes did not go recognized him and what he would do to them if he found them. Exiting the path he had taken, he paused in front of an abandoned building. A mural of Endeavor in bright colors splashed across one of the walls. People milled around behind him, going about their own days and taking their own paths as anger coiled in the base of his spine and crept up the back of his neck. The painter had clearly been a fan of the number 2 hero, and despite the fact that he could respect other people's opinions, the broken pieces inside him still scraped against one another when he thought of leaving it be. Sighing at his own lack of self-preservation, he glanced around for any pro-heroes or members of the police before shorting out the cameras nearby. Bouncing on his feet, he went to work on the mural, adding darkness to the brightly lit portrait and twisting it from something that made Endeavor look good into something that made the man absolutely demonic. He added shadows, figures that screamed as fire licked at their bodies, and twisted the scowl on his face into a cruel grin, all traces of self-restraint gone from his mind. He added a couple of horns to the head of the painted individual, before scrawling the word fake in large block letters across the entire thing. He didn't sign it, knowing that an outright display of hatred towards the number 2 hero would only cause more problems for him. A small crowd had gathered by the time he finished, a multitude of teenagers snapping pictures and taking videos while others scowled at him like their gazes would be able to cause him to drop dead right there and then. A smile hidden by his mask, he leaped the wall, slipping through a hole and dashing off, pocketing the can of spray paint as he did so, vaulting over another half-destroyed wall on his way out. He ventured down another alleyway and used a shortcut to get to a more populated area before dropping his guard. His heart pounded in his chest, hands aching for more as he took slow, measured steps in order to calm himself down, relying on his own muscle memory to take him to wherever he was going. He wandered the inner workings of his thoughts as his feet continued to move forward. He was brought out of his contemplative daze when he bumped into a gate. Looking up, he repressed a snarl at seeing his old middle school. It had not changed since he had last been there. He stood, facing the looming building, the bad memories of this place looping over and over again inside his mind. A stray, sudden flare of green caught his attention, and he hurriedly released one for all before it could continue building up power in his body. If he wasn't concerned with his image in the eyes of the public and how carefully he had crafted it, Midoriya expected that he would have already used his new quirk to demolish the school. God forbid anyone attempt to stop him, even his own bones. He didn't know how long he stood there, just staring as his vision flickered between the school building before him and another one engulfed in flames and crumbling before his very eyes. He refocused when someone loudly asked what he was doing. Turning around, he felt his face twist into a cruel parody of a smile as he locked gazes with his old homeroom teacher. The insanity must have reached his eyes, because the adult took a step back before repeating his question once again. He removed his mask and whispered hello. His former homeroom teacher's eyes widened, his mouth forming words but none escaping it. They stayed like that for several seconds before the adult bolted under the gaze of a student he tried to beat into the ground. Midoriya smiled, pulling his mask back up and turning away. There was work to be done. The next day, he deliberately shows up almost late to class in order to escape any questions about the hero Ender. Still, when Midoriya steps into the classroom and closes the door of one behind him, everyone's eyes immediately dart towards his form. He silently dares them to get on his nerves as he takes his seat, snickering at how Bakugo's hair, for once, doesn't look like he had blasted it with explosions. He leans back in his chair, tugging at the bandages he had wrapped around his neck in order to cover his wound and those that had become a permanent addition to his wrists. His support equipment remains with his hero costume for now. And before anyone can work up the courage to ask him about the hero Ender, the bell rings and Aizawa-sensei pops up from under his table like a demented jack-in-the-box. The older man's eyes linger on him briefly, something akin to concern flickering in them as they trace the bandaged portion of his neck before he starts class. Midoriya idly takes note, the majority of his processing power dedicated to figuring out how to avoid his classmates when there is free time for them to pelt him with questions. Yamada-sensei whispers to check if he is all right after the stain incident, and Midoriya is surprised enough to not have a scathing comment ready for the obviously concerned teacher. Instead, he settles for a smile that was more of a grimace, nodding as he feels the eyes of his classmates settle back on him. After Kayama-sensei's lesson is a break, and he prepares to escape as quickly as possible before she calls for him to stay behind, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. He stays in his seat and shoots glares at the more curious members of his class attempting to linger in eavesdropping range. Aoyama is the only one left behind, but the flamboyant teenager is borderline narcissistic and obviously values his life considering he is focused on his food rather than on Midoriya. He gets a few questions from Kayama-sensei, and when he replies that he is fine for the 5th time, a trace of sadness enters her eyes. Instead of dropping the matter, however, his teacher steps forward to gently embrace him. He tenses up in her arms, before forcefully relaxing his body as she whispers that they were always there if he needed to talk about it. The constant showing of concern by his teachers throws him off guard, and he mutters a word of gratitude. They remain like that for a few moments, and he is once again reminded of how his mother used to do this whenever he came home from school with new bruises littering his body. He closes his eyes and rests his forehead against Kayama-sensei's shoulder. Just for once, he wants to be able to act like a regular teenager with regular teenager problems. not Deku, a crazed fighter making splashes and ensuring that he will never be forgotten, and those that have been forgotten will be remembered, not a monster, lurking in the shadows and saving those that have been ignored by the system, prepared to stain his hands with blood. He doesn't want to be the one juggling two separate identities, fighting a war in the spotlight and in the darkness at the same time. He just wants to be Midoriya Izuku, and for this brief moment of peace, he enjoys what it feels like to have no weight to his name, no blood on his hands. He stretches as All Might announces how the rescue exercise will go, already mapping out possible paths as he does so. He is placed in the first group, and whispers of how Zero had the advantage makes him smile as his mask unfolds to cover his face. Gently, he floods his body with 10% of one for all when 15 makes his muscles protest. Crouching into a sprinter's starting position, the word begin has barely fallen from All Might's mouth when he takes off, bouncing off pipes and metal railings in an imitation of how Gran Torino fought. He relishes the sensation of the dubsteps doing their work magnificently as he breezes by Zero, grappling from object to object. His faceplate warns him of obstacles and continues to chart a course for him as he increases his speed even further, just barely clearing a hole in the pipe beneath him before using a wall as a springboard. Just for dramatic effect, he backflips before landing in front of All Might, resting a hand on the pro hero to confirm his position in first place. It takes a few minutes before Zero arrives in second place, panting with exertion and exclaiming in surprise when he notices that Midoriya isn't even sweating. Resisting the urge to laugh, he gives a jaunty wave before going back through the course, passing by the remaining trio before skidding to a stop in front of the rest of Class 1A. Ignoring the murmuring, he slides his mask to the side of his face before poking at his neck wound, which was stinging slightly throughout his parka. Internally, Midoriya grimaces. With his activities, injuries tended to take ages to fully heal, and he always ran the risk of injuring himself once more. Resolving to laze around at home like a couch potato, he sits down and pulls out a notebook, adding more details to his character profiles of his classmates as they go through the rescue exercise. When the final person is done and All Might congratulates all the winners, he takes it as their cue to leave. Quickly undressing to check for any bruising, he changes back into proper attire before unwrapping his bandages. Redressing his injury after splashing more alcohol onto it, he makes to leave the locker room just before Kaminari announces his discovery of a peephole. He stops briefly, before catching himself and opening the door to the locker just as the electricity user starts fawning over the chance to see things that Midoriya refused to say in his head or out loud. Two things happen as he lowers his eye to the hole in the wall despite Ida's repeated warnings. 1. An earjack shoots straight through it to jab him in the eye. 2. A shoe smashes into his temple and he careens into the nearest wall as Midoriya winds down from his kick, the familiar stirrings of anger beginning to course through his veins. He cracks his knuckles menacingly, ignoring how everyone had fallen silent. Stepping forward, he lifts the blonde by his collar and smiles before leaning forward to whisper about how Kaminari would experience how it was like to pick up your teeth from the floor after they were forcefully ejected from his mouth. The other teenager whines almost pitifully, trembling like a rabbit before a wolf. Disgusted, he drops his classmate before rapping on the wall and announcing loudly that he would make sure any peeping toms regretted their actions if he caught wind of them. He exited the locker room, making a mental note to keep an eye on the more pervertic member of Class 1 while repressing a shudder at the thought of that purple-haired lecher from the entrance examination. A hysterical giggle almost escapes Jiru as the other girls ask her what happened. She replies almost absent-mindedly, the phantom feeling of the Reaper towering over her causing another shudder when she recalls the almost tangible rage that was emanating from Midoriya. Holy shit, she whispers almost reverently. I think Midoriya just ended Kaminari. There are 2 weeks before the final examinations. 2 weeks to prepare, to improve, and most of all, to start moving the puzzle pieces into their positions. He had already sent Toga on a quest for the League of Villains. Still, one spy was easy to expose, and even if she was deranged and had an uncomfortably high tendency to drool at him when they met, he would rather die before knowingly sending her to interact with a man-child that could disintegrate everything he touched. So, with great reluctance, he had sent the job offer through his information network, asking anyone with a villainous quirk who lacked a proper self-preservation instinct for their help. He spent the next few days researching those who had responded with an affirmative, but was disappointed when none of those who were willing to help had the right profile. Some of them had quirks that weren't strong enough, while others would most likely crumble if the right amount of pressure was put onto them. He contemplated whether it would be a good idea to toss himself into the jaws of death using his vigilante persona, then dismissed the notion entirely. The sheer amount of luck and perfect timing he would need in order to pull it off was equivalent to firing a gun at another human while blind and expecting to hit an object placed on top of their head. He mulled over possible contingency plans whenever he was bored, and after a few days of fruitless hair-pulling, Dabai had given him a solution. he would accompany Toga, the duo posing as rebels of society wanting to become villains. With his ghastly looks and a powerful fire quirk to back it up, he would be able to at least look the part. When Midoriya started to weigh the pros and cons of sending the older man in, the scarred male had leaned over to casually mess up his hair, stating that he would be fine. And against his better judgment, the green-haired teenager had agreed. With that problem solved, he resumed the closest thing he had to a normal life, wandering the places where heroes did not bother to tread, and the police were the threat rather than the help, sometimes as himself, looking for those forgotten by society and tugging them back into the light, sometimes as Cheshire, as those part of the underground had started to call him after an old character from a fictional universe in which insanity was the norm, a vengeful demon who committed everything short of murder. As his persona's name began to gain weight, Midoriya began to receive job offers and more requests for help. It seemed like being able to construct a network of eyes and ears wasn't impressive enough to those living in fear. You needed to have a demon on a leash that made his debut with arson and shooting a man's legs out from underneath him. He blinked twice and tried not to start questioning his life, hand stilling for a single instance before returning to the page he was completing. Despite the fact that he had burned his original hero analysis notebooks in order to sever the ties he still maintained with his past, it was still necessary for him to pen down his thoughts in order to stop them from consuming his every waking moment. While being constantly on alert was a good thing for him, especially considering the sheer number of things that could ruin the plan he had built carefully over the course of the year, it was mentally exhausting. Even when he was just taking a walk to clear his mind, a slowly growing portion of his thought processes would be dedicated to noting down the individuals he saw as he walked and break them down based on their body language and physical features. He had unknowingly trained his ability to analyze after years of dedicated hero study. With his brain hardwired to be a single step away from fight or flight mode, analyzing came to him almost naturally, marking down potential threats and the weaknesses of those around him even if he knew in his head that he would never have to use the information he was amassing against civilians. Still, it meant that the only true times his mind was clear was when he was under great physical stress, crashing after an adrenaline rush, or when he was hanging around me. He smiled gently, hand unconsciously going through the brisk strokes he used to sketch the small cartoonish face that Midoriya associated with his partner. He managed to wrangle the pencil back under his control while it was half done, finishing up the image before it could irritate his already active brain and remain as a constant red flag as he finished up the page he was on. There was something about the pink-haired engineer that always managed to reduce him to a human being. With the events of the past week or so, along with the fact that she was preparing for her own final examinations, their almost daily meetings had been reduced to stolen moments when they happened to pass each other in the hallways at UA or turned up at Dagaba Beach at the same time. She had also stopped coming over, claiming that she was working on a new piece of his battle gear and wanted it to be a surprise. Sighing, Midoriya paused in order to rest his head against the table, wishing that he had his partner for a hug. The lack of contact between them had quickly translated to his mind, registering a lack of the one stable support structure he had in his life. As starved for affection as he had unknowingly become over the years of slowly falling apart, it meant that he was suffering from a lack of Mei, something he hadn't thought was possible, especially since they were practically joined at the hip, more so after each reckless stunt he was forced to pull in order to survive. He closed the book, leaving his work unfinished for the time being in order to spin in his chair and brush a finger over the keychain she had gifted him. This had been an eventful few months. If he was being honest, his life in UA felt like one bad decision after the other, stacked neatly to create a train of disasters on a direct crash course with what remained of his once peaceful life. Midoriya would never regret the things he had done in order to get to where he was today. He was, after all, working for a cause bigger than himself. Despite that, a small portion of his mind that he had to quash from time to time protested that he was supposed to be focusing on becoming a hero, or maybe even building his relationship with Mei. Not fighting against a system that had been in place even before he was born, raging like a demon waging war against the heavens. Nevertheless, he would soldier on, because that was all he had left. He really did wish that he could have a hug around now. The house was silent, minus the humming of machinery, and the soft scratching his pencil made. And never had it felt less of a home and more of a house ever in his life as compared to now. He hadn't seen his mother in days, and the hope that had flared up briefly when he had woken up with a blanket over him that hadn't been there in the first place quickly flickered and died with the layers of dust that had started to settle in her bedroom. Mood now ruined, he tossed the writing instrument across the table and prepared to go out once again. As safe as his place of residence had become, the suffocating feeling in his chest continued to build up the longer he stayed in it. A disconcerting sensation, really, considering it made him feel like he was a single nudge away from a full-blown panic attack from the struggles to breathe despite nothing stopping him from doing so. He pocketed his Cheshire smile, throwing on a loose-fitting hoodie that helped to conceal the various weapons he hid within it without producing noticeable bulges. He wasn't looking for a fight, so he went for his regular outfit: hoodie, slacks, railgun, 2 knives, and his staff. It had already become a habit for him to walk around the house with the snapdragons and dubsteps on, so those stayed on his person as he took a surgical mask from the box in the living room, putting everything on with practiced motions born from experience. He set the house to the standby mode before leaving. He stopped only to grab one of his bags from its place behind the door, checking briefly to ensure everything that should have been in it was in it. A recent habit he had picked up was going on long walks to clear his mind. Not exactly successful considering how he was actively seeking out trouble by lurking in alleys and back roads. It made him smile after he had been told, by an amused old lady that he had briefly exchanged words with after saving her cat from a tree, that the vast majority of those staying in the regions which he patrolled in his free time had begun to start identifying him as a guardian. He had been skeptical at the time, but after stumbling onto a small shrine located in one of the spots he often used to take a break and enjoy the silence that definitely hadn't been there before when he had first started turning into a wandering hermit, and a quick check left his mood significantly better for the rest of the day after noticing the offerings were surrounding a small sketch of a hooded figure wielding a familiar knife pinned to the wall by a nail. They had gone as far as to laminate the piece of paper, ensuring that it wouldn't get wet or tear after a strong gust of wind. Smiling to himself, he had unscrewed one of the cans of spray paint he had grown used to lugging around and dipped a finger in the paint in order to scrawl a quick message of thanks next to the wall. He had returned a few days later to find his message protected by a transparent film. It was admittedly nice to know that his actions were making a difference. Still, he hoped that no one had linked his true identity to that of the boy prowling in places he shouldn't even know about, daring anyone to attack him. One day, he would probably locate all the shrines. It would be handy to have drop-off points peppered throughout Mustafu so that he could relay information without fear of getting hacked or traced. While Cheshire gained notoriety as a monster that would do everything but end you, and Deku became somewhat of a symbol of controversy considering all that he had done. The third part of his identity that he had accidentally created while hiding from the media had yet to get a name. Most that met him were either criminals trying to rob an easy target, some lechers hoping for some fresh meat, and occasionally, a desperate child trying to survive. He made sure to stay out of the way of any villains after tagging them with one of May's trackers and sending the means of location to the group chat he had with his teachers. Thankfully, the devices all used different signals, so as much as Aizawa-sensei enjoyed complaining about it, he was still unable to track down his problem child using the locating methods. It had been a dark day when he had stumbled upon a broken body, the blood still drying on the ground when he had stepped in a pool of it. A quick glance at the state of the corpse, and then at the height of the building next to it, indicated that this was a suicide victim. Carefully, he had turned over the body, and his breath caught in his chest at the sight of 2 unseeing eyes, framed by dark hair and a light dusting of freckles across the blood-stained cheeks. He blinked, and the face of the dead teenager was replaced by his own, scrubbing his eyes violently. He had thrown up into a nearby dumpster, Bakugo's words echoing in his ears as the part of himself that had whispered that death was the solution resurfaced from where it had been buried under a mountain of apathy and anger. He almost had a nervous breakdown right there and then, but managed to pull himself together long enough to hold out for the next few hours. A very emotionally and mentally exhausting next few hours. After all, he couldn't just leave a dead body to cool. Not really in the mood for subtle hacking. He had placed the cameras in the surrounding area on feedback loops as he bundled the body in his hoodie, lifting her onto his back. Midoriya took the nearest path to the forest he had frequented until the dog incident, and despite feeling eyes on him, no one approached him for a fight. Perhaps it was because those that were watching were just sympathetic individuals who knew who he was. Or maybe it was the possibility that the criminals with maybe 2 brain cells working at any given time finally figured out how to use them to preserve their continued existence. It took maybe an hour and a half to finish the journey, the green-haired teenager unwilling to bring himself to further damage the body he was carrying by traveling with the usage of his quirk or the dubsteps. He had not been disturbed by a single soul. That he was thankful for. He didn't think that he could have shown mercy to anyone who stood in his way. Digging a hole deep enough for the dead girl was more troublesome than he had expected. But using the snapdragons over and over again until a decent grave had been dug was cathartic. Gently lowering the girl into the resting place he had made for her, he began the process of filling it in. When everything was done, he drew his knife in order to saw through a couple of sturdy branches. Using the roll of bandages he constantly carried around, he made a makeshift grave marker, because while he didn't know who this girl was, and he doubted that anyone cared, she didn't deserve to be forgotten. Her face had been seared into his memory. Saying a quick prayer, he left. As often as he spit in death's face, Midoriya was still uncomfortable around the dead or the dying. He had searched the news for days afterwards, but no sign of the girl with blue eyes ever made an appearance. Hacking the police department for their missing people reports also yielded no results. not surprised, but still sad at the same time. He had visited her grave with a couple of items to make it better. The makeshift marker stayed, but he also added a simple stone one that he had purchased from a shop. The grass had already begun to cover the traces of damage, and he planted a few flowers. A spider lily, despite how cliché it was. A white carnation that he had found while exploring the forest. He would add some more whenever he felt like it was right to do so, but for now, the two were more than enough. He spent a few hours there, rambling about the recent events of his life despite there being no one to hear him. Midoriya didn't exactly know why he was doing what he was doing. Still, when he left, he couldn't help but feel like he had done something right afterwards. Shaking himself from the dark path that his thoughts had started to take, he blinked in surprise when he realized that he had somehow managed to wander all the way to Hasu while walking through his memories. Numbly realizing that maybe that was the reason his legs were starting to ache, Midoriya wondered briefly if he should run all the way back before his eyes settled on a particular building. Humming as the beginnings of an idea clicked together in his mind, he made his way towards it. Endeavor was still on his hit list. Might as well add another file or two to his project. Todoroki Ray turned the page of the book she was reading for the umpteenth time, smiling softly. She had read this book enough times to memorize it, but the story never failed to help her pass the time. Plus, her shadow had finally turned up to visit her. It had taken some time, but they had slowly started to repair their relationship. There was a sour edge to her smile when she remembered why exactly her relationship with Shadow had been abruptly severed and left to rot for years. Still, she was far too weak as a single person in order to even try and scratch the protective barrier the number 2 hero had surrounded himself with. For now, the ability to live in relative peace and interact with her children was more than enough for her. Maybe one day she would get the courage necessary to stand up against the man who had broken her psyche and left her teetering on the edge of suicide at the beginning of her stay in the hospital. Until then, she would pass the time with the same devices that had allowed her to stave off boredom. There was a knock at the door. Her eyes briefly darted to the source of the sound, and thinking that it was a nurse, she called for whoever was at the door to come in. Most of the staff rarely gave her even the simple courtesy of knocking before they barged in, whether just to check if she was still alive and kicking or in order to deliver her meals that tasted like ash. Expecting to see a man or woman clad in a white uniform along with the usual hospital scrubs, Ray was entirely unprepared to meet eyes with a hooded, masked figure with the stature of a child. She watched with a slowly growing sense of trepidation when the stranger stepped through the open door and closed it behind himself without making a sound. He wedged something that looked suspiciously like a knife into the door frame, and the sound of the lock engaging was mixed with the hair-raising noise of metal crumpling against metal. It was soft enough that she would have missed it if she wasn't paying attention, but the presence of the second noise indicated that this mystery individual was ensuring that the door remained shut even if the key to the lock was used. Fighting down the urge to panic and scream, she asked them what they were doing here and how they had gotten in. Despite not being able to see the newcomer's eyes due to the shadows cast over their face, she got the distinct impression that they were rolling their eyes at her questions. She felt a flash of embarrassment, then indignation at her own reflex to an unknown individual's disapproval. Her hand strayed to the panic button, and she was about to press it when the newcomer pulled his hood down, revealing a mop of green hair. The individual before her was effeminate, but the curve of his jaw was sharp enough for her to determine his gender. A quick motion later, the surgical mask concealing the bottom half of his face was removed to reveal a sheepish smile and, curiously enough, freckles on both cheeks, forming the outline of a diamond on each one. She gazed blankly for a few more seconds at the child who had broken into her hospital room. Then it clicked in her head. She had seen this kid before. It was hard to forget someone when they had stolen the spotlight of the UA Sports Festival continuously, even when the only one she was looking for was her shadow. Midoriya Izuku offered her a bow, before dragging up a chair to sit in. His smile died, eyes dimming alongside the extinguishing of the action that made him look younger than he actually was, replaced by a haggard expression more suited to be found on one of the elderly patients she saw on the rare occasions Ray was able to get out of her room for some fresh air. It was almost fascinating how much the teenager before her hid from the world despite the emotions written across his face coming from his heart. His eyes were tired and wouldn't look out of place on the face of an insomniac. Yet, they possessed a clarity that was only born through pain. They said eyes were windows to the soul, and no one she had met in her life fit the description as well as Midoriya Izuku did. It was like peering into a well late at night and attempting to find the bottom. His emerald eyes were dull, but they were bottomless pools that sent shivers down her spine. If she was feeling poetic, she would attribute their likeness to the sea, beautiful at first glance, but hiding things darker than black within them. She absent-mindedly wondered what he could have possibly gone through to have more skeletons in his closet than she did in hers, despite the age difference. Her instincts told her that he was dangerous, even more so than her husband, but this wasn't the first time she had sat down and thought about the green-haired teenager. Rather, it was but the first time she had actually met him in person. Midoriya began to speak about a possible case he was building against Endeavor, and the jolt that ran through her system at the thought of someone who had seen through the lies and deceit without turning a blind eye to the torture her family had gone through, someone willing to help. And this person was a teenager who wasn't even able to legally consume alcohol. Ray suppressed the familiar stirrings of bitter anger as he laid out his case in front of her. She stopped him before he could get too far, mentioning discreetly that the walls had eyes and ears. Much to her surprise, the child laughed, a cruel and twisted thing that would have sounded dismissive if it had been directed at her. Tapping his eyes, Midoriya revealed that he had placed all the recording devices that he could find on loops, and when he couldn't do that, he had just shorted them out. After that revelation, Ray was more than a little in awe of the teenager, not having expected him to have such a concrete plan or the means to carry it out. Still, even as he systematically ran through the list of information that he had gathered on Endeavor's misdeeds, she felt a sliver of doubt. Despite having good intentions and the evidence to back it up, it would be all too easy for the number 2 hero to arrange for an accident to occur, snuff out his opposition before it could gain weight. If he could keep his wife in a hospital under the pretense of a mental breakdown for a decade and then some, he could just as easily ensure that Midoriya was silenced. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, the green-haired teenager paused in order to ask her what was wrong. She voiced the doubts growing in her head, and in response, she got a twisted smile. If All Might's smile promised that everything would be all right, a beacon of hope in the midst of despair, then Midoriya's smile promised the destruction of those who would oppose him, the darker side of him given form even though the world was at peace. Still, she couldn't help but remember each and every splash this kid had made, the rumors flitting around about a boy from everywhere. Ray remembered the reverence in Shouto's tone as he had described his classmate, painting a picture of something rather than someone. Midoriya was almost unassuming in person. If she had passed him on the street while he was disguised, she wouldn't have even batted an eye in his direction. Yet, he still held the attention of the public by its reins, sparking arguments and debates that had even spread to the staff of the hospital, judging by the way some of them had gotten heated. Oddly enough, the expression on his face, something that should have made her shrink in fear, was comforting. Almost like she had been acknowledged by the Grim Reaper and told that it was not yet her time. In the silence, the teenager spoke of how he had been fighting the world since day one, that he had experienced far too much to be brought down by an upstart who had to maintain his own image. Almost like he had been reading her mind, he began counting on his fingers the number of enemies he should have lost to, but didn't. The list was much longer than she had expected. For the briefest moment, lightning appeared to dance across his body, lighting up his eyes with the feral nature he had been concealing all the way up to now. The primal part of her brain demanded that she run away before this predator chose to hunt her down. The more rational part of it was starting to be convinced by his words. The final card he placed on the table was an almost casual manipulation of her guilt for permanently scarring her Shouto. If she hadn't been searching for any hint of his true intentions of visiting, Ray would have missed the way he phrased his next few statements. Rolling up a sleeve, he exposed a burn in the shape of a handprint. She felt a sick sense of horror mixed with familiarity as he explained how most of the marks on his body had come from a single individual, one that had been admitted to UA because of his powerful quirk. Her mind couldn't help but draw parallels, and once the links were there was little more she could think about. With a bitter smile and a hint of sadness in his eyes, Midoriya explained that he couldn't just sit by and do nothing, knowing that he could have done something to help her situation. The walls she had put up crumbled almost immediately, and she both cursed and admired the almost practiced way he had smashed down the barriers that she had clung onto in order to not lose her mind once more. She took a deep breath as he handed her a bulging file. Flipping through it, she stopped at a single page, photos of Shouto's scar attached to it, along with a testimony in his handwriting. She brushed her hand across the words, resolve solidifying. She was done hiding from the world. What do you need from me? As satisfactory as that visit had been, Midoriya still felt a tad guilty for discreetly manipulating the older woman. From the look on her face as he mentioned the things Bakugo had done to him, she knew what he was doing. Still, he had gotten what he had come for, and then some. Audio recordings of the entire conversation they were having. Phone numbers of Todoroki's other 2 siblings. Plus the fact that Todoroki Tauya, the oldest of Rei-san's children, had died. At least, that was the cover story. She had explained how before Todoroki had discovered his quirk, the eldest of the 4 was Endeavor's first weapon. With a quirk similar to the bastard's Hellfire, only stronger, his downfall was that his body couldn't keep up with his ability to produce flames, probably due to Rei-san's weak constitution. He had idly noted how similar this Tauya was to Dabai, and set a reminder to subtly prod him about it when he had the chance. It would be useful for Endeavor's supposedly dead son to return from beyond the grave in order to drag his father down to hell. He snickered at the thought, making sure that the file was safe in his bag despite the fact that he had copies of it online and offline. It was his first version, and held a special place in his heart because of it. Taking the train back, he made a pit stop at the tunnel in which he had nearly died at the hands of the sludge villain. Running a hand along the wall, he wondered briefly how different the world would be if he hadn't decided to fight back, if he had just given in and drowned in the embrace of a villain. Or perhaps if he had taken the plunge. Shoving those thoughts to the back of his head, he replaced his surgical mask with a gas mask and the snapdragons with a pair of latex gloves. Carefully arranging the cans of spray paint in a line on the floor in front of the wall, he got to work. After defacing that graffiti of Endeavor, he had started learning how to properly spray paint images rather than just add on to existing ones. A few days back, he had already made his mark on the rooftop on which All Might had left him to die. His dreams discarded and broken. That roof had gotten something that had taken him more time than it should have for him to do. A drawing that could only be viewed from the air and at a certain angle. It was a hooded figure kneeling on the ground, throwing up peace signs. They were facing several other humans in motorcycle helmets, aiming their firearms at the kneeling individual amidst a burning background. Scrawled in white on the back of the hoodie was the words "You are free" in capital letters. In a corner of the drawing, he had quickly added the Guy Fawkes mask that had begun to be used again as a sign of protest after his appearance in the sports festival before leaving. He had seen his drawing on the number 3 hero's social media soon after, and knew that the lingering feeling of being watched had been correct. For the tunnel, he was taking a different approach. He had most likely been influenced by the girl he had buried with his own 2 hands. But he didn't mind it. This was akin to a homage for her. He sketched the outline of a simple tombstone in white with the words "Here lies the forgotten" in black, adding the flowers he had placed at the site of her burial in front of it. He took a deep breath and summoned up the image of the unknown girl that was constantly floating around in his subconscious. With it in his head, he began to draw his best attempt at what she would most likely have looked like alive. It was mentally and physically exhausting, but at the end of it all, he surveyed his work with a mixture of pride and regret. He would always regret not being just a few minutes faster. It might have determined the difference between life and death. Ignoring the twinge in his heart, he dipped his fingers in paint in order to add a few fine touches that wouldn't be possible with spray paint alone. He had done his best to draw the girl, but alive. She was leaning against the edge of the tombstone, an umbrella propped over her head as she sat next to the grave. He had drawn her in the hoodie he had buried her in, a simple gray one with red lining the sleeves and the cuffs. Unlike the image in his head, this girl had eyes the color of sapphire, blazing with life. He had drawn a faint halo over her head, and the outline of 2 wings tucked against her back. He had made sure to give her a smile, having experienced more than a few nightmares about the mystery girl throwing herself off the roof of a building just before he had gotten there. Smiling softly, he signed off with the Guy Fawkes mask. Hesitating as he packed his things, he used the remnants of the paint on his fingers to carefully write an apology to the person he hadn't been able to save. If Midoriya really thought about it, the apology was also directed towards all those that he would never know, would never be able to save. Saying a silent prayer, he left before the paint could begin to dry. In the evening, he went over to visit May for the first time. Her father, a big man with the lean muscles a mechanic obtained from lugging around pieces of metal, was the one to invite him inside, citing that his daughter was currently taking a nap. Nodding absent-mindedly, he surveyed the room, wondering not for the first time why his partner would harbor such darkness in her heart, stiffening when his drifting eyes caught the shrine in a corner of the room. He felt a pang of guilt when he realized that her mother was dead. Silently, he followed the man, finding May with a blanket draped over her as she rested her face against a table, hands still clutching what were probably parts for her latest invention. Her father patted him almost harshly on the back, leaving with a not too subtle warning about how he would die painfully if he hurt his daughter. Midoriya managed to shut his mouth before it could betray him and mention how often he got into trouble. Carefully prying the items from her hands, he located her bedroom before gently picking her up and transporting May to a proper bed. Avoiding looking at anything in the room, he leaned over to press a kiss to her forehead and closed the door behind him. Searching for her father, he mentioned that he was going to leave considering she needed as much sleep as she could get. The older man gave him an unreadable look, before smiling and saying that he was a good kid. Despite how the compliment warmed his heart, Midoriya shook his head, stating that he was the furthest thing from a good person. This got him a soft punch to the shoulder, before the man told him that May wouldn't have hung out with him if he was a bad individual, subtly implying that he was still curious what his daughter saw in him. The teenager offered him a smile, saying that May made him twice the person he originally was. This garnered a laugh. May's father patted him on the shoulder once more, saying that he was always welcome in their household. He ducked his head, not knowing how to respond to that. Stuttering out a thank you, he left. Still, the encounter left him with a warm feeling in his body for the rest of the day, strong enough to outweigh the cold nature of his own house. He contemplated whether May's father would end him if he decided to move in with them. That was an idea for another day. He tightened his gear and ran diagnostic checks despite the information from Class 1B that they would be fighting robots in the final examinations. The written tests had been easy enough, but he highly doubted that the teachers would use the robots from the entrance examination in order to test them. Apart from a few individuals in the class, most of them had combat-oriented quirks, and even the zero-pointer would be easy to take down after the training they had gotten. His suspicions were confirmed when way too many teachers turned up at the meeting grounds, and he began to formulate a hypothesis. When Nezu popped out from Aizawa-sensei's capture weapon, he guessed that they would be paired up with other classmates with similar quirks or fighting styles before having to defeat a teacher that counteracted them. Like how Erasure would be useful to force Yaoyorozu to stop relying so heavily on creation, or Todoroki on half-hot, half-cold. His eyes drifted almost lazily across the selection of heroes as Ashido and Kaminari started complaining about how they were going to die. It was easy enough to match up each hero to one of his classmates, but he wondered who would be his opponent. Definitely not Aizawa-sensei. The man knew that he enjoyed fighting quirkless. Nezu was a possibility, but he highly doubted that this would be a test of his planning skills, for the rodent would need equipment to face them, and it would be sufficiently easy to counter with the quirks of the other students that were likely to go against the genius in order to stretch their thinking skills. Long-range combat against Snipe would be enjoyable, but not exactly something that he would struggle with considering his hero costume was strong enough to block bullets. 13 would only require a blitz attack. His gas mask would work against Midnight. Cementos was most likely going to be set loose on those who relied too much on brute force. Ectoplasm's clones couldn't exactly stand up to the air blasts he could create. Power Loader would be an interesting choice that would probably lead to a fight based on the equipment they were using. But it was more likely that the support-oriented hero would fight those reliant on mobility. Present Mike was most likely going to be set against Jiro, and he took a brief moment to hand the girl a gun and a pair of earplugs. It would make for an interesting fight when the pro hero realized that she could shoot him. He frowned, counting the teachers once more and wondering why there was one short. His brain made the connection as he was paired up with Bakugo, and he was glad that his mask concealed the snarl that had appeared when All Might stepped out. Just great. He was being thrown into a battle scenario with the two individuals he hated the most. Listening to the conditions of success, he concluded that it would be in his best interest to ignore the two blondes and attempt to leave on his own. The cloak would probably work for that. The bus ride to the battle site was silent other than All Might's attempt to start a conversation. Bakugo seemed to be deep in thought, something as rare as discovering that a cryptid actually existed. Midoriya busied himself with checking that the batteries to his equipment were at full capacity. He wasn't in the mood to play around, and if the number one hero wanted to fight him, he would respond with the intent to end. With the double standards of the school, he highly doubted anyone would notice. He takes a quick nap in order to make sure that he is at full capacity. And much to his surprise, Shimura-san meets him on a familiar rooftop. She explains that with the constant training that he had been doing, One for All was ready to unlock the first of the 6 quirks that had been passed along with it. Sensing his concern that he'll take too long in the mindscape, she laughs and explains that the abrupt dragging of him into his head was because she knew he would need all the power he could muster in order to win, which meant that he needed a trump card. Almost rolling his eyes at the thought that he would need a second quirk to keep up with All Might, the broken part of him roared in his head, quashing it as a second individual showed up. Midoriya was introduced to Banjo Degora, the 5th user of One for All. The muscular man demonstrated his quirk, calling it top grade much to the teenager's irritation, but that was quickly silenced by the sheer number of possibilities that Blackwhip brought with it. He explained that the quirk responded to strong emotions, and because it was being supercharged by One for All, it would be even more volatile. He filed that away, hoping that Recovery Girl wouldn't end him before attempting to summon Blackwhip. Agony struck his nerves like lightning as something akin to a black tentacle erupted from his palm, narrowly deflected by several thinner ones that Banjo-san had produced. He tested out what different emotions would do to it, noting how anger seemed to be the most effective, although considering how it was controlled by his emotions. The reason anger was the best was probably due to how he was constantly restraining his anger. He attempted to reduce the power of the quirk, forcefully downgrading the output like how he used One for All and was rewarded with a dull ache as compared to the sharp pain from earlier. Nodding to the 2 previous users of One for All, he tipped an imaginary hat and excused himself. He woke up just in time for the bus to halt, hands still tingling with the residual energy from mentally activating Blackwhip. As he walked alongside Bakugo to their starting area, he hunted within himself to look for the core of his new quirk. While One for All felt like an overcharged battery, Blackwhip felt more like an itch beneath his skin, a quivering ball of darkness in his head, more than a little unsettling. He poked at it experimentally, stopping immediately when a small tendril began to break through his skin. He ignored the ramblings of the explosive blonde about how useless Deku would stay out of the way while he beat the shit out of All Might. He nodded absent-mindedly, preoccupied with figuring out how he would use both at once without destroying his arms. His radar beeped in warning, and his instincts screamed. Powering his legs, he jumped into the air just before All Might busted through a nearby wall, eyes almost glowing threateningly. He seemed to be exchanging words with Bakugo, before realizing that his protege wasn't with his partner. The number 1 hero looked up in time for him to fire a full-powered railgun shot at his injury. He growled when the bullet was swatted out of the air, but a quick check of the hand used to do it confirmed that he had at least taken damage from it. He continued firing as Bakugo attacked, aiming to do as much damage as possible before he made his retreat. Impressively, the man managed to fight his partner for this exercise even with his power suppressed and suffering from a rain of bullets. Still, Bakugo's flashy attacks managed to provide enough cover for 3 shots to land. Shoulder, left knee, and lower back. Still, All Might was durable enough so that the bullets didn't come out through the other side, partially wedged into his flesh. They would do little more than irritate him. Pocketing his gun and producing a detonator, he timed it so that the 3 rounds shattered and sent shrapnel into the man's body just as Bakugo reared back for another attack. Midoriya landed on the ground gently, flooding his entire body with 35% almost effortlessly in order to deliver a series of rapid blows to All Might's injury as the explosions blinded him. He took a smash to the chest for his troubles, but that was a small price to pay considering the fact that the number 1 hero was wiping away blood from the corner of his lips. The impact condensers in his suit screamed in protest, but managed to dampen the blow enough so that he only smashed through 2 walls rather than the 5 he had expected. Coughing slightly, he was thankful that One for All did reinforce his body as well, or he would probably have some form of internal damage by now. Listening to the sounds of fighting and keeping an eye on it all with one of the cameras, he got to his feet and began the process of running for the exit gate. He was maybe 50 meters from the exit when his radar beeped once more, just in time for him to avoid a fist heading for his head. Pivoting on the spot and removing a can of gasoline from his belt, he threw it at the floor before firing off an air blast to keep All Might occupied. The man stepped in the puddle and Midoriya smiled, briefly overclocking his body in order to ignite the fluid with a stray spark from his body. It didn't do much to the number 1 hero apart from singing his clothes, but it provided valuable time. Dubstep soaring to life, he leapt for the exit once more. Still, the symbol of peace grabbed him by his collar and pinned him to the ground. Raising a fist, he brought it down on Midoriya as he attempted to escape. 2 blows before his impact condensers were overloaded and failed. 3 more before the liquid body armor he had beneath his suit broke, sending shards into his chest. He coughed, mask receding in time for him to turn to the side and spit the blood building in his mouth onto the floor. Only then did All Might hesitate, offering him a way out through surrender. He almost growled at the offer, subtly turning his hand over so that the palm was facing All Might's face. He still had a variety of backup plans, but everything that he could think of involved some form of bodily harm or things that weren't exactly hero-like. Searching for the sensation, he flooded his body with One for All and grinned fairly when Blackwhip roared to life. Aizawa paused when what appeared to be a tentacle erupted from Midoriya's palm and smacked the number 1 hero with enough force to send him flying, staring blankly at the screen and wondering if he was hallucinating. He exchanged an incredulous look with Recovery Girl. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu wandered over to see why their teacher had stopped, just in time to watch the tentacle split into smaller tendrils and bind All Might. With a battle cry, the green-haired teenager hurled the hero away before stumbling through the exit, blood dripping from his mouth and clutching his hand. He sighed, rubbing his dry eyes as Shuzenji announced how Bakugo and Midoriya had passed. Why was it that his problem child always found some way to escalate the situation? Yaoyorozu let out a soft laugh while Todoroki snorted. And then he realized with a small trace of embarrassment that he had spoken out loud. Midoriya staggered away from the testing zone, feeling like he had been hit with a truck. His left hand was most likely broken judging by how it was throbbing with pain. The shards of his body armor were grinding against him with each step he took. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he removed his mask in order to get some breathing room, preoccupied with taking a step forward. And then another. He crumpled to the ground when his foot caught on an uneven portion of the ground. The jarring shock traveled through his body, making his hand scream even louder. Coughing twice to try and expel the blood building in his throat, he rolled over to face the sky and took gulps of much-needed air. Shakily removing the top portion of his hero costume, Midoriya removed the remnants of his body armor before biting down on the reinforced fabric, removing his knife from its sheath. He took another deep breath before plunging it into the first wound and opening it enough for his fingers to extricate the shrapnel from his chest. Tossing away the bloody piece of armor, he prepared to repeat the process once more before a gust of wind brought his attention to All Might. The man had Bakugo over one shoulder, and his face abruptly paled at the sight of his student conducting an impromptu surgery on himself. Before he could attempt to defend his actions, he was hoisted into the air and arrived back at the meeting area. Shaking his head to attempt to clear it, he noted absent-mindedly that his vision was blurring. All Might released him as Recovery Girl hobbled over with Aizawa-sensei in tow. Behind him were Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, and the four blanched at his state of undress and, more importantly, the blood dripping from 7 open wounds. The elderly nurse screamed at the number 1 hero for being reckless, earning a laugh from Midoriya just before his legs gave out beneath him. His face narrowly missed contact with the floor as his homeroom teacher lifted him back to his feet. The normally tired-looking man was looking unusually lively, an expression of rage on his face. Before he could ponder why his teacher appeared so angry, Todoroki laid a cool hand on his shoulder. Almost moaning at how amazing the sensation was, he allowed his classmate to lead him to the field infirmary Recovery Girl had set up as Yaoyorozu fretted over his injuries. He waved a hand, narrowly avoiding slurring his words when he mentioned that he was all right. He quickly withdrew that statement when 4 incredulous glares were turned onto him. Still, he felt a trace of satisfaction in having outpowered All Might. It would have even been considered a success if he wasn't bleeding profusely at the end of it all. Midoriya made a mental note to tell Mei about how the liquid body armor shattered when too much force was applied to it. Practically thrown onto one of the beds, he relaxed and tried his best to sink into the pillow. Recovery Girl approached him with a syringe, and his last coherent thought before being plunged into darkness was that he hoped he wouldn't let slip any of his plans while drunk off the pain. The rest of Class 1 fought valiantly, but some still failed to defeat their opponents. Aizawa almost snickered when Hisashi started running away from Jiru when she produced a gun and started taking potshots at the blonde man. The item managed to help her keep the hero at bay long enough for the duo to escape through the exit gate. The purple-haired girl had approached Aizawa soon after, asking for Midoriya's whereabouts so that she could return the pistol to him. He had told her that he was currently in a medically induced coma as Recovery Girl performed surgery on him, and almost immediately regretted the words when she paled abruptly before running past him into the infirmary. When she wasn't kicked out by the elderly nurse, he assumed that she was going to be joining Todoroki and Yaoyorozu in waiting for their green-haired classmate. Bakugo had recovered soon after, according to the sounds of explosions, and had immediately been booted out of the infirmary by a blast of ice. Not in the mood to handle the explosive blonde, he ordered him to leave since the exercise was over. Bakugo scoffed, but did as Aizawa said. The teacher wondered briefly if the true reason for placing the two in the same group was really because Nezu wanted them to work past their issues. After all, Midoriya seemed to be fine with the boy other than some disdain. He quashed the thought before it could start gaining momentum, but the seeds of doubt had already started growing in his head. After all, it was clear that the principal thought of Midoriya as some sort of puzzle to be solved. He made a mental note to do some research on their past in order to get a clearer picture of the situation. When Hisashi came in, nursing bruises and complaining, he cut his loud friend off by telling him that the problem child was in a bad condition. Rather than screaming his head off like Aizawa had expected, his friend quieted down almost immediately, a series of emotions flitting across his face before he took a deep breath and stepped through the curtains to the field infirmary. When he didn't come back out, Aizawa sighed and returned to watching the screens. Nimari had lost and would be joining them soon. He was almost 100% certain that she would join Hisashi in watching over Midoriya. Unlike his own rocky start with the green-haired child after accusing him of not having potential, his friends had quickly developed soft spots for the anarchist. Hisashi constantly prattled on about how his essays were controversial, but still contained truth and facts to back up his statements. He never complained about grading Midoriya. In fact, he seemed to enjoy it. Nimari was the first one to actually attempt to create some sort of relationship between herself and him, citing how he always seemed so lonely in class. Aizawa smiled at the reminder of how his job as the single brain cell of his friend group had been delegated to the problem child as soon as he had become part of their group, something that he seemed to be used to, making sure that the stupid stunts that Hisashi pulled never caused anyone harm and even ensuring that Nimari got home after drinking way too much during their meeting. At first, the boy had been cold and clinical, most of all to himself. Yet, the USJ had quickly shown why he acted the way he did. Aizawa had watched with blood trickling into his eyes as he faced off against a monster that had shut him down in seconds, taking blows that should have ended him without flinching in order to end the monster with an explosion. Even with his injuries, he still dueled Shigaraki, managing to disable both his hands before his body gave out. Even then, he had stared death in the face, not backing down for an instant. Midoriya was the type of person to ensure that he was bloody and broken before he even allowed those he cared about to get hurt. He would have compared the boy to All Might, except everything he did was always at the pinnacle of efficiency. He hazarded a guess that his student would simply cut his arm off if it was stuck in a trap. A mindset like that was unhealthy, especially considering how big of a target he had placed on himself. Aizawa sighed once more. If he had just expelled Midoriya at the beginning of the year, he wouldn't have to worry about anything like this. Yet, without the green-haired boy, he would be attending his students' funerals. Once again, he wished that he had his sleeping bag on him at that moment. His pride as a teacher was at stake here, and he would rather die than watch his students systematically destroy himself in order to win. Nimiri walked in, complaining about how her whip was stuck. She quickly shut up when he relayed the news to her, changing course to walk briskly towards the field infirmary. He almost cracked a grin at the sight of the mask she usually wore being shattered by the mere mention of their problem child in danger. Seeing that there were only 2 or 3 fights left, he stretched and delegated the task of watching everything to 13 before heading to join his friends. As alone as his problem child seemed determined to be, there were still so many people that cared about him. And while he would never admit it, there were already adoption papers in his drawer for Midoriya after hearing from Shuzenji about how the boy's mother had seemingly vanished. He cared for his students, and so did his friends. But Midoriya Izuku was family. It was one thing to pass out because you were bleeding internally in about 20 different places at once due to Asmite punching you with the same force he would use to annihilate a small building. Repeatedly. After all, Midoriya had been expecting the blessed relief of sleep, or perhaps a nightmare featuring his latest trauma-inducing memory. It would have been amazing to get his brain to switch off for a couple of hours considering how it refused to shut up every second of the day. Of course, he couldn't be that lucky. It was another thing to get dragged into your own mindscape against your will and get smothered with concern and affection by a mental remnant of a previous one-for-all user. He tried not to get too irritated at Shimura-sen even as she fussed over him despite not being able to do anything for his wound, especially considering the fact that she was also muttering about how she wanted to flay her student alive while trapping him in a hug. It was more than a little amusing to listen to the normally calm and smiling woman talk about things that he would rather keep to himself in fear of getting thrown into a mental asylum. After repeatedly assuring her that he was fine, Midoriya had to repress the urge to spontaneously combust when she gave him a lap pillow. Even considering the fact that she was technically dead was almost not enough to stop the repressed hormonal side of him that was very, very uncomfortable being so close to a beautiful woman. One would think that being around Mei for so long would have made him immune to such things. Then again, one would think that years of being quirkless and constantly beaten up by the world would have turned him into a doormat. Not wanting to waste any time, especially since he was unable to rest his mind anymore, he decided to talk over the potential new powers he might get due to one-for-all synchronizing with his body. It was obvious that one would be Shimura-sen's own ability. He had already acquired Black Whip, and judging from how quickly he had managed to wrangle it under control due to its receptiveness to his emotions, it would be a powerful tool as he continued to get used to his gifted power. The first user of One for All was the reason it had been created in the first place, and the rest were unknown. He had yet to even see them. Still, he questioned Shimura-sen about the user before her. For some reason, she was hesitant to talk about him, and internally, Midoriya wondered if the relationships between One for All users were never as good as the one that Shimura-san and Yagi Tashinori had. If that was the case, it was probably for the best, considering how One for All was an ability practically designed to be passed down before the previous user could die. Getting attached would just be equivalent to finding a new family member only to watch them die. Still, he at least got the quirk of the 6th user. He was unsure of what order the abilities of the users would turn up in, or if he would ever survive long enough to unlock the true potential of the quirk. Still, he tried not to dwell on those thoughts. Almost conveniently, the mindscape began falling apart a couple of minutes after their talk ended, and he bid farewell to the kindly woman. On the bright side, he hadn't been forced to end himself in order to leave like the first time. On the downside, Aizawa-sensei and Shuzenji-sen were probably going to end him as soon as he woke up. Midoriya sighed, flashing a nonchalant salute before his body could finish dematerializing. It was time to rejoin the world of the living. He woke up in a bed that was quickly becoming familiar to him, but much to his surprise, the room was packed. Mei was by his side again, fingers interlaced with his, and as welcome as it was to see her again, he felt a pang of guilt for making her worry so much. Brushing a hand through her hair, he looked around and blinked rapidly at the other people he could see. Todoroki was leaning against the side of his bed, an arm slung haphazardly over his own body, almost like he was attempting to protect the green-haired teenager even while he was dozing. Yaoyorozu and Jiri were supporting each other near his legs, a book still propped open on the former's lap while the latter had one of her earjacks plugged into a phone. Shuzenji-sen was busy typing away at a keyboard, back to the group of sleeping students. He smirked slightly and used the eagle eyes to snap a couple of photos of his 3 teachers in a dog pile. Aizawa-sensei was cocooned in his sleeping bag. Yamada-sensei's hair was down but he was still in his hero costume, and Kayama-sensei was amusingly undignified. Chuckling softly, the teenager gently slipped out from under Todoroki's arm before extricating his hand from Mei's grasp. Making sure to avoid the other slumbering bodies, he got out of bed and fought down a brief flicker of pain at recently healed ribs acting up, covering his mouth with his mask in order to smother a yawn. Midoriya traced a precarious path around his friends and reached over to tap Recover Girl on the shoulder. Impressively, she didn't shriek or startle as badly as he expected, moving with a speed that reminded him of Gran Torino to clock him across the head with her syringe cane. Well, at least try to do so. He managed to move his arm to block the improvised weapon, and the elderly lady relaxed almost immediately. Eyes darting from person to person, she leaned forward to cuff him over the head almost affectionately, and he whispered for her to tell them that he needed to do something. She nodded, and just as he was turning to leave the room, he paused. An idea crossed his mind, and he snickered slightly as he pulled a pack of sticky notes and a marker pen from his ruined costume. When the 7 sleeping individuals finally woke up due to an obnoxiously loud air horn, they would unanimously agree to not speak of the rather embarrassing states that they had been left in, and to get back at the infuriating member of Class 1 who had slipped out like a ghost while still finding the opportunity to play a prank on them. Of course, they pointedly avoided the fact that Recovery Girl had participated, for no one wanted to incur the wrath of the school nurse. While Aizawa-sensei was being all logical and cryptic about whether or not he passed the shitshow that was the final examination, Yamada-sensei and Kayama-sensei accidentally spilled the beans during his whole lecture in the group chat on how teachers and students needed to maintain a professional relationship by spamming Ida-san in order to invite him to celebrate Argri beating the shit out of the number 1 hero, which had been more amusing than it should have been. They had gifted him with the device she had been working on when he had visited her a second time, and through the combined peer pressure of her father and aunt, Midoriya was forced into staying over. He had been contemplating escape via one of the open windows before Mei had turned her annoyingly effective puppy eyes on him and he relented. The ragtag family had smothered him with affection after he had accidentally let slip that he hadn't seen his mother in close to a month, and it had been a pretty peaceful day afterwards, ending with the 4 of them squeezed onto a couch, watching old movies from the pre-Quirk era. While he wouldn't admit it, he was using the various movies to come up with better ideas for gadgets and techniques, while subtly fiddling with Mei's latest baby. It was a multi-purpose piece of armor that stretched from his shoulder to upper arm, with an additional plate that would slide out in case he required something to protect his forearm, but would probably be retracted considering his forearms were more often than not bound with the bandages he used like Aizawa-sensei's capture weapon. Several other panels contained things that he would need in battle, including additional clips for his guns, a couple of syringes, a spare combat knife and batteries. It was designed to fit in with his hero suit, but still looked like it was part of a long sleeve in case he was going to wear it around like his more subtle gear. It turned out that the Hatsumes were all part of his illegal activities in one way or another, and he left the next day freshly rested, with new ideas in his head, new weapons in his pockets and the knowledge that he would always have a place with the family. A quick stop to get the mail from his house revealed that he had been invited to the Island Expo ahead of time, which was affirmed a couple hours later as he was pinning a serial ender to a wall with a metal pipe by a text from Yagi Tashinori that he was getting an invite from the number 1 hero as well because he was the 9th inheritor of One for All. Mulling over it briefly, he managed to subtly pressure All Might into turning his invite into one for Mei before accepting the one sent to him as the winner of the sports festival. He fought back a smile when he delivered the message to his partner via text and immediately got key smashes in return before returning to his unofficial job as Cheshire. Normally he wouldn't be out and about until late at night, where only the underground heroes patrolled while their daylight counterparts called it a day and started making plans for how to gain more popularity tomorrow. However, with his hectic lifestyle as part of the cursed class of UA and his more illegal activities, he had developed an unhealthy liking for the adrenaline rush that came with a good fight. He spent so much time just trying to fine-tune the plan he had been constructing, ensuring that his lies didn't fall over each other and switching masks according to the different people he was around that sometimes he stared in the mirror and didn't recognize the person looking back. It should terrify him, but he just felt empty. Basic emotions were hard to come by except around Mei and her family. And even then he had to make an effort to take a mental step back, give control of his thought processes back to the last bit of humanity inside of the deep recesses of his head and smile. Almost absent-mindedly, Midoriya wondered if he was any different from the scum he hunted down. From Shigaraki Tamura and Kirigiri, from the League of Villains who had been willing to tear children apart just for a chance to end the symbol of peace himself. Diving into the underworld meant understanding that this society wasn't split cleanly into black and white, good and evil. Everyone, from the pickpocket he helped escape from Endeavor to the middle-aged businessman he basically beat to death in an alleyway, had motivation, dreams and hopes and things they would live and die for. Yet, they all fit within the machine he was trying his best to destroy. What did that make him? In a dystopian society, his various faces would be hailed as heroes, beacons of hope for those that fought against their evil overlords. But as much as he hated the world that he lived in, this place couldn't be called dystopian in any way, shape, or form. In that case, he would be considered a terrorist, a rule breaker, someone who destroyed simply because they could not fit in. World Breaker, he smiled to himself, a fitting name. Bouncing off two walls facing each other, he quickly made his way to one of the other shrines he had found, checking for any drop-offs. When none were found, he marked it both on his HUD and with the spray he had built into one of the snapdragons in the event that he forgot, and to confirm with any members of his network that he had picked up anything that had been left even though nothing was. Catching a familiar flaming bastard out of the corner of his eye, he looked for the nearest water source and rigged it with a proximity mine. Leading the number 2 hero to the site was almost pathetically easy, minus the occasional burst of fire that made him repress memories of a cone of incoming death and the desperation he felt when he realized there were other people going to be caught by the blast. Laughing as loudly as he dared without falling off the lamppost he was perched on, he made sure to send Shadow a couple of photos before turning into a back alley and cloaking just to be safe, walking at a more sedate pace just so that he could listen to the angered cries of someone that he would end if he wasn't a good hero. Midoriya only managed to get a block or two away before something small and white collided with him and bounced off with an oof. Blinking in surprise, his eyes widened at the small child rubbing her forehead before hurriedly decloaking and removing his mask. Crouching down to her eye level, Midoriya murmured an apology, glancing around discreetly for any caretaker even as he took in the general condition of the horned kid. Bandages around arms. Definitely not 50% aesthetic like his, wearing something disturbingly similar to a medical gown and eyes wide with panic and fear. His lips twisted briefly into a frown before smoothing into a straight line in order to not freak out the small child. He contacted May in the group chat of heroes, sending a location pin and a request for backup just as footsteps began to enter the range of his hearing. Glancing up, he activated the identification feature of the eagle eyes and felt the cold anger in his stomach start to heat up. Chisaki Kai, known in the underworld community as the leader of the 8 precepts of death, dubbed himself Overhaul after his own quirk, the ability to deconstruct and reconstruct anything he touched. A versatile quirk, one that would be incredibly suited for saving lives, or just any scenario with the right amount of imagination. Yet, he had dirtied his hands with the manufacturing and selling of drugs such as Trigger, and if his sources were correct, he was working on an experimental quirk-canceling one that would work similar to quirk suppressants. Why he wanted to create a knockoff of quirk suppressants was hypothetical at best, but Midoriya had learned to trust his hunches. The clean freak with disdain for quirks frequently preached about how the world was better off without them. Past Midoriya would have found this fascinating. Present Midoriya still did, but it was tinged with disgust considering how he was so feared due to the powerful ability he possessed. A hypocrite, one that was apparently fine with experimenting on children. Pretending to listen attentively to Overhaul's spiel about how he was thankful for someone finding his runaway daughter, Midoriya slowly wrapped an arm around the trembling child while the other one pulled 5 of the concussion grenades he held. There was no end like overkill, and when facing someone who could probably reduce him to dust in an instance, he wouldn't have held back even if he had been in front of someone else he knew. Leaning down, he whispered for Eri to hold on even as he pulled the pins. Showtime. His mask hissed and unfolded back into the facade of Cheshire, a face that was clearly familiar to Overhaul judging from how his eyes widened. Or maybe it was because of the grenades bouncing off the walls and rolling across the floor. The first one detonated with a flash of bright light and a sound like thunder, causing the older man to reflexively close his eyes and clasp his hands over his ears. Good. Still, that was only the first one. Sight removed. Quirk removed. 4 more would detonate and leave his ears ringing and destabilize him. Throw knives, take out movement, draw railgun, highest setting. 3 shots, both kneecaps and through the neck. If he was lucky, the spine would be severed. If not, he has bought time. Escape or fight. He shakes his head as Eri screams with the cacophony of noise. He needed to get her out first. Switch spray to alcohol. Douse. Incendiary grenade. He'll be lucky to survive. Run. Eraserhead arrives in 5. May has not yet picked up. Send second message to ensure that they are careful and notify police. Get as far away as possible. Move. Now. Do not use Quirk to prevent usage laws from applying. Proximity mine on way out. Check cameras while running. Locate Endeavor. Close enough. Appears to still be chasing in retaliation for earlier. Slap a noisemaker down to attract attention. Ignore screams. Uri's top priority. He forcefully kicks the rest of his brain back into gear as his mask disengages once more. Slipping into the crowd, he shadows a group of teenagers while whispering words of comfort to his newly acquired child. Her eyes are dazed, probably a result of being in close proximity to far too many lights and sounds at once. Even with the help of his equipment, his eyes water and burn as he attempts to blink away the glare. He has a sneaking suspicion his eardrums have been damaged. Irrelevant for now, cause he still needs to put as much distance between himself and the knockoff plague doctor as he possibly could. He hasn't had to abuse the eagle eyes this much since the fiasco that was the UA Sports Festival, and his head pounds with each step he takes. Still, Midoriya grits his teeth and continues moving. His mask is much less intimidating when it's only concealing the lower half of his face, but he still tries to keep his head down so that he doesn't draw too many looks from the people walking along the same path as he was. God know that he was getting enough questioning stares just because he was carrying a child that looked like she had been through the ringer. Eri was awfully quiet, but that was understandable considering that she had just been rescued from her tormentor with an absurd number of grenades. Silently messaging the group chat once more to confirm that he was safe and out of trouble, he managed to take the two of them a decent distance before the ground began to rumble. Casually glancing back even as he picked up speed, Midoriya's eyes widened in both intrigue and a slight bit of awe when giant spikes shot into the sky. As he continued to watch, an equally large burst of flames appeared like a flare disintegrated the growths. He smiled slightly at the fact that his plan was working, but something in his gut churned unpleasantly at the thought of the number of people that might have been caught up in the range of the villain and hero. It took about 5 more minutes for a car to come screeching to a halt on the road next to where he was walking, and by then he had somehow managed to turn Eri's panicked state into something relatively calm. Eyeing the horn on her head that had been starting to spark when she had briefly dissolved into hysterics and the unpleasant ideas formulating in his mind, he pulled down his mask in order to properly greet his concerned teachers. Even as he was reporting the incident to them, Midoriya was keeping an eye on the fight with any security cameras that had somehow managed to survive the changing terrain and the onslaught of hellfire. With Endeavor being a relatively long-ranged fighter, Overhaul was hard-pressed to keep up even with his ability to regenerate and manipulate the battlefield to his advantage. Any of the more close-ranged heroes would be at risk of a single lucky tap reducing them to atoms. Still, he doubted that the villain was in the right state of mind to actually think of such a strategy. He had his sight and hearing taken away, followed by a couple of high-powered metal bars to the kneecaps and neck, with a taste of how it was like to get set on fire to top it all off. Considering the man still had gloves on because Midoriya hadn't let him finish with his pathetically easy-to-see-through speech about how he was being a rebellious child, the man would have had to deconstruct and reconstruct himself after fighting through the pain and taking off at least one glove. So that was, perhaps 10 seconds of burning alive. Then there was the proximity mine and Endeavor. One does not simply recover from fire-related trauma when the most powerful fire user was hot on your heels. Still, the pit in his stomach widened when he caught sight of all the destruction around the two, with civilians running away before they could get incinerated or impaled. Sighing, he whispered several apologies to Eri and a promise to come back soon before handing her over to Aizawa-sensei. The big softy would take care of her. Bidding farewell before they could ask anything more, he fired up enough of one for all to run back to the scene of the fight without showing that he was using a quirk. His mask unfolded once more into the visage of his darker alter ego, and before he re-entered the fight, Midoriya did a quick check of the equipment he still retained. Most of his less destructive grenades had been spent on escaping. Those left included 3 incendiary grenades, a single concussion grenade, and 2 proximity mines. His railguns were adequately loaded, and both his quirks thrummed beneath his flesh in anticipation. Weighing the pros and cons of showing up as Cheshire to a fight he had just left, he decided that it was best to not interfere, not unless it was absolutely necessary. Cloaking just so that neither party would see him, Midoriya bounced around the carnage, searching for anyone trapped by rubble. With each person he managed to rescue, the knot in his stomach loosened just a little more even though bile burned the back of his throat. He did this to them in the first place. It was after his third loop of the ever-expanding area of destruction that he chanced upon the first corpse. Almost hidden underneath a collapsed wall was a slack hand. Ignoring the way his bones screamed in protest, he fired up one for all and threw off the rubble to find a woman in her 20s, mouth still frozen in a scream. Her lower body looked oddly flat, and with the cover gone, the spreading bloodstain surrounding her body was much more obvious. Reaching forward with a trembling hand, he felt for a pulse despite the logical side of him knowing that he would never find one. This was his fault. Staggering to his feet, like a giant weight had been placed onto his shoulders, the green-haired teenager turned back to the villain and hero as their attacks grew even larger. His instincts told him that this wasn't going to finish anytime soon. He gazed around at the wreckage, eyes involuntarily zooming in on traces of blood and civilians barely scrambling out of the way of the next wall of fire or barrage of spikes. And, for the first time in a while, another part of him snapped. The teenager's hands slowly stilled, and if someone could peer underneath his mask, they would notice the way his eyes had turned a sickly gold. His mind was completely blank, minus the single objective he had decided to give himself. He had caused all of this by running away, by clinging to the last bit of his morality, unwilling to cross the line even after all the things he had done. all the lives he had ruined. His entire quest was simply one of revenge. Driven by fury and spite, and yet he still refused to treat villains the same way they had treated them. Like how Shigaraki had been willing to end Tsu just because he wanted to leave a message for the #1 hero. His hands were already stained. No more, he whispered to himself. There was no reason for him to hold back. Objective, destroy Chisaki Kai. Aizawa Shouta watched the shaky footage with rapt attention. And for once, his friends were silent. The girl on his lap was still muttering to herself, trembling like a leaf and softly calling out for her savior. The fight between Overhaul and Endeavor had lasted 15 minutes before a hooded figure appeared, with a mask born from the imagination of someone who saw the world in nightmares. He struggled to believe that Midoriya was the same person as this masked monster. Still, everything added up. The recent appearance of a vigilante that towed the line between villainy and misguided heroics. One who shielded their face with an awfully technologically advanced mask. One that looked remarkably similar to that of a certain problem child's. They even shared the same strategies, stealth-based takedowns, involving moving around so quickly that your opponent was unable to react. As new as Cheshire was, the underground had already developed a healthy respect of the Ghost, who was rumored to hunt down anyone who dared commit crimes in their territory, no matter the time of day and no matter the place. One of his contacts had described Cheshire as the freaky brat with 1,000 eyes and ears, revealing that they had constructed a network of informers who frequently reported back to him. The common consensus was that the new vigilante was some sort of eldritch being who had no need for sleep and no fear of the government. They were the person to turn to if you needed help and couldn't get it from the proper sources, but didn't want to plunge your hands into muck by dealing with criminals. With a cold feeling of realization, he was already beginning to note the vast number of similarities between Midoriya Demon Izuku and his apparent alter ego. His jaw clenched when the problem child stopped searching for people, getting to his feet like a reflection of the way he had lifted himself up during the sports festival. His gloved hands were stained with blood. Black tendrils shifted and curled around his appendages, forming some sort of makeshift armor as he turned, locking onto the amalgamation that Overhaul had become. His posture was loose, almost relaxed, but that didn't fool the teacher. He had seen the way Midoriya had acted when he had called him out on a quirk he had just begun to start using. The distorted smile, despite how non-confrontational his body language was, a smile that caused Aizawa's honed instincts to scream in warning. The kid he had come to see as family relied so much on lies and deception that sometimes he wanted to shake him by the shoulders and demand the names of everyone who had ever heard him. The camera person had zoomed in on him, so small and insignificant in comparison to the two titans that were clashing, and yet just as dangerous as them. The camera picked up a slight shifting of Midoriya's feet before he vanished from view. The camera swung around, frantically searching for the boy before a cry of terror caused it to turn towards the many-limbed beast. And there he was. Midoriya had buried a knife into one of the many arms. And as the person continued to live-stream the fight, he dodged and weaved like a dancer, sinking more knives into each appendage as the monster tried to swat him out of the air like a bug. When the final limb had a knife buried in it, he kicked off an arm as thick as a tree trunk, a tendril extending from his outstretched hand to anchor into a nearby wall and reel him away from the danger. Then came the explosions. Each knife practically disintegrated in a flash of light, one that bore an eerie resemblance to what occurred when thermite was activated. As gruesome as the whole thing was, Aizawa couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency. Overhaul's quirk relied on his arms, more specifically his hands. Remove them and the man would be quirkless. Grotesque limbs flopped to the ground, holes blown in them, some even looking like they had begun to melt. Even as the monstrosity shrieked in agony and probably anger, Midoriya reappeared above his head, akin to a falling star. In his hands was a long piece of rebar, jagged and warped like it had been torn from its source with his bare hands. Aizawa cursed slightly, praying that he wasn't about to cross the line of no return. It was with no small sense of relief that he slumped back into his chair as the makeshift spear was used to pin the abomination to the ground through the chest rather than the head. Not pausing for a moment, he vanished once more, and the camera caught a fleeting glimpse of the teenager disappearing over a rooftop before returning to the villain squirming like a moth pinned to a wall by a pin. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose even as he exited the livestream. The hero in him wanted to find the problem child, arrest him for vigilantism and whatever other crimes he had committed as Cheshire. The teacher in him was already formulating plans on how to channel that lethal efficiency into something more productive. Looking at his two friends, he saw his conflicting thoughts mirrored on their faces. Taking a deep breath, he slipped his phone back into his pocket. If anyone asks, the problem child was with us the whole time. Hazashi and Nimuri shared a look of surprise, but nodded almost immediately. He turned his attention back to the road, stepping on the gas pedal. Still, he would have words with his student. In all his years of teaching, he had not seen someone brimming with so much potential. He might not be the next symbol of peace, but he would make an excellent hero, one that inspired fear in his enemies, someone who you could trust to have your back. or a villain on par with the one that All Might had supposedly defeated about half a decade ago. Rather than hold fear through influence and quirks, however, he would be described as Big Brother, an all-seeing god that could see all, hear all, and most importantly, know all. Aizawa sometimes wondered what would happen if his class took things one step too far, if Midoriya was finally pushed over the edge. He tried not to think about it too much. Midoriya whistled to himself, kicking his legs back and forth even as May darted from place to place. All the while, All Might watched the two of them with a strained smile. It had taken several hours of continuous texting, and him turning up to the secret house of the #1 hero to extract a compromise from the stubborn man. One would think that the symbol of peace would have a larger support network than the police officer in his pocket, a retired pro-hero, another known for being the most hypocritical a whole in existence and probably the staff of UA. He could understand hiding the secret of a scrawny form developed from a life-threatening injury. Still, had he not considered what would happen if the buff titan of a man just deflated in the middle of a fight? Wouldn't it be simpler to let the world down slowly? The idea of a single pillar holding up an entire world was bad in general. Midoriya added that thought to his mental journal of why the world needs change, and absent-mindedly, he wondered whether he would ever make a significant difference in society. The aftermath of the Overhaul vs. Endeavor fight was grisly. Couple millions in property damage, about 2.5 blocks destroyed, 2 deaths, 11 in critical condition and another 34 injured. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands of lives changed forever. Aizawa-sensei had immediately arranged a meeting afterwards, one that had been delayed briefly by Ari's situation. She was currently living with his hobo of a homeroom teacher, and after seeing the state of his apartment, Midoriya had taken it upon himself to procure a proper place for them to stay. And upon seeing that Kayama-sensei and Yamada-sensei had basically moved into his homeroom teacher's apartment, he had ensured that the apartment was big enough for 7. They didn't need to know that it was originally the base for a cell of people surveilling the surrounding area, people belonging to an organization that he still didn't have the name of. He was guessing it was either the Public Safety Commission or some villain group that wasn't in the limelight. Still, he hadn't felt guilty when he had thrown 2 out a window and pinned the 3rd to a wall with a knife. The cops had gotten them, and then he had ownership of a relatively big apartment with plenty of equipment he could take apart, reuse and just give to May for her next brainchild. He and his 3 teachers had conducted a very awkward talk that had somehow gone from his identity as Cheshire to the state of his mental health. Not exactly the most comfortable topic, especially when he was still trying to adjust to his new normal, trying to figure out what the new shards had come from and whether he needed to attempt to put them back together. They had agreed that Cheshire would continue to operate, minus all the maiming and near-killing he had done, just to give his teachers peace of mind. The teenager had agreed to their terms. Of course, there were plenty of loopholes to abuse, as healthy of a respect Aizawa-sensei had for him. There were plenty of things the shrewd teacher still didn't know about his student. There was a reason Nezu hadn't found a way to incriminate him at the beginning of the year. Rather than attack his targets in person, he began to build and use an assortment of traps, and old-fashioned blackmail never ceased to get him what he wanted. Once upon a time, his worst habit was rambling, mumbling, the information in his head spilled out his mouth, for all to hear. Perhaps, if people had paid more attention to the quirkless child's inane ramblings, they would have caught snatches of knowledge that shouldn't have originated from a kid's mind. Over the years, he had simply gone silent, but his head was still as loud as ever, disgustingly loud. It was the main reason he couldn't handle the silence of the night when he was alone. The only way to drown out sound was with more sound, after all. He was a person running from their problems, and the day he stopped running was the day he stopped living. And in his silence, he noticed things, tics, gossip, things that other people told their friends, glorious information. When you were the quietest individual in the room, you understood plenty. The same rules applied to life. In his crusade, some would call him a villain, but he didn't deal with lives. Well, not directly at least. He dealt with information that allowed him to dismantle people, organizations before they could grow, all from the comfort of a bed. Overhaul would never recover from the things he had done to him. Aizawa-sensei had granted him the mercy of an erased quirk just to make sure he wasn't stuck in that mutated form forever. The former leader of the 8 Precepts of Death had his quirk factor located in his arms, and Midoriya had made sure that each and every limb was destroyed and the stump cauterized. It was expensive to replace all the makeshift breach charges that he had used in order to do so, but he couldn't find any form of regret inside his body, minus the panic he felt when he realized that May was going to experiment on him forever due to the way he had thrown himself back into the limelight. Cheshire had gone from the one whispered about in the underground to the one guy everyone was talking about, the cryptid who had shown up and rained swift justice on the villain. Of course, with how tightly kept of a secret his other identity was, even in the bowels of society, no one really knew who he was. Of course, that led to him getting the alias Fallen Angel by the media, something to do with his mask and the fact that he had switched from saving people to ending the fight. He didn't really care. On the bright side, Endeavor had gotten plenty of flack for not being able to defeat Overhaul. He found that particularly amusing. He was brought back from his inner monologuing by the kickback one associated with an airplane taking off, sucking in a sharp breath of air in order to replace the oxygen that had been stolen from his lungs. He waited patiently for the plane to even out before unbuckling his seatbelt. May was already tinkering with her next baby, a pair of goggles that weren't there before over her eyes. He made sure to keep an eye on her considering she had managed to coerce All Might into allowing her to bring on board her toolbox. He approved, of course. There were plenty of things that could be used as improved weapons in the wondrous box of wonders. It would prove handy in case there was any scenario in which either of them were caught without weapons, but he was rather worried that she was going to use the plasma torch in a very fragile place. Small Might was already out of his hero form and sitting in his own private section of the jet. Originally, his mentor wanted the teenager to ditch May and sit with him, but Midoriya managed to spin things around to make it seem like the logical decision was for him to keep an eye on the one member of the plane who didn't know about Yagi Tashinori. He wisely kept his anger to himself, and also the fact that May had already been in on the whole secret since the beginning. Before he had closed the door to his mentor's own private portion of the jet, he had left a camera equipped with cloaking technology, constantly streaming to his left eye. So far, it appeared that the man was just taking a nap. Pulling one of his own contraptions from his pocket, he twirled the coin-like object between his fingers, only stopping when his partner asked him if he knew why his eyes had gold dust in them. Midoriya hesitated, slipping the not coin back where it came from before replying that it probably had something to do with either the extensive use of the eagle eyes or his gifted quirk. May hummed, hands stilling briefly as she set her project aside in order to get to her feet. She leaned down to his eye level, cupping his face as the targeting reticle-like images on her eyes began increasing and decreasing in size, and he could see the ideas surfacing in her head. He met May's gaze unflinchingly even when it started to feel like she was staring into his soul like he was an open book. Somehow, Izuku felt exposed, more exposed than he had felt in a long time. It was always May that managed to bring the more human side of him back to the surface. He was toying with the idea of snapping her out of her reverie when a small, genuine smile graced her face. He sensed that something wasn't quite right when that smile curved into a smirk, and in a surprising display of dexterity, she hopped onto his lap, still facing him as her thighs pressed into the side of his legs, and he instinctively shifted so that she had enough space. His brain stuttered when he realized that May was practically straddling him. Izuku struggled to form words, while May just stayed silent, seemingly enjoying how flustered she was making him. Just as he was about to reboot his brain via a couple of hard smacks to the side of his skull, his pink-haired partner pressed her lips against his in a chaste kiss. The action was so sudden that the part of him struggling to crawl back into the driver's seat just tumbled back down to the depths of his head while screaming. For the next few seconds, he gave no physical reaction. May's smile dimmed slightly, and she was beginning to murmur an apology when he finally snapped himself out of his daze in order to kiss her. Unlike the first one, however, this one lasted much longer. Distantly, Izuku noted that her lips tasted sweet, with a hint of the bitterness that came with repeated coffee drinking. That information was pushed to the back of his head in favor of just relishing the sensation. He once thought that the occasional romance novel he skimmed through, or the dramas that his mother used to watch, heavily romanticize how kissing worked. But it appeared that he was wrong. When they separated, there was a heavy flush on May's cheeks, one that was probably mirrored on his. Huffing, she pouted and turned around, leaning against him. He laughed softly, pulling her into an embrace and tucking her head underneath his chin. She spluttered, but quickly recovered in order to poke fun at how quickly his mental state had been reduced to shambles earlier. He took no offense, knowing that she was doing it just to cover up for her own embarrassed state. He didn't know what he would do without her, unsurprisingly, especially considering the fact that May had been working on his armplate for many sleepless nights. She fell asleep halfway through a conversation on the next neurological implant on their list. At this point, both of them could probably be considered cyborgs, as eagle eyes were the ones he used the most. But there were at least 3 other he was keeping for a rainy day. They had implanted something similar into her own eyes, but simpler and designed to be used in conjunction with her quirk. He had a sneaking suspicion that she had at least one laser in her body somewhere. Sooner or later, they were probably going to upgrade to more major augmentations, but for now they had to make do with slight adjustments to their 5 senses. Anything more would be dangerous since they didn't have the right technological know-how. In any case, they would probably be able to get a sizable amount of data from their trip to Island, where the supposedly greatest minds in the world worked on their own private island in order to make sure that no one ended them or used them for villainy. He paused as May shifted in her sleep, and squeezed her hand lightly until her breathing evened out once more, smiling softly. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, rifling through his head for his next objective. Logically, he could use this vacation in order to pilfer some of the technology that was apparently so good it needed its own island with a security system rivaling that of Tartarus, the prison that totally didn't exist, considering he had been able to break into the impenetrable fortress during his latest mental breakdown with the help of his new gear. And escape with staying. He would take whatever nonsense people spouted about Island being the safest place in the world with a grain of salt, considering he managed to get one of the few people excellent at quirkless combat out of a maximum security prison. He wouldn't be surprised if he was able to get next-gen technology from this maximum security island. When the plane started its descent, he attempted to wake May up, only to falter when she swatted at his chest in her sleep, muttering about something he couldn't really catch inside. Knocking on the door separating Yagi Toshinori from them, he mentioned that his partner was asleep and he could come out. The door opened just a crack to reveal an electric blue eye and then fully opened to reveal the number 1 hero's skeletal form. He thanked Midoriya for taking the time to tell him and stepped past in order to get to the door. The green-haired teen plastered on a fake smile, inching behind the man in order to extend a hand and activate the magnet in his hand to grab the camera from its hiding spot and slipped it back into his pocket. Perks of having a network of people who were totally loyal to you was that there were a variety of useful quirks at his fingertips, in exchange for an easy job with a high-paying salary. He had commissioned a set of clothes that morphed based on his own preferences. It meant that he could switch from sleepwear to combat gear in an instant, and included a near-infinite number of pockets. Anything smaller than his wallet would meld into the pockets that he could generate and dismiss at will. And with some effort, he had managed to hide 5 multi-tools and a couple of grenades despite the fact that they shouldn't have fit. The woman who had helped him in the creation of his clothes suggested that it was probably the quirk bending to his will or evolving because of how many things he had crammed into his pockets. He tried not to seem too flattered by the insinuation that his willpower was enough to make a quirk that bent reality more powerful. When the door hissed open, he hung back in order to let Smiley Face do his job, waiting for the clamor to die down before he stepped out of the plane. The crowd had dissipated, but for some reason there was a blonde bouncing towards them on a pogo stick. He watched, half expecting her to disappear considering how often his mind conjured up hallucinations. His nerves were still frayed from the encounter from Overhaul, and he wouldn't be surprised that his brain was playing tricks on himself. Still, he allowed himself a brief moment of surprise when her mode of transport morphed into a wristband, and the blonde tackled All Might in a hug. He fought down the instinctive urge to curl his lips in disdain. The only people he knew shared the same hatred of the number 1 hero as he did were villains and May. Making sure that May was safely secure on his back despite already knowing that she was awake, he stepped out of the plane and glanced around, taking in the sights. All Might introduced him to the girl, and he managed to offer her a semi-charming smile and shook her hand. Melissa started some small talk as they walked, which he answered to the best of his ability, seeing the way her eyes flickered to the girl on his back and the gloves on his hands. He poked May's cheek to get her attention and introduced the two of them to each other. Soon enough, they were chattering about support items, terms that he understood and didn't understand getting tossed around with each sentence, smiling to himself at the way the two of them had immediately bonded. He made sure to match Melissa's pace, leaving All Might in the dust. Soon enough, he managed to ask why such a brilliant individual wouldn't attempt to go into the hero industry, expecting something along the lines of her quirk wasn't suited for heroism, which was why it felt like he had been slapped in the face when she revealed, with an awkward smile, that she was quirkless. He tried his best not to react to the discovery of someone who might have experienced a fraction of what he had, merely nodding along when she said that she had given up on being a hero, deciding that she would become someone who could support the heroes like her father. A good goal, and it indicated that she was willing to continue fighting despite her disability. Still, her tone and the flickering of the light in her eyes indicated that as fine as she appeared to be with her decision, and, of course, the word she used, being more realistic, they triggered unpleasant memories of his first meeting with his idol. So, as All Might had a not-so-heartwarming reunion with David Shield, he glanced over to the smiling blonde and asked her if she really was happy with her decision. Melissa blinked, a strange grimace crossing her face before she reassured him that she was comfortable with her choice. He nodded, keeping quiet about the fact that neither of them believed the words coming out of her mouth. She gave the two of them a tour of her lab, something that May was very happy about. Midoriya watched, more than a little amused at the way his partner was subtly prodding the blonde for information about Island's technology even as he infected the systems located in the room with the virus May had come up with all those months ago. It would take about an hour, but that was a remarkably short amount of time considering it would give him a backdoor into the security system of the entire facility, and unless they were actively looking for the virus, no one would be able to track it. His attention returned to the two girls when Melissa shyly asked for his arm. Confused, he extended it, watching with mild interest when she strapped a red wristband to it. Tapping it gave him a makeshift gauntlet that didn't interfere with his snapdragon, vaguely resembling the reinforced bandages currently wrapped around his arms underneath his sleeves. She called it the full gauntlet, stating that it was able to tank 3 of All Might's full-powered punches before being irreversibly destroyed. He blinked, impressed at the coincidence, before asking why she had given it to him. Melissa smiled, indicating the faint scars on his fingers from the times he had been forced to use one for all at maximum output, and mentioned that he had made a pretty big splash during the UA Sports Festival. Softly, she muttered about how it had reminded her of more hopeful times, but clammed up when he prodded her for more info. He could take a guess anyway. He had beaten everyone in the sports festival without a quirk after all. He thanked her while retracting the full gauntlet, making a mental note to give it to May after they got back to Japan, and hesitated, already seeing a new path open up with this meeting. He traded a look with his partner, exchanging a few seconds of wordless conversation before she inclined her head in agreement. Midoriya swallowed, taking a deep breath before rolling up his sleeves to reveal the medical bandages. Unwrapping them, he revealed some of the starburst scars that Bakugo had branded him with over the years. Melissa's eyes widened in shock, reaching out to touch them before second-guessing herself. May leaned back against a table while he found a seat on top of another. Following their example, Melissa drew up a chair, looking at him almost expectantly. Midoriya took a deep breath once more, wondering how he was supposed to begin his story. Rifling through the memories in his head, he closed his eyes and started talking. I was 4 when I learned that all men were not created equal. After the introduction of the dorm system and the members of Class 1 being relocated to living there, it was rare for students to disappear. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of the UA students would return over a weekend in order to visit their parents, but they would always be back in time for school despite their griping. And considering Heights Alliance was built with the safety of the students of UA in mind, villain attacks were possibly the furthest concern from the minds of the members of Class 1A. The dorms were considered a safe haven, a place where the teenagers who had been tossed into hell within their first week of school could act their age. It was strangely domestic. It was peaceful, which was why no one batted an eye when Midoriya Izuku vanished from the face of the earth after the final lesson before a long break. Everyone knew that he had a close relationship with his mother and took time to check up on her and, of course, spend time with his dear parent. No one said anything about how he had left without a trace, and while his closer friends were concerned after there was no contact between them for a day or so, they chalked it up as one of his usual antics. It was only when Aizawa-sensei inquired about his status when he had visited the dorms one day that they had begun to worry. A quick call to Midoriya and co raised further questions and an increasing sense of alarm, for the woman had not heard from him. It was only when the weekend ended and there was no sign of their classmate that they truly began to panic. Still, all they could do was sit and wait as their teachers discreetly searched for their missing member, the atmosphere of their class gradually getting worse with each passing day. Aizawa-sensei often looked sleep-deprived, and his appearance deteriorated rapidly as no news came of Midoriya's location or why he had just vanished. Several rumors were tossed around, the most popular and depressing being that he was the victim of a villain attack. Still, as logical as it was, the theory was quickly dismissed. There was no reason to whisk a student away without a trace. Someone who was able to do so would have announced it to the world. A final blow that would forever shatter the public's trust in UAS ability to protect its student. The whole situation was kept under wraps, but there were certainly whispers. Monoma of Class 1B was nearly torn to shreds by the combined fury of the Deku squad when he insinuated the teenager was dead. Even Ada, normally the voice of reason and a firm believer in following the rules, was found joining in on the one-sided beatdown of the member of their sister class by the rest of Class 1A. It would take the combined efforts of the strongest members of Class 1A and 1B to pry the hands of the 4 of those that were closest to the missing greenette. Even with the threat of expulsion hanging over their heads, the 4 teenagers held a strange fire in their eyes that quickly made any teachers retract the biting words on their tongues. It was the fire that made Midoriya so terrifying in combat. It was the light of controlled insanity, a righteous fury that made sure he would only stop when his job was done. The same unrepentant glint that was present when Aizawa-sensei had chewed the teenager out for going to rescue Bakugo in the event that would come to be known as the Camino Ward incident. It was a clear message. He would do it again, no matter the consequences. It was clear to anyone who knew them well that any methods of suspending them as a form of punishment would just allow them to search for their missing classmate without any restraint. Normally, the group was balanced out by Ada's never-ending dedication to the rules and Isui's own logical nature. However, it appeared that they had been shaken by the disappearance of Midoriya Izuku. Everyone had, even All Might, weakened as he was and looking like he was an inch from death, reached out to everyone he knew, but to no avail. And as time continued to march forward, as the world moved on without him, those who had considered him a friend started to give up. The teachers had to start devoting their time to the rest of their students. The only ones that were still fully invested in looking for the green-haired child were Yagi Tashinori and, surprisingly, Aizawa Shouda. The man of logic was running on fumes, and by the 1-month mark, he had to be forcefully sedated in order to make sure he wouldn't fall off a building the next time he went on patrol. The Deku squad wasn't the same without their central pillar. Todoroki, who had gradually begun to open up to the rest of the class, withdrew into himself and returned to his cold facade. Uraraka was a constant wreck, often bursting into tears when encountering any reminders of the teenager who had vanished. Edo was the one who retained some semblance of normality amongst the madness, but even he had changed. More violent, more reckless. Monoma stayed far away from the bespectacled teenager because every time the copy Quirk user got within a certain distance of the other, Edo would stop whatever he was doing in order to glare at him until he moved out of his sight. To those who had been involved with the Hasu incident and Stain, it was a reminder of how much he would do for those that he cared about. Asui was much more cutting with her words. Sometimes, when she thought no one was looking, she would spend time staring into blank space. No one would mention the fact that she had tears in her eyes. When Mida had pretty much laughed at her about it, he had been kicked into a wall the next time they were doing battle training. Surprisingly, Bakugo had also been adversely affected by the disappearance of Midoriya Izuku. For once, he was subdued, his usual insults lacking fire and the bite that made him so feared by those who could not see past the rage and bluster. He refused to talk about it, choosing to stay silent whenever the topic of the change in his attitude came up. If there was one good thing to come out of it all, it was that Midoriya's friends and Bakugo had managed to reach a tentative agreement, a single silver lining to an incredibly dark cloud. It had been 1 month and about 11 days since anyone had been in Midoriya Izuku's room. His mother had finally come to Heights Alliance, citing the need to gather his things. While they still held out hope for the reappearance of the teenager, it was clear that there was a high chance he was dead. So with trembling hands, Midoriya and Co. opened the door to his room, wincing slightly at the layer of dust on everything. The members of the Deku squad gradually filed in behind her, careful not to disturb anything even as they took in the sight of the All Might shrine that was his bedroom. As amusing as it had once been to tease the Greenette about his devotion to the former #1 hero, the entire place was like a slap to the face. Still, they watched on, providing silent comfort for the woman even as she reached for the bookshelf and began to pull certain notebooks from it, plain things that Midoriya could always be seen writing in. She collected 5 such notebooks, pulling a 6th out. This was the moment that started the beginning of the end. Not that they knew it at that point of time. When it was removed from the shelf, something black and rectangular fell out alongside it, landing on the ground with a clatter. Picking it up, Midoriya and Co. presented it to the others in the room. A cassette tape. Something that had not been used for the last few centuries, something ancient and hard to get. And yet, Midoriya had managed to do so. The white label on it had the words "Watch Me" written in a familiar scrawl. The 5 exchanged looks of confusion. Why was this here? And why had Midoriya Izuku put it here? After telling the rest of the class and a few teachers about the discovery of the cassette tape, each and every one of them hunted for a functional cassette tape player. It took a couple of hours before someone had the bright idea to ask the support department for help. Almost conveniently, Hatsune had one just lying around, something she had been ready to take apart for parts. Hooking up the device to a television, the group of 20 or so all seemed to hold their breath as Midoriya and Co. carefully slotted the tape into it. After a few seconds and a loading screen, the familiar face of Midoriya Izuku filled the television screen. Stunned into silence, the members of Class 1 and their teachers watched as he fiddled with the camera, muttering something about how he needed to make this presentable. Smiling hesitantly, he ran a hand through his hair, revealing the scars that he had been branded with after the sports festival. It meant that this was a recent recording. Sitting back in his chair, the Greenette waved a hand at the camera, still not speaking. The optimistic light in his gaze was snuffed out just a moment before he opened his mouth. And for good reason. If you're watching this, that means one of 3 things has happened. He paused and sighed softly before continuing. 1. I have been kidnapped or ended by villains. A collective shudder ran through the gathered individuals at the casual nature of his statement, already dreading the next of his words. This was a different Midoriya Izuku as compared to the bright-eyed, constantly smiling teenager that they had grown to understand and love. The fire in his eyes had been replaced by a darkness that turned them into 2 bottomless pits. He tapped a finger against his chin, captivating their attention despite not even being there. The second is that I finally decided to do the smart thing and off myself. A choked sob escaped Uraraka's throat at this admission, and Bakugo looked like he had been slapped across the face. Aizawa was blinking rapidly while All Might inhaled sharply, leading to a coughing fit and several handkerchiefs being hastily thrust in his general direction. Had Midoriya been suicidal? And how had no one noticed? The third, he grimaced before offering another smile. is that the heroes have decided to end me. I won't say anything more about it in this recording. Perhaps if you watch the rest of my tapes, you'll understand what I mean. After all, I don't know the person or people I am talking to. Could be the police, could be a hero or two, but more likely than not. He raised his previously bowed head and offered a small salute. Hello, Class 1A. I'm sorry I lied to you all. Perhaps one day you will forgive me. The green-haired boy sighed, a sound of suffering and bitterness. He shook his head. I doubt it. So let's get down to business. In my room is a safe painted to look like a set of books. It's on the top right shelf. I hid this tape behind one of my notebooks, because I knew that someone who was searching for me would most likely attempt to divulge any form of hints from my most prized possessions. The key to it is located inside a hollowed-out notebook. Number 13. Bakugo choked on air and exchanged a look with Midoriya and Co. that did not go unnoticed to the rest of those in the room. In the safe are a series of videocassette tapes just like this one, recorded over the course of the year, and even a few before I came to UE Academy. In them, I charter some of my deepest, darkest thoughts, things that I would rather die than allow anyone to know about myself. You might understand my reasoning after watching the lot of them. I did not make my choices lightly. Again, Midoriya Izuku shook his head, smiling and lifting an old-fashioned revolver from his table, along with a single bullet. Popping open the cylinder with a practiced motion, he loaded the bullet and spun the chamber, pressing the gun to his temple, a strange and tormented smile stretching across his face. A feeling of dread began to pool in the stomachs of those watching, most of all in those who realized what he was about to do. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I wish for nothing more than to die. He closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Someone screamed when Deku pulled the trigger, and it took a few seconds for Uraraka to realize that she was the one who was making the sound. The others flinched at the sudden noise, and surprisingly, no one decided to make her stop, even Bakugo. Still, when she managed to regain her composure, she understood why no one had done so. Even the teachers seemed shaken up by one of their students pressing a gun to their temple and pulling the trigger. Poor Mrs. Midoriya had already passed out from shock. Bakugo was busy fretting over the older woman, but he stopped his ministrations when a dry sigh of defeat came from the speakers. As one, those in the room turned to look at Deku, who was clearly alive and looking disappointed about the fact. Popping open the barrel of the gun, he turned it to the camera to demonstrate how close he had been to death. A second pull of the trigger would have splattered his brains against the wall. Tilting it up and catching the bullet in his free hand, the gun and its ammunition disappeared from the view of the camera. Dusting his hands off almost casually, Deku began talking once more. It's pretty funny that I haven't died just yet, considering how long I've been playing this game of mine. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm doing, this is Russian roulette, a dangerous game often played with two individuals, ending when one dies. As for why I'm doing this, he trailed off with a nonchalant shrug. Call it cowardice. This way it'll be up to fate rather than up to me. As much as I want to die, I can't exactly just do a swan dive off the nearest building. A strange expression crossed Deku's face as he said the word swan dive, and Uraraka mentally noted that they seemed to have some sort of significance to him. Spinning his chair around idly, the green-haired boy appeared to be completely at peace despite the brush with death he had just experienced, at complete odds with the people that were watching him. It was a startling experience, witnessing how their resident ball of sunshine acted when he wasn't around anyone else. She swallowed, mouth abruptly dry, wanting nothing more than to grab her friend by the shoulders and shake him furiously, demanding to know all the things he had been keeping from them. Unfortunately, Deku was gone. All that they could do was follow the trail he had apparently left behind for a day, just like the one that had taken him from them. And yet, the video they were watching had brought up more questions than it had answered. Why did he want to die? What was the reason behind the difference between the persona he showed them and this tired, bitter individual? She was brought out of her musings by the sound of Deku clearing his throat. Right, I know that anyone watching this definitely has some questions. Still, what fun would it be to just give you all the tools you need to figure out my tragic backstory? He laughed once more, and Uraraka decided that she didn't like this dark and nasty Deku. With cold eyes and a smile like broken glass, he was much more terrifying than any villains she had ever had the misfortune of encountering. The tapes can be watched in any order, but I suggest paying attention to the labels. I've been recording these after major events of the year. Call it my own way of giving myself the therapy that I so desperately need. To be honest, the only reason I recorded this video is because we're going to move into the dorms a week or two from now. A ripple of shock passed through those present, suddenly and acutely aware of how recent this video had been. Uraraka looked around and carefully draped an arm over Tsu-chan's shoulder and pulled the trembling girl into her side. Her classmate gave her the Tsu-chan equivalent of a grateful smile, and she returned it with one of her own, even if it wobbled on her face and threatened to fall off. Mrs. Midoriya was being roused back to the land of the living through the combined efforts of Bakugo and All Might. while Yamomo was busy making sure that the other girls were all right. Ada-kun was doing the same for the boys. One thing remained obvious. Everyone was rattled. The brief status checks were cut off when Deku tapped the camera, causing the screen to wobble slightly. "I'm giving you all some time between each dramatic revelation." The words were accompanied by air quotes and followed up by jazz hands, "because I know it's going to be hard on you all." Deku's tone softened slightly even if his eyes still remained cold. "Class 1A, friends, classmates, and teachers. Anything that may have happened to me isn't your fault. I've made my choices. I don't regret them. Never have and never will. Know this." He pointed a finger at the camera with a serious look on his normally smiling face. "My life can be easily summarized in the 10 or so tapes that I have already recorded. Each ranges from a couple of minutes to, I think 3 hours was the longest one I ever did. I guess I'll see you guys later." He took a deep breath, slumping back in his chair and covering his face with a single hand. Deku looked so tired, and she shook off the pang of guilt she felt. How could she consider herself his friend if she hadn't even seen that he was suffering? She rubbed at her eyes furiously, feeling the familiar sting of tears as she remembered how he had comforted her after her loss to Bakugo in the sports festival, seeing straight past the fake smile she had plastered on to make sure no one was worried. A stray thought struck her as Deku reached for the camera, clearly switching it off as the video feed cut off and the tape ejected itself. Maybe he had seen straight through her because he was constantly doing what she had tried to do. She shook her head, trying to focus on comforting Tsu-chan, who had started to cry. The implications behind that were far too terrible for her to entertain. The teachers had gently made sure that the students were all doing fine even as Midoriya Izuku and Aizawa Shouter returned to the teenager's room. A few minutes of searching and anxious waiting came to an end when the duo returned with a case of videocassette tapes. Aizawa was holding a few more objects in his arms, an unreadable expression on his face. While Mrs. Midoriya carefully set the records on the table, Aizawa slammed the items he was holding with enough force to make several members of Class 1A jump in their seats. They carefully surrounded the table, taking in the things that the two adults had delivered, secret things that Midoriya, the so-called worst liar in Class 1A, had managed to smuggle into UA. According to the two adults, the tapes had been hidden in something akin to a bookshelf, as if Midoriya had specially designed and built it just for those cursed objects. They were all labeled both with numbers and even names, with some interesting ones being Confession, The Game, and Rage. The artifacts were much more interesting. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 gruffly stated that they had been in the safe as well, which was suspiciously unlocked. Either Midoriya had been confident enough in his own abilities that he believed no one would have ever found his things, or he had unlocked the safe in preparation for his own disappearance. The first, to their collective apprehension, was a familiar revolver. It was in pristine condition, showing signs of repair and cleaning. A speed loader was beside it, with 6 shots already loaded into the frame and another box of rounds, carefully sealed shut with tape. Kaminari attempted to reach for it, and was stopped by 3 different people at the same time. Withering under the judging gazes of his classmates and teachers, he murmured an apology. Still, the presence of additional ammunition did raise some questions. For one, a weapon that they had only seen used in a sick game chance deciding whether you live or die probably didn't require more than 5 rounds. Having more than that just meant that the gun that they wanted nothing more than to destroy could have also been turned onto others. The third, which was picked up by the trembling hand of the former number 1 hero, was a mask. Although calling it a mask didn't give the item justice. It was grotesque, the stuff that one would expect to be conjured up by their nightmares. The mask looked like its owner had carved it from bone. The eyes were stapled shut, and the smile revealed far too many teeth. Before All Might could put it on or set it back onto the table, Principal Nezu snatched it from his hand in an impressive show of agility and held it almost reverently. His actions drew looks of confusion from the individuals in the room, and all eyes turned to the one person in the room who appeared to know something about it. They awaited his explanation with apprehension, the teachers more so than their students. They had been around the genius long enough to at least discern what he was feeling from the glint in his eyes. And for the first time in a long time, the principal, the mad genius who the Public Safety Commission dare not touch, showed an emotion other than sadistic glee or pleasant neutrality. For some reason, this mask made Nezu afraid. None of the people here should know this. The quirked animal paused, appearing to be searching for the right words. But I suppose it would be cruel of me to just leave everyone in the dark. This mask is the one defining feature of a vigilante dubbed Omen. Not many know him, even in the underground community, because he functions more of a hitman than anything else, leaving a single calling card that is collected upon the elimination of his target. However, that isn't even a good description for Omen. This is because this vigilante works for himself. His estimated end count has almost reached 3 digits, and those are the ones we know about. What makes Omen so dangerous is not his abilities. Nezu pauses once more, but this time it appears to be for dramatic effect. The individuals in the room all have mixed feelings upon this abrupt confession. one that they had not been expecting. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots. The principal was implying that the missing greenette moonlighted as a vicious ender who had been working long enough in order to rack up a substantial number of bodies. Some bristled at the accusation that the boy who had quickly become an integral part of their lives, the teenager who smiled even as he broke his bones time and time again, was a murderer so dangerous that even the usually unshakable principal of UA was intimidated by him. Even the teachers looked confused over the link between the crybaby of Wanna and this Omen. Let me put it this way. Omen straddles the line between vigilante and villain, exacting his own brand of justice on those who he selects. Sound familiar? Todoroki and Ida exchange a glance of horrified recognition, and the bespectacled teenager's damaged hand curled into a fist. A brief image flashed through their minds of a dark alleyway, alight with the green and red glow of lightning and fire, of a man whose ideals kept him standing even as he fell unconscious, and the boy who stared death in the face. Challen edged it and won. Subtly, Aizawa and All Might stepped closer to the duo in case one of them decided that the right approach was punching the principal for insinuating that Midoriya was anything like Stain. Nezu gave a couple of seconds for that piece of information to sink in before waving around the mask as he continued to speak. The only reason why the Public Safety Commission has not put his name out to the public is because, unlike the hero Ender, his unofficial title is the Blight Remover. His main target are those who hold power gained through corrupt means. So far, he has gone after people on both sides of the law. Politicians, gang leaders, even heroes and those in the Public Safety Commission. The quirked animal closes his eyes briefly, seemingly lost in the midst of a memory before recovering just as quickly. People do not know about him because that's his mo. Walk into a compound, eliminate the leader, then tear apart anyone in his way while leaving. No survivors means no people to warn future victims. Ingenious, cruel, yes, but incredible shrewd. I would like to believe that Midoriya-kun has this mask in his possession due to a reason I have not discovered yet, but the evidence points to Omen and our missing student being one and the same. Based on the corpses, Omen ends quickly, efficiently. He uses a multitude of weapons, from blades to firearms. Recently, the only way we've been able to identify his targets are through DNA. A year back, all his targets would be found decapitated after torture. Now, there aren't even heads for us to find. And considering that Midoriya-kun only developed his quirk right before the entrance examination, Aizawa made a startled noise at that revelation, as did most of the others listening to the principal. All Might reacted rather violently by hacking up fresh blood. But luckily for him, the rest chalked it up to shock alone. Regardless, I'd like you all to understand that this mask changes things. Midoriya-kun mentioned that the heroes might have hunted him down. Perhaps this is why he vanished. Silence followed that ominous statement, and the muffled sounds of explosions going off in closed fists drew the crowd's attention to Bakugo, who looked both angry and incredibly sad at the same time. Snatching the tape labeled the game off the table, he handed it to All Might. Whatever the F Deku is doing now doesn't matter. We came here to figure out where he went, not call him a murderer behind his back, so let's get this sitcho over and done with. His less than polite words also carried the implications that Nezu was being insulting, something that made the Deku squad send the explosive blonde looks of approval. Asui, who had been quietly crying, had stopped sometime during Nezu's speech, and even those who couldn't exactly read her face could read the fury written all over it. Ada had a white-knuckled grasp on the edge of a chair, while the air was distinctly colder than it had been a minute ago. Uraraka was giving off an aura that felt an awful lot like bloodlust. The principal coughed, not apologizing but appearing apologetic. Hesitantly, Yagi Toshinori slipped the next tape into the player, and within a few seconds, Midoriya reappeared on the screen. He was staring at the mask in question, looking almost contemplative as he gazed into its non-existent eyes. Several seconds of silence passed before he looked at the camera, dropping the mask onto the table with a clatter. He was dressed in casual attire, and the room around him was startlingly empty of hero merch. A friend of mine lent me their room for this recording session, said I needed to get it out of my system. I refused to say that they're right. More silence passed, before Midoriya sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Okay, maybe they are right. To anyone who may have found this tape, this was taken after the Quirk apprehension test on my first day of UA. Gotta say, the school isn't all it's cracked up to be. In the span of a couple of hours, I've nearly been beaten up by Kakin, insulted by my homeroom teacher, and had to break another bone. He released a drawn-out sigh, looking incredibly sad. Still, his eyes burned with barely repressed fury as he slammed a hand onto the table, making the camera shake and the people watching the video jump. What kind of standards does the best hero school in Japan have to employ a wannabe hobo man who pretends that he's logical? Eraserhead, Aizawa shouted, probably a former victim of quirk discrimination considering his ability is literally to cancel out those quirks that everyone loves so badly. His face twists into an ugly snarl that looked out of place on a face that was supposed to be smiling. And yet he doesn't even effing bother to check my information. Midoriya lapsed into silence once more, breathing rather heavily. Class 1 looked like they had collectively been hit by a Detroit smash after hearing 30 missing classmates swear, and Aizawa was starting to resemble a piece of paper with how white he had become. I got my quirk a day before the entrance examination. As of this video, I've had it for less than a month. Does he think that he's so amazing for telling me to square up or get out? Well, thanks, Caption Obvious, for telling me I need to regulate a quirk that I've barely gotten used to. No quirk counseling. No help from anyone except some sit advice about how I should clench my butt cheeks and the knowledge that I could probably blow off my limbs if I don't keep my muscle mass up. With each word, his tone got more heated and he began to raise his voice. At the end of his little tirade, Midoriya appeared to be positively brimming with righteous fury. And yet, just before it looked like he was about to erupt, a knock at the door drew his attention away from the screen. He huffed, walking off screen to exchange a quiet conversation with an unknown party, snippets being picked up by the recording that didn't explain much. Some agreement made, he walked back into the frame with a small box tucked into his armpit and looking much more relaxed than before. Swiping the mask from the table, he balanced it on top of his head even as he opened the box to reveal the revolver currently lying on the table of the watchers. He popped the chamber open and loaded it with a single round. Looking back up to the camera, he offered it a small smile. I don't know what I would have done without my friend. They're the only reason I haven't yet gone fully insane. Still, with cutting my arms open off the table now that I'm amongst people who might actually notice, I need to improvise. I know they'll disapprove. The smile flickered and died as he jammed the gun underneath his chin. But I need this. He pulled the trigger and sighed when nothing occurred but a dry click. Tossing it to one side, he pressed his fingers together. This is my personal game. Whether I live or die is all up to random chance. This way, I get to at least enjoy myself without possibly impeding any progress I need to have with my quirk. I won't do this every day. Maybe, possibly. Still, I know I definitely will after a crapfest of a day like the one I just had. Midoriya's face twisted back into a feeble smile, and he offered the camera a shrug. I don't know why I thought UA would be any different. After all, they let Kaken attack me. Just like always. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a friend waiting for me with warm blankets and a movie. I guess I'll see you next time. And just like the previous video, the screen winked out, turning black as the player ejected the tape. It took maybe 5 seconds before Todoroki burst into flames. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.